This guy spent 8 long years grinding monsters in the apocalypse right up to his most critical battle yet. Zhang Yi successfully took down the strongest boss, the evil dragon, and secured the very last fragment. He fused them into the dragon blood scroll, expecting to reach the peak, but everything shattered right then. His close friend stabbed him in the back, stealing the scroll and leaving him to die on the cold ground. Dying with absolute resentment, Zhang Yi closed his eyes, but fate was not done with him yet. He woke up to find time had regressed back to 9:48 a.m. on August 28th, 8 years ago. The exact day the apocalyptic portals were scheduled to open. Unable to believe his eyes, Zhang Yi threw his window open. Outside, the city was perfectly peaceful. There was no doubt about it, he had actually traveled back in time. Back before the world fell apart, Zhang Yi clenched his fist. Since heaven granted him a second chance at life, that bastard Mu Chen who backstabbed him and caused his death in the past life was going to pay. But first he had to handle a critical task before the apocalypse officially began. He absolutely had to secure the god-tier talent cards that were scattered across this world. In this system, every player would receive a random talent skill upon joining the game. But rare god-tier talents required special cards to activate, and only 10 existed in the entire world. Scattered randomly but using his memories of the past, Zhang Yi knew exactly where the closest card was. It was on the top floor of the Jinmao building, so he rushed there immediately. Racing up to the rooftop, he spotted the glowing golden card, but before he could even touch it, another guy appeared. "Hey kid, this entire building belongs to me, and that card does as well." The arrogant newcomer was Lu Changzi, a wealthy heir who originally owned this very card in the past life. He was the heir to the largest real estate conglomerate in Linhai City, holding supreme influence. But Zhang Yi had zero intention of backing down. Whoever grabbed the card first got to keep it. Suddenly, a group of armed thugs appeared from the shadows and began spraying bullets wildly in Zhang Yi's direction. "How dare you touch my things, I will show you the consequences." Yet Zhang Yi dodged those bullets like a hacker. Before even logging into the system, he was already outrunning machine guns, sprinting forward like a beast. Timing it perfectly with only 5 seconds remaining before the system descended, Zhang Yi leaped forward with incredible grace. Lu Changze gritted his teeth in fury and snatched a rifle from one of his men. Determined to kill him personally, he roared, "You think you can steal my card?" The bullet fired. But luck was on Zhang Yi's side. Just as the bullet came inches from his face, the apocalypse officially began. The world transformed instantly, and a system screen flashed before him asking if he wished to enter the apocalypse. Zhang Yi immediately selected yes, and his entire body began to fade into thin air. Countless others were logging in at that exact moment. When Zhang Yi finally opened his eyes, a massive ancient altar stood before him with his god-tier talent card floating right above it. Knowing this majestic sight all too well, he slowly stepped forward and reached out to claim the glowing card. Instantly, a beautiful little sprite appeared, announcing his profile was encrypted as player number 8857. The tiny fairy introduced herself as his personal system guide, and his god-tier card was ready. It unlocked a god-tier skill called Let Me Use It, which sounded pretty ridiculous but was actually completely broken. This skill allowed him to copy any other player's talent with a cooldown of just 1 hour. Next, the sprite presented him with 3 factions to choose from in this world. They were the Outlanders, the Beasts, and the Humans. Zhang Yi hesitated, remembering his past choice. Humans gained a 20% reputation boost, which was easily the most valuable currency in this harsh apocalypse. Wait a moment, the little sprite suddenly said, "You seem to be carrying something else on you." She reached out and pulled something from his inventory that shocked him to his core, the dragon blood scroll. The exact item Mu Chen went to extreme lengths to steal from him, somehow returning with him after death. Once the system detected the scroll in his inventory, a hidden 4th faction was immediately unlocked for him. It was the legendary dragon faction. Zhang Yi smirked. Things were already going far better than he could have hoped. Unsure if this is a blessing or a curse, he steps toward the dragon portal to begin his actual login process. Zhang Yi enters a waiting room known as the spawn point, filled with many other active players. They are also completing their login. Just as he remembers, everyone is marveling at how real it all feels. Thrilled by this incredibly realistic world, not a single soul here has any idea about the horror waiting for them. Literally, no one is going home. While waiting around, Zhang Yi decides to check his player data first. Aside from his faction and talent, his basic attributes like strength, intelligence, endurance, agility, and stamina are totally standard. But he also possesses a rare gold-tier passive skill unique to the dragon clan called Hellfire Dragon's Flame. Every basic attack or skill has a 0.1% chance to summon this deadly fire. Any enemy caught in the blaze takes true damage equal to 150% of his attack power. The activation rate is incredibly low, but the sheer power of this passive rivals a god-tier talent. Looking at the crowd, Zhang Yi realizes he needs to fully understand the talent card currently in his possession. He smiles to himself. First step, find someone with a decent talent to copy. His eyes quickly lock onto a tall, bald player, and Zhang Yi immediately activates his copying talent. He places a hand on the man's shoulder. The guy shoves him off, so Zhang Yi plays it off awkwardly. Apologizing for the mix-up, he successfully walks away, having copied the bald player's epic tier talent. It is the treasure hunter talent, allowing him to detect any hidden treasure chests within 500 meters. Talk about insane luck. His very first random target actually possessed a high-value epic tier talent. Just then, the spawn point gates open and a cold voice echoes over the intercom, welcoming them all to the end times. The bald guy eagerly rushes forward, but Zhang Yi steps in to stop him, warning him to stay back because of the danger. The advice is completely ignored. Instead, he mocks Zhang Yi for being a coward and shoves him aside. The bald guy charges out, telling everyone to watch and learn, but nobody wants to learn this. He leaps straight into the waiting jaws of a massive, terrifying spider and dies instantly. No time to react. The system immediately broadcasts a grim update. He is dead for good. The remaining players completely panic. Panic erupts. It is exactly as Zhang Yi remembers from his past life. Suddenly, a new notification pops up for every player delivering their very first quest. They must reach the safe zone in District 8 safe zone number 886, known as Hope Town. Reaching it guarantees survival. They have a 4-hour countdown with a precious respawn opportunity as the reward. Failure means permanent death, just like that bald player. But there is a massive problem right now. The exit is surrounded by monsters, and these terrified newbies have absolutely no idea how to fight back. Zhang Yi remains calm, reaching up to grab a simple emergency glass-breaking hammer. In his past life, someone used this in desperation, completely unaware of its true value. It is actually a disguised blue-tier weapon, a hidden gem that made other players burn with pure envy. Zhang Yi claims it first. The hammer instantly transforms into a gleaming sharp dagger. Forged from deep space meteorites, it possesses great stats. Even better, his newly copied talent kicks in. Using the bald player's treasure-detecting skill, he locates another secret chest stashed away nearby. Pulling it from the shadows, he finds a rare blue-tier dragon breath potion hidden inside. Weapon in hand, he immediately charges out, taking the lead to face the terrifying spiders. The newbies stare in absolute shock and envy, shouting for others to look at his weapon. A blue-tier item already, he must be hacking, some of them yell out. Every single eye is locked on Zhang Yi, though most assume he is completely doomed. They think he is just committing suicide because even with a great weapon, he is still a total beginner. There is no way a new player can survive against a swarm of aggressive giant spiders. The sheer power difference forces Zhang Yi into a tactical retreat, waiting patiently for the perfect opening. He pulls out the dragon's breath potion. Zhang Yi times it perfectly, tossing the open bottle straight into the spider's gaping mouth. Instantly, a massive blaze erupts violently. Zhang Yi gains 2 levels right away, along with 50 coins and a health potion. He never imagined the dragon's breath potion would actually be this useful. Finding a few more of those would be amazing. Meanwhile, the crowd back at the spawn point is starting to lose their minds. Watching Zhang Yi take down a giant spider in a single shot makes everyone convinced he is hacking, muttering that this kid is no joke. Some wonder if they should team up with him. Meanwhile, as night falls, Zhang Yi follows his map. He heads toward Hope Town, but sudden rapid footsteps put him on high alert. A man rushes out and grabs him, begging him to save his daughter, who is dragged into the forest by a monster. Zhang Yi looks at the forest, remembering how many players lost their lives here in his past life. But it also hides plenty of rare loot. Still looking at this frantic man, something feels off. Despite his doubts, Zhang Yi follows him into the forest, but the dense woods are incredibly massive. The man suddenly vanishes, so Zhang Yi decides to drop it and simply keeps moving forward. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of eyes is tracking him from the shadows. Soon, he actually spots a girl holding a lollipop. He is about to carry the kid out of the woods when suddenly, a gorgeous, stunning purple-haired woman appears out of nowhere. But there is a catch. Zhang Yi is in no mood to admire her looks. He knows she is definitely an enemy, especially since behind her stands the man who begged him for help. The woman thanks him for luring in another fresh prey. Zhang Yi knows instantly that he has fallen straight into a deadly trap. At the same time, his system flashes with a new quest notification. He has to rescue the lost child from the gloomy forest and escort her safely to Hope Town, with a 1-hour countdown ticking away. Success rewards him with a powerful ring, while failing the mission carries absolutely no penalty. Zhang Yi remembers that in his past life, several top teams triggered this exact hidden quest while exploring these woods. The rewards and experience points were enough to make anyone jealous, so he has no intention of passing this up. The moment he accepts, the woman transforms. It turns out she is actually a terrifying spider demon. Seeing the monster's true form, the little girl bursts into tears. Zhang Yi quickly tries his best to calm her down. Drawing his newly looted green-tier weapon, Zhang Yi charges forward with everything he has. But the spider demon has heavy armor, rendering his physical attacks completely useless. The monster strikes back instantly, and Zhang Yi barely manages to dodge her deadly swipe. His fairy companion warns him to abandon the quest, pointing out that the beauty spider is a level 20 boss. He stands no chance at his current level, but running away has never been Zhang Yi's style. Besides, he wants to save the child, so he stubbornly stays. Realizing she cannot convince him, his fairy gives up. She insists that running away and abandoning this quest is his only chance of survival. Hoping he will make the right call, she watches as Zhang Yi grits his teeth. Muttering that she shouldn't underestimate him, Zhang Yi charges at the spider demon once again. She readies herself, but Zhang Yi has absolutely no intention of fighting her head-on. He remembers hearing about a hidden treasure chest located nearby from the world chat in his past life. He activates his treasure hunter talent and immediately spots the hidden chest, completely ignoring the beauty spider's incoming strike to reach it. He lunges forward, leaving the boss highly confused when she realizes she is not his target. Before she can even react, Zhang Yi opens the chest and receives a rare chain lightning skill book. A green tear drop. Zhang Yi grins, widely thrilled to have unlocked a secret hidden skill. Since chain lightning deals pure magic damage, that spider demon's tough outer shell is no longer a threat. Furious, the beauty spider summons a swarm of spiders to tear him apart, while Zhang Yi quickly learns his new skill. With the skill mastered, he unleashes it. The heavy lightning shocks the beauty spider, leaving her writhing on the ground. The battle ends much faster than expected, rewarding Zhang Yi with a brand new epic tier weapon. He claims the poison fang dagger crafted from spider fangs. Taking the little girl's hand, the two head out. They finally arrive at Hope Town, where a massive crowd has already gathered, including an old acquaintance named Lu Qingzi. He did not even notice Zhang Yi at first, but one of his underlings accidentally spotted him. "Boss, look over there." It's not that the punk who snatched your god tier talent card Lu Chengze looked exactly where his lackey pointed. It really was Zhang Yi. Lu Chengze gritted his teeth in pure rage and immediately ordered his men to tail him. Zhang Yi walked the little girl quite a long distance, finally finding her home and completing his quest at last. He immediately retrieved his Talia ring. It did not have many fancy stats, but wearing it boosted his luck by 55 points. But luck in this apocalyptic world is an extremely rare attribute to come by, and the higher that luck stat goes, the richer the rewards from subsequent quests would be. He had truly hit the jackpot. Just then, Zhang Yi noticed something else. He spotted a roadside gear enhancement shop where a player bragged that if the process failed, they would not charge. It would be totally free. Curious, Zhang Yi went over and saw a chubby blacksmith. The heavy-set guy had an insanely high success rate. Zhang Yi asked a bystander if that kid was somehow using a hack. The bystander waved his hand in denial. "You do not get it. His innate talent is specialized gear enhancement and crafting." Zhang Yi let out an interested hum as the blacksmith successfully enhanced another incredibly rare piece of high-level gear. Since it was so powerful, why not copy it? Acting fast, Zhang Yi casually bumped right into the chubby young blacksmith. Just like that, he copied the epic grade crafting enhancement talent for himself. This boosted his gear upgrade success rate by 50%. Eager to test it, Zhang Yi pulled out his venomous fang dagger. 4 upgrades in a row succeeded flawlessly. Talk about a crazy flex. The crowd went wild, but the chubby blacksmith was not happy. He had no idea where this random guy came from to steal his entire spotlight. "Hey, look at that. This guy just upgraded an epic weapon to level 15. Standard level 15 gear is already super hard to find. And this is an epic tier item. Who exactly is this guy?" The amazed crowd began whispering in absolute awe. Suddenly, Zhang Yi felt his ears ring as his vision faded to black. His tiny companion elf quickly warned him. His fatigue meter was reaching its dangerous limit. Zhang Yi had no choice but to head toward a nearby tavern. He needed to recover fully before he could grind again. He checked into the closest tavern. He rented a quiet room upstairs while patrons downstairs gossiped. The latest news on the World Channel was buzzing. "Did you hear someone cleared that hidden quest in the Dark Forest? Apparently, that player scored a top-tier epic weapon." Zhang Yi knew they meant him, but he did not get cocky. Luck is a form of power, sure, but he would rely on his own true skills to reach the top. Lounging in his room, he calculated that he needed to hit level 20 as fast as possible. Once there, he could finally choose one of the 7 primary classes, like Knight Warrior or Assassin, or perhaps Mage, Archer, Priest, and Summoner. He absolutely needed those advanced skills to grow much stronger. When he crossed paths with Mu Chen again, he would make him pay dearly for his betrayal. The next morning, Zhang Yi headed out to stretch his legs, but he quickly felt a pair of hostile eyes tracking his every move. "Stop sneaking around and just show yourself," he called out. Sure enough, out stepped none other than Lu Qingze himself. Fueled by pure hatred, he brought along a gang of thugs clearly determined to take back his stolen god tier card. Zhang Yi was suddenly forced into a combat mode showdown, but it was actually perfect for testing his new lightning chain spell. Brimming with complete confidence, he tried to cast the spell, but nothing happened. A system alert flashed, saying he was silenced. He could not cast a single skill. Lu Chengze smirked triumphantly, knowing this silence effect would last for 2 full minutes. Believing victory was guaranteed, he sent a massive warrior forward to attack first, but the heavy blow landed on Zhang Yi and did absolutely 0 damage. What is going on? The warrior gasped. My strikes are not even making him bleed. His high defense gear is too good, meaning our base attacks cannot hurt him at all. Lu Chengze gritted his teeth. He cursed his useless lackeys before pulling out his own weapon to finish the job. Zhang Yi took one look and recognized the rare blue-grade bow, which had also been enhanced all the way to level 15. Lu Chengzi raised his bow, aimed directly at him, and pulled back the string before releasing a swift arrow. The projectile split in midair, transforming into a deadly rain of hundreds of smaller arrows that showered downward. This actually managed to chip away some of his health. Realizing he could not stand there and take it without skills, he decided to summon a legendary beast instead. Waving his hand, Zhang Yi summoned his fierce hell dragon to unleash a massive firestorm. Lu Chengzi's lackeys immediately scatter like rats, even abandoning that bow. Zhang Yi is absolutely thrilled with the harvest. He was actually worried about reaching level 20. Now these idiots basically delivered a free weapon and heaps of experience right to him. That weapon is a silver-grade bow. Its main skill is Meteor Shower, the very same spell Lu Chengzi used to rain down hell earlier. A single shot splits into 100 arrows falling like meteorites. With this massive haul, Zhang Yi finally hits his level goal, level 20. Finally, he can head back to town to find the advancement officer. The moment Zhang Yi steps back into the safe zone, he hopes Lu Chengzi and his crew are crying at the resurrection fountain. Players who die are automatically sent back to the nearest spawn point. Zhang Yi strolls right past them, swaggering through the main crowd while casually showing off his brand new silver-grade bow. He even throws a mock thanks over his shoulder. The pure arrogance on his face drives Lu Cheng's absolutely insane with rage. Just you wait, brat, the sore loser screams. One day I will make you pay back double for this. Zhang Yi completely ignores the angry threats, treating the guy's desperate screams like useless background noise. He walks straight to the class advancement officer and requests to unlock his next tier immediately. Once his level is verified, the advancement chamber gates swing open and Zhang Yi steps inside. Even though he isn't a Libra, picking his path from these 7 classes is still a tough choice, especially since one stands out. The Beast Tamer is easily the most hated class in the game. Sure, they can summon beasts to fight and absorb damage for them, but actually raising and upgrading those beasts is an absolute nightmare that most players cannot handle. From the very start, a tamer has to split their own hard-earned resources with their pet just to keep it alive. In this harsh apocalyptic world, resources are incredibly scarce, leaving late-game tamers starving for materials and falling behind. They hit a hard ceiling and eventually get completely phased out by stronger players. Right now, only knights and beast tamers can partner with the dragon race. Zhang Yi thinks the knight class seems decent, but that path is way too unstable. In his past life, he saw countless late-game knights fail miserably during high-stakes duels. Losing a single clash meant losing everything. The tamer class is different. It might be trash for others, but Zhang Yi possesses a god-tier talent that changes everything. His resource-gathering speed is 10 times faster than normal players. Plus, in the late game, his dragon blood heritage will grant him a massive advantage. He will be able to recruit an overpowered dragon companion, forming a self-sufficient team with healing defense and high damage. Having made up his mind, Zhang Yi walks over to the representative of the Beast Tamer class. The old master looks up and greets him, saying he has been waiting for a very long time. His little elf guide pops up once more to offer a final warning before he locks it in. You need to think carefully, she advises. Picking the right class now will save you a ton of trouble later. Zhang Yi's mind is made up. Without hesitation, he taps the screen and officially advances to become a beast tamer. Now watch as a tamer Zhang Yi heads back to the town square to gather some rumors. He overhears 2 players arguing about the necropolis. It sounds like they just suffered a devastating defeat and lost a ton of loot. I told you that place was too dangerous. One complains we did not even see the elite mob and lost everything. All my hard-earned gear and experience are completely gone. Who could have known even the standard trash mobs there would be that insanely overpowered? Stop blaming me, the other fires back. Why did you not speak up before we entered? Zhang Yi perks up his ears. The necropolis was actually the very first dungeon he cleared in his past life. If he can assemble a solid 5-man squad right now, his past life experience will make taking down the final boss an absolute walk in the park. Speak of the devil, a group in the middle of the square is currently recruiting 2 more teammates. They are heading to the necropolis. The requirements are simple, must be level 20 and fully advanced. Just before him, a gorgeous female player applies and the leader accepts her on the spot. Only 1 slot remains. Zhang Yi quickly rushes over to apply. The party leader sizes him up from head to toe with a skeptical look. Seeing that Zhang Yi just became a beast tamer, he realizes the guy does not even have a summon yet. He is basically a useless mage. He literally has 0 active combat skills. However, advanced players are still incredibly rare in this area, so the leader decides to turn a blind eye and lets him join. The new 5-man squad sets off toward the necropolis. Along the way, the curious leader asks why he chose such a weak class, wondering if he even reads the global chat. Tamers have the lowest damage among the 7 classes, but Zhang Yi smiles and says he just likes raising pets. Zhang Yi answers casually, but the heavily masked beauty suddenly signals them to be quiet. Stay alert, enemies are here. She barely finishes speaking before an arrow rips through the air, forcing them into battle stance. Skeletons rise from the dirt. The captain quickly rushes to handle the frontline combat. This masked girl is no pushover, unleashing a torrent of fierce flames that incinerates multiple skeletons at once. But a brief moment of distraction is all it takes for a skeleton to ambush her, pressing a cold dagger against her throat. She is completely pinned down. Meanwhile, out of the 5 of them, Zhang Yi is the one struggling the most. Zhang Yi quickly summons his flock of black crows, using a basic skill of a beast tamer to save her. The damage is minor. Zhang Yi grabs her hand to regroup as the captain screams to run. These undead monsters will resurrect in no time. The 5 of them immediately bolt, fleeing towards a dark, looming castle. The dungeon boss is waiting inside. Zhang Yi quickly takes charge, delegating the knight to absorb all incoming damage, while the main damage dealers like them will attack from behind to avoid the boss's devastating area of effect strikes. Hearing him plan out Phase 2 so fluently, the captain instantly grows highly suspicious of his knowledge. How do you know all this? Have you run this place before? Zhang Yi dismisses it, claiming it is just classic gaming experience. The captain is not buying it, especially after seeing the rare Venom Fang dagger in his possession. How could a rookie gamer obtain an epic tier weapon and know this entire layout so perfectly? Clearly, Zhang Yi is lying. A sinister, greedy grin spreads across the captain's face, convinced that this guy must be carrying even more top-tier loot. This is a major jackpot. Zhang Yi steps forward and opens the heavy doors, revealing a pitch-black, chilling interior. He warns everyone to stick close because splitting up is dangerous, but the 3 backstabbers only exchange a sly, scheming grin. Suddenly, they slam the heavy doors shut from the outside, telling them to stay put while they return to collect their remains. The girl panics instantly, completely unable to understand why their own comrades would pull such a cold-blooded betrayal. But Zhang Yi sees right through their scheme, realizing those 3 bastards want to let the boss do the dirty work. They plan to eliminate him and hoard all the rewards. Before she can even process what is happening, the dungeon's final boss suddenly appears, and the moment they lock eyes, it unleashes a massive high-impact magic blast. Zhang Yi quickly grabs her arm, dragging her clear of the explosion. She gasps in relief, thanking him for saving her life again. But there is zero time for gratitude because the boss is already charging its next blast. Zhang Yi's chest tightens with anxiety. A beast tamer and a mage are both incredibly squishy classes, and without a tank to absorb the hits, there is absolutely no way they can survive a direct blow from this elite monster. In this desperate situation, she suddenly summons an entire squad of undead warriors, leaving Zhang Yi completely stunned. This is the rare power of a soul summoner, a top-tier ability granted by an extremely rare god-grade talent card. It allows her to resurrect fallen monsters to fight alongside her for up to 5 minutes. With a 24-hour cooldown, these summons won't last long, meaning they have to find an escape route immediately. But seeing this undead shield, Zhang Yi realizes they actually have a real chance to turn this fight around. He tells her to hold the line for just an hour. He knows the boss's weakness and will handle the rest. Facing this summoned army, the undead boss grows even more violent, lashing out with uncontrollable rage. Zhang Yi struggles to find an opening to get close, knowing that the glowing gem on its back is key. It feeds power to the undead archmage and serves as its fatal weak spot during this chaotic, intense clash. Zhang Yi quickly summons his flock of black crows, forcing the archmage to fight both skeletons and swarming birds. With the boss completely distracted, Zhang Yi patiently waits for the perfect moment to strike from behind. Taking careful aim, he hurls the Venom Fang dagger, sending the blade directly into the glowing gemstone. The giant monster shrieks in absolute agony as the game system officially confirms their hard-earned victory. This massive kill instantly shoots Zhang Yi straight to level 25, rewarding him with the Staff of Light. An epic level 30 weapon, it completely outclasses his previous dagger and boasts a devastating skill called Frozen Blizzard. It can freeze all enemies in a 100-meter range for 5 seconds, making the 2 of them grin in delight. With a drop rate of just 2%, this is an absolute jackpot, and Zhang Yi immediately hands the weapon over to her. She is completely stunned by his extreme generosity, but this legendary weapon was practically tailor-made for her mage class. As a beast tamer, keeping this weapon was pretty much useless to him anyway. Without her summoning that undead warrior to buy him time, he would have run out of time. He gladly handed her the precious weapon. Meanwhile, outside, those 3 greedy bastards heard absolutely nothing but dead silence. They were absolutely certain the monstrous boss had already slaughtered Zhang Yi and the beautiful girl. Gleefully, they rushed inside to steal the easy loot, only to freeze in utter shock. Both of them were still alive. Disappointed, "You didn't find our corpses," Zhang Yi sneers. The cowards panicked, realizing that Zhang Yi must have taken down the boss completely on his own. His power was clearly insane. but their leader was too stubborn to walk away empty-handed. "What are you scared of?" he yells. "They have been fighting for hours. They must be completely exhausted by now." Under his command, the other two quickly charge forward. They rush toward Zhang Yi and the girl. He isn't afraid, but this ruthless, unhesitating attack cuts deep. It triggers painful memories of Mu Chen's betrayal, bringing back a wave of psychological trauma. Why do allies always betray each other? He wonders, grabbing Han Yanru's hand. He instantly copies her Divine Tear's Soul Summoner talent and summons the terrifying undead Archmage without hesitation. Under his absolute control, the monstrous boss lunges at the three traitors before they can even react. Instantly frozen solid, they shatter into dust. A fitting end for three greedy fools. No respawns, no second chances. They are permanently deleted from this apocalyptic world with absolutely no way back. With the threat cleared, exhaustion finally catches up and Zhang Yi collapses into a deep sleep. In his fever dream, he sees his father from when he was just a talented kid with insane gaming potential. His dad had promised him a new game if he could ever beat his high score on the leaderboards. But trapped in this deadly apocalyptic world, he might never get to receive that game from his father. Waking up back in his tavern room, he finds a letter and a ring left behind on the table. It is from Han Yanru thanking him for saving her life during their hour of danger. She writes that she left to find her brother, leaving behind a spatial storage ring for him. Inside is the gear looted from those three dead traitors, hoping it will help him since they will surely meet again. That is a beautiful name for a beautiful person. He smiles, inspecting the spatial ring closely. Those three scumbags must have robbed a ton of players because there is not a single duplicate item in the loot. With his gear sorted, his only remaining hurdle is finding a magic beast. He pulls up his map to plan. His memories point to the northern mist, which conceals the entrance to the hidden Dragon Emperor's tomb dungeon. Beasts drop under level 40 there, but it is brutally hard. To conquer it, he must choose his party with extreme caution. Running into more backstabbers would be a disaster. Easier said than done, though. The next day, Zhang Yi wanders the town square searching for reliable allies. After hours of finding absolutely nothing, he accidentally spots some beautiful girls recruiting top talent for their guild. A brilliant, bold idea suddenly hits him. Why doesn't he just start his own guild instead? Teaming up with Mu Chen in his past life made him forget a crucial truth. Guilds are the absolute best way to attract elite players, and he needs to act fast. He registers a brand new guild called the God Slayers and prepares for the next phase, recruiting members. His first thought is handing out street flyers, but that is far too random. He needs to go where the actual experts gather. Thankfully, he remembers that after the first survival round, the system always unlocks a massive tournament. Every single top player in the region will participate, making it the perfect scouting ground. Just as he thinks this, the system sends a special quest detailing the upcoming one-on-one tournament. Any player who has completed their class transfer is eligible to sign up. The grand prize is 100 coins and a rare skill book. Zhang Yi registers and is instantly teleported. Landing in the massive floating stadium, he looks around and realizes he might have slept a bit too long. The average player is already level 30 while he is still stuck at level 25. He needs to catch up fast. First, he needed to find a way to level up quickly. Nearby, loud cheers and shouts caught Zhang Yi's attention, drawing him closer to the source. An intense duel was underway between a mage and an assassin, and the outcome seemed almost decided. The assassin clearly held the upper hand since the mage stood completely still on the platform. But just as the assassin lunged forward to deliver the final killing blow, he froze instantly, suspended helplessly in midair. Spectators gasped in shock, wondering where the mage had acquired such an epic skill. The assassin was trapped by the mage's shadow imprisonment skill, a powerful move that binds enemies in darkness. It continuously inflicts damage while keeping them locked down. This paralysis, duration, and damage output will scale up as the skill levels up. The assassin thrashed wildly in midair, refusing to accept defeat. He desperately offered a deal of 1 million yuan, promising to transfer the money once they both survived this apocalypse. 1 million yuan was no small sum. Hearing this, the mage let out a bitter, self-deprecating smile. If he had possessed that kind of money back then, his company would have survived instead of going completely bankrupt. His family wouldn't have broken apart, and he never would have been pushed to the absolute brink of ending it all. But now money means absolutely nothing. They were stuck in a brutal, unforgiving, apocalyptic wasteland. He refused to lose, especially to someone weaker. He silently vowed that he would never let his life end in failure again. The mage roared, pushing his power to the limit. With a sharp chime, the system announced the result. The mage Wu Qi had defeated the assassin Zheng Ning, successfully leveling up in the process. But Wu Qi was far from satisfied. Driven by deep-seated resentment, he hungered for ultimate revenge. He swore to crush every other player. Watching from below, Zhang Yi gulped, realizing this mage was incredibly dangerous. As the system continued pairing up random matches, Zhang Yi finally got his very first opponent. His name was Duan Feng. In his past life, Zhang Yi had heard this name echoed across the world chat. Duan Feng was a famous solo player who cleared high-difficulty dungeons alone. Zhang Yi clicked to enter Arena N20. Duan Feng was already waiting there. He was a top-ranked knight already sitting at level 35. Zhang Yi sighed. The game had barely started yet, his level was insane. Was he grinding day and night? They stepped onto the stage. Duan Feng possessed 500 more health than Zhang Yi. Showing some chivalry, he offered to let Zhang Yi strike first, because his level was lower, but Zhang Yi was far too stubborn to accept any cheap pity. He didn't need it. Don't look down on me, he thought. The winner is still undecided. Zhang Yi waved his hand, summoning a flock of dark crows. Duan Feng smiled, liking his opponent's bold confidence. He drew one of the 3 swords from his hip, readying himself for a real fight. He wanted to see what the boy had. Duan Feng immediately activated his first skill, Guarding Sword. It allowed the knight to summon multiple sword souls. Each could block 500 damage and reflect it back to his attacker. The sword count scaled with level. Suddenly, Zhang Yi took damage from his own reflected attack. His health dropped by 200 in an instant. This Duan Feng guy was proving to be incredibly cunning. Letting him strike first earlier was clearly a trap. What is wrong? Duan Feng mocked, too scared to continue. He stood across the arena, openly provoking Zhang Yi with a smirk. Seeing his opponent's full health bar and those 4 protective swords, Zhang Yi quickly calculated his next move. To hurt Duan Feng, he had to break 4 swords, but each one could absorb 500 damage. That meant taking at least 2,000 reflected damage, but his total health was only 1,800. While he hesitated, Duan Feng lunged. In a real duel, hesitation meant giving your opponent a free kill. Zhang Yi struggled to defend himself. If things kept going like this, his chances of winning were absolutely zero. He needed a way past those 4 swords. Remembering the storage ring Han Yanru gave him, he pulled out a rare undead suit. Once equipped, the undead armor would protect him. Instead of dying from fatal damage, he would recover 10% of his health. He had to gamble everything on this single life-saving effect, throwing the armor on in a hurry. Charging straight ahead, he moved. Duan Feng laughed, thinking Zhang Yi was absolutely suicidal. With such low health, those swords would pierce him before he could strike. Confident in his victory, Duan Feng raised his blade, shouting that the match was already over. Duan Feng's 4 soul swords rip right through Zhang Yi. He is completely battered, but his undead armor saves him. He recovers 200 health while those soul swords shatter into nothing. Before his opponent can even comprehend what happened, Zhang Yi drives his venomous dagger deep into his chest. That single strike instantly wipes out 2,500 health. Duan Feng crashes down. It is a true finish. With the victory secured, Zhang Yi advances to the next round, pulling Duan Feng up while praising his strength. Zhang Yi admits he would have lost without his special gear, then asks if he wants to join his guild. Pulling himself up, Duan Feng mentions a highly difficult hidden dungeon in the north, suggesting they team up to clear it together. Seeing that incredible undead gear makes him view Zhang Yi in a completely new light, especially regarding the guild invitation. Duan Feng decides to give it a shot, and just like that, the first round wraps up and round 2 begins. Wu Qi's very first opponent is Han Yanru, a delicate-looking girl who literally crushed her previous competition flat on the ground. The crowd goes absolutely wild because they are about to witness a clash between the 2 strongest mages. Wu Qi immediately starts trash-talking, warning her that he will show absolutely zero mercy during this match. But Han Yanru refuses to back down, telling him to stop talking nonsense and fight with all his might. This clash draws a massive crowd as everyone holds their breath to see who will claim the title of strongest mage. Zhang Yi is watching closely too, hoping to recruit whichever powerful mage wins into his growing guild. Duan Feng seems totally uninterested, heading off to grind levels and telling Zhang Yi to ping him if needed. Zhang Yi just shrugs, realizing his first official recruit is basically an obsessed, emotionless leveling machine. Still, having a top-tier knight on his side is a massive win, so he is not complaining at all. Let us see if this legendary mage is actually worth the hype. Could they be his next secret weapon? He is surprised to see Han Yanru wielding the exact magic staff he gifted her a while back. Her presence is much stronger now, but Wu Qi arrogantly boasts that her staff will belong to him very soon. That sheer arrogance visibly annoys Han Yanru, who immediately makes the first move with total confidence. Opening with her volcanic rock skill, Han Yanru summons a massive barrage of burning stones. They rain down like meteors, each delivering 500 damage with a nasty burning effect. The spectators gasp at her impressive magic power, whispering in shock if Wu Qi is really going down this easily. Some complain about the lack of any counterattacks, calling the fight a boring waste of their time. Watching the duel with bated breath, Zhang Yi sees Han Yanru clearly dominating, yet he cannot shake off a very bad feeling. Sure enough, a massive explosion suddenly erupts on stage. Zhang Yi is left completely stunned. Both fighters completely vanish from the stage, leaving him speechless as he wonders what kind of spell Wu Qi just cast. He had never seen this skill in his past life, and when they reappear, Han Yanru is already defeated at Wu Qi's feet. Wu Qi greedily admires her staff, prompting an angry Zhang Yi to rush onto the stage and help Han Yanru up. Comforting her, Zhang Yi promises she did great and that he will personally win her staff back from Wu Qi during the finals. Keeping his word, Zhang Yi absolutely dominates the subsequent rounds, crushing one powerful opponent after another. His level skyrockets with each victory, finally landing him in the grand finals against his ultimate rival. That opponent is Wu Qi, sending a wave of shocked whispers echoing through the arena. Nobody expected a beast tamer to make the finals, especially since many recognize him as that infamous new player. The guy who soloed an entire spider swarm, making this showdown highly anticipated while Wu Qi maintains his cocky smirk. With his usual toxic trash talk, he immediately starts provoking Zhang Yi. Honestly, this guy just never learns. Wu Qi mockingly asks if Zhang Yi wants to settle a score, to which Zhang Yi snaps back that he despises thieves. He slams his staff down, causing the ground to violently erupt as he laughs like a maniac. Telling him to come take it back, Wu Qi triggers a shockwave, leaving Zhang Yi feeling like he has been teleported to another space where the arena and spectators vanish, leaving only him and Wu Qi. Yet Zhang Yi can still faintly hear the muffled, frustrated complaints of the crowd from outside. They yell out, asking why they vanished again and complaining about him using the same trick twice. The fans demand to see the actual fight instead of being completely ignored, and right then Zhang Yi finally understands why. So that is why Han Yanru suddenly vanished earlier. It turns out Wu Qi created a completely new pocket dimension, which is his legendary grade talent, called the Void Domain. Activating this legendary talent instantly creates a completely isolated space. It traps the opponent inside for 5 minutes, giving the creator a massive 30% damage boost. Wu Qi confidently declares that Zhang Yi cannot win here, especially since every single death in this dimension still consumes resurrection charges just like outside, and even after reviving, the player will respawn right back here. With no escape, Zhang Yi decides to strike first to seize the initiative, launching a sudden preemptive attack. But he has zero chance of getting close to Wu Qi, meaning he cannot copy the guy's talent, and Han Yanru's Soul Conjurer is also completely useless in this space. Wu Qi easily dodges for a bit, then sneers at Zhang Yi's foolishness. Mocking him for choosing the hard way, Wu Qi fires a dark bow attack, taking 700 of his health points. Zhang Yi grits his teeth in frustration. A basic spell just shaved off an entire 1/3 of his health bar. If this keeps up, he won't even survive 2 more hits. But right at that critical moment, Zhang Yi gets an incredibly bold idea. If dying in this space means reviving right back in this exact spot, he turns his dagger around and stabs himself, leaving Wu Qi absolutely stunned by the suicidal move. Since Zhang Yi has 1 resurrection left, he revives instantly. But his real plan is to use Han Yanru's Soul Conjurer skill to summon his own newly deceased body. Wu Qi gasps, asking if this is a joke. A joke. Even if it costs a resurrection, he won't let him off. Now there are 2 Zhang Yis on the field, and he summons a swarm of crows to completely disrupt Wu Qi's attacks. Not even 3 heads and 6 arms could save him now. As time ticks away, the pocket dimension starts to collapse, making Wu Qi panic. He gets battered so hard he is forced onto his knees, but he refuses to yield just yet. Capitalizing on Zhang Yi's distraction, Wu Qi summons a dark blade to stab him from behind. Fortunately, the summoned ghost clone of Zhang Yi takes the blow, shielding his real body. Though the clone vanishes, Wu Qi's health bar is basically empty, and the sneak attack only makes Zhang Yi even more furious. His relentless fists show absolutely no mercy, beating Wu Qi until he is practically crying for his mom. The pocket dimension finally shatters as the time limit expires, but the battle is already over, leaving the spectator arena completely in the dark. All they see is a thoroughly defeated Wu Qi. Nobody feels bad either, since he totally deserved it after his arrogant behavior earlier. Karma really hit him hard for trying to steal a girl's weapon. With this victory, Zhang Yi officially becomes the champion. As the crowd erupts in wild cheers, he successfully shatters the stereotype that beast tamers are always weak, while also keeping his word by returning the powerful staff to Han Yanru. She is incredibly touched by the gesture. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi receives a treasure chest containing a custom piece of epic tier level 35 gear, which is perfect since his level 20 venom dagger was starting to fall behind. He excitedly pops open the chest and pulls out a dual ice and fire sword, an absolute masterpiece of a weapon. Sacrificing that single resurrection charge was totally worth it. Zhang Yi looks down at the unconscious Wu Qi, lying on the ground, and gives him a cold stare, warning him that the apocalypse is no excuse to act like a thug. He advises the guy to act like a decent person before stepping off the stage, handing the staff back to Han Yanru amid a massive crowd. He invites her to join his guild, noting that since she is looking for her brother, having allies makes the search much easier. Realizing she will find him faster this way, Han Yanru happily accepts, but the situation immediately spins out of control. Suddenly, join requests for Zhang Yi's guild skyrocket as everyone desperately wants to sign up. Everyone wants protection from such a powerful guild leader, forcing Zhang Yi to grab Han Yanru's hand and run for their lives. It is his first time being chased by a mob this huge, looking like a flock of angry creditors. But when it comes to guild recruitment, Zhang Yi knows he cannot just let anyone join on a whim. Right now, their small team is still missing a dedicated healer. But with just 3 of them himself, Duanfeng and Han Yanru, they should easily clear the Dragon Emperor's tomb. As he is lost in thought, a mysterious man suddenly appears right beside them out of nowhere. Zhang Yi instantly goes on high alert, stepping protectively in front of Han Yanru like a shield. He demands to know who the guy is, but Han Yanru gasps, recognizing him as Qinglong and asking about her brother. Her shocked voice leaves Zhang Yi completely stunned as he tries to process what is actually happening. Duanfeng felt like an absolute fool. The newcomer was actually an old acquaintance of Han Yanru, and her brother had left him strict orders: keep her safe. That was his only task. So Qinglong followed them straight into the dangerous tomb of the Dragon Emperor. When they arrived, Duanfeng was already waiting. He jokingly praised how quickly the beast Tamer had found strong allies. He won the tournament and recruited elite teammates, Duanfeng praised. Your luck must be pretty great lately. Seeing his friend level up again, Zhang Yi praised him right back. Do you not just love their wholesome little bromance? The party was ready. They stepped inside. No one realized a mysterious figure was already tracking their every move. A hidden observer watched them. They are entering now, he whispered. Tell the boss to head over immediately. Stepping inside, the team moved down the dark corridor. 2 rows of highly detailed soldier statues lined the stone walls. They looked completely lifelike. Still, Han Yanru stared at them closely. Something about this felt entirely wrong. The eyes behind their heavy helmets suddenly glowed. Before she could even warn anyone, the stone began to crack. Granite armor suddenly crumbled away. Sensing immediate danger, Zhang Yi quickly signaled his teammates to fall back. These statues were active monsters. As the knight of the party, Duanfeng immediately stepped forward to lead the charge. Zhang Yi and Han Yanru covered the middle, while Qinglong held the rear. The 4 of them plunged into battle. Duanfeng ignored the stone soldiers. To him, they were just walking experience points waiting to be harvested. Their leader charged forward too. It was the perfect opportunity. He wanted to test his brand new weapon. Their coordination was so flawless that the fight became a total slaughter. Then a mounted knight wielding a blazing sword suddenly appeared on the battlefield, staring coldly at the companions. The rider charged like lightning. Duanfeng immediately knew this opponent was different. He quickly activated his protective shield and summoned a massive sword array, ensuring that any enemy caught inside would instantly take 3,000 points of physical damage. The lesser monsters were blown back, and even the mounted leader was hit hard. The rider on the white horse was thrown to the ground as the glowing blade of Duanfeng sliced through the air. He sheathed his sword, looking incredibly cool. Unfortunately, the white mount of the enemy did not survive the blast. Yet the red-armored knight was still alive. He pointed his burning sword toward the sky and screamed out with all his remaining strength. Awaken Lord Gula from the Eternal Tower. Meanwhile, the entire battle of the team of Zhang Yi was being closely watched. Their struggle played out on a massive screen. A mysterious middle-aged man and his female subordinate observed every single detail. She noticed that her master was highly intrigued by the young beast tamer Zhang Yi. He did not even deny it. In Zhang Yi, he saw the faint haunting shadow of a familiar face from his past. Perhaps his mind was playing tricks on him since that person was long gone. Years ago, this very man had committed a terrible sin, casting that figure into a bottomless abyss of fire to ensure he could never find peace. And that tragic figure was actually the father of Zhang Yi. Watching the team of the young man clear the dungeon with ease, he smiled. He flashed a sinister grin. Oh, you know, he is about to make things a lot harder for our party. Following his deliberate interference, the difficulty of the dungeon spiked. Summoned by the dying Red Knight, the terrifying Dragon Emperor Gula finally emerged. The beast absorbed the energy of its fallen soldiers to level up. A level 2 Dragon Emperor was completely unprecedented. Even in his past life, Zhang Yi had never faced such a threat. But danger always comes with rare opportunities. If they could defeat it, the drop beast egg would be incredibly rare. But slaying this raging dragon was a monumental challenge. Under the relentless onslaught of the dragon, the health bars of everyone plummeted. Qinglong realized that if they stayed together, they would all die. Zhang Yi quickly ordered his team to scatter. They had to run in different directions to avoid the area of effect strikes of the dragon. He then relied on the protective shield of Duanfeng to hold off the rampaging beast. As expected of a high-tier dungeon boss, it spat endless waves of fire, while thrashing its giant claws. The surrounding area was reduced to smoking ruins. Even the legendary shield that Duanfeng took pride in began to buckle. Just one more fiery blast from the dragon would shatter their defensive barrier completely. Telling the others to leave it to him, Zhang Yi dashed forward before the dragon could charge its next breath. Drawing on memories from his past life, he knew the eyes of the crazy dragon were its only weak point. Hearing this crucial tip, Qinglong quickly flanked the beast and drew his bow, aiming straight for its face. This was no ordinary arrow but a specialized tranquilizer arrow that could put even massive monsters to sleep. In just 4 seconds, Qinglong fires a strike straight into the Dragon Emperor's right eye, sending the beast crashing backward. Left with no strength to fight back, the boss enters a weakened state where taking any incoming attack will be devastating. Damage taken is amplified by 100%. Zhang Yi seizes the gap, rushing forward as his 3 teammates cover his back. This is their only shot to turn the tide. Their smooth teamwork kicks off again. First up, Han Yanru casts her freezing blizzard spell to completely lock the massive dragon in place. Behind them, Qinglong Duanfeng unleashes a continuous barrage of arrows and flying swords, but the ultimate deciding factor is still Zhang Yi. Closing the distance on the massive dragon, he swiftly infuses his blade with the icy power of frost, delivering a decisive strike right to its weakest spot. Just like that, the level 2 Dragon Emperor is defeated by the 4-man party, dropping a massive horde of loot ranging from armor and leg guards to swords. The gear is high tier enough to make Zhang Yi dizzy, but he generously leaves everything to his trusted teammates. The only reward he actually wants is that rare beast egg. But as they eagerly gather the loot out of nowhere, a gang of hostile strangers storms the castle. The second they break in, they launch a deadly assault straight at Zhang Yi. "Watch out," Qinglong yells, throwing himself forward to use his own body as a shield for Zhang Yi. Duanfeng and Han Yanru rush over to assist, but Qinglong has already taken a fatal blow, while Zhang Yi stands dazed. He cannot comprehend what is happening. Where did these attackers come from? Why did they strike, and why did Qinglong shield him? "You saved my lady once, so I am returning the favor on her behalf," Qinglong says as his body slowly dissolves. Luckily, he still has a respawn chance, meaning he will reappear back at the Town of Hope Fountain first. Before vanishing entirely, Qinglong warns Zhang Yi that if he ever allows Han Yanru to get hurt, he will pay. He will absolutely hunt him down. Zhang Yi grits his teeth, sheer frustration and anger boiling up inside him. He just worked his butt off slaying a dragon, and now they are ambushed before even looting. Who are these people? "Why did you ambush us?" Zhang Yi roars, unsheathing his sword and preparing to fight back. The intruders smirk in unison, looking incredibly smug. The leader sneers, reminding Zhang Yi that he warned him this day would come. Today is the day he pays his debts back with interest. Zhang Yi wonders who is bold enough to pull this. It turns out to be an old nemesis. Young Master Lu Qingzi has arrived to settle the score once and for all. Zhang Yi is totally sick of seeing this guy's face. Duanfeng reaches for his weapon, but Zhang Yi quickly holds him back. This is a personal grudge he needs to handle himself, but there is one crucial task he must complete first. Zhang Yi slices open his own palm and lets his fresh blood drip onto the dragon egg, instantly unleashing a majestic, powerful aura. He clearly senses the pulsing energy of the dragon clan. His luck is still holding, as this is the rarest type of beast in this world. Wasting no time, he uses his blood as a conduit to form a soul contract with the unhatched creature. Once the contract binds them, the eggshell cracks open to reveal a tiny, adorable baby dragon. It looks completely harmless, shivering and tiny. Zhang Yi, Duanfeng, and Han Yanru stare in utter disbelief. Dumbfounded by the sight, Duanfeng asks if all Beastmaster pets look this utterly harmless. After standing dazed for 2 seconds, Lu Qing's bursts into hysterical laughter at the sight of the pint-sized dragon. The villain mocks the creature, claiming he could easily crush it like a toy with just a single hand. But even a baby dragon has pride. Being ridiculed immediately after hatching sends the little creature into a burning rage. Lu Qingze keeps laughing loudly, mocking Zhang Yi's new companion as a useless piece of trash. In response, the baby dragon opens its mouth, spitting out a massive wave of fire that engulfs Lu Qingze's henchmen. They are instantly turned to ash, leaving only the boss and one survivor to run for their lives in sheer panic. Zhang Yi is stunned that this harmless-looking creature possesses such insane power, gently placing the little beast onto his shoulder. He turns back to the group, saying it's time to go, though it is a shame the leader escaped. Han Yanru asks who those attackers actually were, since they clearly did not belong to Lu Qingze's usual crew. The henchmen he brought along were wearing bizarre outfits, looking suspiciously like members of a dangerous foreign faction. Zhang Yi has no idea how Lu Qingze smuggled them in or what the strange markings on their bodies mean. Leaving the mystery aside, the three return to the Town of Hope, finding Qinglong already waiting for them. He gets incredibly excited seeing Zhang Yi's new baby dragon, eagerly reaching out to pet it like a little puppy. But this tiny dragon is incredibly fierce. Its scales are already bristling, and it is ready to spit fire again just as the system flashes a sudden warning. Because a player in District 886 defeated Gula, the greedy Dragon King, in the hidden dungeon of the Dragon King's tomb. As Gula's close comrade, the legendary world boss known as the Golden Skeleton General is now heading toward Hope Town ahead of schedule. All players in District 886 must prepare themselves. Zhang Yi is shocked, never expecting that clearing the hidden dungeon would trigger this. He never thought it would bring the world boss here so early. This is totally different from his past life. The moment the announcement ends, the sky begins to warp as heavy dark clouds roll in. They swirl into a massive hurricane shape, and right at the center of the storm, a light flashes with absolute intensity. The light is so bright that nobody dares to look directly. The baby dragon on Zhang Yi's shoulder clings to him in sheer terror. As the little dragon trembles nonstop, even Han Yanru feels the suffocating pressure, wondering what this golden skeleton general actually is. To show up with such a massive presence, is he really that powerful? He is indeed incredibly powerful, Zhang Yi replies. Zhang Yi is already starting to get a major headache. In his past life, this skeleton single-handedly wiped out half of Hope Town. 60% of the players died at his hands. Since he showed up so early, Zhang Yi might not be high enough level to face him yet. But only by completing the quest to defeat the Golden Skeleton General can he finally unlock the new City Lord status. And only then will he have the chance to hunt down the traitor of the Tomb of the Gods. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, a mysterious new character makes his debut looking like some wealthy young master or extremely powerful figure. His subordinates just brought back 2 magical beast eggs, but this guy is furious because one of them is missing. Daring not to hide anything, his subordinate explains that a beastmaster in District 886 defeated the Dragon King first. This beastmaster was the one who snatched the last beast egg, even signing a contract with the black dragon hatched from it. Hearing this, the mysterious figure smiles sinisterly. District 886 now, that is pretty interesting. He dismisses his men, tells them to leave, and takes the 2 magical beast eggs with him. He steps right into his private chamber, and what lies inside is absolutely jaw-dropping. Countless other magical beast eggs are neatly arranged all over the room. The Golden Skeleton General makes a flashy theatrical entrance. He is a giant skeleton who shares a close bond of friendship with Gula. Today, he has come to seek absolute revenge for his fallen friend. From all around the giant skeleton, chaos erupts. Countless fireballs rain down like meteors. Wherever they impact the ground, hordes of lower-level undead creatures begin to crawl out. Chaos erupts instantly as players in Hope Town panic. This skeleton is a monstrous level 50 world boss after all. Letting a boss like this spawn so early in the game is basically trying to wipe everyone out, but extreme danger always brings massive opportunity. If they can defeat this skeleton, their levels will skyrocket and they will walk away with a mountain of top-tier gear. Following the skeleton's dramatic entrance, the system officially sends out the quest details to every player in the area. They must stop the skeleton from invading Hope Town. The one who lands the final blow and the top 3 damage dealers will win big. They will receive massive rewards, including experience, coins, and rare S-grade gear. But if this defense mission ends in absolute failure, every single player in District 886 will die. But that rare S-grade gear instantly catches Zhang Yi's attention. He is truly tempted. If he does not make a move now, there might not be a next time. He quickly gathers his team. He sits down with Duan Feng's team to plan their strategy, warning everyone to keep over 100 meters away from the monster. Since the skeleton moves incredibly slowly, keeping that distance prevents damage. Zhang Yi then assigns Duan Feng to clear out the minor mobs, while he, Qinglong, and Han Yanru launch a direct assault on the boss. The intense, bloody battle erupts instantly. The Golden Skeleton General's minions are supposed to be trash mobs, but their actual combat power is terrifyingly fierce. They leave countless other players battered and half dead. Fortunately, a petite girl with incredible healing magic steps up to help. She stays behind to rescue everyone, or else many players would have been wiped out of the game early. To make things worse, these undead monsters coordinate their attacks flawlessly. Seeing this, Zhang Yi quickly urges Duan Feng to disrupt their ranks. If those undead minions manage to form a battle array, things will get ugly. Duan Feng nods, dual-wielding his swords as he charges ahead. These minor mobs might easily crush normal players, but since Duan Feng is a top-tier knight, he is not about to let them get the best of him. Duan Feng quickly shatters those skeleton monsters to pieces, but their group's outstanding performance quickly makes countless other players turn red with pure jealousy. They begin to scheme in the dark. They secretly contact the leaders of other guilds, determined to stop Zhang Yi's team from easily walking away with all the rewards. A hooded man leading a horde of followers steps forward, warning the arrogant brat that he's about to teach him a painful lesson. As they close in, Zhang Yi is busy fighting monsters, but he easily senses someone creeping up from behind to play dirty. But before he can react, a sudden sneak attack hits him. Clean hit. Turning around, he sees the bastards lined up in rows of 5, clearly trying to overwhelm him with pure numbers. They want to force him to give up the golden skeleton, mocking him and asking if he really thinks he can do this alone. Mocking him, they sneer and ask if he really thinks he can solo this boss, calling him a useless amateur. The leader continues his harsh insults, looking down on Zhang Yi and completely treating him like absolute garbage. Zhang Yi has no idea who these arrogant players are or what guild they belong to, and he certainly has no time to argue. If they want the rewards, they should rely on their own skills instead of acting tough. The world boss is standing right in front of them after all. Zhang Yi tried to stay quiet, but his sharp tongue just could not resist talking back. The The giant skeleton standing nearby grows extremely annoyed, watching these tiny humans bicker right in front of its face. To this monster, every single human is just a foolish creature that does not deserve to live. With a cruel, echoing laugh, the monster raises its weapon, ready to send these arrogant fools straight to the afterlife. The golden skeleton unleashes a devastating downward slash that makes the very ground shake beneath their feet. Low-level players are instantly blown back by the shockwave. Zhang Yi realizes he just wasted precious time bickering with those fools. Time to fight. He quickly turns back to focus, but this time Zhang Yi does not charge in alone. Without him even noticing, the petite priestess from earlier has already stepped up to fight right by his side. She kindly offers to help, noting that his team clearly lacks a healer. Zhang Yi stands completely frozen in shock for a few seconds. He is about to thank her, but the terrified scream of Qinglong suddenly echoes through the air a split second later. The sudden noise nearly scares him to death. Turning around, he sees Han Yanru has her left leg completely trapped under some rubble. Meanwhile, the massive skeleton wielding its giant sword is slowly closing in on her. If she cannot break free and maintain a safe distance, she will surely die. Seeing the beautiful priestess so close to the door of death, Zhang Yi panics. The face of Zhang Yi goes completely pale. The giant skeleton is right on top of Han Yanru, putting her directly within its lethal strike range. This monster tells her to stop struggling because death is her only escape, raising its massive blade high into the air. One slice. It looks like that massive blade is about to slice her slender body clean in half. But at the absolute last second, a savior arrives. This time, the hero playing the savior is not Zhang Yi. It is an elegant newcomer who is actually a few levels more handsome than Zhang Yi himself, telling her to rest. He promises to handle the rest of the fight. Their relationship remains a mystery, but he addresses Han Yanru in a surprisingly intimate manner. The monster scowls in annoyance before laughing out loud. Apparently, another foolish brat has stepped up to die. He has not even used 1/3 of his power yet, so he completely looks down on the man standing before him. But on the other side, the elegant, handsome warrior does not show even a shred of fear. He actually dares the giant skeleton to go all out so he can test the true power of a world boss. Gripping his massive blade tightly, the warrior prepares to show the monster what he is made of. He leaps high into the air with incredible speed, his blade flashing like lightning as he repeatedly slashes across the giant skeleton. It is almost as if he is trying to fillet the giant monster, but there is no meat on those dry bones. Still, the strike drains 50,000 of its health. Unfortunately, the golden boss still has 150,000 health left. Even after using his ultimate skills, he barely makes a dent. And only taking a quarter of its health, the monster bursts into a smug laugh. To him, that flashy swordplay felt like nothing. It was like scratching a mild itch. The loud, mocking laughter of the monster echoes. This only fires up the intense fighting spirit of the warrior even more, as he warns the beast that the previous attack was just a warm-up. He suddenly rips off his stylish suit, revealing an incredibly toned and muscular physique underneath. Trading his own fresh blood for a massive surge of raw power, the elegant man instantly enters a terrifying berserk warrior state. This is a unique combat form for the warrior class. Once it is activated, things turn wild. He loses 1% of his health every second, but gains a massive 10% boost to his total attack power. Brandishing his dual blades, he charges straight at the skeleton. Under this relentless storm, the health bar of the boss finally starts plummeting. With a smug grin on his face, the warrior mockingly asks the monster if that was finally enough for him. This time, the world boss is absolutely furious. It has never been so deeply humiliated by a tiny human before. The golden skeleton steals its resolve tightly, gripping the massive blade in its hands. It vows to make the man pay for his sheer arrogance. The human looks unbelievably small next to this colossal monster. Yet, facing this beast, the man remains completely calm, seamlessly fluid with his twin blades in a flawless defense. Still, the gap in raw size and power is just too massive from the very start. Driven by pure rage, the boss unleashes a brutal barrage, quickly forcing the mysterious warrior onto the defensive. Watching from the sidelines, Zhang Yi barely dares to blink, terrified of missing a single critical second. He is growing deeply concerned. The stranger is relying entirely on burning his own blood for power. That blood-burning skill grants him insane strength, but his health is dangerously low. A single misstep here means instant death. Right on cue, Zhang Yi's worst fear becomes reality as the golden skeleton pours all its remaining strength into one attack. A devastating mortal hit lands directly. The warrior's health bar instantly plummets, dropping straight down to a single point. And yet, he lives. The stranger does not drop dead. Instead, his fierce presence remains completely unshaken. He mocks the boss, calling the attack a mere scratch that he can easily take again, keeping up his relentless provocation. This savage trash talk drives the golden skeleton absolutely wild. How is this human still alive and breathing after such a hit? Here is the insane twist: he actually possesses a god-tier talent card that grants him the legendary Undying Body. This absolutely broken skill grants complete invincibility for 60 seconds, rendering him immune to all damage with a 24-hour cooldown. Refusing to be humiliated by a mere mortal, the monster furiously swings its blades again and again. Anyone else would be mincemeat by now, but this man stands like an absolute mountain. Even Zhang Yi is thoroughly creeped out by this guy. This ridiculous survival ability is just completely broken. To withstand the full onslaught of the golden skeleton all by himself is insane. He just lets the boss strike him. He is waiting out the timer, letting the boss exhaust itself. As the beast gasps for breath, the warrior flashes a sly smirk. "My turn," he whispers softly. He fuses his twin blades together, transforming them into a single massive greatsword. Moving as swift and graceful as a swallow, he lunges forward with a decisive lethal strike. The blade tears right through the giant skeleton. Instantly, his berserker state fades. He reverts back to his calm, elegant self. Zhang Yi realizes the battle is truly decided as loot begins to drop. The mysterious warrior reaches out and catches a legendary item, the Death Ring. At level 40, this legendary ring boosts all attributes by 10 points and even grants a unique passive skill. Every single player kill boosts the ring's base stats by 50%. Witnessing this, Zhang Yi is completely speechless. Honestly, this gear is absolutely terrifying. If a ruthless player gets their hands on it, everyone is in deep trouble. Grateful for the rescue, Zhang Yi steps forward to thank him, but the man coldly brushes him off without a second thought. He bluntly states he only stepped in to save Han Yanru, not Zhang Yi's crew. Talk about cold. Han Yanru rushes forward from behind, throwing her arms around the man, crying out, asking where he had been all this time. She begged to know if he was hurt. Witnessing this, Zhang Yi finally sighs in relief. So this powerhouse is the long-lost brother she has been desperately hunting for. With the skeleton boss dead, a system alert flashes. The system announces that a new city lord has been officially appointed. Han Yanru urges everyone to quickly loot the world boss and move out. Hope Town is officially a thing of the past. Zhang Yi's party happily gathers the high-tier gold-grade loot. This run has turned out to be an absolute jackpot. Even better, they can finally head to Dawn City. Zhang Yi is thrilled because that is where he will find that bastard Mu Chen. Their 5-man squad, now reinforced by the tiny healer girl they recently recruited, sets off. Following Han Yanru's brother, they arrive outside Dawn City, a place that feels like a completely different world compared to Hope Town. The oppressive, gloomy atmosphere hanging over this place is heavy enough to make anyone feel deeply uncomfortable. 2 terrifying towering spires loom ahead. Zhang Yi immediately recognizes them as the demon-suppressing towers. 100 floors. Clearing them is the only ticket forward. Only then can they enter the Eternal Tower. In his past life, spending 8 years in the apocalypse, he only reached floor 50. The monsters within are brutally fierce, but that insane danger is directly rewarded with god-tier, highly practical combat equipment. The higher the floor, the rarer the gear drops. In the distance stands the Eternal Tower, but Zhang Yi has never had the chance to enter. This demon-suppressing tower lets players farm monsters freely, which naturally makes him quite curious. He wonders what secrets that distant Eternal Tower holds. Meanwhile, on the highest floor of that very structure, a mysterious man continues to monitor every single move made by Zhang Yi and his squad. His wicked grin shows he is extremely amused. The real game has only just begun for you kids. Just then, another group of players runs over in a frantic rush, having heard the news. The demon-suppressing tower closes in just a few hours. Since it only opens once every 7 days, they are in a massive hurry. Luckily, Zhang Yi and his team have no other quests today, so he gathers everyone to farm some monsters. At least they can clear out the lower floors and claim some easy rewards before it shuts down. Duan Feng and the others do not object. Seeing this, Zhang Yi plays friendly and throws his arm around Han Yanru's brother. But in reality, he is only looking for a quick chance to copy the man's talent. Just like that, Zhang Yi snatches the undying body talent from his future brother-in-law. Soon the crew arrives at the demon-suppressing tower. This is a solo dungeon instance, meaning even if they enter together, they will be split up to fight alone. Fighting on their own, Zhang Yi tells them they should split up for now and meet back here later. The second the words leave his mouth, Duan Feng rushes right inside. He is truly a heartless leveling machine. Wherever monsters are waiting to be farmed, he will lead the charge. The rest of the team enters soon after. With everyone on their own path, Zhang Yi breezes through the tower and reaches the 5th floor with his little dragon's help. The combat is incredibly smooth and easy, allowing him to quickly hit level 40. Zhang Yi calculates that at this current speed, clearing a few more floors will not be an issue at all. He pushes forward, climbing all the way to the 7th floor. No player has reached this place yet, but the monsters are no longer ordinary pushovers like the lower floors. The creature that truly catches his eye is the level 55 demon warrior Shin. Zhang Yi knows him well. He was a high-ranking commander in the city invasion. This beast possesses insane power. After his invasion failed, he was sealed away inside this very demon-suppressing tower. Suddenly, a little elf appears to warn Zhang Yi that he has only 3 minutes left before the tower closes. He must defeat Shin in that time. But one thing completely puzzles Zhang Yi. In his past life, Izin was the boss of the 15th floor. Why is he on the 7th floor now? Ever since his rebirth, strange anomalies keep popping up. First it was the skeleton, and now it is Sin. He has to be extremely careful. Shin roars out, "How dare you ruin my meal? Now you will be my dessert." Sin locks onto his target and instantly attacks, but Zhang Yi refuses to back down, boasting that his tough hide might break the boss's teeth. Both forces clash with absolute fury, each of them fully determined to tear the other to shreds in an instant. This makes Zhang Yi's mini black dragon incredibly useful right from the very start. It immediately breathes a massive torrent of fire to engulf the opponent, but Shin only laughs it off. This tiny bit of heat cannot stop him. Instead, it drives the demon warrior into an even greater frenzy. Even after burning for more than a minute, Shin stands completely unfazed. Zhang Yi did not expect him to survive that heat. Realizing the flames did nothing, he charges forward with his ice-fire dual swords while the boss closes in with a massive battle axe. Their weapons clash in a brutal collision. Jin takes barely any damage, but Zhang Yi coughs up blood as his health plunges below 20%. Right at this critical moment, the system issues a warning: the tower will close in 10 seconds. Players are urged to prepare themselves to avoid unnecessary penalties. Zhang Yi stabs his sword into the ground, gasping heavily for air. He has no idea why the attack power of Shin is so much stronger than he remembers, leaving him completely battered. But luckily, this beatdown is finally coming to an end. Zhang Yi stands tall and fiercely points his blade right at his opponent. He taunts him to come get his last chance. Shin assumes he must be insane to provoke him in this battered state. He gladly obliges, rushing forward to slice Zhang Yi in half. But the exact moment his battle axe swings down, the demon-suppressing tower officially closes. Shin unleashes all his strength, but his massive weapon only strikes thin air. Zhang Yi is automatically kicked out of the tower, taunting the giant that he will be back for more next week. Despite talking big once safely outside, Zhang Yi breathes a massive sigh of relief that his time ran out just in time. Otherwise, he was totally done for. That demon warrior was brutal. Thankfully, Duan Feng's group made it out safely. But Han Yanru remained deeply anxious. Her older brother was still completely missing. He had not appeared yet. Qinglong quickly stepped in. "Do not worry," he urged. After all, her brother was extremely powerful. He faced no danger. Perhaps he simply had some urgent business and slipped away ahead of them. Zhang Yi enthusiastically agreed. His words helped her relax a bit. Just then, a brand new quest notification arrived. It was a special mission. The Guild War. A major event designed to promote communication between rival factions. The entire battle would take place in Energy City. The champion guild would walk away with incredible rewards. The grand prize was a transport vehicle. It was an elite game item. However, it offered 0 combat stats. But with the right placement, it generated massive passive income. Coincidentally, this exact vehicle was perfect. It could help Zhang Yi quickly locate the secret god's tomb. Only 4 hours remained before the big tournament officially started. Zhang Yi used his silver tongue. He invited both Qinglong and the skilled healer girl to join. They would form a complete team of 5. After all, their recent battles had already built up great chemistry and trust. Qinglong had to protect Han Yanru, so he agreed. The healer girl had no team, so she accepted immediately. Just like that, Zhang Yi's God Hunter Guild welcomed 2 new members, Qinglong and Xiao Jiao. The 5-man roster was complete. Zhang Yi planned to put on an unforgettable show for the other guilds. They needed an eye-opener. Meanwhile, Han Yanru's brother was in a far worse situation than they realized. The massive demon-suppressing tower had already completely sealed shut, yet he remained hopelessly trapped alone on the 8th floor. Even worse, Han Yanru's brother suddenly faced a mysterious figure who looked completely human. His overwhelming aura proved his power was terrifying. The stranger warned the young man that no intruder had ever left this place alive. Facing immense pressure from this mysterious stranger, he forced himself to stay calm. He then carefully asked about the man's true identity. Was he a tower guardian or just a fellow player? The stranger gave a cold, blunt reply, saying he was neither. Then the stranger lunged. His explosive strength completely outclassed Han Yanru's brother in an instant, showing a massive power gap. The stranger wanted to end the fight in a single second. Naturally, Han Yanru's brother refused to stand still and accept defeat. He activated his innate talent immediately. First, he had to survive. Only then could he look for a chance to strike back. With a single glance, the mysterious man recognized it. This young warrior possessed a legendary god-grade talent. His devastating attack froze mid-air. The man casually stopped his strike slowly, sheathing his sword back into his belt with ease. This bewildered the young man. Why did he stop? The stranger simply replied that he had lost interest today. However, he added a condition. The youth had to keep their encounter today a complete and absolute secret. In exchange, his life would be spared. As a trade, the man would reveal a dark secret about the apocalypse. A secret, he suspected a trick at first. However, the man's serious demeanor showed he was telling the truth. He revealed a chilling truth to the young man. Soon, a catastrophic disaster would descend upon this already ruined world. No one could escape it. There was a way to survive, but the man kept it vague, refusing to explain. He left the young warrior to investigate on his own. The stranger then vanished into the thick forest, leaving He told him that once the tower reopened in 7 days, he would finally be able to make his escape. Han Yanru's brother fell deep into thought. The man had stopped his attack immediately upon seeing his god-grade talent. Could this world-ending catastrophe be directly connected to the legendary god-tier talent cards? Meanwhile, back outside, Zhang Yi had gathered his full squad of 5, ready for the upcoming battle. They arrived in Energy City. Here, even if a player died, they would not lose their resurrection chance. Equipment would not drop either. The only penalty was a 20% deduction of crystals earned after entering the city. The time limit was 4 hours. Ultimately, the system would rank the guilds based on their crystal count. The final standings would be displayed in real time. These valuable crystals were scattered across fixed target points all over the map. The areas with the most crystals were heavily guarded by powerful boss beasts. Securing a massive haul required defeating them. They had to step over their dead bodies. However, Zhang Yi was in no hurry to start fighting immediately. He first gathered his team to refine their tactics. They only had 5 members, making them severely outnumbered. They needed to target adjacent nodes. That way, if anyone got attacked, teammates could quickly rush to reinforce them. Other than that, there were no special instructions. They just had to split up and risk it all to gather 10 crystals. With their plans finalized, the 5 of them immediately split into 5 different directions to begin the mission. Han Yanru, Xiao Jiao, Qinglong, and Duan Feng each used their own specialties, easily wiping out the low-level monsters blocking their way. Zhang Yi was completely hands-on as well, dual-wielding his ice-fire sword on one side and gripping a dagger on the other. He plunged his venomous fang dagger into the beasts quickly, slaying a massive monster to claim a level 3 crystal mine for himself. His teammates were also successful, each securing a level 3 crystal mine, but their small squad had only 5 members in total. Ultimately, they could not compete with massive guilds, leaving their group trailing slightly on the current leaderboard. His God Hunter Guild sat in second place, while over on the other side, Han Yanru was targeted by the Infinite Gate Guild. This third-ranked guild's leader, Zhao Feiming, knew that the God Hunter Guild only had 5 members in total, meaning their defense at each crystal node would be incredibly weak compared to his own 10-man squad. Possessing double the manpower, they quickly hatched a plan to launch simultaneous attacks on multiple crystal locations. Determined to steal the crystals, Zhao Feiming immediately gathered his closest lackeys and rushed straight into action. Using wood magic, they summoned massive vines to tightly bind Han Yanru, who screamed to know who they were. She demanded they let her go, warning that once her teammates arrived, they would all pay the price. Despite her struggles, she could not escape, prompting Zhao Feiming to laugh aloud at her massive ego. They outnumbered her by far, and they knew she would be long gone before any help could arrive. He had no intention of wasting time, talking immediately, ordering his men to finish off Han Yanru right then and there. She grit her teeth in pure frustration, but with her limbs completely bound, she could do nothing to break free. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was busy farming mobs when a sudden system alert flashed before his eyes. Realizing Han Yanru was in grave danger, he abandoned his active boss fight and immediately spun around to rush to her side. The boss tried to launch a sneak attack from behind, but he did not even look back, trusting his mini black dragon. The pet swiftly handled the foolish beast while Zhang Yi equipped the gold battle boots he looted earlier. After leaving his loyal black dragon to guard the valuable crystal mine, he sprinted off to save Han Yanru from her captors. Thanks to those gold boots, his movement speed instantly surged by 100% for 20 whole seconds. He resolved to reach her in time, and let's be real, wanting to protect a girl is always the ultimate stat boost. Zhao Feiming spun his sharp dagger playfully several times, then held it directly against her throat while laughing with pure malice. He mocked her, saying it was a pity for such a pretty face, asking where her supposed teammates were hiding. Before he could gloat further, he sensed a sudden shift in the air. Zhang Yi had already arrived. Zhao Feiming waved his hand to order his lackeys to seize the intruder, but Zhang Yi was moving far too fast for them. Before they could even touch his cloak, they were blown back, leaving Zhang Yi to land smoothly right in front of the leader. He casually asked if they felt any shame gang up bullying a lone girl, but Zhao Feiming just barked right back. He demanded to know who Zhang Yi was to dare lecture him, but his words were quickly cut short. Massive wooden pillars erupted from the ground as Zhao Feiming channeled his power, roaring at Zhang Yi to die. The crushing wooden branches closed in to surround Zhang Yi on all sides, but the young warrior did not even flinch. With a single clean sweep of his sword, he completely shattered the massive obstacles in an instant. Zhang Yi instantly closed the distance, leaving the terrified leader to gasp at how insanely fast he was. He calmly warned that their only end was death, just as the enemy leader let out a blood-curdling scream. A system notification popped up before his eyes announcing that player Zhang Yi had successfully defeated Zhao Feiming. He collected 500 crystals as his reward, then walked over to check on the captured girl. Cutting her free from the vines, he took her hand and gently asked if she was hurt at all. She stammered that she was perfectly fine thanks to his incredibly timely rescue, but suddenly mock applause echoed as a new figure approached. The newcomer mocked his heroic rescue, revealing himself as Situ Yan, the arrogant leader of the top guild. He offered a fake smile, noting it had been quite a while since he last saw the beautiful Han Yanru. Situ Yan glared at Zhang Yi, warning him to back off because she belonged to him, but she quickly urged Zhang Yi to ignore him. She explained that he was a creep who harassed her constantly in the real world, while Zhang Yi listened in cold silence. He grabs Han Yanru by the hand and starts to lead her away, but Tu Yan is not about to let them off that easily. Drawing his blade to block Zhang Yi, he demands a duel, asking what would happen if he lost. He narrows his eyes dangerously, promising 10 level 3 crystal ores if he loses, but demanding Han Yanru if Zhang Yi loses instead. Zhang Yi brushes the blade aside with pure annoyance. Move it, he says. He has zero interest in playing with a flashy peacock. Feeling utterly looked down upon, Tu Yan screams in rage at the brat, unleashing his tenfold attack speed. Since they chose the hard way, Tu Yan yells that they have no right to refuse his tenfold attack speed. This legendary grade talent temporarily boosts his own attack speed by a staggering 1000%. It lasts for 1 minute with a 2-hour cooldown. As sharp energy blades rain down, Zhang Yi quickly pulls Han Yanru back. A second later, he leaps forward to strike back, unleashing his own move, the 7 Emotions Slash. Just wait until he is done with this guy, Zhang Yi promises, while Tu Yan sneers in pure disdain. Neither of you is leaving, Tu Yan shouts, unleashing a massive barrage of swords directly at his target. The incoming weapons are incredibly fast, knocking the sword clean out of Zhang Yi's hand. Stunned, he has absolutely no time to react. Seizing his moment, Tu Yan lunges straight forward without hesitation, driving his sharp blade completely through Zhang Yi's body. Tu Yan laughs triumphantly, mockingly boasting about his legendary grade talent, while Han Yanru watches the entire horror unfold. Tears flood her eyes as she screams his name in panic, but mysterious blue energy suddenly erupts around Zhang Yi's body. This is his undying body skill, and Zhang Yi just smiles. Sorry about that, Zhang Yi says, but unfortunately he has a god-level talent. Talk about a jaw-dropping moment. No one expected Zhang Yi to catch that blade with his bare hand. He even has the nerve to smile, making Tu Yan turn pale and stammer that it is completely impossible. Losing all composure, Tu Yan screams in panic that no one escapes his sword, completely shocked by this impossible situation. He stares in absolute disbelief, met with a mocking smirk. I thought your legendary talent was amazing, Zhang Yi taunts, baiting him to keep attacking. The blade strikes with immense force, but Tu Yan's attacks do absolutely zero damage to him. Frustrated, Tu Yan screams, demanding to know why he is not dead, yet insisting it is all an illusion. Sensing real danger, Tu Yan narrows his eyes to scheme before turning around to yell for backup. Where is everyone? He screams, telling them to stop standing around and get out here right now. A loud crash shakes the nearby building as Tu Yan's guild members suddenly charge out of nowhere. Obeying their leader's command to attack, they rush forward, making Zhang Yi mock their idea of a fair fight. It turns out they had a cheap ambush ready the whole time. Furious, Tu Yan tells him to shut up. He declares he must win today while his allies form up and unleash their coordinated skills together. But Zhang Yi remains totally unfazed, thinking their arrival is perfect since he needed more crystals anyway. This saves him the trouble of hunting them down individually. The next second, their joint attack rains down. The smoke clears. Zhang Yi stands completely unharmed. Laughing out loud, he mocks them to keep going, leaving the proud guild members absolutely paralyzed with shock. How is this possible? They whisper, wondering how his physical body blocked their entire joint barrage. His body feels like a bottomless pit, prompting one terrified fighter to scream that he is a literal monster. Smirking, Zhang Yi prepares to counter, announcing that since they are done, it is finally his turn. He activates his next skill, summoning a massive dragon that breathes a devastating wave of hellfire. With just one hit, Tu Yan's health bar is almost completely empty, though he still talks tough. Do not think beating me means you get my crystals, he sneers, telling him to keep dreaming. He keeps babbling about how his guild will ultimately win, but Zhang Yi has heard quite enough. He delivers a heavy punch straight to the face, draining another 500 health points. The system interface immediately pops up to confirm player Zhang Yi has defeated Tu Yan, awarding him 1,000 crystals. Looking down at his defeated enemy, Zhang Yi smirks, knowing a guy like this would never keep his word. Just then, the sudden sound of hurried footsteps echoed, drawing closer and closer. Xiao Jiao rushed over, panicked. She gasped, Captain Han Yanru, what happened? Is everyone okay? Han Yanru rejoined her team and summed up the situation. They were fine, but the Wuji sect and the proud overlords had just arrived. They tried to cause trouble. But Zhang Yi easily beat them. Later, back at base, they sat down to plan. Zhang Yi checked the screen. It was time for them to strategize together. The rankings showed the proud overlords in first place holding 25,000 crystals. Their own guild was second, 15,000. Zhang Yi quickly proposed a plan. Only half an hour remained. They had to act fast before the time ran out. To catch up to the proud overlords, their only option was using long-range attacks to seize their rivals' strongholds. Since the proud overlords held those positions, they needed a master marksman. Han Yanru grinned playfully, glancing at the man beside her. As it turned out, Qinglong was actually a former professional archer. He was incredibly talented. Han Yanru asked if he wanted to try, saying they could surely win with him on board. No answer. Qinglong silently gripped his bow. Looking down, he apologized, saying he simply could not do it. In that moment, his mind flashed back to the past, the commentator's booming voice echoing vividly in his ears. Just one shot. The announcer shouted that Qinglong only needed to hit the sixth ring to win. That would secure the championship. Even though he had held a massive lead throughout the finals, the pressure was immense. But he missed. The blunder cost him the title. Back then, he had desperately told himself to stay calm. He kept telling himself it was just a technical mistake. As Qinglong released the arrow, his breath caught. The commentator wondered aloud if he could finally make up for his devastating past failure. The final shot. But then the commentator's voice dipped with deep regret. Unbelievable. Qinglong had choked once again on the final arrow of the championship match. He stood there completely overwhelmed by the harsh jeers of the crowd asking what he was doing. They mocked him for failing at the very end, scoffing that a true champion would never have such weak mental strength. Total failure. He slumped in the locker room, the crowd's brutal screams still ringing in his ears, calling him utterly shameless. They yelled that his performance was pathetic, asking if he even knew how to hold a bow, calling him useless trash. Retire already. Qinglong curled into a ball, burying his face. Maybe they were right. He really wasn't cut out for archery. But just as he was drowning in the shame of his past, things changed. A hand gently rested on his shoulder. Back in the present, massive explosions continued to echo across the chaotic city. Zhang Yi patted Qinglong on the shoulder with a bright, encouraging smile. How is that possible? You are the most precise archer I have ever seen. Don't forget, back at the Dragon Emperor's tomb you saved everyone. Zhang Yi brought up that crucial moment to remind him. He praised Qinglong for landing a flawless shot directly into the Dragon Emperor's eye under such extreme pressure. Zhang Yi felt incredibly confident. Taking the proud overlord's stronghold now would be a walk in the park. Seeing his friend's sincere encouragement, Qinglong felt a spark of hope ignite inside him. His eyes lit up instantly as he pulled himself together, promising to give it everything he had. Work together. The rest of the team cheered in agreement, determined to fight together as the countdown kept ticking away. Cut to a quiet corner of the city where Qinglong stood atop a roof, drawing his bow to aim. Focus. Locking his sights onto the proud overlord's stronghold, Qinglong focused with absolute razor-sharp concentration. Tu Yan and his cronies had stepped right into his crosshairs, and with a clean lock, Qinglong let his arrow fly. He unleashed his signature move, the Yellow Dragon's lightning arc, sending the projectile racing toward the stronghold as Tu Yan fumed. Tu Yan scoffed, having wanted to show off in front of Han Yanru, only to be blocked by that brat instead. His lackeys quickly flattered him, saying once they claimed first place, she would finally see who was truly superior. Another goon agreed, laughing that the match was almost over anyway. Game over. Their crystal count could never surpass theirs now. But in the next second, a golden arrow suddenly pierced the air. It struck Tu Yan right in the chest, making him gasp in agony as he stomped his feet in pure rage. Which bastard is shooting arrows randomly? If I catch him, I will turn him into a sieve. Qinglong just draws his bow again, his lips curving into a confident smile. One down, and now it is your turn. With his first task finished, he holds his bow tight and leaps down from the building. Joining the fight with his team, Zhang Yi arrives at the stronghold he is now commanding. Now is our moment of victory. Right then, the system interface pops up to show their status. Their guild holds 25,800 crystals, and the gap with the top-ranked guild is shrinking by the second. Zhang Yi charges straight to the front line. One precise slash scores them another 200 crystals. Qinglong draws his bow to provide long-range support. With 50 seconds left, the crystal count between the first and second place guilds is incredibly close. The margin is razor-thin. When the clock ticks down to 35 seconds, Qinglong does not hesitate and fires a decisive arrow. With only 20 seconds remaining, the system updates that the Proud Heroes Guild is currently in the lead. They sit at 31,500 crystals, with Zhang Yi's guild trailing closely behind at 30,000. Qinglong's arrow tears through the wind, flying straight toward the enemy group defending their stronghold. Things are incredibly tense now. Only 12 seconds remain on the clock as the final moments tick away. The timer hits 0 seconds and the final buzzer rings out. Congratulations to the God Hunter Guild on becoming champions of the Nengyuan Guild War. The system screen flashes to show that the final gap between them and the second-place team is tiny. The difference was a mere 500 crystals. Zhang Yi does not hesitate to praise his teammates for the clutch win. That was amazing, Qinglong. I told you that you are the best archer around. Han Yanru nods in agreement, saying Qinglong is incredible. He really is amazing. Over on the side, one of the Proud Heroes Guild members speaks up in a timid voice. Boss, we lost. Another suggests going after them right now, but Situ Yan instantly shuts them down, grinding his teeth in fury. Get lost, he snarls. Do you think I haven't lost enough face to Han Yanru already, you useless trash? The system distributes the loot along with an announcement delivering their champion rewards for winning the Nengyuan Guild War. Zhang Yi has been waiting for this moment for a long time, eager to see what they got. The reward chest opens to reveal all kinds of rare items. Zhang Yi picks one up and tosses it in his hand. Finally, some teleportation gear. Getting around is going to be so much easier now. Situ Yan storms past him looking absolutely furious. Just you wait, he warns the Outlander faction's God Guild has eyes on you. Your good days are officially numbered. Let's go. Zhang Yi does not reply, simply watching him walk away. Beside him, Han Yanru speaks up with a curious look. What is this Outlander God Guild he was talking about, she asks curiously. Zhang Yi slowly shakes his head. I have never heard of it, but I bet it is connected to that cloaked figure from the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Sometime later, Zhang Yi is walking through an ancient courtyard with Qinglong accompanying him as they explore. A girl in a black cloak quietly follows behind them. Suddenly, she rushes past, bumping hard into Han Yanru with a quick apology. But hold on. This mysterious girl uses the split-second distraction to sneak her hand right onto Han Yanru's waist. She activates her divine theft skill. To put it simply, this level 5 ability is a thief class exclusive. It allows her to steal any item from another player's inventory in a matter of seconds. With her goal accomplished, a slight smirk plays on her lips as she quickly slips away. Qinglong frowns and calls out, asking if she has eyes after bumping right into someone like that. Zhang Yi asks, what is wrong? Han Yanru quickly checks her bag and panics. The ring he gave her has completely vanished. They both turn their suspicious glares toward the cloaked figure who is now running away. Zhang Yi instantly realizes something is wrong. He grits his teeth and tells them to give chase, but the thief quickly leaps onto a nearby wall. Zhang Yi hot on her heels. Before escaping, the thief looks back and giggles behind her hand. Qinglong quickly catches up with them, arriving just in time to ask if they caught the thief yet. Zhang Yi looks at the fading afterimage left on the building and slowly shakes his head. Not yet. She probably used the teleportation envoy to flee to Moonlight City. Qinglong looks completely confused. Is Moonlight City not the main hub of the Outlander faction? Zhang Yi rubs his chin in deep thought. Exactly, and that God Guild Situ Yan mentioned earlier is also heavily connected to the Outlander faction. It looks like they must investigate Moonlight City. He falls into thought. Upgrading his Dragon Clan talent requires action. It requires reputation from all three factions, making this the perfect chance to gain favor with the Outlander faction. He could also go to the main city to track down Mu Chen. With that in mind, Zhang Yi turned around. He told her and Han Yanru to wait there, warning them that if Ba Huang returned suddenly and found them gone, it would be bad. Han Yanru agreed immediately, telling him to be careful on his own, while Qinglong stepped up and assured him he could go. Qinglong promised to keep the lady safe, telling him not to worry. Zhang Yi then stared at the teleportation gear. He held the gear, thinking he needed to establish a portal anchor first so he could easily return here next time. Standing in the system space, he requested a transfer to the alien territory of Moonlight City. The system acknowledged his command, and within seconds, Zhang Yi materialized right inside the bustling Moonlight City. A notification confirmed his arrival, deducting 100 gold coins. He winced. That teleportation fee was ridiculously expensive. Just like that, his hard-earned gold vanished. Suddenly, a desperate cry for help echoed from a nearby corner. The voice pleaded for desperate help. Zhang Yi glanced over, feeling highly suspicious of the timing. Moonlight City might look completely peaceful, but looks are definitely deceiving. Down in this dark alleyway, a dark pink stuffed rabbit lay at a young girl's feet as several armed men closed in on her. Terrified, she screamed for them to stay back while their leader Wen Tai watched her struggle with pure amusement. He sneered, mocking her to run again. Then he raised his heavy sword to strike her down. Dai Wu braced for the impact, closing her eyes in sheer terror. But the heavy strike was suddenly blocked. Zhang Yi stepped in, deflecting the sword with one slash. Wen Tai growled out a warning. He demanded to know if the intruder realized who they were messing with. Unfazed, Zhang Yi simply retorted, they shouldn't do this. Bullying girls was a cheap move. In the next instant, Zhang Yi swung his blade. He shattered their weapons, instantly ordering them to get lost. One of the thugs cried out in sheer panic. He warned his crew to run. Just like that, they scrambled away and vanished into the night. Zhang Yi turned around to ask why they were hunting her. Dai Wu muttered it was just over a stolen boss. She complained about how petty they were, chasing her across multiple maps to hunt her down. Intrigued, Zhang Yi asked who these thugs actually were. She scoffed proudly, declaring that they belonged to the Divine Guild, and that everyone in town feared them. Zhang Yi silently confirmed his suspicion. It made sense, they definitely had the look of the Divine Guild's members. Their outfits matched the ones he saw back at the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Not wanting any trouble, he turned away. He told her to head home since it was late and dangerous for a girl alone. But hearing footsteps behind him, his brow furrowed. He asked why she was following him. Daiwu looked up with pleading eyes staring right at him. She whimpered in fear of their sudden return. Zhang Yi said nothing, simply continuing his walk. He silently gestured for her to follow. Grinning, Daiwu skipped along, promising she would not be a burden. She claimed to know Moonlight City like the back of her hand, guessing it was his very first time visiting. She offered to help him around. Soon they arrived at a local inn where Zhang Yi paid for 2 rooms. He quickly showed Daiwu to her room, waving a brief goodbye before leaving her doorstep. Zhang Yi collapsed onto his bed with a sigh of relief, realizing nothing beat the comfort of a soft mattress. Hours passed. As the room fell completely dark, the door handle began to turn very slowly. Inside, Zhang Yi slept soundly. He had no idea someone was sneaking in. Daiwu crept silently toward the bed, with a sinister smile, slowly drawing a sharp dagger from her cloak. She grinned, gloating that 10,000 gold coins were finally within her grasp as she looked down at the sleeping target. She raised the weapon, ready to plunge it down. But wait, did she really think she could catch him off guard? Her blade missed, hitting the mattress instead. She gritted her teeth, annoyed by his dumb luck. She aimed to strike again. But Zhang Yi suddenly bolted upright in bed. He threw a heavy punch straight into Daiwu's face, sleepily mumbling something about beating Mu Chen to death. He demanded to know why she betrayed him. He clearly had not held back, leaving her crying on the floor in pain. Still half asleep, he rubbed his eyes and asked why she was in his room. Instantly, Daiwu put on an innocent act. She whimpered about having a nightmare of those thugs chasing her. Sparing her, a gentle pat, Zhang Yi told her to sleep. He promised to keep her safe, but as she lay down, he stared closely, calculating his next step. Trying to lure him step by step into a trap, he wants to see their next cheap trick. Cut to the next morning. The two of them walk through a few streets in Moonlight City, eventually stopping outside a building as Zhang Yi looks up. Are you sure the Shenming Guild is at Moonlight Church? Daiwu nods, pointing straight ahead. Yes, she followed them in secret before. They always vanish the second they reach this church. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure creeps up behind them. He appears right behind her, muttering about how pretty she is before slowly reaching a creepy hand toward her waist. He tries to touch Daiwu, but Zhang Yi catches on instantly, locking his hand around the creep's wrist. He is quite surprised when he sees the face. It is Mu Chen. Mu Chen gasps in shock, asking who he is. Zhang Yi stays silent, his expression completely blank as a powerful surge of energy ignites inside him. He unleashes a heavy punch straight into Mu Chen's face. You do not deserve to know who I am. Mu Chen flies backward from the impact, crashing hard into a wooden stall as a whispering crowd quickly gathers around them. Seriously, talk about instant karma. Mu Chen is usually the one beating people up, but today the crowd is absolutely loving his brutal beatdown. What a satisfying sight. Mu Chen lies in the dirt, his face covered in dust and looking absolutely pathetic. He grits his teeth, growling at Zhang Yi for daring to lay a hand on him. Daiwu glances over in worry. She warns him that this guy is a major local bully who is not easily messed with, but Zhang Yi just scoffs. So what? Zhang Yi mutters, feeling a surge of irritation at Mu Chen's audacity. First he betrays his friends, now he bullies the weak. Infuriated, Mu Chen stands up and draws his sword. With a vicious look, Mu Chen activates his stealth skill, his body rapidly fading into thin air. He sneers, "Kid, do you know whose turf you are on? Today I am putting you in the ground." As soon as the words leave his mouth, he vanishes completely. Staring at the empty space, Zhang Yi tenses up. An assassin's stealth attack. This deadly ability completely hides their presence and breathing. They hide in the shadows, waiting to deliver a single fatal strike. But suddenly, Zhang Yi senses a shift. His eyes flash with intense alertness. Right on cue, Mu Chen's blade cuts through the air, aimed straight at him. He leaps back quickly, but the enemy blade still grazes his cheek, leaving a thin scratch. This same damn trick. He remembers when Mu Chen ambushed him in the past, a horrific phantom pain of that blade still lingering. His eyes widen as the painful memories threaten to overwhelm him, but he quickly shakes them off and focuses. Making up his mind, Zhang Yi summons his weapon, locking his focus entirely on the space ahead, ready to fight. He braces himself and unleashes a powerful slash. I am not giving you another chance. Mu Chen is absolutely stunned. How could this guy predict his attack, timing, and angle? There is no way he can see through the stealth. Zhang Yi stares back with cold eyes. Even if you turn to ash, I will remember every single one of your moves. He lunges forward, delivering a devastating kick that Mu Chen cannot block, sending him flying. Taking the full force of the blow, Mu Chen bounces off the hard ground before crashing down heavily. Standing over him, Zhang Yi points the sharp tip of his blade directly at his throat. He sneers with absolute contempt. Did you not want to kill me? Come on, show me what else you have got. Mu Chen still stubbornly barks out, demanding to know his identity while internally cursing his absolutely terrible luck. Why did he have to run into such a monster? Zhang Yi has no intention of dragging this out and raises his blade. With cold eyes, he tells him to repent in hell, but suddenly, the ground behind Mu Chen turns into liquid. A mysterious figure rises from the mud, pinning Mu Chen's arms and dragging him down into the depths. They vanish. Both sink into the earth, leaving behind nothing but a few dark stains. Not good. It is those guys in black again, and they are trying to rescue Mu Chen. He immediately gives chase, determined not to let them escape before stopping outside an ancient towering cathedral. Peering from behind a wall, Zhang Yi confirms the shadow vanished here. Daiwu quietly slips up beside him. She points out that this is indeed Moonlight Church, the headquarters of the Shen Ming Guild. Frowning, she warns him that it is incredibly dangerous inside and asks if he really wants to walk into their trap. Having already made up his mind, Zhang Yi nods, stating he has no choice. Dai Wu then extends her hand. Holding 2 illusion pills in her palm, she points out that charging him blindly like this is a suicide mission. This will definitely grab the Divine Guild's attention, and she's got a solid plan. Zhang Yi is quite surprised, asking her to clarify in confusion. He asks if she really carries something like that around. Dai Wu quietly explains that when traveling alone, of course you need some defense tools when traveling. It's a complete survival essential. And look, they've finally reached their destination. Zhang Yi swiftly grabs 2 passing guards. They struggle wildly and yell out, demanding to know what he's doing. Before they can break free, Dai Wu shoves knockout drugs into their mouths and tells them to shut up and go to sleep. With the guards knocked out, Zhang Yi and Dai Wu quickly swap clothes to disguise themselves as patrol officers. Without wasting a single second, they head straight inside, deep into the 7th level of the Moonlight Cathedral. Mu Chen groggily opens his eyes, wondering where he is as an unfamiliar shadow steps into his line of sight. The stranger laughs out loud, mocking him for being totally beaten by some random kid. Mu Chen immediately tenses up, narrowing his eyes as he defensively demands to know who the visitor is and why he was brought here. The captor ignores the question, standing casually with hands in pockets and a smug grin. He tells the prisoner he has no right to ask, warning him to stay put or risk dying without even knowing why. Disguised in the guard armor, Zhang Yi casually strolls deeper into the cathedral and announces they are here for the shift change. He urges the guards to go rest, and the 2 completely buy it, groaning that they are exhausted anyway. They mention needing to catch up on sleep, though one guard stops to warn them to stay alert and not doze off. After taking just a few steps, they whisper suspiciously before one guard suddenly sneaks right up behind Dai Wu. This startles her. The guard realizes it is not shift change time, yet asking who they really are. Before he can finish, Dai Wu waves her hand, releasing a massive cloud of hallucinogens that catches both guards completely off guard. They only manage a choked gasp before collapsing onto the floor, while Dai Wu points toward the inner passage. The target is right inside. Zhang Yi removes his mask and strides in without a single doubt. He tells her to follow, but hearing absolute silence behind him, he turns back with a puzzled look. Dai Wu has already shed her guard disguise and is quietly standing near the exit, whispering softly to herself. Her job here is done. With those cold words, she mercilessly slams the heavy door shut in his face. The guards who supposedly collapsed just moments ago suddenly stand up perfectly fine, handing over a heavy coin pouch to her. They praise her for the smooth cooperation and deliver her reward. She casually tosses the pouch in her hand. Turning to leave, she casually notes that betrayal and deception are just completely normal occurrences in Moonlight City. Her physical build perfectly matches the thief from last time, confirming Zhang Yi's suspicion that she was a traitor all along. She is indeed an agent sent by the Divine Guild. Throwing his helmet aside, he wonders what they are actually planning. Why go through all this trouble to lure him? The dark corridor ahead is completely silent, without a single sound. There is not a single sound, only the dim glow of torches lining the walls as he presses forward. Zhang Yi soon spots several figures waiting ahead, with Ian standing proudly with crossed arms and a smug chin lift. He brags that dealing with this weakling should only take one man, complaining that the boss wasted everyone's time. Another warrior slowly stands up and casually provokes him, saying the boss always has a very good reason. If Ian thinks he can handle it alone, he should go first. The hot-tempered giant snorts coldly at this challenge. He vows to show them his true power and crush the intruder under his boots, stepping forward with massive heavy strides to face his opponent. Reaching back to draw his weapon, Ian braces his shoulders and hurls a massive battle axe directly at his target. The massive battle axe spins furiously through the air. He roars at Zhang Yi to take this absolutely devastating cannonball-like strike. It rips into the stone wall, leaving a scorched trail and kicking up a thick cloud of dust and debris. Zhang Yi is quite impressed by that raw destructive force, but he is no pushover, instantly preparing a counterattack skill. Raven Summoning. A slight smirk plays on his lips as his upgraded power activates. The number of black ravens has doubled compared to before, making the swarm massive. Naturally, Ian cannot be brought down so easily, leaping high into the air just as the axe strikes the ground. Catching the handle mid-air, he lunges forward to deliver a crushing downward strike directly toward Zhang Yi's head. He mocks the idea of being defeated by a single strike, dodging easily, though his opponent refuses to back down. As the heavy strikes rain down consecutively, Zhang Yi quickly adapts and draws the sharp sword, resting at his waist. At the exact same time, he converts its attribute, slamming his sword deep into the floor as an icy draft rushes in, instantly freezing the solid ground. The floor turns solid white in an instant. Seeing his opponent's move, Ian glares in panic. This is bad. He desperately tries to stop himself, but the icy floor is way too slick for him to regain his balance. Falling flat on his back, he staggers up with his head spinning. Zhang Yi sticks out his tongue to mock his clumsy opponent. "You can't even hold your balance," Zhang Yi taunts. Enraged and embarrassed, Ian yells that he's cheating while Skeleton watches the drama unfold. Shrugging warily, he remarks that the boss was definitely right. It's finally their turn to step up and fight. Ice Emperor nods in agreement. They both have no idea where this guy gets his blind, overconfident energy from. Completely ignoring Ian, he charges straight ahead to unleash his attack, shouting for his ally to strike. Instantly, sharp bands of ice launch straight toward Zhang Yi, wrapping tightly around his body and pinning him down. Zhang Yi is yanked violently forward as his body completely loses control, leaving him utterly shocked. With Ice Emperor successfully binding the target, Skeleton wastes no time and launches a devastating bone wall strike. Staring at the massive spiky ball rushing right toward him, Zhang Yi realizes he is in deep trouble with his body pinned tight. He needs to break free, and fast. In this split second, he shouts to summon his beast as a brilliant blue light flashes. A radiant blue energy floods the entire area, and right from the center of the magic circle, Xiao He finally appears. Ice Emperor cannot believe his own eyes, gasping in shock that a basic Tamer could possess a first-stage Dragon Emperor. How on earth did he get such a powerful beast? Xiao He opens his mouth, blasting a scorching torrent of flame that instantly melts the ice-binding Zhang Yi. Sensing the shift in battle, Ice Emperor clenches his fist, muttering that they underestimated him. But Zhang Yi gives him zero time to react. Gripping his sword tight, Zhang Yi unleashes a blazing fire that coats the entire blade, plunging the fiery weapon straight into his opponent's chest. Shatter, he roars as Ice Emperor crashes down. Zhang Yi calmly remarks that it is not because they were careless, but because he is simply too strong. He walks over to pat his beast, telling Xiao He it has been a while and praising him for breaking through to the first stage. Across the field, a wary Ice Emperor starts whispering to Ian, asking what their next plan of action should be. They had no intel about this kid possessing a first-stage black dragon. With a grim expression, Ian snaps back, asking what other choice they even have. Obviously, they have to charge ahead. Left with absolutely no other choice, they desperately rush forward to meet their doom. Now holding the absolute upper hand, Zhang Yi stands beside Xiao He and activates his ultimate passive skill, Undying Body. Ian stares in wide-eyed shock at the scene, his body freezing up as Zhang Yi moves in perfect sync with Xiao He. Charging straight into the trio, he spins and swings his sword in a blazing arc, shouting for all of them to bite the dust. Ian swings his massive axe to counter, but his speed is far too slow, allowing Zhang Yi to close the distance in a flash. Ian's giant axe snaps clean in two. Working in perfect harmony, Zhang Yi sweeps his fiery blade while Xiao He blasts flames, scattering the three opponents. Each of them is sent flying. In a mere matter of seconds, all three opponents are utterly defeated by his blade. Splayed out on the floor, Ian desperately tries to drag himself back up, but a sudden figure appears before him. That is enough, Ian stepped down. Unwilling to accept this, Ian tries to plead, begging his boss for just a little more time. Carlo glares back, warning him that if they keep fighting, they will only end up dead. With the leader laying down the law like that, Ian has no choice but to obey, pushing himself off the ground and talking tough as he passes right by Zhang Yi. This fight is far from over, he snarls, promising to settle the score next time. Zhang Yi merely glances at his weak threat. Bring it on, Zhang Yi scoffs, ready anytime. Meanwhile, Carlo wastes no time stepping in with a fake smile to chat with Zhang Yi. We finally meet, Carlo says with a fake grin, asking if this is actually Zhang Yi's first time experiencing the apocalypse. Zhang Yi is quietly shocked, wondering how this guy could possibly know that. Outwardly, though, he plays it cool and responds. I have absolutely no idea what you are talking about, he says calmly, but Carlo merely chuckles. There is no need to play dumb with me, Carlo replies, pointing out that he has been watching since Zhang Yi claimed the beast egg. I have known your secret all along. Becoming impatient, Zhang Yi snaps that he has no interest in talking nonsense. Where is Mu Chen? Zhang Yi demands, tell him to face me. Carlo drops the act and asks why he is in such a rush. Look, I came here to offer you a partnership. If you agree to cooperate, we both win. Your secret as a reincarnator will stay between us, and I will even hook you up with top-tier gear and endless wealth. Then his eyes flash with cold, killing intent as he warns what happens if he refuses. Carlo summons two ferocious beasts, shrugging with fake pity as he sighs that today will be your last. You won't leave here alive, and in that exact moment, flashes of the past flood Zhang Yi's mind. Unbelievable. He is completely done listening to this guy's arrogant trash-talking mouth. He bluntly declares that if the legendary gear Carlo boasts about came from terrorizing the weak, then he rejects them completely. Getting his answer, Carlo skips the talking and directly unleashes his beasts. Two massive demon beasts charge straight at him. Zhang Yi feels a sudden, sharp surge of worry. No luck. His undying body is on cooldown, so he secretly pulls out a different item. He calculates his chances. Fighting an unknown enemy head-on like this is incredibly reckless. Too risky. He remembers his backup plan made before even heading to Moonlight City. He had to set up a teleportation signal first, allowing him to warp straight back later using his gear. Warp set. He already set up a return point in Dawn City before coming here. The exact moment the beasts open their jaws to attack, Zhang Yi triggers his teleportation device. Empty air. The beast's deadly attacks miss completely, vaporizing only the ice below. Carlo scoffs, letting him off just this once. Next time, he won't be so lucky. Carlo turns back, asking Mu Chen if he understands why a stranger, who never met him, wants him dead. It is because Zhang Yi is a reincarnator. You two must have a deep grudge. Mu Chen gapes in utter shock while Carlo raises his brow and continues. Do you think he will let you off? Terrified Mu Chen collapses to the ground, his lips trembling. Total panic. Mu Chen begs for his life while Carlo steps closer to manipulate him. You have to strike first before he kills you, Carlo warns him. Giving a final reassuring promise, he walks away. Carlo promises to back him up, but deep down he feels extremely irritated. In this apocalypse, everyone must obey him. In this ruined world, everyone must submit. Zhang Yi rejected his offer, so he must die. Safe. Zhang Yi successfully teleports away, breathing a massive sigh of relief. Just 1 second slower and he would have been vaporized by that Tier 2 Dragon Emperor's deadly breath. Who was that? He rubs his chin, deeply wondering about that guy's true identity. How on earth did he know this wasn't Zhang Yi's first apocalypse? Could he also be a reincarnator? Before he can think further, his system fairy warns him that his fatigue levels have almost reached the limit. This long trip to Moonlight City really took a heavy toll on his energy. Time to go. He needs to get back to the tavern and rest up before Han, Yanru, and the rest start worrying. Back at the bustling tavern, the receptionist quotes him 20 gold coins for rapid fatigue recovery. He pays. Instantly, the crowd gasps in shock at his extreme luxury. Who spends real gold just to recover fatigue? The crowd wonders about his background. Most players have to sit and wait hours to recover naturally. One onlooker even shouts in utter disbelief. Absurd. 20 gold for a single recovery is enough to buy a full set of gear, but Zhang Yi completely ignores them. He is focused on his remaining 13,000 gold for upgrades, while back at the base, Han Yanru waits anxiously. She wonders aloud why he is taking so long. Xiao Jiao sighs beside her. She asks if the guild leader ran into some danger when suddenly Zhang Yi appears right behind them. With a grin, he tells them that with his current power, he could easily take on an entire guild single-handedly. Han Yanru looks up in sheer relief while Xiao Jiao joyfully cheers for his return. Zhang Yi bashfully scratches his head. He tells Han Yanru there is no news of the Ring of Death but promises to retrieve it. She quickly waves her hands, saying his safety is all that matters and blaming her own carelessness for losing the ring. Xiao Jiao asks if he has seen Qingluan. Zhang Yi explains that he already sent him out to search for helpful clues. If that thief really showed up in Dawn City, they must have left some clues behind. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echo nearby. Speaking of the devil. Without even turning around, Zhang Yi smiles and welcomes his ally, asking if there is any new information. Trying to catch his breath, Qingluan reports that he found some incredibly vital lead about an auction. Her stolen ring is going up for bidding tonight. Several faces flash through Zhang Yi's mind. If the Ring of Death is actually up for auction, things will get complicated. That means the thief who stole the ring has probably showed up, Zhang Yi tells himself. It is the perfect time to pick up some equipment from the auction to gear up for the tough battle ahead. Things certainly will not be easy, so after thinking it over, he and his teammate head straight out. They arrive at the auction house where a female announcer on stage addresses the crowd, calling out to all players. The monthly auction is about to begin, featuring rare pets, high-level equipment, and everything in between. There are also rare items waiting for everyone, which makes Han Yan return back to ask Zhang Yi if he is coming inside with them. Zhang Yi waves his hand with a polite smile, telling Han Yanru to go on ahead while he handles some quick business first. Turning toward a different path, he recalls that if his memory serves, a specific grocery store should be right around here. Its secret menu holds incredible items, a hidden detail that very few players knew about even back in his previous life. Walking a short distance, he spots a sign for a general store selling everything, causing Zhang Yi to smirk. He has arrived. The clerk greets the incoming customer, asking what he needs, but Zhang Yi remains completely lost in his own thoughts. While taking down a thief might be easy, doing it inside a packed, chaotic auction house could get messy. Making a scene would attract unwanted attention, so being careful and preparing the right tools beforehand is definitely the smart play. He mutters the bizarre secret code phrase about 800 discount free nights and fruit pancakes, feeling utterly embarrassed as he does. The clerk smiles warmly and tells him that access to the secret menu is now unlocked, asking him to take a look. A system notification pops up right on cue, congratulating him on successfully unlocking the hidden shop inventory. Losing 1,000 gold coins, he recalls that only 5% of players unlocked this back in his past life. Although it is quite expensive, the raw power of these unique potions is unmatched. They are far superior to standard ones, so Zhang Yi orders them all, prompting a delighted grin from the shopkeeper. The clerk praises his excellent taste, noting that these potions are indeed the most valuable items in the entire shop. He adds that Zhang Yi is the first to buy them, though checking his remaining gold makes him want to weep. He just burned through 4,000 gold coins and feels dead broke, hoping this investment makes his upcoming plan completely foolproof. Heading back to the auction hall, he is instantly struck by a wave of confusion. Why is the room so dead silent? He wonders if he stumbled into the wrong venue, while the announcer on stage continues presenting the next item with a smile. The starting bid for this old parchment scroll is 100 gold. Is anyone willing to offer? If no bids are made, they will move on, prompting the crowd to shout that they should take this garbage away immediately. They demand something actually useful, with several players agreeing that wasting time on junk is pointless. Zhang Yi finds a seat amidst the grumbling crowd and casually turns to ask Han Yanru about the current bidding status. She shakes her head to confirm that the Ring of Death has not appeared yet, explaining they are stuck on this mysterious parchment scroll. The scroll's unknown origin instantly sparks his interest, while the announcer on stage sighs with a look of disappointment. Since no one wants to bid, the host announces they will have to move along to the next item on the list. Zhang Yi freezes in total shock. This is literally a hidden quest scroll tied to the legendary Dragon Clan. In his past life, massive guilds fought brutal wars over this exact item, so he immediately raises his hand high. He bids 100 gold coins, prompting the crowd to burst into mockery about a fool and his easily spent money. They laugh at the absolute idiot spending 100 gold on a useless piece of paper, a sentiment shared by everyone around. Others mock that it is basically expensive toilet paper, claiming they would not even take it for free to waste inventory space. Thrilled to finally get a bid, the announcer quickly counts down the 100 gold offer to a final close. Once the deal is sealed, Zhang Yi ignores the mocking whispers, knowing the true value of his prize. To ordinary players, this parchment is worthless trash, but for a Dragon Clan faction player like him, it is priceless. Once he triggers the secret questline, the legendary rewards will prove everyone else wrong. When he claims his legendary legacy equipment, they will all regret their laughter as the auction moves forward. The system screens flash as the host eagerly presents the next item, hyping it up as an absolute powerhouse. It is the legendary Ring of Death, starting at 10,000 gold coins, which immediately draws loud groans from the audience. Some complain that the massive price tag is entirely out of reach, but others quickly shout back in disagreement. They point out that this is a legendary item with infinite scaling potential, making such a rare treasure worth every single coin. Who would even want to sell something this valuable? Han Yanru whispers from nearby, nudging Zhang Yi to look over at the other side. That guy looks pretty strange. Zhang Yi follows her gaze and realizes that based on those clothes, he must be from the main Beastkin city, Extreme Ice City. He studies the newcomer, wondering what a member of the Beastkin is even doing in the main human city. And he's actually hanging out with Situ Yen. Han Yanru gasps in admiration, surprised that Zhang Yi knows so much. Zhang Yi scratches his head with a sheepish smile, saying he only knows from researching the factions. Suddenly, the Beastkin representative they are watching steps forward and boldly declares to the crowd that he is claiming this ring. He warns them not to bother bidding because he will double any offer immediately, causing the crowd to erupt in anger. Some wonder where this ridiculously wealthy player came from and if the ring is truly that powerful, while others simply sigh in disappointment. Realizing the ring is out of reach, a disgruntled player suddenly steps forward, pointing angrily and calling him a filthy beastkin. He demands to know what right a beast has to run wild in a human city, but Xu Wuhan remains completely silent. He walks up and plants a heavy fist straight into the guy's face, asking with a freezing tone. He asks if he has the right now, while nearby players quickly hold the victim back and whisper warnings. They tell him to leave because this guy is bad news, but the stubborn player refuses to back down. Watching the ruthless displays, Zhang Yi steps up, pats the victim on the shoulder, and loudly makes an announcement. He declares that as long as he is here, the beast will not touch the ring, while Situ Yan quickly whispers to Sue Wuhen. He whispers that this is the Zhang Yi with a god-grade talent, suggesting that since the guy is so blind to their power, they should teach him a lesson. In hearing this, Sue Wuhen instantly flares up with rage, clenching his fist tight. He growls that anyone daring to oppose their blood sect from Extreme Ice City is marked for death, god-grade talent or not. Zhang Yi whispers back to his allies, telling Duanfeng and Qinglong to go stir up some major trouble. He needs them to buy him some time by making it as chaotic as possible, and Qinglong eagerly agrees with a grin. Duanfeng chuckles, boasting that causing trouble is their specialty before immediately turning to rile up the angry crowd around them. He shouts that this is human territory, asking if they will really let Beastkin run wild, while Qinglong adds fuel to the fire. He yells that if word gets out, they will be the laughingstock of Daybreak City, prompting the crowd to roar in agreement. They shout that if they do not fight back, they will just get pushed around forever. As the crowd grows increasingly wild, Qinglong steps up to lead the charge, declaring war on the arrogant beast. He mocks the beast for wearing heavy fur coats in this heat, while Duanfeng chimes in with more insults from behind. Screaming for everyone to just charge, he triggers a massive brawl as both sides instantly clash in a chaotic melee. The Beastkin fighters roar that they have never seen players so eager to die, shouting for them to bring it on. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi quickly downs a high-grade invisibility potion, instantly vanishing from thin air as the magic takes hold. With 3 minutes of perfect stealth, he blends into the chaotic crowd, completely undetected by anyone around. He pulls out 2 more items, the high-grade smoke bomb and a fire potion, sensing that the perfect moment has arrived. He hurls both bottles into the thick of the fight, faking a panic scream about a bomb to cause maximum panic. As players scramble, the crowd devolves into absolute madness, with everyone punching blindly and cursing in the thick smoke. Believing explosives are being used, the furious crowd screams to kill the Beastkin while Zhang Yi seizes his chance. Still invisible, he sneaks up to the staff member holding the display tray, determined that nobody else is leaving with that ring. Except him, of course. He slips the ring off the tray without making a single sound, securing it with ease. With his main goal secured, Zhang Yi turns his gaze towards Xu Wuhen and Situ Yan, wearing a wicked smirk. Still completely invisible, he creeps up right behind Sui Wuhen, thinking about how incredibly arrogant the beast was just minutes ago. Now it is time for payback, and out of nowhere, Xu Wuhen suddenly gets tripped, crashing face first onto the floor. Situ Yan rushes over to help his young master, while Xu Wuhen struggles to sit up, rubbing his head and screaming to know who dared trip him. Zhang Yi then shifts his focus to Situ Yan, landing a heavy kick right to the lackey's back. Sick of his bootlicking behavior, Zhang Yi watches as Situ Yan crashes directly on top of Sui Wuhen, screaming in confusion. Sui Wuhen shrieks in fury, promising to slaughter whoever is messing with them, but right at that exact moment, the system warns him that his invisibility has only 10 seconds left, forcing Zhang Yi to halt his fun. Realizing his stealth is fading fast, he decides to slip away, letting the 2 fools off the hook for today. He activates his golden speed skill and instantly vanishes, leaving Qinglong and Duanfeng completely in the dust. In the chaos, the mob stomps all over Wuhen, leaving him badly beaten as he desperately screams that someone is down there. "Can you not see me? Stop stepping on me!" Situ Yan wails, crying that he is human and they have the wrong guy. The exact second his invisibility potion wears off, Zhang Yi makes a clean escape and quickly messages the guild channel. Mission complete. Everyone pull out and meet in the alley right outside the auction house. Moments later, the team regroups safely, and Han Yanru immediately asks if he is okay after vanishing so suddenly. She thought something terrible had happened, but Zhang Yi simply extends his hand to show her the stolen ring. But to protect player goods, the Apocalypse system automatically places a special seal on every single auction item. He explains that if anyone takes an item without permission, it will return to the original sender after 3 minutes. Now you might think all their efforts were completely useless, but Zhang Yi is already 2 steps ahead with a backup plan. He actually plans to use this return seal to track down the thief very soon. By holding onto the ring, he will be teleported directly to the auctioneer, leaving everyone completely shocked. Right on cue, the system interface flashes with a notification that the teleportation signal is fully established. Han Yanru beams with excitement, praising him for coming up with such an incredibly brilliant plan. Xiao Zhao nods in total agreement, saying their guild leader is amazing and that she knew she could trust him. Looking at her, Zhang Yi says the 3 minutes are almost up, promising Han Yanru that he will bring the ring back. The teleportation sequence triggers, bending the space around him as he hardens his resolve for what comes next. Today, he is absolutely going to unmask this person and find out who they really are. Because of the security system, the Ring of Death gets sent straight back to the sender on a distant rooftop. Daiwu stares in confusion at the item that just suddenly materialized right in her palm. Wondering how the ring returned or if those guys caught up to her, she notices the item glowing with a strange light. A soft blue light flashes, and a split second later, Zhang Yi is teleported right in front of her. He sneers, admitting he knew it was her, noting she did not just steal Han Yanru's precious ring. She also lured him straight into a deadly trap set by the Gods Guild, leaving her highly impressed by his survival. She admits she did not expect him to escape the Gods Guild, proving he actually has some real talent. Taunting him, she sticks out her tongue, playfully showing zero fear before running off with Zhang Yi hot on her heels. He shouts for her to stop and return the Ring of Death, demanding a full explanation as she runs while telling him to keep dreaming. She tells him to catch her first, but Zhang Yi locks in, stays close, and quickly grabs hold of her dark cloak. The black fabric rips away completely, exposing her face as Zhang Yi makes his move to secure her. He warns her that she will not escape so easily this time, closing the gap instantly to corner the clever thief. They are inches apart when a massive battle axe suddenly comes flying and sending debris exploding everywhere. Emerging from behind the ruined wall, a furious Wu Hen appears, mocking them to see if they can keep running now. Zhang Yi realizes they are in deep trouble. Curse it, he completely forgot that the beast race has specialized tracking skills. They track targets, using a distinct scent to hunt across massive distances. Back on the roof, Wu Hen roars in absolute fury, mockingly telling them they just walked straight into their own graves. He was looking to settle a score with her anyway, so finding them together is the perfect chance to end both. Zhang Yi shoots her a side-eye, asking how many people she actually pissed off to have everyone hunting her down. Even the beast race wants her dead, but Dai Wu just offers a weak smile and calls it a minor misunderstanding. She clings to his arm, acting cute while begging her sweet older brother not to abandon her in a moment like this. He instantly snaps back. No way he is letting her off the hook that easily. He points out she did not treat him like family when she tricked and ambushed him earlier, which Wu Hen watches with rage. Seeing them flirt makes his blood boil, pushing him to activate the brutal beast's skill, Wild Stampede. He screams at them for flirting right in front of him, ordering Shu Xiao to channel his power to kill them. A massive spectral rhinoceros with a giant horn condenses and charges directly at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi looks back only to find the girl has vanished, leaving him extremely annoyed after her sweet brother routine. A second later, this guy runs faster than anyone when danger hits. Shui Wu Hen laughs out loud, mocking him for provoking him at the auction before sending him flying. Zhang Yi clutches his chest and grits his teeth in shock. It hurts like crazy. This big guy's attack is insanely high, and a beast tamer's initial defense is just too low. Losing that much health in a single flash is brutal. Seeing Zhang Yi struggle, Sui Wu Hen sneers at him again. He advises the kid to hand over that girl right away, kneel down, and admit his mistake. Maybe then he will spare his life. But before the words even finish, he charges with his weapon again. He claims he saw them embracing with his own eyes. Zhang Yi refuses to back down immediately, snapping back and asking which eyes saw them getting intimate. Watch your mouth or he will sue for slander. Hearing this, Shui Wu Hen goes absolutely wild. He roars that he saw exactly what the two of them were doing, flashing back to moments before. He had been following his senses. Wait, what is this familiar scent? It smells like one of those runaway women. Finding Zhang Yi and Dai Wu together, he gets furious. Getting all intimate right in front of him, how bold. Does he think he cannot catch this shameless couple? In his twisted imagination, Dai Wu is showing off her voluptuous figure, pressing right against Zhang Yi. Shu Wu Hen fumes, growling that if he had not arrived in time, who knows how far the two of them would have gone. Zhang Yi sighs helplessly and channels inner energy into his hands. His sword materializes instantly. Swapping his attributes in a flash, Zhang Yi leaps high into the air. He slashes down at Shui Wu Hen, asking if he is some kind of idiot. That attack instantly drains 300 of his points. Shui Wu Hen sneers in disdain. This measly burn damage of a few hundred points is practically a freebie. He instantly gathers his energy again to strike at Zhang Yi, but of course the boy effortlessly dodges the blow. Annoyed, Shu Wu Hen rips off his outer fur coat and glares with cold, murderous eyes. It is time to show him the real gap between them. Intense energy flares up completely, wrapping around his body. Zhang Yi begins to feel a bit tense. He cannot make sense of it. The moves are identical, so why is his damage output skyrocketing with every hit? Shui Wu Hen laughs. He forgot to mention that the lower his target's health bar gets, the more devastating his attacks become. Refusing to admit defeat, Zhang Yi desperately chugs down a premium high-grade health potion. The potion immediately gives him a massive boost. When Shui Wu Hen charges in again, he gets blasted right back. Zhang Yi mocks him, asking if he is already out of breath, stopping after just a brief moment. Keep fighting. He is feeling generous, so he can take this 1,000 damage as a gift. Shui Wu Hen cannot believe his eyes. How is this possible? His health bar was clearly bottoming out. Right then, Dai Wu appears and warns him. No amount of potions will save him if Shui Wu Hen uses that skill. Right on cue, the killer glares back at him. Do not think premium potions solve everything, because the real battle is only starting now. He channels his raw energy once more. Unleashing a bloodthirsty berserk aura, his combat stats continue to stack up rapidly. A massive pressure radiates from his body. Zhang Yi gasps in shock, wondering how this guy's health keeps rising mid-battle. With a sudden strike, Shui Wu Hen hits Zhang Yi hard, causing his health bar to plunge drastically, leaving him stunned. Who knew this epic talent, Bloodthirsty Berserk, could actually steal dealing damage and convert it straight into his own health pool? Standing like a grim reaper with his axe, Shui Wu Hen sneers that today he will learn what happens when you cross the blood sect. Hearing this, Zhang Yi realizes his initial strategy to outlast the boss with healing potions is now completely useless. but he only smirks, asking if he really believes his bloodthirsty berserk makes him invincible. Seeing Zhang Yi down another buff potion, Shui Wuhen scoffs, telling him to stop dreaming. No matter how many potions he drinks, his health will eventually become his. But Zhang Yi ignores him completely. He simply downs the potion in one gulp. As the liquid hits his throat, he charges forward with a roar, telling him to watch closely. Shui Wuhen refuses to back down, gripping his massive axe and roaring. If he wants to doubt him, he can go ahead and try. Swinging his weapon, he mocks Zhang Yi for looking pleased while getting hit, yet there is no trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, Zhang Yi only tightens his grip on his weapon. This leaves Shui Wuhen utterly dumbfounded. He freezes, wondering if the kid accidentally drank the wrong potion. He must be insane. But Zhang Yi remains completely calm, inviting him to keep draining his life if he wants to. Right after speaking, strange purple blood vessels suddenly begin to bulge and crawl across Shui Wuhen's skin. Panicked, he asks what he just drank. Zhang Yi calmly explains the item. This high-grade lethal poison hits anyone who touches it with a 100-point health debuff. It drains health every second for a full minute without stacking. Zhang Yi explains, holding the bottle right in front of Wuhen. He offers to sell him some more as Wuhen slowly collapses onto the cold ground. The truth finally hits Wuhen. He fell right into a trap. Zhang Yi purposely let himself get hit to trigger Wuhen's bloodthirsty lifesteal. Now Wuhen is poisoned, his health bar dropping fast, though he still struggles to stand. He snarls that Zhang Yi shouldn't celebrate because his lower health means he'll die first. Zhang Yi shrugs, that's not quite certain. He smugly channels his inner energy to activate his undying body skill. With the skill active, Zhang Yi watches Wuhen frantically chugging health potions to counter the debuff. The high-grade poison lasts for exactly 1 minute, and Zhang Yi just needs his undying body skill to ignore the damage. Surviving this one single minute means an easy victory. Zhang Yi steps closer, teasing that Wuhen's cheap potions won't save him. In the time it takes to drink one potion, you lose twice as much health. Luckily, I still have an elite bottle here. Desperate, Wuhen lunges to snatch it, but Zhang Yi quickly pulls it back. You want it, huh? Then you'll have to pay up. Wuhen panics as the poison burns hotter, his health dropping rapidly. He only has one resurrection left, saved after risking his life countless times. Money can't buy extra lives here. Extra lives only come from survival quests, and who knows when the next one will drop. Panicking, he has absolutely no other choice. He grits his teeth and asks how much. Highly satisfied, Zhang Yi leans in, saying the base price is 150 gold. But since they are practically friends now, he offers a friendly discount, 50,000 gold. Woman gasps in pure horror. 50,000 is highway robbery that could fund a massive 500-player guild. How about 48,000? That is literally all the gold he has. Zhang Yi quickly agrees, fine, 48,000 it is. Wuhen wants to cry, he agreed instantly. Why did he not bargain lower? Meanwhile, Zhang Yi is laughing inside. Robbing these Beast Race players blind is way too easy. Wuhen grabs the bottle and instantly tilts his head to gulp it down. But before the glass touches his lips, Dai-Wu flies out of nowhere and delivers a brutal kick right to his head. Seriously, never make a girl angry. Dai-Wu glares at him with pure disgust as the precious potion spills everywhere. Wuhen panics, his 48,000 gold is gone. He vows to kill her, but suddenly his entire body freezes. He shivers in terror as the poison completely paralyzes him, locking his joints in place. Seizing the moment, Dai-Wu unleashes her assassin dance skill, landing a devastating kick straight to his chest. Wuhen's health plummets as a wave of intense pain leaves him dizzy. Dai-Wu grips her daggers tight, looking completely annoyed. She yells that she has waited forever for this. With one swift stab, she leaves Wuhen nearly dead. Refusing to accept defeat, he threatens that they will both regret this before his health fully empties. The system announces Dai-Wu's kill, sending Wuhen straight to the extreme ice city for his final resurrection. Seeing him get away, Zhang Yi sighs helplessly, telling everyone that he has absolutely no connection to her. Dai-Wu hides behind his back, teasingly asking if he thinks anyone will actually believe him now. Zhang Yi smiles bitterly, even jumping into the Yellow River won't wash away this misunderstanding now. Talk about a sweet burden. Once the poison clears up, Zhang Yi asks Dai-Wu why she returned. He thought she left long ago, joking if she missed him, but she immediately pouts in denial. She claims she only stayed for herself since those guys came to Daybreak City specifically to target her. Watching them, Tu Yan cannot hide his bitter jealousy over how lucky Zhang Yi is with pretty girls. Suddenly, a beast behind him stammers in absolute panic that their big boss has just been killed. So much for being the strongest beast around. Tu Yan scoffs, annoyed that his supposed protector turned out useless. He never expected Zhang Yi to completely destroy him like that, prompting Tu Yan to cowardly back away. He tries to slip away quietly while they are distracted, but right at that moment, a weapon flies right behind Tu Yan as a cold voice asks if he was permitted to leave. Their unsettled debt must be paid. A sword slashes down with brutal force, shattering the stone beneath them. Terrifying, Zhang Yi lunges forward, moving with his incredible gold-tier speed. He blows the remaining beast fighters away, instantly pressing his sharp blade against Tu Yan's neck. He demands to know why the Beast Clan came to Dawn City, and the captive is shaking so hard he can barely speak. He stammers that they only wanted to find some woman and reclaim a card, swearing he knows absolutely nothing else. This catches Zhang Yi completely off guard. What kind of card could possibly drive the ruthless Beast Clan to do this? Hunted all the way to the main city. Could it really be a legendary god-grade talent card? Right then, Dai Wu cuts in, asking if he means this strange item she looted from her target back in Extreme Ice City. She grumbles that other than looking pretty, this useless piece of junk does not seem to do a single thing. She holds up the glowing gold card and both men stare with their jaws hitting the floor. Honestly, can you blame them? This is not just some replica, it is the actual god-grade talent card, and Zhang Yi immediately starts scheming. He knows that players are strictly limited to one single talent skill, whether it is basic, epic, or even god tier. That is likely why she cannot activate this card, and it is pretty obvious she has no clue about that rule. Then his face darkens as a thought hits him. She said she had to kill someone to acquire this card. The rumors are true. The legends about god-grade cards from his past life are completely real. He remembers how someone in his past life snatched a card from Situ Yen, screaming that it was theirs now. These legendary cards can actually be passed down between players, and the only way to inherit that power is by murdering the current owner. Meanwhile, Situ Yan looks up at him miserably, begging to be released now that he has spilled every single secret he knows. Zhang Yi's expression turns cold as he draws his blade, muttering that if the man had not seen the card, he might have let him live. No mercy. He is going to take the secret of this golden card directly to his grave. With a swift thrust, the blade drives down. Situ Yan glares in utter disbelief at the betrayal, spitting up blood as his eyes go wide. Right on cue, a system notification flashes on screen, confirming that Zhang Yi has landed a decisive fatal strike. No revival. Game over. Zhang Yi calmly slides his weapon back into his inventory. Dai Wu scoffs, asking if he is not afraid of being attacked, standing so close, but he simply replies that she is far too smart for that. He points out that the Blood Gate already sees them as partners in crime, meaning they are stuck in this together. As long as he is breathing, he can draw their heat away from her, though he cannot help but stare at her with deep curiosity. Every single god-grade card unlocks a unique overpowered skill, leaving him wondering what kind of broken power she is holding. Striking while the iron is hot, he pitches a simple deal, asking how she feels about a little trade. If she hands over the Ring of Death and that gold card, they can call a truce and wipe the slate completely clean. Dai Wu pulls out both the card and the ring, leaning in dangerously close to his face as she asks if he truly desires them that badly. She wonders why this ring is so precious that he chased her across the map just to get it back. Mocking him, she asks if it belongs to his little lady friend, but he firmly replies that a promise is a promise. Since he gave his word to return it, he will. She relents, tossing the ring back and telling him to take it. However, she insists on keeping the card, quickly turning away as if expecting him to steal it from her. As he walks away, he offers a friendly piece of advice, warning her to keep the existence of that gold card a total secret. It is best not to tell a soul. In return, she warns him that he had better pack his bags and get moving. The Blood Gate will not take this lying down, and they will surely bring their wrath to Dawn City sooner rather than later. Zhang Yi's eyes narrow. He calmly thanks her for the warning, but remains completely unfazed. That big, brainless brute has no chance against him anyway. Meanwhile, back at the camp, the others are facing the fearsome Beast Clan. Xiao Jiao charges up her energy, complaining about how insanely tanky and resilient these beast-type players actually are. Qinglong agrees, calling them cheap cowards for launching a sneak attack the very moment their guild leader was away. Meanwhile, Han Yanru can only watch the chaos unfold with deep worry. She worries about how their leader is holding up, but before she can finish her thought, a beast warrior lunges. He blindsides her with a lethal strike, but a heavy battle axe suddenly comes flying through the air. Zhang Yi yells a warning, sending the ambusher into pure panic. He shouts that their boss has already been dealt with, and it is time for this goon to join him. The flying axe splits the beast in half, and Xiao Jiao happily runs over to greet her returning guild master. Han Yanru also rushes to his side, asking with deep relief if he made it out in one piece. Zhang Yi asks if she is hurt anywhere. She replies that she is fine, though these beastmen are truly tough to handle. Then he hands the ring over to Han Yanru. "Look at this," he says. "I got your ring back for you." She gasps in pure joy. "I knew you could do it," she cheers. After that, Zhang Yi turns to the team and says they need to level up quickly. TNK's army has already reached level 50, so they cannot afford to fall behind. Duan Feng replies that it is absolutely no problem. Duan Feng suggests they head out immediately. Qinglong chuckles, noting that their resident leveling maniac is already raring to go. Duan Feng steps forward and proudly flexes his arm, telling everyone to look at his big, powerful muscles. He boasts that tomorrow he will blow those monsters' heads off with a single punch, while Zhang Yi quietly watches them. At times, receiving godlike luck also means having to face much greater dangers at the exact same time. If the secret of the inheritable god-level talent card is exposed, both he and Han Yanru are in major trouble. They will become prime targets for other players in the world of TNK, falling into the most dangerous situation. So before that threat arrives, they must continuously push their own strength to the absolute limit. Just then, the system elf appears. After she delivers a quick status update, Zhang Yi falls deep into thought. Dealing with the Bloodgate players took quite a bit of time, but thankfully, they have finally caught up in levels. Meanwhile, on the busy streets of Dawn City, Xiao Jiao rides on Duan Feng's back and asks her guild leader. She asks what they should do next since their levels have hit the cap. Zhang Yi immediately replies. Of course, they need to break through that level limit. He quietly reminds himself to complete the second round quickly. Only then can they level up again. If he wants revenge, his current level 50 skills are not nearly enough. Han Yanru and the rest also need to power up. Outside the class change hall, a giant hammer slams violently into the ground. The shockwave leaves everyone stunned as the crowd gossips about another challenger getting blown away. This second trial is brutally difficult. Qinglong sits down next to the defeated challenger. Nearby players are endlessly complaining about the insane score requirements. Demanding 20,000 points is just too high, and they even wasted a testing fee of 100 gold coins. Losing gold is one thing, but this is literally paying to get beat up. The girl who sent him flying steps up. She arrogantly challenges the crowd, asking if anyone else wants to step up to her trial here in Dawn City. When she asks for another brave challenger, Zhang Yi boldly steps forward to try. Looking right at her, he remarks, "Wait, is he actually going to pull this off? Because winning takes serious skill, and he is about to show them how it is done." Kiki points straight up to the sky, asking him if he sees the device floating directly above his head. The quest screen instantly pops up with full details. Kiki, who is their second class change examiner, continues to lay out the rules. That floating device is the scoring robot. Within 10 minutes, he must make the number above it exceed 20,000 to pass. Only then will he succeed. Zhang Yi leaps into action at lightning speed, declaring that they should begin. He charges directly at Kiki, but she unfalteringly slams her hammer down, warning him that a head-on attack is foolish. Her counterattack is incredibly fast, but Zhang Yi has already leaped high into the air to evade. He asks if she really thinks he would be foolish enough to engage a warrior in close combat without a clear plan. Condensing raw energy in his hand, he promises to let her feel the sting of electricity before instantly unleashing a chain lightning attack. The sudden surge of electricity shocks Kiki, making her scream out as Zhang Yi's score immediately begins to climb higher. He easily hits 2,000 points. Wiping away his sweat, he knows he just needs to push this to 20,000. The spectating crowd gasps in disbelief, amazed that he scored 2,000 points the very second the trial started. They realize this challenger actually has serious skills instead of just bragging, while an excited Kiki swings her heavy weapon right back. Admitting she underestimated him, she unleashes her void warp skill, leaving the surrounding crowd absolutely stunned. Now get this, her massive battle pillar completely vanishes from sight, making onlookers wonder where her weapon could have possibly gone. Suddenly, it reappears and slams directly into Zhang Yi, blasting him backward and instantly wiping out his 2,000 points. A worried Xiao Jiao whispers to Han Yanru, noting that this second-class change examiner is incredibly powerful. She asks if their leader can actually survive this test, but Han Yanru remains completely full of faith. She declares her absolute belief in him quietly, remembering that even when things look incredibly bleak for him, he always relies on his own strength to achieve what everyone else thinks is completely impossible. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi stands tall amidst the clearing smoke, panting heavily as he suddenly summons a flock of dark birds. Zhang Yi shouts that he will not let her land another cheap hit, his sharp eyes quickly assessing his moves in this void trial. In his past life, he had attempted this stage over 200 times without success, but those countless attempts still paid off. They gave him invaluable combat experience, and as he shares his vision with his beast, Zhang Yi's eyes gleam. The two stand side by side as a powerful light surges and the staff in Han Yanru's hand strikes directly toward him. Zhang Yi smugly declares that he will dodge, and indeed his score jumps by 1,000 points, leaving Kiki shocked. Kiki wonders how he could possibly predict her summoning location as a system notification chimes inside Zhang Yi's head. With an alert for his back left, his points climb again as Zhang Yi smugly declares it is his turn to strike. By sharing vision with his summoned crows, he easily racks up 20,000 points just by dodging her attacks. Just like that, his score keeps climbing, and honestly watching him dodge like this is seriously impressive. Kiki tensely scans her surroundings, realizing those crows must be behind this, but before she immediately strikes, shouting Void Storm as her pink staff unleashes another fierce attack directly at Zhang Yi. His birds scatter in panic, and Zhang Yi is startled as a sudden realization flashes in his eyes. The weapon closes in fast. Seeing his bird get hit, he realizes with dread that she has figured it out. Zhang Yi realizes he can no longer farm points by dodging and must end this battle right now. Gritting his teeth, he channels his energy into Hell, Dragon, Flame, and Purgatory Lightning, sending his points soaring rapidly. The devastating combo works completely, defeating Kiki, and the system immediately awards him the title of Grand Beast Tamer. The crowd gasps in shock, unable to believe he passed the second advancement trial with 22,000 points. That score is absolutely insane. A second advancement Tamer is just too strong. Xiao Jiao cheers excitedly. He truly is their strongest guild leader. Meanwhile, over in Moonlight City, Mu Chen violently slams his fist into the ground. He declares his body is surging with energy as Carlo looks on smugly, telling him he now has the gear. He is now the best equipped player in the game and will not suffer another humiliating defeat to Zhang Yi. Carlo urges him that this is the perfect time to kill Zhang Yi. Surprised, Mu Chen asks if he must do it alone. Carlo reassures him, promising to lend him his top elites, who already have valuable experience fighting Zhang Yi. They will help him take Zhang Yi down. Turning to summon his men, Carlo orders them to step forward. He tells them he has upgraded their gear, and after they have leveled up so much over these past few days, he warns them not to disappoint him again, adding that they must strictly follow Mu Chen's orders this time. Dongfang immediately responds, promising that they will absolutely get the job done without fail. Ka also obeys. Carlo then hands a scroll to Mu Chen, telling him to use it at a critical moment. It will help them out of a tight spot, but you must remember it is a single-use item. Mu Chen takes it and agrees. He then leads the group out, setting course for Dawn City. Carlo smugly pets his dragon with a wicked grin, whispering that Zhang Yi will soon learn the price of defying him. Back in Dawn City, Han Yanru happily asks them how they like the barbecue place she recommended. Xiao Jiao excitedly yells that it is amazing, the best barbecue she has had in this apocalypse. Seeing her joy, Zhang Yi speaks up. He tells them they are doing their second advancement training tomorrow. Xiao Jiao dances with joy. They are finally about to get their second advancement, just like their leader, as Qinglong walks over to whisper. He asks that they can use those powerful second-class skills once the advancement is complete. He begs for a demonstration, and Zhang Yi calmly replies that he will show them soon. He promises to showcase his skills in their next dungeon run, feeling deeply satisfied with the massive amount of new abilities he now has. Staring at one particular skill, Zhang Yi marvels at its incredible power. It dispels crowd control while inflicting fear on enemies, a totally broken skill. Suddenly, their peaceful walk is cut short. Familiar figures block their path as Mu Chen sneers, announcing that he has finally tracked Zhang Yi down. Zhang Yi is surprised to recognize the players alongside Mu Chen as members of the Shenming Guild. He wonders why they are teaming up, but casually asks Mu Chen why he is seeking death so eagerly. He should enjoy his remaining days instead of rushing to his grave, causing Mu Chen to roar in anger. Mu Chen screams that Zhang Yi got lucky last time, but his luck has run out, vowing to make him pay. He then glances over at the Godly Guild members, telling the four of them they only need to keep the others busy. Zhang Yi is mine, Bing Dai declares while looking at Duan Feng. This swordsman belongs to me, you guys divide the rest. Duan Feng snorts coldly in response, mocking his big talk and telling him to show what he's actually got. Right after that, both draw their swords and clash at insane speed right in front of Duan Feng. Bing Dai can't help but marvel, so fast, and that was only the first move. Bing Dai raises his hand to retreat, prompting Duan Feng to mockingly ask if he is already planning to run away. Watching them fight, Black Shadow gathers his energy, deciding it's his turn to strike before immediately unleashing a dark power. He fires the dark blast at Zhang Yi, who is alert but gets totally blindsided. Han Yanru screams anxiously, "Xiao Jiao, do not worry, we are coming to save you." Xiao Jiao screams out for help, prompting a worried Qinglong to rush after her and warn about an ambush ahead in the chaos. Seeing the chaos, Zhang Yi anxiously tries to rush over, but his body won't move as shadow energy binds his legs. Zhang Yi panics internally, wondering how this is even possible since his body is completely frozen. Mu Chen seizes the opportunity to strike, mocking that Zhang Yi is now completely alone with his allies gone. On top of that, he is trapped by Black Shadow's crowd control, and Mu Chen instantly appears behind him, sneering to see if he can even fight back. With those words, Mu Chen tightly grips his sword and thrusts it forward, totally unprepared for what happens next. Zhang Yi actually activates Demon Substitute, leaving Mu Chen completely stunned as Zhang Yi suddenly materializes right behind his back. Daring to think he would get backstabbed again, Zhang Yi immediately channels his energy and readies his chain lightning. Within seconds, Mu Chen is violently shocked and left completely paralyzed by Zhang Yi's massive surge of electricity. But Zhang Yi is shocked to see that his opponent took a direct hit from chain lightning completely unscathed. Mu Chen quickly spins back around, boasting that his gear is the absolute best. He smugly claims it is the highest tier gear among current players, mockingly asking if Zhang Yi really thought he could hurt him. He tells Zhang Yi to taste the power of astral purgatory, but before Zhang Yi can react, his dragon blocks the hit. Stunned, Zhang Yi looks at Xiao He and sighs in relief, thanking his beast for saving him. Otherwise, he would have been turned into a pincushion, so Zhang Yi immediately commands Xiao He to launch Chaotic Feather Blast. That overwhelming crushing power quickly blasts directly at Mu Chen, leaving Zhang Yi highly satisfied with the impact. He calls it a taste of Mu Chen's own medicine, and getting hit so hard makes Mu Chen grind his teeth in pure rage. Zhang Yi mockingly asks him how it feels to taste his own storm, standing there looking down on his frustrated enemy. He explains that a Beastmaster's pet evolves alongside the Master's job advancement, and since he has completed his second transfer, while Mu Chen is still just a first-tier assassin, the massive gap is clear, leaving his enemy stammering in shock. Mu Chen stammers, asking how he got a Tier 2 giant dragon, but powerful energy suddenly cuts him off. It blasts directly at him, while Xiao He glares down and tightly squeezes Mu Chen, who screams out in absolute denial. He vows to always stand above Zhang Yi, though looking at the dragon, Mu Chen is secretly terrified and cursing. He curses Carlo for not sharing the crucial detail about Zhang Yi's second-class transfer, but then remembers Carlo's advice. Carlo had warned him it could only be used once, and Mu Chen had agreed at the time. Realizing he still has a trump card, Mu Chen pulls out the special scroll he had been holding onto. Mu Chen warns Zhang Yi not to celebrate too early, but Zhang Yi arrogantly dares him to show his true power. A massive red dragon suddenly erupts from the scroll, letting out a ferocious roar directly at Xiao He. As soon as the battle begins, Zhang Yi notices a clear power difference between the two summoned beasts. Zhang Yi watches in worry as the newly summoned red dragon instantly launches Xiao He high into the air. Xiao He's entire body slams hard into the rocks, and Mu Chen smugly smiles, realizing Carlo did not deceive him. With this, even a Tier 2 giant dragon gets trampled under his feet, and he delights in Zhang Yi's growing panic. He declares today is Zhang Yi's death day, while nearby Dongfeng mockingly asks Qinglong if he can save her. He tells him to prove he has the ability, driving Qinglong to angrily demand Xiao Jiao back as Han Yanru readies her spell. A bright light draws a magic seal manifesting her ice spell, while Dongfeng quickly glances over at his ally. He tells him to handle the skeleton, prompting his ally to channel his power and summon a massive spiked bone shield. All of Han Yanru's attacks are instantly blocked as those sharp thorns continue to rain down on them. Staring at the incoming thorns, Qinglong's eyes turn ice cold. If they want to bully the lady, they'll have to face his bow first. Immediately, Qinglong raises his bow and lets fly a devastating shot that cuts through the air. Skeleton trips on the crumbling ruins quickly, realizing that things are looking pretty bad. Black Shadow grits his teeth, channeling his energy to swiftly dodge through the chaos. Xiao Jiao seizes the chance to break free, crying out to Han Yanru, while a frustrated Black Shadow curses that he won't let her escape. Black Shadow unleashes his Shadow Strike, but Han Yanru blocks the blow gently, telling Xiao Jiao not to be afraid because she is safe now. Holding the girl tight, Han Yanru shouts out to Duan Feng to ask how he is holding up. Duan Feng tells her not to worry, but Bing Dai screams back that he will be the one ending this fight. Just like that, thick bandages wrap around Duan Feng, sealing him in a tight cocoon. But Duan Feng instantly shreds the trap, warning his foe not to celebrate just yet. Bing Dai blocks with his hands as Duan Feng lands, forcing him to spit blood. Shocked and confused, the villain watches as Duan Feng casually sheathes his blade. Duan Feng asks if he thought those other swords were decorations before dropping next to Qinglong. 1 down, 3 to go. Black Shadow warns them not to celebrate too early. He claims their plan is done, though Skeleton is shocked Bing died so fast. Their strength is no joke, and across the field a sudden explosion rocks Zhang Yi's leg. As he wonders what is happening, Han Yanru panics, realizing something is wrong with Zhang Yi. They fell for a trap. The real target is Zhang Yi. Mu Chen rants about being interrupted in a safe zone, telling his target to run. Mu Chen wants to see how long they can run, while Zhang Yi quickly orders Xiao He. Steering clear of crowded buildings, Zhang Yi knows the dragon's attacks are insanely strong. He has zero chance of getting close, and running away won't expose its weakness. He decides to attack, patting his beast, Xiao He, and telling him to get ready. He comforts the beast, then screams that it is time to settle old grudges. They will settle it today, prompting Mu Chen to order his massive dragon to charge. Mu Chen mocks his confidence, asking if he is overconfident or just underestimating him. He boasts that the dragon's breath will consume them all, watching smugly as fire erupts. He sneers that, even with an immortal body, Zhang Yi's beast will turn to ash. But Zhang Yi calculates his soul link can temporarily transfer all damage to himself. Since his own immortality buff is still active, his pet is basically invincible now. With Xiao He functionally immortal, they charge, aiming straight for the dragon's right wing. The wings are a dragon's weak spot, and damaging them will completely ruin its mobility. This will limit its attacks. Xiao He immediately obeys, sinking his teeth into the wing. Blood sprays as the giant Tier 4 dragon Emperor roars in agonizing pain. Mu Chen's own left arm takes damage, cracking his gauntlet and making Zhang Yi think something feels off. The dragon's hit only drained 500 of his health. Yet a single strike from Xiao He dealt 1,500 damage, meaning its stats are incredibly weak. It deals pathetic damage while taking massive hits, and yeah, you already know what that means. Only an illusion deals such pathetic damage while taking massive hits, meaning this isn't real. This is just a summoned illusion, and suddenly Mu Chen's body starts acting extremely weird. It completely panics Mu Chen, who wonders what is happening just as Zhang Yi lands. He realizes the sudden ambush by those Pantheon Guild lackeys finally makes perfect sense. This fool was just a tool Carlo used to deal with him. Zhang Yi looks down at him, mocking him because he has no idea what using this scroll means. The side effects are massive. Mu Chen is shocked, refusing to believe his ally would ever lie to him. Unwilling to accept this, Mu Chen complains he just got strong. But Zhang Yi shuts him down. He tells him to look at his rapidly aging body, the steep price for recklessly activating that summoning contract. Doesn't he get it yet? From the very start, he was nothing more than a pawn used by others. Mu Chen screams in denial upon hearing the truth, swearing to drag everyone down to the grave with him. He channels his inner energy to offer his power to the Dragon Emperor. Zhang Yi watches in shock, calling him a total madman. He prepares to merge with the Tier 4 Dragon Emperor Phantom maniacally, vowing to turn this entire city into living hell. He wants to force everyone to bow to his power. Below, the terrified crowd panics and yells to run away. As the crowd flees from the psycho, Zhang Yi looks down in disgust at Mu Chen's complete lack of remorse. He regrets being blind to such trash in the past, especially after giving the guy a second chance, and yet he still chose evil. Standing atop his dragon, Mu Chen sneers at Zhang Yi, even as a reincarnator, so what? Does he think he can win again? This time, Mu Chen vows to kill him while Zhang Yi grits his teeth. The villain has completely lost his mind. Now watch, this is where Zhang Yi's quick thinking comes into play. Destroying that scroll is the key to breaking the link between the host and the phantom, making the beast vanish. He slides down his dragon, calling out for Xiao He to provide cover, then gripping his sword tightly. Zhang Yi drives his blade forward with a fierce battle cry. As his form starts to fade, Mu Chen panics and screams that he won't lose. Suddenly, Zhang Yi's dragon collapses. He rushes over to Xiao He in panic, while Xiao Jiao gasps in shock. The sight of endless casualties leaves Duan Feng furious at the Pantheon Guild, wishing they had punished those bastards harder. Their debt will be settled sooner or later. Just then, Han Yanru rushes over to Zhang Yi's side, frantically asking if he is doing all right. They arrive too late. Han Yanru freezes as she sees the battered Xiao He, bringing tears to Zhang Yi's eyes. Xiao He took a devastating blow to save him. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Yi vows to find a way to heal his companion. He swears to make the mastermind behind all this pay with their life, a freezing cold determination burning deep in his eyes. Meanwhile, in Chushui Forest, Han Yanru secretly follows behind him, wondering why Zhang Yi has slipped away so early in the morning. Zhang Yi's mind is racing. He remembers that in TNK World there exists an incredibly rare resurrection potion. No matter how fatal the wound, drinking it guarantees a complete recovery. He reminds himself of this slim hope. With Xiao He clinging to life in a critical state, standard healing potions simply won't do the trick. To save his loyal beast, he has no choice but to find this legendary resurrection potion. The critical state means the pet has suffered fatal damage, leaving them hovering on the brink of death. They cannot be summoned to fight in this state. But Zhang Yi knows exactly where to look. He needs to track down a master alchemist named Lei Fuya and complete her rare crafting quest. Landing heavily on the ground and catching his breath, he sighs with relief at finally finding her. He remembers meeting Lei Fuya in his past life under similar desperate circumstances, bringing her the required ingredients. He urges her to craft the potion immediately, which saved his life back in the previous timeline. But right now, they are complete strangers. When Zhang Yi suddenly yells out her name, Lei Fuya is taken aback, asking if he was looking for her, but he ignores her confusion. Zhang Yi demands that she hand over the resurrection potion quest right this second. She is utterly bewildered, asking how he even knows about her research, but he impatiently cuts her off. He tells her to skip the chatter and hand over the diary to save Xiao He. Fuya quickly complies. She holds it out, noting that his companion must be badly hurt, but reassures him not to worry. Zhang Yi snatches the book and explains that it contains clues to 3 precious medicinal ingredients. He knows if he delivers them, she can synthesize the cure. He has already memorized these steps. Fuya gasps in disbelief, wondering how he knew her exact thoughts. Zhang Yi offers no explanation. Instead, he simply thanks her and turns away, studying his system interface to plan his first move. He needs to acquire a life essence from the Demon Suppression Tower, which means making another trip there. Fuya mutters that these 3 ingredients are incredibly rare, doubting he can retrieve them in just a few weeks. Zhang Yi rushes off, promising to bring it back immediately and telling her to wait. Standing behind him, Han Yanru overhears everything, wondering why he is going to such lengths to save Xiao He. How did he even know this place held a way to save Xiao He? Watching him constantly charge into danger alone breaks her heart. She wants to do her part too, deciding to gather the other two materials herself, while players inside the demon suppression tower are buzzing. After waiting a whole week, they can finally grind monsters again, whispering about how someone reached floor 12 last time. Many vow to catch up, but Zhang Yi suddenly streaks past them like a blur, leaving an onlooker completely stunned. They curse at him for showing off, but he ignores them entirely, focusing only on reaching Xiaohei in time. He vows to secure the resurrection medicine, immediately flashing right into the entrance of the demon suppression tower. Zhang Yi bangs loudly on the massive gate, shouting for the big guy inside to open up immediately. A booming voice rumbles as the heavy doors swing open, demanding to know who dares seek death by calling out. The brute steps out, grumbling that whoever disturbed his sleep is clearly tired of living. Zhang Yi immediately delivers a brutal kick to his shin, shouting that he has absolutely no time to play around. He demands the location of the next portal, making the demon warrior boil with rage upon recognizing his face. Zhang Yi vanishes and materializes right behind him, realizing he has yet to test his new second advancement skill. This brute will make perfect target practice, leaving the demon shocked as he curses his own underestimation of the boy. The proud demon warrior vows that his kind will never back down. Zhang Yi activates Soul Search, a demonic summoning technique designed to probe deep into his opponent's mind. A flood of memories flashes before him, but the system suddenly flags the content as highly restricted. The connection cuts off, leaving Zhang Yi baffled by how a game monster could possess memories of the real world. Could these creatures actually be real humans trapped inside? He wonders as he considers the normal rules. Normally, only one player per floor can access the blue portal leading to the lower levels. Yet two completely different colored doors stand here, matching an old memory from Hyeon, which instantly sparks a brilliant idea in his head. He decides to find out where this red portal leads, and honestly, things are about to get wild. His moves have been completely recorded by a shadow, and as he breaches floor 30, a scheming player named Miyazaki smiles darkly. Miyazaki notes that the boy has finally arrived, slowly pressing a red button while grinning with malice. He decides to play a little game as Zhang Yi steps onto floor 30 of the demon suppression tower. Stepping forward without hesitation, he shields his eyes from the blasting energy, feeling utterly amazed. He never expected the red gate to bypass so many floors, saving him massive amounts of climbing time. Walking forward, he plans to quickly retrieve the life essence from the cathedral, but a sudden force halts him in his tracks. A terrifying aura erupts from the structure, catching him off guard as he senses an overwhelming wave of energy. The blinding light triggers a massive explosion, forcing a sharp cry of shock from the young warrior. Out of the smoke emerges a gorgeous figure wrapped in dark flames, none other than a fearsome six-winged fallen angel. Without a word, she unleashes a volley of dark shadow missiles, raining destructive energy right down on him. The angel sneers mid-strike, mockingly asking if he truly seeks death by daring to challenge her on floor 30. She promises to show him the true meaning of absolute crushing power as the battle erupts. Zhang Yi launches himself upward directly toward her, refusing to let the enemy gain the upper hand. Utilizing his incredible golden speed, he barely dodges her massive ultimate move, cursing her overkill tactics as we shift to Ba Huang. Having been blown into an entirely unfamiliar zone by a massive blast, Ba Huang groans in pain as a loose pebble hits his face. Regaining consciousness, he sits up and rubs his aching head, desperately trying to figure out where he is. He was resting on floor 8 just a moment ago, so waking up here makes absolutely no sense. Suddenly, an incredibly intense clash erupts right before his eyes, and the combatant is none other than Zhang Yi himself. Watching him dodge the fallen angel, Ba Huang stares in complete disbelief at the chaos unfolding. He only just completed his second advancement, so challenging a level like this is practically suicide. Sent flying by a heavy blow, Zhang Yi grits his teeth, questioning why the boss here is so incredibly powerful. His current tier simply cannot match this boss, leaving him completely cornered. How could there be so many human skeletons piled up here? These are the unidentified remains of those lost when the fallen angels attacked the city. Thanks to his system, he finally understands. It all makes sense now. This fallen angel is truly ruthless. The moment he lands, Zhang Yi smiles. It seems he has found a way to break this, though his exact plan remains a mystery. His hand brushes against a stray skull on the ground, instantly activating a glowing blood curse. A dim light radiates outward, carrying an immense ancient energy as Zhang Yi addresses the silent skulls. He bids them to take their own revenge. Watching this, the fallen angel freezes, utterly confused by what he is trying to pull. Unsure of what Zhang Yi is doing, she watches him stand like a general commanding an army of dry bones. Rise, my soldiers, and surround her. As soon as his command is given, the skeletons rise with glowing red eyes, locking their gaze onto the six-winged angel. Soaring through the air, she is suddenly grabbed and dragged down by the rising bones. The fallen angel recoils in pure shock. Glaring up as Zhang Yi soars into the sky, she screams in rage, "So you think you can use these dead souls to hold me back? Your real goal is to seize the life essence, but you can forget it. I will never let you have your way." She immediately concentrates her magical energy, summoning her wrath. "Strike them down, my lightning." She glares at him and shrieks, "Behold the server tier magic Thunder Domain." Yes, this is real server tier magic. It summons a destructive magical storm that rages for 10 minutes and every 3 seconds. The storm deals 500 magic damage to every surrounding enemy. And just like that, a massive bolt of lightning strikes the ground below. The fragile skeleton army stands absolutely no chance against her power. The six-winged angel glares directly at Zhang Yi. "You are next." But she never expected that she could wipe out his skeleton army this quickly. Zhang Yi tenses up, brandishing her weapon, the fallen angel. Swings her sword straight towards Zhang Yi, declaring that his little game is finally over. As she prepares the ultimate finishing blow, Zhang Yi grits his teeth thinking he's done for. But get this right, at that exact split second, a massive blast of power saves him. The impact tears a massive hole straight through her stomach, sending feathers scattering everywhere as she looks behind her in utter disbelief. "How could you possibly defeat me?" she gasps, completely shocked that another player could even exist on this floor. Right then, her system sounds an emergency warning: "Body damage, disconnect imminent." She curses silently under her breath. Controlling an NPC body through remote data transfer is clearly too unstable. "Consider yourselves lucky today," she sneers. Before fading away, she leaves him with a chilling warning: "We will meet again soon." With the danger finally gone, Zhang Yi is left completely bewildered. "Ba Huang, why are you here? Was this not supposed to be a solo dungeon? But thank goodness for that slash of yours. How come I have never seen you pull off such an epic move before?" Ba Huang stands there, jaw dropped in absolute confusion. "Wait, did I actually land that kill?" Meanwhile, night falls over the Eternal Palace. Staring intently at the glowing monitors, Gong Qi speaks coldly. "Apocalypse Spirit, replay all of the recent battle footage for me." Ling Lan immediately complies, and within seconds, the fierce and fiery battle replay unfolds right before his eyes. The footage leaves Gong Qi feeling rather perplexed. In the silent room, he carefully dissects every frame of the fight. Not wanting to miss a single detail, he orders Ling Lan to zoom in on the bottom right corner of the screen. The screen shows Ba Huang lying completely motionless with an unknown cloaked man sitting quietly right beside him. His face is entirely covered, keeping his identity a complete mystery. Now if you look closely, Gong Qi knows something is definitely off here. Meanwhile, at the gate of the demon-suppressing tower, the system countdown is ticking away. Qinglong grows increasingly anxious. The guild leader surely won't wait until the tower officially closes at night to exit right, if they don't hurry. Just then, lively laughter startles him as the guild leader and Ba Huang step out after days inside. Ba Huang thanks him for taking care of Han Yanru, and Zhang Yi smiles, saying she will be thrilled to see him back. Seeing them, Qinglong cannot hide his excitement, greeting the young master before quickly stepping forward with some urgent news about the young lady. "She has been missing since this morning, and none of our messages to her are getting any response." Ba Huang grows worried. Han Yanru is always extremely cautious, so there must be some special reason for her disappearance. Zhang Yi agrees, urging him to think back carefully and recall anything unusual before she went missing. "Did Yanu do anything out of the ordinary?" Qinglong scratches his head in confusion, trying to recall. Searching through his memories of last night, he remembers spotting the young lady standing all alone in the main square. She was facing a large statue, seemingly praying for something. Since her eyes were closed, he decided not to disturb her in that moment. Zhang Yi pieces the main clues together. At midnight in the statue square, Han Yanru must be doing the prayer quest. He figures that praying is actually one of the easiest quests in this post-apocalyptic world. You just have to pray at 9 p.m. in the main square for exactly 3 hours to win the dream god's favor. That reward is a dream stone, though it has 0 actual stats and only works as a basic accessory. But if you water it with a dream spring from Dream God Manor, you get a dream flower. Realizing this, Zhang Yi freezes. He remembers the dream flower and gasps. He knows exactly where Han Yanru is. With 0 time to lose, they have to move. In no time at all, the entire group arrives at the Dream God Manor in Polar Ice City. Zhang Yi takes the lead and calls out, "Qinglong, try sending me a message inside the manor area." Qinglong tries it immediately but quickly looks worried he cannot send any messages out. "What is going on here?" Zhang Yi explains that this entire manor is actually the Dream God's personal domain. To keep out apocalyptic enemies, the Dream God set up a protective barrier here that randomly spawns dangerous monsters. Because of this barrier, any player who steps inside the protected zone is completely cut off. You cannot send or receive messages with anyone else, meaning Han Yanru is totally locked in there. She cannot get a single word out either. He frowns, realizing she must be trapped deep inside. Since Han Yanru is definitely inside this manor, they will need to split up once they enter to cover more ground. Otherwise, things will get incredibly messy. Meanwhile, in another part of the manor, a party panics at a sudden threat. "Get ready to fight," someone yells as 2 creepy female shadows charge straight at them. Shield 7 raises his shield and activates his Vajra Wrath to draw aggro, shouting for Han Yanru to get ready. It is all up to her now. Clutching her staff, Han Yanru summons a massive blizzard, commanding the frost to strike. The spell hits hard instantly, vaporizing both spirits. Shield 7 stands there speechless. A level 50 mage is no joke. He definitely hit the teammate jackpot with her. On the ground, the defeated monsters dissolve into a strange purple mist. Right then, a glowing red flower sprouts directly from one of the corpses, making Liu Su gasp in surprise. Look at that, a flower is blooming right on the body. Curious, she steps closer and reaches out to touch it. Han Yanru instantly screams at her to stay back, but her warning comes a split second too late. Liu Su's finger brushes the petals and a strange red mist suddenly explodes from the core, freezing all three of them. They hold their breath as more crimson flowers burst from the ground. Liu Su panics. What is happening? Shield 7 pales. When a dream god dies, there is an incredibly low chance of this happening. It triggers an elite boss spawn, the Scarlet Dream God. Talk about terrible luck for our crew right now. Heavy footsteps echo through the mist, accompanied by a cold, mocking voice asking why these poor humans are here. Why did they not just stay home? The voice is chillingly beautiful, sending a shiver straight down their spines. Instantly, the three of them spin around to face the source of that eerie voice. Nobody utters a word. A figure shrouded in crimson energy steps forward, murmuring that they must have no home to return to. If they have no home, they might as well stay with her forever. Instantly, her dark magic binds all three of them, lifting their bodies high into the air. Liu Su gasps in absolute shock. Why does this monster look exactly like Han Yanru? Han Yanru tells her not to panic. This is a special skill of the Scarlet Dream God called Dream Mimicry. It allows the boss to transform into the highest level target in the party while copying their entire build. That means it has all of Han Yanru's level 50 skills. Liu Su panics, begging Han Yanru to save her. But Han Yanru remains perfectly calm. Recognizing that these parasitic flowers thrive in darkness, she pulls out a purple crystal. The quartz-like gem glows softly as she hurls it directly into the center of the crimson patch. She yells to her party that these plants hate light, so they need to hit them with a flash. Seizing the opening, Liu Su channels her inner energy and unleashes a blinding burst of holy light. The flash breaks her free from the binding, a unique priest skill that creates a zone of pure healing light. It recovers 500 health points over 10 seconds, with a 10-minute cooldown. They catch their breath and Liu Su smiles in relief, but this small victory will not last long. Out of nowhere, 3 sharp arrows shoot toward them. Han Yanru reacts instantly. She screams a warning and pulls Liu Su out of the way. The dream flower is hit and crashes down. Instantly, a gang of strangers yells for everyone to clear the path. They target the Scarlet Dream God, claiming whoever steals it gets to keep it. Han Yanru watches them charge, her heart sinking fast. That bright light from earlier must have drawn nearby players right to this spot, all hungry for the Scarlet Dream God rewards. Liu Su snaps back at them. They defeated this Scarlet Dream God first, so why do these thieves get to steal it? Han Yanru whispers for her to calm down. They should wait and watch how the situation plays out first. Letting the newcomers wear down the monster first is actually a smart move. Just then, a brute with sharp teeth steps forward. He declares that the blood gate has arrived and bystanders must leave, and his men immediately start slashing wildly to clear the area. Claiming the Scarlet Dream God belongs to Blood Gate, they cause instant panic. Shield 7 whispers that these guys are dangerous. They are the most notorious guild in Extreme Ice City, known for bullying average players and taking whatever they want. They rob and kill without a second thought. Han Yanru carefully pulls her hood down, realizing these are the guys from the last auction. If they recognize her, things will get incredibly ugly. She realizes they need to slip away as fast as possible. Before anyone spots them, the 3 companions quietly try to slip away from the chaotic scene. But of course, luck isn't on their side today. Shui Wuhen glances back and spots Han Yanru sneaking away. He vaguely remembers her face. Wanting immediate answers, Shui Wuhen unleashes a burst of energy that blows the hood off her head. Recognizing her as the girl standing next to Zhang Yi at the auction, he demands to know where he is. She immediately plays dumb. She claims she has no idea what he is talking about, but he trusts his sharp memory completely. Don't play dumb, you might not know me, but I definitely know you. He was planning to settle scores in Fa Hiu City anyway, so delivering themselves to his territory is pure suicide. Shield 7 quickly steps in front of her. He tries to defuse the situation, claiming it is a misunderstanding and offering them the Scarlet Dream God without a fight. They are happy to leave them to it, but before he can even finish his sentence, Shui Wuhen kicks Shield 7 right in the gut, screaming for him to get lost as the poor guy flies backward. He crashes against a boulder in pain while Shui Wuhen glares at them with cold, vengeful eyes. He tells them they are dreaming if they think they can leave. An angry Liu Su cannot hold back anymore. She yells that they only came to clear the dungeon and warns the Blood Gate not to push them too far. He sneers at her words, swinging his weapon forward while screaming for them to go wait in the underworld first. Han Yanru charges forward, activating her God-tier summoner talent. Watching from afar, the gathered crowd is absolutely appalled by the villain's behavior. They whisper that the Blood Gate is taking things too far since the girl did not even provoke them and offered to yield the monster. But that is just how Blood Gate operates: ruthless bullies who use pure force. The onlookers decide to flee the area immediately. Han Yanru summons two powerful phantoms to block the incoming strike, but Shu Wuhen just laughs and unleashes a flurry of chaotic blows. He mocks her, calling her man useless for leaving her to fight alone, and suggests she join him instead. Han Yanru refuses to back down. She yells in disgust, retaliating with a fireball spell, but Shui Wuhen is too fast and closes the distance in seconds. He smugly tells her she is seeking death, swinging his blade before launching into another relentless assault. He sneers that since she chose the hard way, she should not expect him to show any mercy to a pretty lady. Arriving at the villa entrance, Zhang Yi looks around in confusion as panicked players run past him like refugees. He asks a fleeing player what is going on, and the terrified youth warns him that the Blood Gate is on a rampage. He explains that they are slaughtering players to steal a Scarlet Dream God, and they have even captured a beautiful young girl. Zhang Yi feels a sudden wave of dread as the fleeing player warns him to turn back. The man warns them that going forward is extremely dangerous, but Zhang Yi immediately turns to his two teammates with urgent eyes. He tells them to follow, and all three sprint directly into the danger zone. Meanwhile, Sui Wuhen has clamped his powerful hand around Han Yanru's neck, leaving her trembling in his grip. He coldly tells her that this is her absolute last chance to survive, demanding she call Zhang Yi out right now. Han Yanru stammers that he is not here, prompting a wave of mocking laughter from his excited henchmen. They mockingly say it is a shame such a pretty girl is throwing her life away for her boyfriend. They laugh that Zhang Yi is probably a coward hiding in a corner, trembling, terrified by the sheer size of the Blood Gate crew. Too scared to come out are we. Before his laughter even fades, a sudden strike cuts right through his throat, allowing them only a single gasp before blood sprays wildly from their necks. Meanwhile, that massive axe swings down towards Shu Wuhen once again. It moves at absolute lightning speed. While he is still caught completely off guard, Zhang Yi's cold voice echoes. How dare you touch her? Seeing his girl treated this way, Zhang Yi goes completely feral, his punches growing heavier by the second. You must have a death wish. With a single brutal blow, Shui Wuhen crashes to the ground, leaving his lackeys screaming in pure shock. Boss nestled in Zhang Yi's arms, Han Yanru softly apologizes for making him worry. He gently reassures her that everything is fine now. Just wait here while I handle these blood-suck bastards first. Even with his face beaten to a pulp, Shui Wuhen still sneers. Zhang Yi, you really don't get the situation, do you? You are standing right on blood-suck turf. With that, he roars out orders to grab both of them, promising to torture them slowly and brutally right now. Blood-sucked goons immediately surround Zhang Yi. But wait, watch what happens right behind their lines. A bunch of cultists are suddenly launched into the air for no apparent reason, crashing back down hard. Ba Huang charges in, wildly swinging his blade. How dare they bully his sister? He is absolutely ready to slaughter these dogs. Zhang Yi calms the overprotective brother down. Han Yanru only has minor injuries, so they should focus on taking care of her first. These blood-sucked snakes are incredibly sly, so they must watch out for sneak attacks. Qinglong immediately nods in agreement. If things go sideways, I will back you up instantly. Rest assured we will keep the young lady perfectly safe. Just then, Han Yanru interrupts. Weakly, she urges him to take an item that might help him win this fight. Please be careful out there, she says. Zhang Yi looks down in surprise. It turns out Han Yanru is handing him the Ring of Death once again. Taking it with a smirk, Zhang Yi feels a sudden surge of confidence. This time he will sacrifice all of them to feed the Ring of Death. A massive explosion rocks the area the moment he charges forward. To him, the blood sect is nothing but a disorganized pack of absolute trash. Let us see how long you can actually survive. Glancing at his ring, he is thrilled. Its scaling potential is completely broken. Forget about a nobody like Shu Wuhen, even a Tier 2 berserker would get absolutely crushed, and would stand no chance against him. Shu Wuhen panics, screaming at his men to stop staring and do something. Shoot him, rain arrows down and kill him. Watching the incoming attack, Zhang Yi remains completely unfazed. He silently thanks them for the free ammunition since he was just wondering how to trigger his passive skill. A barrage of arrows strikes his back, and right on cue, Zhang Yi triggers his devastating passive ability. He proudly commands them to witness the ultimate wrath of the demonic dragon as he summons Xiao He to charge. Unleashing the massive area of effect Hell Dragon Fire, the blood-sucked goons scream in agony, begging their boss to save them. Forced to activate his bloodthirsty rage skill, Sui Wuhen growls, refusing to believe anyone could grow this strong in just a few days. He convinces himself that the last loss was pure luck, and this is just an empty bluff. Charging forward, he vows to avenge his fallen blood-sucked brothers. But before he can even land a blow, his giant axe suddenly snaps completely in half. Staring at his broken weapon, Sui Wuhen freezes in absolute horror. Looking up in a daze, he finds a sharp blade pointed straight at his neck. Now panic truly sets in. What do you want? The Blood Sect is the #1 guild in Frost City, and if you dare touch me, the guild will never let you off. Zhang Yi casually replies that since he already killed him once, why would he hesitate a second time? Your guild is full of wicked scum. I will slaughter them one by one, and if they keep coming, I will wipe out the entire guild. Overwhelmed by this terrifying presence, Shui Wuhen desperately screams for help, but the words barely leave his mouth before his head flies. Zhang Yi coldly tells him to be a better person in his next life. With his resurrection charges gone this time, Shui Wuhen is permanently dead. Once the remaining mob is dealt with, Qinglong quickly reports that the area is clear. The Blood Sect trash has been wiped out, but what should they do with this elite monster? Defeating it likely drops massive rewards. Zhang Yi tells them to hold off. He turns to Han Yanru asking if she has already received the Dream Stone. You probably already obtained the Dream Stone through your prayer rite. Try handing the Dream Stone over to it. Han Yanru immediately nods and steps forward. She offers the stone to Dream God, who is deeply moved after fully absorbing its powerful energy. The faithful have returned to this land with the Dream Stone. Thank you, brave warriors. Dream God tells them to follow her, leaving Qinglong stunned. He asks if the guild leader secretly peeked at the cheat codes beforehand. How on earth does he know all this? Zhang Yi just stares ahead, watching Dream God lead the way. When asked where she is leading them, Zhang Yi simply replies to just follow because she will lead them to Mengshuan. Following her to a secluded spring, she calls out to the water, commanding the sleeping soul within to finally awaken. The water ripples instantly. Out of the crystal-clear blue depths, a beautiful fair-skinned girl slowly emerges. She greets the Chosen One. This is the Dream God, one of the 10 divine guardians of the apocalypse. Each corresponds to one of the 10 god-level talent cards. Her glowing feet gently touch the surface of the lake. She has waited here far too long. Standing atop the water, the Dream God stares directly at Zhang Yi and his allies. It has been so long that she forgot the passing of time itself, keeping her hands relaxed behind her back. A glowing blue flower appears. As the very first player to reach her, she promises a special reward. Floating on a trail of mist, the flower drifts toward Han Yanru. It is the exact dream flower they need. The system screen flashes. Han Yanru has successfully acquired the rare dream flower. Overjoyed, she throws her arms around Zhang Yi and cries that Xiao He is saved, while his face turns completely red as he pats her head. Zhang Yi agrees that they succeeded thanks to her. Nearby, Qinglong turns to Ba Huang with a quick suggestion. He asks if they should patrol the area in case any Blood Sect scouts remain. Ba Huang nods in silent agreement. Zhang Yi moves quickly. He opens the crafting manual next to the flower and the potion. It is time to study how to duplicate the resurrection potion, keeping previous crafting methods in mind. Remembering how Fuya brewed potions before he attempts the recipe, and the system notification quickly flashes to confirm his success. With the potion ready, Zhang Yi casts a magic circle. Xiao He is summoned. He gently strokes the pet, whispering that the suffering is finally over and not to worry anymore. He tells it to drink up to recover. Xiao He opens its mouth, swallowing the glowing resurrection medicine. Instant gold energy envelops the beast. Han Yanru rushes over, throwing her arms around their healed companion. Their friend is back. She squeezes him, crying out how much she missed him. Looking up, they see the Dream God silently watching. She extends her hand towards the group, leaving Han Yanru puzzled. She stares blankly as a mysterious card materializes, featuring an illustration of the deity standing by the shore. Talk about a sudden twist. Ba Huang immediately raises his guard, warning the group to stay cautious. Han Yanru clutches her chest, staring up as a vision begins to unfold before her eyes. 1,000 years ago, demonic forces launched a brutal assault on the continent. The deity's face fills with sorrow. The Dream God Villa remained the sole sanctuary, untouched by the devastating invasion. To push back the demonic army, a group of powerful warriors gathered to initiate a massive sealing ritual. 10 great guardians fought to the death, joining forces to bind the Demon King in heavy sealing chains. The Chained King sneers with a bizarre smile, telling them that all their desperate efforts are merely delaying the inevitable. The Dream God huddled in fear as the other 9 guardians vanish one after another following that brutal war. With her companions gone, she had no choice but to slip into a deep, uninterrupted slumber. As the vision fades, her floating spirit explains that what they are seeing is merely a projection. Created right before she fell into her deep slumber, this phantom exists solely to guide the chosen heroes to find and awaken her real body. Han Yanru takes a tentative step forward, whispering that the Dream God has suddenly faded away. Only faint lights remain on the water. Suddenly, the system notification flashes. A legendary hidden quest is triggered, demanding they find the missing Dream God who vanished after sealing the Demon King. Zhang Yi stares intensely at the quest, completely unaware of the sudden danger looming right behind him. He warns everyone to prepare since the quest has officially begun. Sensing a threat, he suddenly whips his head around. A pack of ferocious Lubo monsters leaps out from the shadows, brandishing their massive blades to launch a sudden and violent ambush. Han Yanru raises her heavy weapon high, shouting for the rest of the team to stand back while she rushes forward to hold them off. Zhang Yi unsheathes his sword and leaps forward, shouting that he will handle the other two monsters. A freezing blast of blue light shoots forward completely, encasing the charging monsters in solid blocks of ice right before her eyes. Ba Huang lets out a smug laugh, but his grin fades in seconds as the surrounding ice begins to melt away. Crowd control did not work on these guys. The moment the ice shatters, the Lu Bu clones charge with blades drawn. Realizing freeze spells are useless, Ba Huang grips his heavy blade and lunges directly into the fray. Looks like a brute force head-on clash is his only option, blowing back two enemies with a single massive swing. Suddenly, the weapon in Ba Huang's hands begins to shift, splitting apart in a matter of seconds. With dual blades now in hand, Ba Huang ruthlessly slices through the monsters while nearby Qinglong and Zhang Yi unleash their own lethal assault. Zhang Yi leaps forward with a vicious slash, and before long the Lu Bu clones lie dead at their feet. Our side is clear too, Han Yanru says, turning to look over at Zhang Yi. Glowing butterflies flutter all around them as she asks if waking the dream god is their only way out. She wonders if finishing this quest is the key to leaving this bizarre realm. She watches the glowing butterflies as they emerge from the dark lake, rising up into the air. Suddenly, Zhang Yi looks up, his eyes glowing a deep red as he promises they will have an answer very soon. His treasure hunter talent triggers, highlighting a mysterious glowing mirror sitting deep at the bottom of the lake. There is definitely something strange going on here, Qinglong says, crossing his arms. He wonders where these monsters came from since he made sure the entire perimeter was clear on the way in. Zhang Yi kneels down to examine the corpses, noting they look remarkably similar to the elite demon warriors. Han Yanru rubs her chin in confusion, asking how that is possible if the demon clan was sealed away ages ago. Why are they showing up here, she wonders, while Zhang Yi raises his hand. He feels the strange energy of the butterflies materializing out of thin air before suddenly standing up. He suggests a wild theory. What if they are not in the actual dream god manor at all? What if they have been dragged straight into the dream god's nightmare, leaving Han Yanru to stare back in disbelief? Zhang Yi explains that inside a dream the standard rules of this game no longer apply. That is why sealed demons can materialize out of thin air and the glowing butterflies can endlessly replicate. The dream can easily hold the data of multiple players, bending reality to the dream god's memories. Only she has that kind of absolute power, which is why she begged them to find and wake her. Without a second thought, Zhang Yi dives straight into the lake, urging the others to follow him down. The other three dive in right behind him, activating a handy water avoidance spell to swim deeper. This exclusive mage buff allows the entire party to move and breathe underwater without any restrictions. The skill lasts for 3 minutes. Zhang Yi stops and points ahead, telling the team to watch closely. He notes the butterflies are flying toward a stone gate, a small smirk playing on his face. He guesses that gate must lead to another realm, urging everyone to head straight for it. Suddenly, Han Yanru tenses up, her eyes widening in absolute panic as she senses a hostile presence. She warns them that something is lurking in the depths, just as massive tentacles erupt from the rocks. The slimy appendages wrap around her like glue, trapping her in the incredibly tight grip of a grotesque beast. The tentacles tighten, pinning her arms as Zhang Yi leaps forward with his blade ready to strike. He slices through the thick flesh and tells her to get behind him while a system prompt flashes. With only 30 seconds left on their spell, they look at the monster in horror, realizing the beast regenerates instantly. Ba Huang yells out that their water spell is running out, warning the group that they need to move immediately. Zhang Yi offers to hold the line alone, yelling at the others to go and open the stone gate. The system warns them that only 20 seconds remain as the countdown continues to tick down. Ba Huang commands Qinglong to follow him to the stone gate, even as the game's system flashes an ominous 10-second warning. He presses his hands against the stone door, desperately begging the heavy seal to budge. Behind them, Zhang Yi fights the beast as the stone gate slowly begins to crack. Push harder, Ba Huang screams, his face pale and teeth gritted in sheer agony as they strain against the stone. On 3, the spell finally expires, but Ba Huang and Qinglong manage to heave the massive stone doors open. A glowing red barrier suddenly flares up, blocking Zhang Yi as he unleashes a flurry of heavy slashes at the incoming tentacles. The two quickly swim to escape. Seeing her struggle, he reaches out his hand and tells her to hold on tight. Zhang Yi quickly grabs Han Yanru by the wrist, pulling her along as they slip past the barrier just in time. Suddenly, a rogue tentacle snares Zhang Yi's leg, but Ba Huang is already there, raising his massive weapon to strike. His blade slashes down, severing the limb. He yells to shut the door, and the heavy gates finally slam shut. Outside, severed and bloody tentacles drift away in the water. Inside, Han Yanru looks over at Zhang Yi with a sigh of relief. That was way too close, she says, almost getting dragged away. Standing right beside her, he simply nods in agreement. We are safe now that octopus cannot get inside. But Zhang Yi does not want to waste time and urges the group forward. He tells them to move fast. The four step inside, greeted by ancient walls covered in glowing alien inscriptions. Inscriptions of the nobles, Zhang Yi notes, immediately starting to translate the text for everyone. The writing looks incredibly eerie, giving off a chilling vibe. It seems Dream God was right about the nobles invading this place. This sanctuary was invaded. Looking around, it is obvious a terrifyingly brutal battle took place right here. He takes a slow step forward, his boot brushing past piles of old human skulls. And what they are seeing is likely just a fraction of the casualties. Behind him, Ba Huang and Qinglong follow. They step into the bizarre hall. This noble invasion, could it be linked to the looming apocalypse? Deep within the darkness, three shadowy figures suddenly materialize. The reckoning is coming sooner than they think. This world is about to face an absolute catastrophe, and not a single soul will escape. Then she spots something. Han Yanru points ahead, urging everyone to look. Right in front of them is a massive set of stone stairs. At the very top, bound tightly to a boulder by heavy iron chains, is none other than Dream God herself. Zhang Yi's theory was spot on. That is indeed Dream God, and yeah, her deep slumber was definitely no accident. There is a massive conspiracy hiding behind all of this. Suddenly, the chains begin to rattle and jerk violently forward. Sitting upon a dark throne is a girl with glowing red eyes and sharp fangs, calling them four useless little reptiles. She demands to know if they realize whose territory they have entered as Meng Ling slowly steps down from her throne. Crimson aura swirls around her. Surprised they made it this far, Meng Ling raises a clawed hand toward Dream God's throat. She mocks her for still resisting her fate after all this time, snatching a glowing blue butterfly right out of the air. Squeezing it in her hand, Meng Ling's face darkens, accusing the creature of leading them straight to this place. Leaning close to Dream God's ear, she whispers that she has just brought absolute miserable ruin upon these foolish young intruders. She wants to make her watch as these pathetic pests die for her. But suddenly, a massive shockwave erupts. The impact blasts several minions into the air. Weapons raised, Han Yanru stands defiantly right in front of Meng Ling's forces. She demands to know who she is, ordering her to release Dream God. Up high, Meng Ling just crosses her arms and laughs. She challenges them to prove they are strong enough, just as the door behind Zhang Yi's group is blocked off. Heavy iron chains wrap around the exit. Now that they have entered her domain, none of them are leaving here alive. Meng Ling thrusts her arm forward, shooting a massive iron chain that snakes down from the high ceiling. A giant boulder slowly lowers along with the chain. The moment of reckoning has finally arrived. Meng Ling whips the chain, hurling the massive boulder toward them, yelling for their total destruction. Han Yanru and Zhang Yi stand their ground with wide eyes, instantly channeling their magic using the demon warrior corpses scattered around the area. Activating her soul summoner talent, a thick green mist begins to swirl around them. Floating in midair, Dream God looks down at Han Yanru, acknowledging her name and calling her incredibly fortunate. She explains that Han Yanru possesses an immense power beyond her own understanding, warning her to always keep the faith. She must hold on to her belief. Watching this unfold, Meng Ling's expression instantly twists into pure panic. You love to see it. Instantly, the two seem to merge. Standing before Dream God, Han Yanru quickly forms hand seals to strike back. The giant chain boulder suddenly teleports, crushing Meng Ling's minions beneath its weight as they scream out in agonizing pain. This infuriating sight drives Meng Ling completely mad. Eyes red with rage, she warns them that the same trick will never work twice. Even their master could not defeat her, so she demands to know where they get such foolish confidence. Shattering her confidence, Ba Huang and Qinglong charge forward to unleash a brutal combined strike. What about adding me? I will help Golden Requiem too, and the two charge forward without hesitation. They charge directly at Meng Ling, only to face her deadly soul-locking chains. The chains bind tight around Qinglong's wrists to paralyze his movements, and Ba Huang is no exception. Iron binds him fast. What on earth is this? Seeing their sheer panic, Meng Ling wears a smug grin and screams for them all to become her brainless puppets. Anyone caught in her soul-locking chains is doomed to absolute obedience, yet only a few seconds later something goes completely wrong. Their eyes burn red like hollow puppets, and Ba Huang suddenly bares his teeth. Glaring with bloodshot eyes, he spins around and charges straight at Zhang Yi's distant squad as Meng Ling gloats about loving the sight of allies tearing each other apart. The deadly show is finally starting as Ba Huang grips his weapon. He strikes from above, straight at Han Yanru, forcing her to look up in terror, begging to know what is wrong. With wide trembling eyes, she tries to remind him of who she is, but suddenly a heavy blade blocks his weapon. Sparks fly as Zhang Yi stands in front of Han Yanru with his saber shielding her. Zhang Yi begs him to wake up, but the brainwashed warrior only answers with a barrage of brutal slashes. Meng Ling watches the madness unfold with absolute delight, boasting about her ultimate triumph. He is nothing but her brainless puppet, now moving only on her command, and with that, he drives a flaming blade right at Zhang Yi. The relentless assault forces Zhang Yi backward, losing his footing as he drags his saber to steady himself. Meanwhile, Ba Huang charges like a madman straight toward Han Yanru with his weapon. His glowing red eyes lock onto her as he stalks closer. Han Yanru cowers in terror, pleading with him to remember that she is his own sister. She stands completely frozen as Meng Ling commands her mindless thrall to strike her. Qinglong draws back his sharp arrow on her command to pierce Han Yanru's heart while Zhang Yi struggles to stand. He screams for Han Yanru to look out as a volley of deadly arrows fly through the air, aiming directly at her back in a split second. With quick magic, Zhang Yi pulls a nearby minion to block the arrows, saving her. Han Yanru's evoker power has grown tremendously. Her summoned spirits can now act on their own to shield their master from any danger. Furious Meng Ling raises her hands as red flames and chains erupt around her. Ordering her chains to grab them, she sends Ba Huang diving down while mockingly telling them to give up. With their doom apparently sealed, Zhang Yi and Han Yanru stand back-to-back, raising their weapons in a desperate defense. Dragging this out will only get them killed. They cannot use full force against their brainwashed friends. They must find a way to escape this battle before they are completely overwhelmed. A glowing magic circle appears on the ground, summoning Xiaohe for them to quickly mount and escape. Seeing them flee, Meng Ling mocks their efforts, claiming she expected far better tricks from the pair. They infiltrated her domain yet are now completely helpless against her absolute authority. With no choice but to run, they flee as she raises her hand to target them. A sharp-tipped chain shoots forward like her destiny lock arrow to make him watch his friends turn against him. The heavy chain slams straight into Xiaohe, triggering a massive blast that sends him crashing down. Xiaohe lies injured on the ground through the smoke. Zhang Yi struggles up, searching for Han Yanru. Asking if she is all right, Han Yanru stutters with her head down, saying it is only a few minor scratches. Stalking forward, Meng Ling approaches and forcefully lifts Zhang Yi's chin to look him dead in the eye. She sneers that his beast and allies will serve the Demon King and he will share their exact fate. Despite the cuts on his face, Zhang Yi smirks and asks if she is truly sure about that. Suddenly, Xiaohe lunges from the shadows right behind her without warning. The beast opens his massive jaws and swallows her whole, putting an end to her mind games. Covered in sweat, Zhang Yi realizes that Ba Huang and Qinglong are still bound by her destiny chains. They must protect Xiaohe from being touched by those chains, but suddenly another chain slams into a rock. Zhang Yi yells for Xiaohe to reinforce his left flank, but in the distance, Qinglong is still controlled. Raising his bow once more, they wonder why this is happening since the warden has already been defeated. Why are they still brainwashed? Perhaps the curse takes time to fade, or maybe something even worse is happening. Out of a human skull sprouts a dark blooming crimson flower. She is still alive. The dream god suddenly emerges from the blossom, wearing a mocking smile of praise. She never expected to be fooled by such trivial tricks, but things are far from over. If they think this alone can defeat her, they are sorely mistaken, a terrifying sight that leaves Zhang Yi deeply concerned. He quickly figures out the connection between her and the flower, a soul-grafting technique using Lycora's blossoms to swap places with her true body. This successful spatial swap is a signature skill unique to dream gods, and she slowly raises her hand high. Gently touching her lips, she wonders if she is indeed a dream god while admitting they are quite stubborn. She admits they are far more tenacious than expected, but promises she will not make any more mistakes. There will be no more chances for them as Zhang Yi grips his blade tightly amidst the crimson smoke while Han Yanru stands on guard. He raises a sharp question, asking if she was once a dream god herself, meaning she must fear the light like the rest. Is that why she hides in this deep underwater palace far from the sun? He wonders, gripping his dual-colored blade even tighter. Zhang Yi looks her dead in the eye and asks why she betrayed the dream god, a question that instantly darkens her face. Gritting her teeth in fury, she yells at him to shut up, declaring she never wants to hear that name again. She rejects that identity. Her fingers twitch, sending the heavy chains forward. She screams that only she has the power to lead their tribe to eternal victory, yet everyone always blindly defends the goddess. She roars for them to die as she launches an attack, prompting Zhang Yi to make a quick move. Zhang Yi calls out, summoning Qitan. His giant companion instantly appears by his side. He asks what time it currently is in the outside world, and as a virtual clock interface appears, Qitan reports that it is 6:45 a.m. This sudden question leaves Han Yanru rather confused, touching her chin as she wonders what plan he is cooking up while he looks up at the floating enemy. He shouts that she was once a dream god, meaning she possesses the exact same weakness to bright light. Hiding deep underwater was her only shield from the sun. Now watch this play. With those words, Zhang Yi hurls his powerful blade straight forward, aiming right at the floating dream god. She stands her ground, laughing confidently that such a low-level attack could never hope to scratch her. Just like that, she arches her back, dodging cleanly. But he is not done. The blade flies straight toward the cave ceiling, triggering a massive explosion as it pierces deep into the solid rock walls. Beams of intense sunlight burst through the cracks, shining directly on her, as she screams in absolute agony. Her fierce expression vanishes, replaced by a gentle form dressed in pure white, but the battle is over. Zhang Yi declares that her beautiful dream is officially over, and nearby, Ba Huang suddenly regains his consciousness, no longer under her dark influence. Clutching his aching head, Ba Huang stumbles forward, complaining of a massive headache, while the dream god collapses, completely dazed. She looks around in confusion, asking who they are, which prompts Han Yanru to put her hands on her hips in surprise. Han Yanru finds this incredibly strange, noting she was not this gentle when she controlled him and Qinglong to attack them. Ba Huang rubs his forehead, observing her closely and noting that she looks just like the other dream gods they encountered. Hearing this, Zhang Yi quickly chimes in to explain and analyze the situation for the rest of his team. He explains that she was likely possessed by the demon clan's dark power, though her core nature remains that of a dream god. They cannot handle any direct light, and exposure to intense rays completely drains them of all their spiritual energy. Up above, the heavy chains binding the dream god begin to fade away as she slowly regains consciousness and opens her eyes. The dream god floats down from above. Han Yanru looks up, gasping in complete surprise. Extending her palm outward, she sends out a powerful mental command calling for all her sleeping dream gods to awaken. Golden beams of light descend from above, revealing hundreds of beautiful girls dressed in pure white robes standing on the ground. The dream god returns to her grand throne and looks down upon Zhang Yi and his companions with a gentle gaze. She speaks softly, apologizing for the chaotic scene and explaining that the girl was merely bewitched by the demon king. She simply lost herself temporarily, and she sincerely thanks them for saving her before her eyes suddenly fill with sadness. Looking back to 100 years ago, after the demon king was sealed, a deep, indescribable sadness washes over her. The lingering evil spirits quickly corrupted her peaceful clan, bringing back dark memories of demons brutally attacking her beloved subjects. She herself was forced into a deep slumber after completely depleting her spiritual energy inside the dream world. The dream god recalls the noble forces charging in like a sweeping wave, completely unable to determine if it was merely a dream or a warning from above, yet standing by was never an option. As the continent plunged into disaster once more, leaving the deity bound by chains and unable to fight back. To ensure a future awakening, the deity left behind a guiding illusion at the dream god villa, waiting for challengers until Zhang Yi and his team finally arrived and restored the villa to its former glory. A system notification pops up congratulating Zhang Yi's squad on completing the quest. As the dream god fades away, they received the legendary divine weapon called Dream God's Blessing, along with a single golden chest summoned right before them. The treasure appears right in the middle of the group as the deity urges them to claim their reward. Zhang Yi crouches down to inspect the massive pile of loot, noting there is plenty of high-tier gear. Even with one piece for everyone, plenty remains, so he tells the others to choose while Ba Huang rubs his chin. Ba Huang eyes the dream god armor, while Qinglong simply points a hand toward the loot, claiming the dream god bracers for himself, while the deity turns to Han Yanru with a gentle command. Calling Han Yanru forward leaves her utterly confused as she tightly grips her weapon in both hands. As she prepares to defend herself, the dream god gently guides the weapon back toward her, triggering a notification. The screen displays the level 50 staff weapon known as the Dream God's Blessing. It grants a 20% skill boost and raises the entire party's attributes by 20%, leaving her wondering if this is truly for her. A glowing golden card floats from the deity's hand toward Han Yanru as if the weapon itself chose her. Her innate talent card was originally forged from the deity's own power, the purest essence of the dream god. The deity explains she is like another self, making her the perfect fit, while Zhang Yi watches in absolute awe. He finally realizes why Han Yanru's soul summoner talent and the deity's summoning skills are so incredibly identical. It turns out her god-tier talent card actually contains the sealed power of ancient deities. These god-tier cards condense the true power of apocalyptic deities, leaving the dream god floating calmly in the air. Looking at Han Yanru, the deity offers to send them back, noting they have spent far too much time helping out in these ruins. But there is still one major favor to ask: they must locate and awaken the remaining deities of this world, the 9 remaining sleeping gods, so they can stand ready before the final world-ending disaster strikes. If a deity can save this apocalypse, so can they. As a beautiful, starry sky suddenly opens up overhead, a gentle breeze sweeps through the grand estate, hidden deep in the high mountains where the villa stands. Zhang Yi and his crew find themselves outside, looking around at an environment that feels completely different. The dark, gloomy atmosphere of the past is gone, replaced by a strange sense of peace. This is likely the true form of the villa, but get this, their peaceful moment does not last. Suddenly, a heavily injured girl covered in scratches stumbles forward, clutching her chest while gasping for air. Han Yanru spins around and sees Liu Su covered in deep wounds, desperately reaching out to beg for help. She cries out in panic, asking Liu Su what happened as the wounded girl warns them to run. A red-robed cultist from the Beast Clan points directly at Zhang Yi's team, calling out to the Great Elder. He reports that young Master Xuexiao died by their hands, sending whispers of anger through the crowd. Clearly, these intruders have zero respect for the blood sect, prompting the Elder to bare his sharp teeth in rage. He orders his men to capture the intruders immediately, while Zhang Yi calmly assesses the hostile forces. It seems the Blood Sect has arrived to avenge Xue Wuhen as Han Yanru quickly supports the falling Liu Su. Han Yanru glares at the enemy, disgusted by how arrogant they remain despite committing so many heinous crimes. She swiftly raises the blessed staff high, unleashing the holy light of the Dream God's blessing. The enemy gasps at her glowing weapon, realizing the party has actually uncovered the lost Dream God. The elder stands with hands on hips, calling her a mere brat and ordering his subordinates to charge with swords drawn. He claims they searched for years in vain, insisting that her radiant weapon is a cheap fake meant to scare them off. He orders the Blood Sect to attack only for them to fall instantly under Ba Huang and Zhang Yi's blades. Ba Huang challenges them to look closely with their own eyes as Han Yanru and Qinglong prepare to strike. The blessing's power surges, boosting every party member's attributes by 20% as this bizarre sight unfolds right before their eyes. He frowns, sweating bullets as he realizes she actually pulled a divine weapon right out of her hands. Meng Chen stares intently at the weapon in her hands, which is radiating a brilliant green energy. It seems their enemies have run completely out of luck. Standing right in front of him, Zhang Yi points his dual-colored blade forward and roars, "Are you still refusing to surrender?" Behind the Great Elder, his trembling lackeys panic. "Great Elder, what do we do now? Our men have all been wiped out. While we still draw breath, there is hope. Should we retreat?" Before the coward can even finish, the Elder grabs him by the throat as the man gasps out his title. Just like that, the two Beast Clan members absorb his crimson energy, so the Blood Sect actually bred them. "Cowards like you two are better off as sacrifices for me," he growls as dark energy swirls around the Great Elder. The thick red mist clings to him as he summons his brothers to arise, then something shifts in the fog. A figure with glowing crimson eyes floats in the air while a group of men carrying heavy stones on their shoulders surrounds them. They surround Zhang Yi's party as he warns everyone to watch out for an ambush while the Elder bares his fangs. With a smug grin, he sneers that after losing so many disciples, the Blood Sect must reclaim its honor through blood. Suddenly, the heavy stone slabs slam onto the ground as two red-eyed Beast Clan warriors raise their hands in unison. It is a fight to the death. Either you die or we do. Instantly, a deep slash opens across his palm, dripping blood as the Beast Clan warrior slams his hand onto the stone. Blood splatters everywhere. Just die. The blood sacrifice formation is active. Within seconds, every single stone slab glows as a massive 8-trigram barrier traps Zhang Yi and his entire squad. Seriously, what kind of spell is this? It looks like a massive fusion barrier activated by multiple high-level casters. Warning his team to stay alert, Zhang Yi looks up as a blinding light begins descending rapidly down the heavy chains. To avoid wasting precious time, Zhang Yi directs his team to hold their ground while he goes on ahead. He wants to search for an exit path, prompting Ba Huang to nod in agreement and offer his own help. Ba Huang decides to check another direction while Han Yanru anxiously calls out for both of them to stay safe and retreat if needed. A moment later, Zhang Yi approaches the rocky edge, sword in hand, facing a floating wall of crimson mist. With no other choice, he decides to test the boundaries by slashing his blade directly at the barrier. Wait, is it actually doing nothing? The magic rebounds, sending a harsh shockwave right back at him. Suddenly, the massive projection of the Great Elder appears above the stones, laughing wildly that they will never escape. The curse traps them. Neither of them can escape this massive barrier. Han Yanru runs over to ask for an update as Zhang Yi wipes away his sweat, admitting the barrier cannot be broken. It is completely immune to raw spiritual energy, which makes Ba Huang sigh and nod in frustrated agreement. He tried multiple times with the exact same result, while outside the Elder orders his beastman lackey to double their efforts. He wants the formation strengthened immediately, causing the blood on the stone slabs to flow even faster. Suddenly, a swarm of vengeful spirits rises from the ground, charging toward them one after another in a relentless wave. They target Zhang Yi's group as some shout to warn the others that they are being completely surrounded. 3 of them charge forward to fight while Zhang Yi focuses on dodging, but the more spirits they slay, the more appear. This leaves the group struggling as the Elder mocks them to stop wasting their energy on this endless horde. They will spawn endlessly. There is no way to kill them all. Panting heavily with his sword propped against the ground, Zhang Yi realizes the true danger of this blood sacrifice magic. It uses this endless wave of spirits to drain the target's physical and mental stamina until they have nothing left. It is designed to slowly torture them to death, and suddenly a female spirit lunges at Zhang Yi from behind. Stay sharp, her long razor-sharp claws wrap tightly around Zhang Yi's neck. Leaning in close, Yue Ling whispers directly into his ear that a handsome guy like him can never escape her grasp. Clinging tightly to him, she coos that he should just stay inside this barrier forever because she gets so incredibly lonely all by herself. Furious, he grits his teeth and struggles to break free, snapping that he wants absolutely nothing to do with filthy spirits. These spirits are proving to be a massive headache as another glowing red blade suddenly slashes across the darkness. Emerging from the smoke, Ba Huang swings his blades at the incoming wraiths, wondering how they will survive. The sheer number of wraiths in this place is multiplying fast, and they definitely cannot hold out much longer if this keeps up. He absolutely must find a way to break this barrier, gritting his teeth while anxiously scanning the area for any clues. Those 4 stone tablets are definitely the key points of the formation, and breaking their surface is their only way out. Gripping the 2 blades at his sides, Ba Huang channels all his inner power directly into his weapons to execute a breakthrough. The furious wraiths screech and rush forward, only to be instantly obliterated and turned into dust by his strikes. Their previous attacks on the barrier were way too scattered, but focusing all their power on a single spot might actually work. There is a solid chance they can blast a hole right through, so Ba Huang wastes no time and charges straight ahead. He barks out orders to go save Zhang Yi, first telling Qinglong to lead Han Yanru and focus all their power on the tablet. Qinglong acknowledges the command with bow in hand as the dark sky slowly begins to swallow the final rays of the sunset. Down below, a massive mansion sits quietly within the sprawling grounds of the Mengling Villa. Dai Wu walks forward with her eyes closed, letting out a frustrated sigh about how completely boring everything is. She hoped to make a tidy profit off the Mengling scarlet sword, but some unknown thief snatched it away first, making this whole trip a complete waste of time when suddenly a massive crimson pillar in the distance catches her eye. What is going on? Was the Mengling scarlet quest not supposed to be finished already? Puzzled by the massive commotion, she decides to fly straight toward the source to see what is happening. From afar, she spots a group of people surrounding the red pillar, seemingly casting a massive spell. Why are there so many dead bodies of the blood sect lying around, and are those people actually the sect elders? Is this the legendary blood sacrifice array, she wonders as terrible memories of the Beast clan instantly flood her mind. The last time the blood sect activated this formation was during their brutal attack on Extreme Ice City to massacre the Beast leader. Could they be targeting Mengling Villa this time, she wonders, just as a brilliant golden beam pierces the red sphere. Shattering the barrier, it reveals Zhang Yi inside, struggling to break free from the wraith Yue Ling's illusions. Why was Zhang Yi captured by the blood sect? But wait, if he can actually break this massive array, maybe we can team up. With Zhang Yi on her side, wiping out the entire blood sect at once actually sounds doable, right? Observing the strained faces of the elders, desperately trying to maintain the array, she quickly makes a calculated guess. This formation is sustained purely by their life force, meaning if even one of them falls, the entire array will collapse. Once it fails, the backlash will hit them hard, so Dai Wu seizes the moment and leaps high into the air. Now is the time. She gracefully glides through the air, completely bypassing the guards, holding up the massive array. Dai Wu delivers a devastating kick straight to one of them, a shocking sight that makes the Grand Elder's eyes widen. With his arms outstretched, golden energy swirls around him to desperately hold the collapsing blood array together. Dai Wu looks up with a smirk and unleashes her skill, telling them that she has already done her part to help. The rest is entirely up to them now, as she immediately activates her stealth skill to vanish within the chaotic array. Yue Ling is suddenly startled by a burst of red energy, her eyes widening in absolute shock. Her face contorts in pain as she grips Zhang Yi, but her wraith power suddenly plunges, giving him a golden opportunity. He grabs Yue Ling and hurls her away as thick crimson mist begins to violently erupt from her collapsing body. Screaming in agonizing pain about her failing body, while Ba Huang rushes up from behind to check on Zhang Yi. He asks if he is alright, and Zhang Yi quickly replies that he is fine and the barrier is finally destroyed. Now it is their turn to strike back, but the blood array suddenly shakes violently, causing him to grit his teeth. Warning that the entire place is about to collapse, Zhang Yi suggests they make a run for it immediately. If they do not leave now, they will be trapped forever as massive boulders begin rain down around them. He yells for Han Yanru and the others to get over here quickly before the entire area caves in. Supporting Liu Su to escape, the 3 of them are suddenly cut off by a deep widening crevice in the ground. Zhang Yi reaches out, shouting for them to jump and take his hand, and the 3 leap into the air without hesitation. He tightly grabs Han Yanru by the wrist, pulling her to safety while looking at the others. Qinglong jokingly complains that they are being completely ignored with absolutely nobody checking on him. Zhang Yi pulls Han Yanru into a tight hug. He chuckles, asking if she thinks he is some elite athlete because this distance is nothing. It is just a tiny branch. Blushing, she looks up at him. She completely believes in his strength. Back at the array, things are ugly. The Great Elder stares with glowing red eyes, scowling in pure rage at their defiance. From high above, he thrusts his hand downward. A thick wave of purple smoke blasts straight toward them. Not a single soul will survive this. The Great Elder screams, diving down from the sky, surrounded by a raging red aura. Even if his sect falls, they will drag everyone down with them. Thick, suffocating smoke fills the entire area. The dense mist gradually clears. Zhang Yi and his friends walk right out of the shadows, leaving the old man utterly horrified. He stammers in shock. How are they still alive? Zhang Yi just grits his teeth with a confident smile. They are not that easy to kill. Today, the blood sect's run finally ends. Right then, Dai Wu arrives. She hurls a heavy chain toward the group. Zhang Yi moves instantly, catching the flying rope with a firm, steady grip. One by one, they hold onto the chain. She pulls them up, successfully escaping the deadly blood demon array. Zhang Yi looks down at the Great Elder. He declares that the blood sect has committed far too many unforgivable sins. Today is their final day. Without a second thought, he draws his blade and charges straight at the old man. The Great Elder stands frozen. He curses the severe backlash from the blood sacrifice array has completely paralyzed his body. Unable to move even an inch, he can only watch as Zhang Yi drives the blade straight through his chest. No way. It is over. In a flash, a system notification pops up showing player Zhang Yi has killed Shua Zhenyun, the Great Elder of the Blood Sect. With the battle finished, Zhang Yi immediately turns to thank Dai Wu. He admits they could not have done it without her, but she laughs and tells him to skip the formalities. She only stepped in to destroy the Blood Sect and to pay him back for helping her out in Dawn City. She pulls out several small glass vials. They are filled with a glowing, powerful liquid medicine. Pointing to the bottles, she says they should let the older sister drink this highly effective healing potion first. It is the most powerful health potion from the Extreme Ice City shop, and human players constantly fight to buy it. She also apologizes for the ring incident from before, but Han Yanru simply accepts the vites and smiles, letting it go. All in the past. Zhang Yi lets his friends recover, while he asks Dai Wu another crucial question. He wonders why she suddenly returned to Extreme Ice City when the Blood Sect was hunting her, but she just points to herself confidently. The most dangerous place is often the safest. Those idiots from the Blood Sect would never expect her to be here. She was living right under their noses. Suddenly remembering something, she gives Zhang Yi a playful, knowing smile. But get this, she warns him to worry about his own safety instead, as he is now a major thorn in Carlo's side. Does he even know how high his bounty has risen in the Assassin Guild by now? This news leaves Zhang Yi completely stunned. 1 million gold. His nephew really spent all his capital to destroy him. Waving goodbye to the group, she turns to leave. Now that the Blood Sect has finally been completely wiped out, Extreme Ice City is no longer a threat to her. She will keep working, though the city is now completely leaderless. Carlo will definitely seize this chance to sneak inside, so she warns them that they must remain extremely cautious. Her warnings leave Han Yanru feeling deeply anxious. She turns to look at Zhang Yi with clear concern. Although the Blood Sect was truly evil, the remaining Beastkin players are innocent. They cannot afford to let things fall apart. Dream God Villa has only just found peace. If Carlo exploits them again, the final consequences will be absolutely disastrous. He gently holds her hand to comfort her, promising he will never let Carlo succeed as they prepare to head back to Extreme Ice City. A few days later, the entire party finally begins their journey, heading toward the majestic gates of Extreme Ice City. A young guide points toward the massive gates, explaining that this grand fortress serves as the capital city for the beast race. Most Beastkin players live and trade here between their quests, but as the group enters, whispers break out around them. Onlookers begin pointing and whispering, asking if everyone heard about the group of human players who just arrived in town. Rumor says they wiped out the Blood Sect, which was the most powerful guild ruling over their entire city. They find it hard to believe a single squad did it, but others confirm it, adding that they even met the Dream God. And they apparently took a legendary divine weapon from him, making Han Yanru quickly whisper to Zhang Yi about the strange attention. Ever since they entered, the Beastkin players have been staring. It seems their victory over the Blood Sect is already famous. Nobody else should have known they possessed the divine weapon unless Qinglong was the one who spilled the beans. Qinglong had tried his best to win over the townspeople before they set out. Zhang Yi had sent Qinglong ahead to spread the word about them wiping out the Blood Gate and claiming the divine weapon. Spreading this news was the perfect way to pave a smooth path into the city and put everyone's minds at ease. Otherwise, those fierce Beastkin players wouldn't have been so easy to handle. Hearing his clever explanation, she couldn't help but praise his brilliant mind. Zhang Yi glanced back at the massive crowd, understanding the situation completely. Here, raw power was the only thing that mattered. To rule Extreme Ice City, they had to take it a step further. They needed to boost their guild's power and claim the #1 rank in the city. Meanwhile, in another area, Liu Su pointed ahead, introducing the group to their destination, the local Guild Management Association headquarters. This is our Extreme Ice City Guild Association. Inside, a green-skinned receptionist quickly stepped forward to welcome them. She was thrilled to see human guests traveling this far, quickly rushing over to wrap herself around Zhang Yi's arm. She offered whatever services he desired, causing the young man's eyes to widen in complete disbelief. He could feel a terrifying wave of anger radiating from Han Yanru behind him. Her killing intent was unreal. Zhang Yi quickly pushed the girl away, declaring he was only there to upgrade his guild, not for shady services. Taking the bag of resources, she nodded eagerly, promising to process his request right away. As the interface popped up, she happily checked their current stats and evaluated their impressive guild contribution points. Your guild has officially been upgraded to level 5. Come back once you have enough points to level up again. Their next crucial step was recruitment. They had to recruit the strongest local players to secure their spot as the ultimate powerhouse in the city. To do that, members needed to complete quests and clear dungeons to earn valuable contribution points. Standing high above the crowd in front of the headquarters, Zhang Yi raised his voice to address the gathering. He addressed the crowd. Surely everyone had heard the news of the Blood Gate being completely wiped out. With a serious gaze, he reminded them of how the Blood Gate had brutally oppressed and exploited other players. Han Yanru's group kept quiet as he declared that the tyrants got what they deserved and now he needed their help. By joining his guild, they could work together to build a city completely free of greed and exploitation. The crowd whispered among themselves before one player raised his hand, recalling how they saved him at the villa. A guild member named Meng Ling had bravely protected him back then, making them completely worthy of his trust. Just like that, a massive wave of players eagerly rushed forward to sign up. He assured them that they weren't like the tyrants. Their ultimate goal was simply peace and harmony. Dozens of players clamored to join as a mysterious figure shrouded in purple smoke watched them from afar. He kept a close eye on Zhang Yi, murmuring that he would be watching his every move closely. Later that night, under a star-filled sky, the group gathered inside the famous Lion King Tavern. Loud music blared as tables piled high with delicious food welcomed Zhang Yi and his triumphant team. Their Deity Hunters Guild had officially surpassed the Xiaoyao Guild, securing the #1 rank in the city. The entire tavern erupted in cheers for their leader, as everyone raised their mugs high in celebration. They toasted to their victory, chanting "Long live the Deity Hunters" and "Long live their guild leader." Suddenly, Qinglong gestured from the doorway, calling Zhang Yi over with a tense expression on his face. He whispered that something highly unusual had happened in the city, leaving Zhang Yi utterly confused. Qinglong explained that when he went to buy healing potions, the shopkeeper turned him away empty-handed. Every single item in the store was sold out, and they would have to wait until next week. Covering his face, Qinglong whispered that he had searched every shop in town for the healing potions Zhang Yi requested. He had run through every single store only to find absolutely nothing left on the shelves. All items and gear were completely wiped out. Zhang Yi rubbed his chin, falling deep into silent thought. Someone had intentionally bought out the entire city, making it impossible for anyone to purchase basic gear or supplies. It seems someone was desperate to make their lives miserable in Extreme Ice City. He narrowed his eyes. He looks at the players chatting around the tavern. Who on earth has this kind of insane wealth? Buying out a whole city overnight is absolutely insane. They must find the mastermind before a major disaster strikes. Turning to Han Yanru and the others, Zhang Yi addresses the crowd about Extreme Ice City. The shops refresh their items tonight. If this buyout is indeed intentional, the culprit is bound to strike again. And when they do, we will be waiting. He looks around with a dead serious expression on his face. He suggests everyone lie in ambush. Keep your eyes open, track their movements, and note down exactly what they wear. But whatever you do, do not engage. We cannot alert them. Suddenly, Dai Wu appears in the distance chasing someone. She's chasing a priest, yelling at him to drop the stolen loot. Sensing immediate trouble, Zhang Yi runs after her. He tells the others to stick to the plan. Meanwhile, the fleeing priest reaches into his cloak for a weapon. He pulls out a handful of tiny explosive beads. Without a single second of hesitation, he hurls them at his pursuers. The priest yells at her to take this. The dangerous red beads fly straight toward Dai Wu, ready to blow. She freezes in absolute shock, realizing too late that these are live bombs flashing with danger. An instant later, a massive explosion rips through the street. Who even throws bombs around like that in public? Leaping through the thick smoke, Zhang Yi shields Dai Wu from the deadly blast with his own body. They hit the dirt. She immediately looks down at him and asks if he is hurt. Zhang Yi looks up, coughing. Who on earth was that guy throwing explosives in a safe zone? Sitting up, Dai Wu quickly explains the situation. Those suspicious guys just slipped into the city. They were sneaking around the shops. She followed them and realized they planned to buy out Extreme Ice City. It is them. Zhang Yi grinds his teeth, realizing they must have sneaked in from the outskirts. He grabs her wrist. Time to go. They take off at full speed after the fleeing saboteurs. They quickly gain on the fleeing priests. One of them panics, shocked to see another powerful enemy. They do not want to fight, but one priest glares back with absolute fury on his face. Since they will not stop chasing, the priest decides to blow them to pieces once and for all. On his command, the other priests hurl a massive barrage of bombs backward, blanketing the path in explosions. But a massive energy barrier blocks the blast. Their heavy tank ally has arrived. The reinforced shield deflects the explosives. They fly right back at the terrified priests. No, the priests scream in terror as the deflected bombs erupt right in their faces in a massive blast. As the smoke clears, the rest of the guild arrives. Han Yanru walks up to check on them. She mentions that many innocent players were hurt, so Qinglong and Liu Su went to help. The group gathers around the defeated priest, wondering if these are indeed the buyers they were looking for. Yes. Ba Huang kneels to inspect him, confirming they are definitely the ones trying to buy out the shops, but throwing bombs recklessly in a safe zone. That is definitely not normal player behavior. It feels more like the Deity Guild from Moonlight City. Zhang Yi searches the body. He reaches down and pulls out a shining black and gold emblem from the dead priest. He recognizes the crest immediately. No doubt about it, this entire sabotage is most definitely Carlo's doing. Handing the emblem to Han Yanru, he looks at her and Ba Huang. You two guard Extreme Ice City for now. Keep things stable if anything goes wrong while I am away. I am heading to Moonlight City. Time to see what Carlo is actually scheming with all these extreme tactics. Resting her chin in her hand, she warns him to be extremely careful since Moonlight City is Carlo's home turf. Dai Wu steps up, raising her hand. She wants in on this mission too. She knows Carlo best. Puffing her cheeks in anger, she refuses to let him ruin their beautiful Extreme Ice City. He has to pay. Soon, the massive tower of Moonlight City looms under the full moon. At the gates, two guards cross their weapons to block their way. The guards demand to know what they are doing, but Zhang Yi simply raises the dark emblem with authority. We are on a direct mission from the guild leader, he says as Dai Wu backs him up. Ruining the guild leader's plans means your heads will roll, so pay attention. The guards immediately bow and wave them through, apologizing for their terrible memory of the badge. She whispers with a smirk that his acting skills are actually top tier. Asking where he learned it, he calmly replies that he is nowhere near as good as her. After all, she threw him straight to the beasts when they first met. Inside, priests carry heavy offerings. Spotting them under the grand majestic dome of Moonlight City, a priest points and orders them to get over here. Confronting them, the priest demands to know what is taking the two of them so long. Why are they so late? Zhang Yi and Dai Wu quietly step forward, offering a quick excuse. They ran into minor trouble on the road, but the priest's face darkens as he snaps to get back in line. Any more delays and they will pay the price. Things are getting pretty tense here. Staying cautious despite their sudden fright, Zhang Yi and Dai Wu follow closely behind the group. He whispers to look at the potions and equipment they are carrying. They are completely different from theirs. They must have imported them from other cities, and most of it looks like human faction gear. They decide to keep following them to see what happens, but suddenly a priest issues a cold warning. Drop the items inside one by one and leave immediately. No one is responsible if they lose their lives. No one will save them if they linger. Moments later, the group stops outside a room as a priest inspects the door. Pushing it open, he steps inside while another points and orders them to move right before the entire group vanishes into the dark. A terrified scream echoes from within, begging for help while the priest just wears a sinister smirk. Calling it a minor accident, he urges the next group inside, leaving only a faint sliver of light to guide them. Two red potion bottles are thrown directly at them, forcing a terrified Dai Wu to cling to his arm. Behind their masks, they both freeze in absolute shock because the sight before them is truly a terrifying nightmare. Two massive beasts are devouring meat in the pitch-black room, while dozens of glowing red eyes lock onto them. Countless starving beasts watch them hungrily as Zhang Yi stops, his mind racing with pure shock. That guy Carlo is actually breeding a massive army of beasts in secret right under everyone's noses. He quickly raises an arm to shield Dai Wu, keeping his voice low as he warns her not to panic. Even if you are terrified, do not show it, because once these creatures smell fear, they will attack. Otherwise, they will instantly treat you as prey and attack without mercy. A beast roars viciously, allowing Zhang Yi to finally piece the entire scheme together in his mind. Plundering resources was all to feed these monsters, converting those goods into experience points to level them up fast. Carlo is truly ruthless to do this, but beasts raised like this have zero loyalty and will easily go completely berserk. They have absolutely no real bond with their master. Just then, slow, heavy footsteps approach them from behind and suddenly stop. This makes Zhang Yi and Dai Wu freeze in shock. They slowly turn around to see Carlo himself looking proud, with a very confident smirk. The nearby priest immediately starts sucking up, asking the guild leader what brings him down here. He casually replies that he is just checking on the progress of their beast breeding operation. Carlo and the priest completely ignore the two of them, calmly walking ahead as Carlo speaks. At this rate, it will take about 2 more weeks before the entire army is fully grown. Behind the heavy iron bars, one furious beast roars with absolute rage. It opens its maw, unleashing a massive blast of fire right at them, terrifying the poor priest. As they dive for cover, Zhang Yi seizes the perfect distraction, rushing Carlo from behind while secretly holding a glowing gold card. Before Carlo can even react, Zhang Yi completes the move and a system notification instantly flashes, stating that he has successfully copied the insane god-tier tycoon talent along with all associated quest rewards. A 100 times drop rate multiplier. No wonder this guy is filthy rich and has so many beasts. 100 times the rewards means my entire grind is basically equal to a single drop of his. Suddenly, Carlo summons his legendary beast master weapon, the Silver Dragon Flute, while scowling in absolute contempt at the useless trash. He stood calmly in the middle of the beasts, raising the flute to his lips. It was definitely no ordinary instrument. Its sound had the power to fully control magical beasts. Witnessing this incredible sight, Zhang Yi couldn't believe his eyes. He gasped in shock. It was actually the Silver Dragon Flute. Legends say its music can tame the ancient mighty dragon clan, but the dungeon drop rate is incredibly low. Only a few beast tamers ever get their hands on one. It seems Carlo's god-tier talent helped him immensely. Lowering the flute, Carlo turns to the priest with a cold expression. He reminds him that the Night Order is already waiting. Keep speeding up their training. If you delay my siege plans, I will feed you to the magical beasts myself. The priest hurriedly nods, telling the president not to worry. Immediately after, Dai Wu rushes straight into Zhang Yi's arms. Flustered, he asks if she is hurt. Now that everything is clear, they must leave quickly. She anxiously agrees. She never wants to return to this creepy place. But unfortunately for them, Carlo has already appeared right behind them, without them even realizing. As they try to flee, Carlo's dark expression stops them, telling them both to halt. Instantly, Zhang Yi's eyes turn sharp and cautious. It turns out that while he and Dai Wu were speaking, Carlo had quietly snuck up right behind them. Zhang Yi panics internally. Damn it, have they been discovered? Sensing something unusual, Carlo glares at them with deep suspicion. Before the guild leader can even speak, Zhang Yi bows politely and stammers out, "Does the president have any orders?" Carlo simply glances at them casually. "Go clean up those corpses on the ground since everyone else is busy." Saying this, Carlo closes his eyes and clenches his fists. He grinds his teeth at his useless, lazy underlings. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi, Dai Wu, and the priests quickly drop to their knees. One priest bids the leader a safe journey. Witnessing Carlo's arrogant attitude, Zhang Yi's anger flares up, but he holds back, simply gripping his clothes tightly. Soon, Zhang Yi and Dai Wu leave the room with the priests. He reassures everyone that they are finally safe. Dai Wu smiles, saying she wants to get some good sleep after they return, and hopefully avoid dreaming of those terrifying beasts. Soon, deep night falls, wrapping the sky in a mysterious black velvet. Faint starlight peeks through the heavy clouds, accompanied by the gentle, shimmering glow of a distant moon. The high moon casts its soft, peaceful light down onto the top floor of the tavern in Extreme Ice City. At this moment, Zhang Yi sits lost in thought. Suddenly, Han Yanru approaches him with a warm smile, starting a conversation. He still looks deeply troubled since returning from Moonlight City. Sitting beside him, Han Yanru asks with a worried expression if something is wrong. He just looks at her and smiles, sharing that he gathered some critical intelligence during his trip to Moonlight City. Carlo is secretly breeding a massive army of beasts. Hearing this, Han Yanru gasps in shock and repeats, "Breeding beasts." He turns to her and nods gently. Yes, and it seems he is even equipping a night order to ride these beasts. Before leaving, he heard Carlo mention a siege plan. If his guess is correct, this beast night order was formed to launch an all-out assault on another main city. Hearing this, Han Yanru is completely stunned, deeply worried about his reckless plans. She asks if they can actually survive Carlo's attack. Seeing her anxiety, Zhang Yi rests his chin on his hand and admits they cannot. Extreme Ice City's current defenses are only basic level. If a massive horde of beasts attacks at the same time, the defense walls will be destroyed instantly. However, they aren't completely out of hope, and his eyes suddenly turn sharp and cold. In a cautious tone, he explains that in this apocalyptic world, a hidden type of elemental crystal exists. It contains a unique power that can withstand high-temperature dragon breath and even fortify the main city's walls. Once upgraded, they can launch a counterattack, but this precious ore can only be mined by goblins living deep underground. If they can secure them before Carlo's beast night order is fully formed, and gather enough elemental crystals, they will stand a real fighting chance. In the very next second, Zhang Yi firmly places his hand on Han Yanru's shoulder. In an urgent tone, he tells her he needs a big favor. He lays out his plan to her with absolute seriousness, explaining that he needs to head out to find those elemental crystals. She must stay and protect Extreme Ice City. Since Duan Feng and Xiao Jiao are currently at Dawn City, he will summon them to help her. Hearing this, Han Yanru nods and promises to guard the city while he searches. Everything will be fine with them around. Soon morning arrives. Dawn breaks over a lush green forest. Mist weaves through the trees as slow footsteps echo in the vast wilderness. Walking with caution, Zhang Yi reminds himself that goblins usually live far from urban areas, making this forest their main territory. He should be able to track them down, but suddenly he freezes right in front of a massive footprint. Staring down at the bizarre shape on the ground, Zhang Yi widens his eyes in curiosity and slowly bends down. He places his hand next to it for comparison, only to realize with a shock that it belongs to a giant. But this area is not their usual hunting ground, so a giant showing up here is highly unusual. There must be a reason behind this, and so he rests his chin on his hand, deeply lost in thought. He recalls that giants and goblins are rival races locked in a brutal, never-ending war with each other. The giants use their massive size to enslave the goblins, while the goblins rely on their quick agility and clever inventions to fight back. So a giant suddenly showing up like this must be related to the goblins. Suddenly, a booming voice behind him makes his eyes widen in pure shock. "Hey little goblin, I found you." Glancing back, Zhang Yi spots a giant hugging a tree, trapping a tiny goblin. The monster shoves his face into the hollow tree, glaring at Erfu and snarling, "Let's see where you can run this time." Erfu is terrified to tears, begging him to stay back. Seeing this, Zhang Yi acts. He instantly gathers glowing energy into a powerful orb right in his palm. He hurls the energy sphere straight at the giant, shouting, "Eat my heavenly lightning chain, big guy." The attack is incredibly fierce, snapping surrounding trees and blasting the massive beast backward. Trees shatter as the blast tears through the forest. Hit head-on by the surprise attack, the giant grits his teeth. He clutches his head in rage, roaring, "Tiny human, how dare you sneak attack me?" Zhang Yi just smiles smugly. He taunts the brute, "I just hate big guys who pick on the weak." To bully the small and weak, furious, the giant tightly grips a massive tree trunk, shaking with rage. He roars a threat, "You dared ruin my plans, now pay the price." He rips the entire tree out by its roots. His sheer power shatters the ground, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. Meanwhile, huddled inside the hollow tree, Erfu squeezes her eyes shut in terror. Without hesitation, the brute hurls the massive tree straight at Zhang Yi. Luckily, he dodges just in time, realizing that their strength lies in the raw, crushing power of their massive size. But their weakness is incredibly obvious. After throwing the tree, the giant looks around frantically, searching for Zhang Yi through the thick cloud of dust. But before the beast can even react, the boy is already behind him like lightning sword drawn. The giant panics, looking back over his shoulder. His main weakness is a total lack of agility, and Zhang Yi swiftly delivers a devastating slash. The blow strikes hard, leaving the brute screaming in agony as he crashes down, completely defeated. Suddenly, a level-up notification pops up. Zhang Yi grumbles, "Damn, this god-grade copying talent is just too broken." Not only does it make leveling up insanely fast, but it also has another huge perk. Even slaying a basic mob yields a massive pile of gold. Glancing back into the woods, Zhang Yi is surprised to see something. It is Erfu poking her head out from the tree hollow, staring at him. Still trembling, she looks incredibly hesitant. Zhang Yi gently reaches his hand out to reassure her, "It is safe now, come out." Seeing his warm smile, she relaxes slightly and asks if it is really safe. Her fears quickly begin to melt away. She gently places her tiny hand in his. Overwhelmed with relief, she wipes away tears of gratitude and chokes up. "Thank you for saving me," she whispers. As she adjusts her tiny crown, Zhang Yi suddenly leans in close. He asks softly, "Little goblin, is that an elemental crystal on your crown? I have been searching for this exact mineral, so could you sell it to me?" Erfu immediately panics and quickly rejects his request, gasping that she cannot do that. This crown is too precious to give away, but she offers an alternative if he can escort her. "If you escort me back to the goblin camp, I can ask my father to sell you our spare crystals." A quest notification instantly pops up from his system. Pointing to himself, he gives her a warm, confident smile and promises, "Do not worry, you are safe with me. I will absolutely get you home safely." As morning light filters through the green canopy, Zhang Yi turns to her, curious. "Do not goblins usually travel in groups? Why are you out here all on your own?" Is she not terrified of giants eating her out here in the wild? She looks up at him nervously, stuttering her reply. She only ventured out to find clues about their great god. Once found, she believes he will protect them all. They would finally stop fearing the giants, ending this miserable life of constantly running and hiding from danger. Zhang Yi immediately falls deep into thought. Resting his chin on his hand, he suspects the great god of the gnomes has also vanished. Could these disappearances be linked to the invading demon clan? Suddenly, they stop before a glowing blue magic wall deep in the forest. She loudly announces they have arrived. Confused, Zhang Yi scratches his head. Arrived where exactly? Erfu reassures him as she approaches the barrier, telling him to just watch. She grabs the blue crystal necklace around her neck. The moment she holds it up, a brilliant blue light erupts. Dozens of glowing magical butterflies flutter directly toward her. It turns out they are checking her face. She quickly strikes a cute peace sign and her magical scan pops up instantly. Right after, a glowing magic circle materializes beneath her feet, kicking up a wild, swirling vortex of wind. Zhang Yi quickly jumps into the light. Erfu looks over, showing surprise as his body begins to fade away. Within seconds, the magical vortex teleports them both into a completely different dimension. The forest falls completely silent again, as if nothing happened. Meanwhile, the duo materializes inside a massive dark cave. Jagged crystal minerals and scattered weapons cover the area. Erfu calmly explains that this is where they usually work. They mine these raw crystals here before transporting them to cities to sell. Zhang Yi looks around, feeling quite curious about it. He asks if selling these minerals makes them super rich, which immediately flusters Erfu as she tries to explain. She nervously explains that common ores are actually quite cheap and only the special elemental crystals he needs are worth much. Even those are incredibly rare and their overall mining yield is extremely low. Suddenly, Erfu's stomach growls loudly. She blushes in deep embarrassment, prompting a smiling Zhang Yi to step closer to her. He pulls out a fragrant roasted chicken leg, offering it to her. Overjoyed, she asks if it's really for her, thanking him happily. She takes a massive ecstatic bite. While she happily devours the snack, the two of them continue walking deeper into the cavern. But as they venture further, Zhang Yi suddenly stops dead in his tracks. He stares ahead, his eyes wide with absolute horror. The sight ahead is so horrifying that the roasted chicken leg slips from her hand, tumbling onto the cold ground. What they find next is honestly tragic. Their ruined castle is engulfed in thick smoke with guards brutally defeated everywhere. Heartbroken, Erfu cannot even swallow her food. Tears well up in her eyes as she whispers in shock, "How did this happen?" Without a second thought, Zhang Yi rushes over to check on one of the fallen guards. Frowning, he realizes a brutal battle took place here, indicating the enemy struck with terrifying force. "It seems the giants breached your camp," he says. With teary eyes, she stammers that their defenses were supposed to be impenetrable. How did they break in? They quickly stand up and venture further inside. There they discover a massive yawning pit. Zhang Yi theorizes that the giants likely climbed up through this very abyss. They must have launched a surprise attack on her clan from here. Stepping closer, they peer down into the dark abyss. Anxiously, Erfu declares she wants to avenge her people. At that moment, a sudden realization flashes through Zhang Yi's mind. The residual energy lingering here feels remarkably similar to the elemental crystals. Suddenly, his game system screen pops up. It issues a brand new quest to rescue the gnomes, offering handsome rewards upon completion. He immediately turns to her with fierce determination, urging her to go punish those giants together. Reaching a remote area, the duo crouches behind a massive boulder to scope out the enemy's position. Whispering softly, Zhang Yi notes that the giants' massive bodies would be restricted in dense forests. Only wide, barren plains with zero obstacles would allow creatures that size to move and fight freely. This must be the giants' main camp. Creeping forward step by step, they prepare to sneak closer for a better look. Moving like ghosts, the two successfully infiltrate the perimeter of the giants' camp, spying on their base. Inside, two giants chuckle while waiting for a pot of boiling water, muttering about staying warm in this miserable weather. One brags that finding the gnome lair was easy thanks to their captain, adding that delivering the captives and crystals will make them rich. The other giant heartily agrees, dreaming of their upcoming wealth. Following the captain always brings good food and easy living. Hearing this, an enraged Erfu suddenly charges out, screaming in fury. She yells at them for harming her clan so mercilessly, declaring she is going to teach these evil brutes a lesson. Not letting her act recklessly, Zhang Yi immediately grabs her collar and scolds her. "Hey Erfu, what are you doing? If you rush in, who is going to save whom? This is giant territory, and making any noise will only bring us way more trouble. Saving people is urgent, so you better leave it to me." Suddenly, a gust of wind sweeps by, making the exit curtain flutter. Then a stern voice echoes out, "Do you really not feel any shame getting rich by stealing from others? Is this shameless behavior actually something to be proud of?" The giant barely has time to react. A heavy sword slams down right in front of him. Zhang Yi stands at the entrance, leaving the panicked giant to stammer, "Human, how are you here?" Recognizing the human, the giant springs up, but Zhang Yi throws a hallucinogenic potion just in time. Before the giant can finish his sentence, his eyes grow heavy. "Shut up," a voice commands, "and go to sleep. Enjoy your dreams." Fully drugged, the massive beast crashes hard onto the ground. Zhang Yi quickly runs over to the prison bars. He reassures the prisoners, "Do not be afraid, I am here to save you." Right then, Erfu gently pulls the curtain aside. As she peeks in, one of the captives gasps in pure disbelief and joy. "Princess." Erfu rushes over to the cage. An elder asks in worry, "Little princess, why on earth are you here?" Another pleads, "Princess, you must leave, this place is too dangerous," but she gently tells everyone to remain calm. "This human is incredibly strong and just saved my life. He can definitely get us all out of here safely." Standing behind her, Zhang Yi mutters in surprise, "Princess," but their brief joy is cut short by a heavy sound outside. Massive footsteps shake the ground as a giant shadow looms behind the curtain. Sensing the danger, Zhang Yi immediately warns them. "Wait, some giant is coming." A massive hand slowly pulls back the curtain, accompanied by a booming, angry voice. "I told you to guard the entrance, yet you hid in here to slack off." It is Kassin, the lead giant. This level 70 captain storms inside with two subordinates, only to find his own guards passed out cold on the floor. He roars in anger, "How dare they sleep on duty? Drag these useless fools outside and beat some sense into them." Suddenly, Kassin snaps his gaze toward the caged prisoners. He points his massive finger at them, warning them to stay absolutely quiet. "Otherwise, once we reach the giant kingdom, you will be thrown into the brutal slave mines." Meanwhile, the guards drag the sleeping giants out. They grumble along the way, complaining about how heavy their sleeping comrades are and telling them to wake up and walk. Hidden safely in the shadows, Zhang Yi smirks. He looks back at the incredibly close call he just survived. Luckily, his leftover invisibility potion saved his skin. Talk about a clutch escape, now completely hidden in this state. Zhang Yi calmly scans the room. Seeing the captain leave, he realizes that the entire perimeter outside is heavily guarded by giant patrols. Rescuing all of these goblins at once is going to be incredibly difficult. Just as the guards disappear, his invisibility fades. With his cover gone, Zhang Yi rushes over to Erfu. He warns her that the guards will definitely be on high alert now. If we blindly rush out now, we will only put everyone in far greater danger. But do not worry, I will shadow their convoy and find the perfect moment to break you out. Hearing this, Erfu nods, stating she trusts him. She then reaches into her clothes to carefully retrieve a small device. She passes it through the iron bars with a warm smile. It is a communication device used by her goblin tribe. Take this so we can stay in touch at all times, my people, and I will coordinate our moves with you. Another prisoner chimes in, agreeing that they will all follow their princess and fight alongside him. The others nod fiercely, shouting that the giants destroyed their homeland and they will fight them to the absolute end. Before long, the giant caravan reaches a desolate ravine, but they have absolutely no idea that Zhang Yi is trailing them closely from the shadows. They have been pacing this empty ravine for hours, stalling in one spot. It seems Kaisin is highly suspicious. If Zhang Yi cannot get him to lower his guard, finding their base will be impossible. Finding a safe opening, he quietly slips behind a massive boulder to plan his next move. To create a distraction, Zhang Yi tosses a small pebble right toward one of the giant guards. It successfully grabs his attention. But as it turns out, every single giant nearby hears the noise too. Alerted by the sound, Kaisin steps forward and bellows, "Stop hiding and get out here right now. Don't make me crush you with this boulder." Realizing his cover is blown, Zhang Yi awkwardly scratches his head. He steps out with a sheepish grin, babbling that he is just passing through and will leave immediately. The giants stare at him in utter confusion before one of them suddenly gasps in shock to his captain. He is the one who used hallucinogens to knock us out, standing right across from Zhang Yi. Kaisin glares with a freezing face and bloodshot eyes, growling low to ask what the kid wants after stalking them all this way. Seeing that terrifying look, Zhang Yi tenses up slightly but still keeps a highly provocative tone. He mocked them, saying he thought they were all brawn and no brains, making them easy to stalk. Instantly, Kaisin flies into a wild rage, leaping high with clenched fists and roaring that he absolutely hates it when people mock his intelligence, and in a flash he is already charging forward, throwing a devastating punch down that shatters the surrounding earth and sends debris flying. But luckily, Zhang Yi barely dodges the blow. Huffing and puffing with rage, Kaisin glares with bloodshot eyes and spits out a threat. He vows to show him what real brawn looks like, and suddenly his arm muscles begin to swell up massively. His arm transforms into a giant limb, and without hesitation, Kaisin smashes a heavy fist straight into the ground. The impact shatters the earth, sending debris flying as Zhang Yi swiftly dodges the blow with lightning-fast speed. While evading, he quickly uses his walkie-talkie to instruct Erfu, the little gnome. He instructs her to plant the tracking device on the giant. Behind her iron bars, Erfu grips the radio and firmly agrees. Seeing his target constantly fleeing, Kaisin laughs mockingly and tells him to take a good look under his feet. He claims Zhang Yi has fallen into his trap, but the young man gathers lightning underfoot to leap over the lava. Zhang Yi chuckles to himself that terrible acting practically had the words "it is a trap" written all over his face. Meanwhile, Erfu is straining with all her might to squeeze through the sturdy iron bars. But suddenly a massive hand reaches out from behind her as a sinister voice speaks. He sneers. Did she really think he wouldn't notice another gnome when he realized it long ago? Unfortunately, she is caught by Kaisin, who pinches Erfu tightly between his massive fingers and huffs in extreme anger. He asks if this fragile human is her savior, mocking her for relying on someone who cannot take a single blow. He laughs at the idea of defeating giants, while Erfu panics and screams for him to let her go. Struggling wildly, she flails her arms and legs in an attempt to throw something onto his head. She angrily curses the smelly giant, which only annoys Kaisin, who mutters that the gnome tribe should have been wiped out long ago, but the item she actually threw on his head is a miniature tracking device. Showing zero mercy, he casually drops her from a great height, telling her to know her place. He claims he could have spared her life, but disobedient pests like her should just disappear. Swooping down from above, Zhang Yi shouts for him to stop, but the giant quickly throws a fist up to block his path. Caught off guard, Zhang Yi cannot dodge in time and takes the full impact. The brutal hit sends Zhang Yi crashing hard into a rocky cliff, throwing up a massive cloud of dust. Meanwhile, Erfu is desperately clinging to the edge of a steep cliff, trembling with tears in her eyes. Suddenly, she looks up and gasps in sheer terror, her eyes wide with absolute disbelief. Kaisin is right there, staring down at her while mocking how naive and stubborn she is. He warns her not to forget that killing her kind has always been incredibly easy. It is like crushing an ant. With a simple flick of his finger, she is sent plunging down the cliff. Incredibly, Zhang Yi leaps from the opposite cliff to catch her, telling her not to be afraid. Peering down into the deep abyss, Kaisin lets out a satisfied smirk and mutters triumphantly to himself. No one survives the scorching subterranean flames, so they can just rot down there before he turns to his squad. He commands the other giants to head back to their kingdom to report their successful mission. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi smiles calmly, while holding Erfu tightly, declaring that the enemy has taken the bait. Now that the tracking device is planted, the second phase of their plan can finally begin. As they plummet down, Xiaohei quickly spreads its wings and flies up to catch them securely on its back. Safely out of danger, Erfu finds Xiaohei incredibly soft and comfortable as they soar away. Gliding over the boiling lava, Zhang Yi asks if she was scared, admitting Cassin was far more brutal than he had anticipated. However, Erfu firmly replies that she is determined to drive out all the giants. Escaping the known tribe territory, Xiaohei's tail suddenly gets caught in the thick, billowing volcanic lava. Their energy quickly drains. Looking around, Zhang Yi realizes this is subterranean fire buried deep underground. This zone constantly burns any living creature, making Zhang Yi wonder if Xiaohei can hold on. Xiaohei beats his massive wings to soar higher, while Erfu clasps both hands over her chest in a desperate, silent prayer. She prays to her beloved Lord God to protect his loyal followers and keep this innocent human safe as they escape. Instantly, a glowing barrier wraps around them, leaving Zhang Yi completely stunned by the incredible power radiating from her ancient necklace. He asks how such a simple ornament holds so much power and where she got it as Erfu tightly grips the stone. She fondly recalls that this stone relic was a gift left behind by her Lord God, remembering when she huddled in a corner. Clutching an ancient book, she watched her tribe burn everything, determined to leave no trace of their missing deity behind. Her people claimed the Lord God had abandoned them, driving them to reduce every single relic of his to ashes. Yet she secretly saved that sacred text and this very necklace, believing her God would always watch over them. But they are not out of the woods yet. A fiery red blast suddenly strikes their shield, revealing a massive lava scorpion. The sight terrifies both of them, realizing the extreme subterranean heat has birthed such deadly monsters. These molten beasts thrive in the volcanic depths, launching attacks that carry far more destructive power than normal monsters. Zhang Yi warns her to hold on tight for a sudden burst of speed, and Xiaohei dives across the burning lava sea. Charging straight toward the surface, they safely burst out of the cavern and look down at the massive desert from above. Turning to Erfu, Zhang Yi admits they never would have survived that fiery underground hell without Xiaohei's help. He then asks if her tracking device can still pinpoint Cassin's location, prompting her to pull out a strange contraption. With a confident smirk, she proudly shows off their advanced gnome tracking gear. She boasts it is the most advanced tracker their tribe ever made, matching a beacon she hid on the giant. Having secretly planted the transmitter in the giant's hair, she points out they have already cleared the ravine. They are currently marching straight into the open desert as Erfu lifts her device to project their exact coordinates. In just a short time, they have made massive ground, traveling across the dunes at an unbelievably rapid pace. Cassin definitely thinks they perished in the subterranean flames, which makes tailing him the perfect move. This is their golden ticket to locating the hidden giant kingdom currently tucked away deep inside the barren wasteland. Approaching the coordinates, they gaze upon the massive, secretive fortress where the giants make their home. Standing before a group of captives, Cassin crosses his arms and barks out harsh orders. He yells at them to move faster, mocking their lack of strength, while Zhang Yi watches from behind a cliff. Sensing Erfu's growing rage, Zhang Yi whispers for her to stay calm since they are outnumbered 100 to 2. Charging in blindly would be absolute suicide, so he begs her for a little time to plan. He promises to find a way to rescue everyone as the giants march deeper into their underground stronghold. An elite asks if they were ambushed by humans, and the scout quickly nods, telling his leader not to worry. He reports they eliminated both the pesky human and the troublemaking gnome, claiming they pose zero threat now. Resting his chin on his hand, the commander Anko speaks in a low, cold tone to his subordinate. Subordinates step forward, presenting a tray of glowing elemental crystals. They proudly announce these are the precious elemental crystals plundered from the gnome tribe and offer them up. Grabbing a brilliant glowing crystal, Anko playfully tosses it up and down in his palm before suddenly throwing it high into the air. As it hovers, a strange beam of dark energy erupts. The light directly feeds into a nearby giant subordinate, whose face immediately begins to distort and swell unnaturally. The subordinate begs Lord Anko for mercy, but the commander coldly replies that sacrificing for their clan is the ultimate honor. And check this out, within seconds, the victim mutates into a massive bull, prompting the commander to leap up. He raises his voice to declare that the glorious era of the giant clan has finally arrived. Outside the fortress, thick plumes of dark smoke rise into the barren desert sky. A line of giants marches forward, with guards shouting at the rear to keep moving and stop slacking off. Up above, Zhang Yi and Erfu hide behind the rocks, waiting for the perfect moment. Zhang Yi tells her to wait there while he handles Cassin. Meanwhile, Cassin calls out to his patrol squad, warning them not to drag their feet and delay the shift change. No one will have an easy time if they mess up. Hearing this, Zhang Yi clenches his fist with a confident smile, checking the time. Perhaps they are about to arrive. Resting her face on her hand, Erfu glances at Zhang Yi, wondering who could possibly be coming. But in an instant, he vanishes. Zhang Yi dives straight down toward the giants below, leaving her with a simple promise that she will find out soon. Within seconds, he lands right in front of the massive beasts. The giant's gasp, pointing out that it is that human again. Adjusting his clothes, Zhang Yi looks up and casually greets them, calling the leader a blockhead and noting they meet again. The giants chuckle at his arrogance, mockingly expressing surprise that he actually survived. They wonder how he managed to escape the hellfire of the core, mocking him for being alone and asking if the little elf was turned to ash. They laugh at his absolute lack of fear, pointing out his sheer stupidity for stepping into the kingdom of giants. He certainly has guts. Keeping a cool face, Zhang Yi tells them to calm down. He explains he only came there to look them in the eye and say a proper thank you. Raising a hand glowing with golden magic, he infuriates Kassin by saying they guided him right to his destination. He adds that he would never have found this place otherwise. Provoked and enraged, Kassin lunges forward to strike him down. As the giant fist swings through the dust, a swarm of dark birds suddenly manifests, forming a protective barrier around Zhang Yi. It is his sand crow summoning spell. Without a moment of hesitation, Zhang Yi points ahead, commanding them to charge. He dares the giant to try. Kassin, looking increasingly anxious, throws a heavy punch directly at the barrier. But the strike is completely absorbed by the glowing golden wall. Smiling warmly, Zhang Yi tells him not to waste his energy. The tiny sand particles easily absorb and diffuse his physical impact, neutralizing the brute force entirely. Suddenly, Kassin is blown backward, with Zhang Yi mocking his lack of intelligence as the giant crashes into his comrades. As the smoke clears, Kassin struggles to stand, looking toward his squad and pathetically begging them for help. He whines that he cannot get up because of his bruised rear. The other giants yell at him to shut his mouth. Ignoring their bickering, Zhang Yi coldly tells them he has no time to waste, demanding they cooperate. If they reveal where the captured elves are kept with the crystal stones, he might actually let them live. Holding a horn in his hand, Kassin laughs confidently, telling the brat not to get too cocky just yet. He reminds Zhang Yi that this is giant territory, claiming that one blow of this war horn will summon their entire army. Out of nowhere, an arrow shoots down and pierces clean through Kassin's hand, snatching the horn away as four shadowy figures step through the rising smoke. It is Duan Feng along with three other close allies of Zhang Yi, looking up at him with eager smiles. They laugh, thrilled to finally get a real fight after being cooped up inside the city for so long. They joke about growing moldy, noting they cleared out the surrounding giants on their way. A system notification pops up displaying Duan Feng's stats as a level 60 knight on his second-class promotion, and Xiao Jiao, a level 60 priest, also second tier. Seeing his four friends, Zhang Yi closes his eyes in satisfaction. He welcomes them warmly. Under a bright sunny sky, he holds up a glowing blue interface that suddenly materializes. Through the communication channel, he tells Han Yanru that he found a massive group of giants and needs immediate reinforcement. He sends over his coordinates, instructing her to have Qin Long disguise himself as Zhang Yi to remain in the city. He wants him to handle affairs with Di Wu to prevent any potential chaos inside Ice Extreme City. Looking at her screen with a serious expression, Han Yanru promises to arrange it immediately, reminding him to stay safe. Meanwhile, Kassin struggles to his feet within the dust, raising his glowing red arm and spitting in absolute fury. He barks that trash will always be trash, mockingly asking if gathering a pile of garbage somehow makes them strong. Vowing to crush every single one of them, the giant slams his massive fist violently into the ground. The shockwave blows Zhang Yi backward, but he easily recovers. Gripping his dual-colored blade, he leaps forward, mocking the giant as all brawn and no brains. The two elements on his blade swirl together into a deadly surge. He challenges the giant to face their combined attack. Hovering in midair, Zhang Yi grips his hilt tightly, aiming a lethal ice-fire sword soul slash directly at Kassin. The strike rips clean through the giant's chest, making him scream in agony, while Zhang Yi watches with a smirk. The battle is already decided, and within seconds, Kassin crashes down, completely defeated by Zhang Yi's superior power. As he falls, Kassin gasps that they shouldn't celebrate yet, warning that Lord and Ku will surely avenge him. But avenging his fallen people doesn't stop here, and he tightly grabs Kassin's head. Purple smoke rises as he whispers that he will wait for him, but for now those memories belong to him. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet begins to shake. An intense earthquake erupts under the sand. What is going on? Something huge is hiding beneath this vast desert, so everyone needs to stay alert. Bursting out of the desert's sands, a massive bull-headed cyborg leaps into the air and joins the battle. The beast's terrifying appearance makes Erfu grit her teeth in panic as the pendant around her neck begins to whisper. Calling them his food, the monstrous beast raises its heavy club high and charges straight toward Zhang Yi and Erfu. It looks like this creature is targeting your mysterious pendant, so make sure you protect it with your life. Leave this area to me. Their weapons, his blade, and the beast's club clash with a massive force. Behind them, Erfu cowers next to Han Yanru, who quickly reassures her that they have got her back. Step back, Zhang Yi warns with a deep frown as he steps forward. All right, monster, your opponent is me. Kassin and the bull-headed beast exchange quick glances, signaling to eliminate this human obstacle as the monster raises its giant arm. A surge of bright blue energy gathers before the beast hurls it forward, forcing Zhang Yi to bend backward and dodge. The attack slices clean through a solid boulder, shocking Zhang Yi as he realizes this beast is far stronger than Kaisen. Behind him, the other four allies pull out their weapons and rush forward. Han, Yanru, and Duan Feng lead the charge. Unleashing his Ice Fire Sword Soul Slash, he swings his blade forward, but the weapon suddenly stops and spins in a circle. A defensive barrier surrounds the beast, blasting Zhang Yi back. It's an elemental energy shield powered by the raw power of the elemental crystal. The devastating shockwave forces both him and Han Yanru to cover their faces. This cyborg beast has clearly undergone heavy modifications. Enhanced by the elemental crystal, its defense is nearly impenetrable, meaning they will need an even greater level of power to actually break through. He asks for 2 allies to buy him 5 minutes, and his team tells him to leave it to them. The trio of Ba Huang, Han Yanru, and Duan Feng form a defensive wall, allowing Zhang Yi to open his system for the Dragon God stance. This second-tier class skill stacks his ultimate combat stance with evolved traits of the Dragon Clan. If they can just survive these 5 minutes, victory is guaranteed. These 5 critical minutes. Everyone must hold the line. With 4 minutes and 58 seconds left, Ba Huang and Han Yanru close in on the beast. They try to suppress it, but the beast's defensive stats are simply too high. Everyone watch out. The beast slams its hands onto the ground, releasing a wave of blue light that tells them to stay back. Nearby, Xiao Yao is tightly bound by the blue energy. Trapped in the sand, her body completely refuses to move. Duan Feng and Han Yanru face the same trap. She screams a warning to Zhang Yi that danger is coming from behind. Hands claw at the ground as they struggle to break free. 3 minutes and 40 seconds remain as the beast closes in. Zhang Yi is still channeling his seals. Beside him, a trembling Erfu steps in front of him despite her intense fear. Protecting Zhang Yi, she screams that she won't allow it near him, offering her own pendant as bait. As she begs it to target her, a red aura envelops them and Zhang Yi's threat level rises past 80%. Meanwhile, the gnome princess registers at a tiny 0.1%. The beast effortlessly swats Erfu away. She wonders why she has to be so weak, unable to protect her own clan members, let alone herself, while constantly holding back those around her. Clenching her fists against the dirt, she grits her teeth in bitter pain. She desperately wants to become stronger. Through her tear-filled eyes, a sudden blinding spark begins to ignite. An explosive flash of light completely blinds the beast from afar as the rising smoke begins to clear. Her silhouette emerges and the system instantly flags her danger level at 90%. Erfu cold stares the beast from the smoke. She warns him again that she won't allow him near. Watching from the side, Zhang Yi narrows his eyes. Gritting his teeth as the smoke clears entirely, he sees the gnome princess Erfu in a fully unlocked form. Ready for battle, she raises her magic-infused hand and charges straight at the beast without a second thought. With a sharp battle cry, she delivers a clean, devastating slash that slices the beast's arm completely off. But within seconds, the beast's arm fully regenerates, and it swings back around to launch a counterattack. In an instant, she is caught in a brutal counterattack, leaving her clothes torn and her body battered. Meanwhile, only 30 seconds remain for Zhang Yi. His eyes glowing a fierce crimson. Darkening his expression, he mutters under his breath to devour her. Only 3 seconds left. From high above, the sharp-horned minotaur charges straight down toward Erfu as the countdown hits 0. Zhang Yi's eyes go wide in disbelief. He throws his hand up firmly, gripping the minotaur's sharp horn right from behind him. A massive dragon wraps around him in his dragon god state. Glowing red eyes glare, warning the beast to stay away. Drenched in sweat, the giant monster scans Zhang Yi's terrifying power level. It is completely off the charts. Absolutely uncomputable. How is this possible? There is no more wasting time. He raises his hand. Suddenly, a massive dragon tail whips out from behind, slamming the minotaur. Sent flying. Looks like your elemental shield is only worth this much. With a heavy dragon god fist, the minotaur crashes violently into the ground, battered and broken. Severe, irreversible damage. His physical form is already starting to disintegrate from the inside out. High on his throne, the Supreme Commander slams his fist down in rage, ordering all forces except the guards to advance. Charge forward. Every remaining soldier must head to the front line immediately. Launch a relentless, all-out offensive. The Minotaur slowly dissolves into a cloud of smoke. Nearby, Zhang Yi's companions wake up with Ba Huang clutching his aching head. We are free at last. Han Yanru cheers in relief. Zhang Yi actually did it. On the ground, Erfu wakes up with a loud sneeze. She looks over at Zhang Yi, completely confused. Where did that giant Minotaur go? He chuckles gently, patting Erfu's head to comfort her. It seems she completely forgot the whole terrifying nightmare. We drove that giant beast away, he reassures her. Your friends will be safe soon. Han Yanru steps up behind them. Han Yanru happily announces she already sent Shield 7 to the goblin prison, so news should arrive very shortly. Zhang Yi nods in agreement. Good, let's find a way out of this desert. But wait, something catches his eye. He reaches down, picking up a glowing crystal from where the beast vanished. This is definitely an elemental crystal. Suddenly, a system screen flashes open, displaying a new quest and some pretty solid rewards. He pieces it together. The disappearance of the goblin deity is definitely connected to these giants. And speaking of those giants, things are about to get ugly. Far away, the group is already targeted. A scout reports the targets are 3,500 meters ahead. Kaysen stands ready. He points forward, shouting to lock onto the target. Instantly, a barrage of missiles fires from the massive launch pad. For the giant's glory fire, back on the ground, Zhang Yi looks up to see the sky raining death. He screams to get down immediately because the giants are attacking as massive roaring explosions begin detonating around them. They scramble forward through the fire. Suddenly, a soldier yells that something massive is heading their way. Zhang Yi looks back in utter shock. Floating right toward them is a colossal ship. Princess, get on board. With the support of her loyal guards, Erfu gets quickly ushered toward the giant vessel. They scramble up the ladder. Everyone climbs frantically until the very last person steps safely onto the deck. The worried crew swarms Erfu, anxiously checking to see if their princess is unharmed. I am fine, she reassures them. But what about the others? Have they all been rescued? They are all safe and accounted for. Hearing this, Zhang Yi turns to ask one of Shield 7's men. The soldier frantically explains. Captain Shield 7 is still holding off those brutal giants. He ordered us to bring the goblins to support you first. With that, the massive cruiser charges ahead across the sand. They stay in communication, but how can a massive battleship sail over dry sand like this? When asked where they got it, Erfu proudly raises her hand, confident in her tribe's engineering. This is the desert cruiser, their latest invention, though their base fell to the giants earlier, and those nasty giants stole it away. Deep inside the control room, the crew stares at the monitors with pure dread. The screen flashes. Warning, the giants' heavy artillery has locked directly onto the desert cruiser. 5 seconds to impact. Without hesitation, hand slams down on the red emergency button. Shield activated, a golden defensive barrier instantly wraps around the ship to block the blast. Keep pushing forward, they must quickly warn the captain because the giants are actually aiming directly at the palace. Meanwhile, monitors at the giant base track the cruiser's every move. Watching in absolute fury, the Supreme Commander grits his teeth. They actually let those pesky goblins escape. He quickly barks out orders. He orders the giants below to turn the stone pillars and trigger the deadly quicksand trap. He wants to show them who truly rules this desert as a massive bottomless sand vortex suddenly opens up. The vortex appears right in front of the vessel, forcing his subordinate Erfu to grab the helm and steer away. He quickly steers the boat as it begins to spin in circles around the endless abyss. Peering over the deck, Erfu lets out a sigh of relief while looking extremely anxious. That was way too close, they almost fell and someone is clearly trying to block them. But their desperate attempt to stop them only proves that what they seek is definitely up ahead. To keep the vessel safe, Zhang Yi raises his hand and summons a massive flock of black crows. The birds soar high above while Erfu constantly spins the steering wheel to stay on course. He tells everyone to keep moving as he calls out directions to steer left, then right, then straight. Within seconds, the ship successfully maneuvers around several deep sand pits and continues its advance. This is incredibly epic. Suddenly, a triangular tower topped with a brilliant glowing stone rises from the sand. 2 massive giant guards stand at the entrance of the tower right where Carson's tracking signal points. Carson must have stayed here for a long time since this seems to be their main hideout but a massive temple. Only 2 giants guarding it suggests a trap, so Zhang Yi decides to sneak inside while the others wait. He instructs them to lead the goblins away immediately if the giant forces attack and not to wait for him. They agree to set up a defensive barrier, but right as they finish, Han Yanru hugs him tight from behind. With teary eyes and deep concern on her face, she begs him to be extremely careful going in alone. She cannot bear to see him get hurt again. As Zhang Yi approaches the gate, the 2 guards block his way. They yell at the humans to stay back, but Zhang Yi calmly replies that they cannot stop him. Suddenly, Duan Feng and Ba Huang rush ahead with weapons drawn, joking that he has hogged the spotlight for too long. They say it is finally their turn to shine, urging him to leave these 2 guards to them. The main temple is his true battlefield, leaving Zhang Yi utterly stunned by their determination. He accepts and leaves them to it. Stripped to the waist, Duan Feng charges directly at the giant guard. Activating his berserker combat form, he goads the giant to fight before trapping the massive beast in a magic array. The giant seems to turn into stone and shatter as they unleash a newly learned peerless sword formation. Seizing the opening, Zhang Yi rushes past the gate, swearing to end this battle once and for all. He refuses to let his friends down. Moments later, he runs deep inside, entering a massive open cavern. Floating in midair behind a magical screen is a shattered blue stone, the magic core from Carson's memories. Suddenly, a menacing voice echoes from behind Zhang Yi, mockingly welcoming his uninvited guest to the temple. The commander violently throws Zhang Yi's friend to the ground and asks if the pathetic weakling belongs to him. Seeing Shield 7, Zhang Yi screams in rage, which only makes the sadistic commander laugh with delight. The villain declares he will join his friends soon. Shield 7, bleeding heavily, looks up at Zhang Yi. He tries to speak, but Zhang Yi gently stops him, telling him to rest and leave everything to him. Clenching his fists, Zhang Yi glares at the enemy commander and vows to make him crawl and beg for mercy. The commander sneers at his words, clenching his fists and looking down with a contemptuous laugh. He demands to know who gave him the right to invade his territory and slaughter his people. He asks why he should show mercy after Zhang Yi freed those goblins, then immediately prepares to strike. Drawing his massive sword, the commander swears to slaughter anyone who dares to block the rise of the giants. Whether it is worthless goblins or foolish humans like him, they will all perish as he swings his blade down. The ground shatters beneath the impact, kicking up a thick cloud of dust and debris over the target. But as the smoke clears, a familiar figure emerges unharmed. It is indeed the powerful Zhang Yi. He leaps into the air and charges the commander, mocking him to aim better next time. Gripping his blade, he analyzes his foe, noting that the giant carries all his weight on his legs. If he can severely injure those legs, he can easily cripple his movements before delivering a decisive slash. Zhang Yi swings his blade straight at the giant's legs, but the commander easily pulls back his foot, predicting the move. "Don't lump me in with those weaklings you fought earlier. I am the mighty king of the giants." With a heavy kick, the commander sends Zhang Yi flying backward, crashing hard into the dirt. As the dust clears, the boy's figure completely vanishes, leaving the massive beast utterly confused. Using his evil substitute skill, Zhang Yi suddenly appears from behind before the monster can react. He strikes down from above, aiming right at his head and shattering half of the commander's mask. Refusing to back down, the giant raises his arms to absorb the residual energy of his fallen comrades. He calls upon his fellow giants to offer their power so he can show this foolish human his place. Witnessing the crimson mist rising from all sides, the allies can only watch the battlefield in dread. Han Yanru clutches her weapon tightly, feeling a deep sense of worry about the terrifying power unfolding before them. She prays that Zhang Yi stays safe as a massive surge of red energy is absorbed into the giant commander's body. Ready to unleash his ultimate strength, the monster looks down and declares that Zhang Yi cannot escape. On the ground, an invisible force locks the boy's feet, leaving him completely unable to move. With a roar, the giant charges forward with a clenched fist, aiming to crush him. The devastating strike shatters the ground, burying the area in a massive pile of broken rocks and dust. But amidst the rubble, a familiar voice scoffs, asking if that was his best. Furious, the commander slams his fists down repeatedly, declaring that he wants to see how much longer the boy can endure. Beneath the debris, Zhang Yi raises his arms to block the brutal onslaught. He realizes his undying body state has a strict time limit, and he must find a way to strike back. Desperately searching for a path to victory, he clenches his teeth and looks toward the system interface. The requirements to upgrade his dragon faction class are extremely harsh, demanding reputation from 3 different races. But successful advancement will unlock a legendary dragon skill, and his current progress is almost there. His human and beast reputation are fully maxed, but demi-human points are still short by 200. Thanks to his previous grind, the requirements for the first 2 factions are already met. Now he just needs Ba Huang and Duan Feng to defeat the 2 remaining giant warriors outside. Putting his worries aside, Zhang Yi looks up and glares directly at the commander. All he needs to do right now is hold his ground and wait for the perfect moment. Meanwhile, outside the gateway, the battle continues to rage as his allies fight on. Duan Feng and Ba Huang keep attacking the giant soldiers, noticing a sudden shift in their opponents. The monsters seem to have grown significantly weaker, their movements becoming incredibly slow and sluggish. Sensing the change, Duan Feng excitedly yells that their enemies are weakened and it is time to strike. Without hesitation, the 2 combine their powers, unleashing their ultimate blade storm skill to finish them. Back inside, as Zhang Yi defends against the giant, a system notification finally pops up. Your party has successfully defeated 2 elite giant warriors. He gains 200 demi-human reputation points, confirming that his teammates have succeeded. With only 4 seconds left on his undying body, Zhang Yi leaps into the air. The system confirms that player Zhang Yi has met all requirements for class advancement. When asked if he wants to upgrade his class, he does not hesitate. He closes his eyes and triggers the evolution, releasing a spectacular burst of energy. A vortex of red, blue, and gold light converges at his chest before expanding across the entire room. Opening his glowing eyes, a majestic golden dragon manifests behind him on the screen. He has successfully advanced to a God-tier level 2 Dragon Soul Master. The overwhelming pressure forces the terrified commander to step back in pure shock. Smiling, Zhang Yi thanks the beast, noting that his giant army provided the perfect chance to farm reputation. With his new God-tier power unlocked, he raises his arm to finally end this battle. Alongside his golden dragon, Zhang Yi prepares his strike as a blue screen flashes with a God-tier dragon soul forbidden curse. Zhang Yi throws a devastating punch, sending the golden dragon straight at the commander to unleash the full force of his God-tier curse. This God-tier curse reduces their health recovery by 100% and strips away every single active combat buff. Consuming 10 points of dragon soul, the swirling power wraps tightly around the giant commander, leaving him writhing in agony. Within just a few seconds, the massive commander collapses heavily onto the hard ground, completely broken. With the dragon soul looming behind him, Zhang Yi looks down and declares that the giant has lost his legendary power. Defeated but absolutely refusing to surrender, the commander weakly reaches out and desperately begs for more strength to fight. As the monster begs for more power, Zhang Yi hovers above and plunges his blade straight down. He coldly warns the giant to remember that his own prideful power is what ultimately brought his end. With the battle won, Zhang Yi looks up at the floating stone, wondering why Ko was obsessed with it even in death. Wondering if this holds the secret to the sudden giant invasion of the goblins, Zhang Yi leaps off the ground without hesitation. He rushes up high, heading straight toward the floating stone and reaching out to touch its glowing elemental core. The moment his fingertips brush against the glowing green stone, a violent aura of green energy suddenly surges outward. The sudden blast knocks Zhang Yi backward, sending a shockwave rippling right out of the tower's peak. Watching the thick green mist pour from the tower, Han Yanru gasps in sheer terror, her eyes wide with worry. She wonders if Zhang Yi is in grave danger inside and knows they cannot waste another second. The entire group rushes straight into the depths of the mysterious tower to find their friend. Finding him safe, Han Yanru rushes over to ask if he is alright while he stands a short distance away. With a serious look, Zhang Yi warns them to stay back, explaining that even though the commander is dead, danger might remain. He is not sure what other traps might be waiting, but Han Yanru refuses to let him face it alone. She promises to find a way to pull him out while nearby Fu touches her cheek as she suddenly remembers something. She realizes she has seen this mechanism in an old fairy tale book, but suddenly her necklace begins to react. The glowing pendant pulls Fu off the ground, suspending her in a swirl of green mist. She screams for her sister to save her, but the sudden pull is too fast for Han Yanru to reach. Zhang Yi watches in complete shock and immediately leaps into action, yelling that he will save her. He warns the others to stay cautious as the necklace pulls Fu directly toward the massive crystal. Suddenly, she begins to fall, but Zhang Yi dives forward just in time to catch her and asks if she is okay. Out of nowhere, a hand and a strange hat pop out from the crystal as a voice answers that he is doing fine. A white-bearded old man in a purple hat tumbles out of the stone, yelling at them for just standing there. He begs them to pull him out since he is stuck, and Fu immediately recognizes his voice as the Goblin Lord. The entire group and Ba Huang stare in total disbelief as the legendary deity stands right before them. Zhang Yi points and questions if this strange old man is truly the legendary Goblin Lord they have been searching for. Fu pulls out an old book, insisting she recognizes him from her fairy tales. She flips open the page, showing his illustration, pointing out the drawing of the ancient Goblin Lord to Zhang Yi. But the illustration is way younger and better looking, leaving Zhang Yi kind of confused, and honestly, can you blame him? He wonders if they are really the same person and why he was trapped inside a magic crystal block. Overhearing him, the old man yells out in frustration, complaining about how clueless the younger generation is. He scolds them for not recognizing a sacred relic when they see one extending his palm toward the crystal. The floating crystal slowly descends, and he explains that this is the elemental heart, their tribe's sacred relic. He proudly explains that they can extract its pure elemental energy without causing even a single scratch to it. But because he underestimated his enemies, the giants managed to steal it and trap him inside in the process. Realizing the old man's power, Zhang Yi quickly runs over to massage his shoulders and apologize to calm him down. He begs him to calm down while Han Yanru admires the beautiful crystal as a system notification suddenly pops up. The legendary hidden quest, the riddle of the chief god, flashes before Zhang Yi as successfully completed. He gets excited about finally receiving his quest reward, but reading the actual prompt leaves him feeling pretty confused. Why is the quest still showing as incomplete? With a dark, troubled expression, Zhang Yi glances backward unless Zhang Yi raises his hand to pat Fu on the head. The commander of the giant race has finally been defeated. Your people are finally free now. I have to take my wounded comrades back for treatment, so I will take my leave. Take care of yourself here, and we will come back to visit when we can. Hearing this, Fu's eyes widen. She gazes at him hesitantly, saying they must meet again, and then they both raise their hands. Their pinky fingers lock to make a promise. Leaving the tower, Zhang Yi gently places a hand on Yaru's shoulder. He tells Yaru to take Shield 7 back to the Ice City to recover and heal up properly. There are still matters here that require his attention, and his words immediately fill Yaru with worry. She asks if something is wrong. Resting his chin in his hand, Zhang Yi brings up a strange detail. He asks if they remember the deity quest they activated earlier. By all logic, it should be done. Once the Goblin Lord appeared, the quest should have ended. But no matter if he touches the Lord, or gets close to the elemental heart in his hands, the quest remains incomplete. This deity definitely has a dark secret. Later that night, things take a suspicious turn inside the very tower they visited earlier. The Goblin Lord holds the crystal, staring at it. The giants and goblins fought for years, and the winner takes all. Now that your commander is dead, the giant race must submit and obey my every command. Understood. Standing bound in front of him is a group of captured giants with Urfu watching from behind. One defiant giant spits back, "You are just a puny goblin. What right do you have to rule us?" He charges at the goblin lord, swearing that giants will never be slaves. But the lord quickly reacts. A devastating beam is shot from the crystal and a bright blue light bursts straight at Cassin. "This is my right. I know you reject me, but you have all become helpless prisoners in seconds." The giant is blasted high into the air. "If you want to blame anyone, blame your dead leader Anku. He chose to oppose our goblin tribe." Horrified by the scene, Urfu screams out demanding that the deity release them. "Release them." She stands in front of the bound giants, shielding them while looking up at him. The lord demands to know what she is doing. Urfu pleads, saying she always respected him for teaching them kindness. She begs him for an honest answer, her face and eyes filled with complete seriousness and desperation. What is the difference between his actions now and when the giants enslaved them? The goblin lord glares in silence. He narrows his eyes tightly, clutching the crystal gem. He lowers his head, letting out a dark, mocking laugh. Asking if she has lost her mind, he questions why they do not blame the brutal giants instead. Pointing a finger, the deity steps aggressively closer to Urfu to drive his point home. He points a finger at her forehead, noting that she seems far too close with those humans. Could they have brainwashed her into completely forgetting her duty as the goblin princess? She stammers that they saved her people and defeating the giant leader was only possible because of them. It was all thanks to Zhang Yi. The goblin lord snaps, telling her to shut her mouth. Humans and giants are exactly the same, none of them are good. He only helped her to steal the elemental crystal. Urfu protests that Zhang Yi is not like that. Suddenly, from her forehead, a red aura erupts, causing Urfu to scream in pain. The lord claims she has been utterly brainwashed by that human. He attempts to rewrite her memories. As the red mist swirls, she clutches her head in absolute agony. Urfu opens her tear-filled eyes, letting out a painful cry of denial. Suddenly, the spell shatters. The red energy is violently blown away, blasting the goblin lord backward as a very familiar figure steps forward. It is Zhang Yi. He stares coldly at the revered deity, disgusted by his actions. He mocks the god for turning on his own people. The lord snaps back that humans have no business here. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi dashes forward, catching Urfu and pulling her safely into his arms. He worries for her safety. When he was in danger, she risked everything to protect him. Suddenly, a strange purple mark glows on Urfu's forehead, taking Zhang Yi completely by surprise. It is the exact same mark that appeared during her battle with the giant bull-headed robot. Over here, the lord hovers the crystal stone, using its power to control the giants. What does this power really represent? All giants heed my command, capture this human. Under his dark control, they rush toward the duo, while Zhang Yi watches closely and raises his hand. Blade summoned. He cannot believe his speed. He slams his blade down. A thick wall of ice rises, nobody gets past. Suddenly, the lord raises his hand, sending the crystal hurtling straight toward him from behind. "Looks like I must handle this myself," he sneers as a massive structure makes Zhang Yi freeze in shock. A massive dome of thick ice completely seals them and leaving absolutely no way out. It is an elemental seal, locking both of them inside a heart-shaped tower of solid ice. The elements will rot your memories and energy, leaving you to die in agony, but Zhang Yi refuses to yield. He slashes madly at the barrier, refusing to let the enemy win, while on the other side, Sif clutches her head in absolute agony. Red smoke rises from her forehead as she collapses from the pain, prompting Zhang Yi to quickly kneel and comfort her. "Do not come near, I cannot see anything," Sif screams in terror, but Zhang Yi holds her close as he desperately searches for a way out. Why is the lord targeting Sif anyway, and what did he mean when he said the elemental heart would eat away her memories? Could Sif be holding some dark secret he desperately wants to hide? Zhang Yi turns around to look. Sif is shaking, crying out that she doesn't know as the elemental heart begins to take its toll. They must break out now. Placing his hand on her head, he dives into her soul to retrieve her lost memories and save her. Inside her mind, Zhang Yi witnesses the real lord being stabbed from behind by Gifford, his own kin. "What are you doing?" the lord gasps, and Gifford sneers that he is simply taking his rightful place. "Our strength is identical, so why were you chosen as lord while I was forced to live in your shadow?" "I am simply taking back what has always belonged to me," Gifford snarls before turning his burning eyes towards Sif, realizing she witnessed his crime. Raising the crystal high, Gifford issues a chilling command while Sif gasps in horror at his ultimate betrayal. "You will forget everything," he roars, claiming the throne of the lord as her memories fade away. Sif screams in agonizing rage, and the sheer force of her unlocked memories shatters the ice barrier instantly. Her past is fully restored, and she steps forward with Zhang Yi, confronting the imposter Gifford once and for all. "How much longer do you plan to play God?" she demands, cornering the trembling traitor. "No way," Gifford stammers, claiming he spent hundreds of years trapped in this seal just to learn how to master the elemental heart. He rants about his absolute control, but she snaps back, calling him a pathetic lying fraud. The true lord engraved the secret control method inside this very pendant before you brutally murdered him. Realizing he is exposed, the fake lord scrambles to his feet and tries to flee. White smoke erupts at the tower gate as Gifford is blasted outside, crashing onto the dirt. Sif leaps from above, target locked. This first punch is for betraying the lord, she screams, driving her fist directly into Gifford's face before unleashing a brutal non-stop barrage. No mercy. This is payback for our entire tribe. Leaping back to catch her breath, she glares down at the bloody mess of Gifford on the ground. Look at our people, Gifford, she yells, accusing him of selling out his own kind for power. You murdered the lord and stole the heart, leaving our tribe to suffer centuries of humiliation. The giants enslaved us because of you. Our lord never abandoned us. He was murdered by this traitor. Hearing this, the surrounding gnomes gasp in utter shock, realizing Gifford was the traitor all along. Sif raises her hand, but a sudden surge of dark green mist throws everyone backward into the air. You useless trash, Gifford snarls, getting back up as he declares that they have all forfeited their lives. Standing nearby, Zhang Yi watches in shock, realizing this sinister energy is identical to the devilish powers of the underworld jailers. Clutching the retrieved necklace, Sif suddenly collapses, but Zhang Yi catches her as she begs him to avenge the lord. She pleads for him to save her people, while Gifford mutters darkly, his hands morphing into sharp, venomous claws. The demon scowls in anger. If you don't die today, the demon king will rise and slaughter you all. So why not just go to the grave together? Hearing this, Zhang Yi looks up with absolute resolve. Is that so? But I promise things won't go your way. Suddenly a purple glowing stone appears in his hand. That's enough, Thais Fode's witnessing. This Fode stands frozen in sheer shock. This power, no, it can't be him. From the purple smoke, the Lord God he once murdered gradually manifests. My noble human ally, I have come to help you. This unbelievable sight makes Fode scowl in sheer shock. How are you still alive? I clearly killed you with my own hands. Zhang Yi smirks. You finally admitted it yourself. As the purple haze swirls before his eyes, he vows you murdered the Lord God and your dream ends today. Without another word, Zhang Yi unleashes a devastating strike, Icefire Demon Slaying Slash. With photos obliterated, Zhang Yi drives his blade into the ground. It really was the Lord God. This is no dream. The Lord God never abandoned us. He has been with us all along. Watching from the outside, Erfu covers her mouth, her eyes instantly filling with tears. Knowing his debt of vengeance is finally paid, the Lord God turns to Zhang Yi to say farewell. Thank you for everything you have done for our goblin clan. My remaining time is very short. I must speak to my people. Go ahead, Lord God. Zhang Yi nods. Suddenly, a notification screen pops up. You have an unread message from Qinglong. The system notifications continue to flash, showing more missed alerts from 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, 8 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago, and another one just now. Meanwhile, 10 minutes ago, an aerial fortress launched an attack on Dai Wu's group back at Frost City. What is the exact situation right now? 6 magical beasts and a massive dragon beast have been spotted so far. We have already killed 2 of them, she says, peering into the distance with Qinglong by her side. Standing still, he nods. I have seen these exact beasts inside Carlo's secret chamber before. Back in Moonlight City, that guy is definitely pulling the strings. Suddenly, a fireball screeches out of nowhere. Qinglong swiftly raises his bow, aiming a lethal arrow straight ahead. Luckily, the number of beasts the enemy sent is pretty small. It seems this is just a probing attack, but we still cannot determine if they will reinforce their firepower later. Tell everyone to prepare and hold their defensive positions. His arrow pierces the fireball, triggering a massive blinding explosion on impact. A notification flashes on screen. Guild leader Frost City is under ambush. Please read the message. I need to reply and report to the guild leader, but he fails to notice someone lurking behind him. The spy chuckles in amusement. Elsewhere, Li Hao sits in his chair, chin resting on his hand, deep in thought. What, Zhang Yi is not in Frost City, and it is just his subordinate disguised as him. Yes, I saw it clearly. The one holding the fort is just some archer lackey. From below, his subordinate looks up and speaks. Boss, with Zhang Yi away from Frost City, is this not our perfect chance to launch an attack? No, things are never that simple. Zhang Yi suddenly leaving and having some underling disguise as him is highly suspicious. There must be a specific reason. Suddenly, Li Hao clutches his throat, gasping for air as his subordinate panics. Are you okay? This has happened multiple times already. Li Hao opens his eyes wide, completely stunned. Staring into the distance, his pupils contract. Why is the God-grade talent card acting up right now? Could this be related to Zhang Yi's sudden departure? Clutching his chest, Li Hao turns to his subordinate. Giving swift instructions, he says, I must leave immediately. But boss, what about invading Frost City? Hold off on all actions until I return. Nobody is allowed to make a single move. With that, he leaps onto his flying beast. Spreading its massive wings, the beast flies off the talent card. Fluctuation points straight toward the desert. Something major must have happened there. Meanwhile, back with Erfu, her eyes are brimming with emotional tears. Gazing at the smiling Lord God, she listens as he speaks. Erfu, I have an important duty for you. Over this time, your kindness and immense patience have been deeply recognized by every single member of our clan. Are you willing to protect the clan members behind you even if the road ahead is filled with thorns? And never give up. Erfu nods, crying, yes, I am willing. He gently wipes her tears to comfort her, but the tears keep falling. Don't cry, child, he whispers as she sobs. Lord God, it was so hard to find you. Please do not leave, she begs. But the god gently tells his dear child that death is not something to fear. As long as the gnome people can live in peace and happiness, he can depart this world without any lingering regrets. A golden mist suddenly wraps around Erfu, lifting her into the air as onlookers watch in absolute disbelief. Driven solely by a desire to protect his people, the gnome god kept his remnant soul alive, just for this day. In a flash, her form shifts, maturing into a beautiful grown woman before their eyes. In the gnome god's name, he officially passes his divine throne to her. Meanwhile, a rider approaches. A sudden beam of brilliant light catches Li Hao's eye as the divine artifact awakens and her eyes fly open. It is indeed Erfu, completely transformed in a new look. The gnomes bow to their new deity. They congratulate her on ascending, but she humbly admits she only has the status of a god for now. She vows to become a true god. Beside her, a glowing crystal floats directly toward Zhang Yi. She is deeply grateful for his help. Now that the giant threat is resolved, they owe him everything. This elemental heart now belongs to you, she says. Holding the glowing core in his hands, Zhang Yi hesitates. With this powerful divine relic, his odds of defeating Carlo have shot up. But someone is watching this scene. Li Hao gapes in absolute fury. How is this possible? That divine weapon was supposed to be his. Crouching behind a boulder, his head literally steams as he glares at them. Curse you, Zhang Yi. Their paths always cross. He vows revenge, just as a sudden system notification flashes on Zhang Yi's screen. Zhang Yi feels a bit embarrassed. He was so focused on the quest that he forgot to check his inbox. He bids Erfu farewell, explaining that his team urgently needs him and she warmly wishes him a safe trip. He must return to Frost City immediately, telling her to take care. She nods, saying she will handle everything else. Leaping onto his beast, Zhao Hei speeds away. His enemies decide to let him enjoy these last few days. Just wait until he returns to Frost City. He shouts for them to find him there as they wave goodbye. After bidding their savior farewell, the scene shifts. Qinglong draws his bow. He aims straight at the giant bats, shouting to the others that the boss is already on his way. If he does not show up soon, they will all be roasted alive. Suddenly, from the sky above, a massive fiery sphere streaks directly toward Dai Wu. Seeing Han Yanru arrive, Qinglong gasps in pure relief. She has returned. Han Yanru smiles back, explaining that she and her companion, Xiao Jiao, have successfully brought Shield 7 back to town to heal, so she rushed over to help. She asks if everyone is alright. Dai Wu is dazed for a second before nodding that she is. There is absolutely no time for a proper reunion as the demon beasts gather in massive numbers, roaring and snapping their jaws closer. Qinglong readies his bow. Sensing the severe danger, Han Yanru quickly warns those standing behind her that things look bad. The roar of that beast has summoned its entire pack. She tells Dai Wu to find cover immediately. She must protect herself first. Dai Wu quickly hides as a massive dragon beast rears back, opening its jaws. A swirling ball of fire begins to form. Han Yanru watches tensely, realizing the monster is charging an ultimate move. Raising her staff high, she prepares to cast a fireball counter, calling out to Qinglong. She demands cover as he quickly readies his bow. But right then, the dragon beast unleashes a rapid volley of mid-sized fireballs. They lose their balance and fall. They crash hard onto the dirt, coughing from the thick dust and smoke. Dai Wu runs over in panic, asking if they are okay. But the monster is already gearing up again. A massive vortex of scorching fire builds up in its maw. Dai Wu watches the terrifying sight, frozen in complete panic. She fears this beast is truly determined to wipe every single one of them out. Just in the nick of time, Zhang Yi arrives riding on his loyal beast, Xiao Hei. He spots the dragon beast preparing to fire. It is the very same monster from Carlo's secret chamber. The city's defenses are not yet reinforced with elemental crystals. If that breath lands, half of Frost City will burn. He pulls out the newly acquired elemental heart, commanding Xiao Hei to charge ahead at full speed. Locking his eyes onto the target, he mutters that this beast dared to attack while he was away. It raided his beloved city, but now he is about to activate the elemental heart. He unleashes pure elemental energy, one single strike to show them the true power of a divine weapon. The massive beast falls from the sky. Down it goes, while sharp-eyed Qinglong spots their returning guild master. The leader is back. Zhang Yi steps off Xiao Hei with a chuckle, apologizing for his late arrival. Everyone worked hard. Hearing this, Dai Wu puffs her cheeks, grumbling that she only did it because of them. She hates looking this messy. Ignoring her complaints, Zhang Yi walks straight over to find Han Yanru. Their hands intertwine. They share a tender look, and Zhang Yi immediately blames himself for making her wait. He is sorry she had to suffer. She softly smiles, and with a grin, he pulls out a massive bag. Look at this loot. Qinglong stares at the glowing items in the hands of Zhang Yi, completely stunned. Are these elemental crystals? Beside him, Daiwu gasps in absolute awe. They are gorgeous. Zhang Yi smiles, explaining that with these magical crystals, their buildings in Frost City can finally stand strong. They can now easily withstand the devastating dragon breath attacks from the elite beast knights of Carlo. The system interface pops up. It displays the current defensive level stats of their main guild city. He calculates his inventory. Since he used one to shoot down the dragon beast, only 54 remain. Still, it is enough. He can upgrade all Frost City buildings to level 4 at once, so he decisively clicks upgrade. Their aerial defenses are secured. Now, Zhang Yi immediately briefs everyone on their next crucial assignment. They must set up deadly traps in this open field to prevent the troops of Carlo from advancing. The enemy must not reach Frost City. Following his direct orders, the entire team works tirelessly together. Dusk falls. Qinglong collapses onto the grass, sighing in relief that their heavy labor is finally finished. Zhang Yi walks up to Daiwu, who's busy playing with butterflies, to ask for a huge favor. She turns around. He gets straight to the point, explaining that war with Carlo is completely inevitable. This battle decides the fate of Frost City. There is no middle ground. They must defeat Carlo. He needs her help, and Daiwu is more than willing, having lived in this game for so long. She has lived in Frost City since the start and considers it home, ready to do anything to protect it. No task is too difficult. Hearing this, Zhang Yi smiles, asking if she still remembers a certain item. He mentions the gold card that Bloodgate tried to steal from her, instantly capturing her attention. Daiwu silently pulls out a gold card, tilting her head as she asks if he means this one. Zhang Yi nods. Previously, he kept quiet because he was unsure of where they stood. Were they friends or foes? But his next words completely catch her off guard. He reveals a shocking secret. The card in her hand is actually one of the 10 God-grade talent cards. It is the rarest power in this apocalyptic world, and sacrificing her current talent will unlock its divine strength. This God-grade talent could change everything. Meanwhile, night falls over the quiet streets of Moonlight City. Carlo finally returns, and his loyal subordinates quickly welcome their boss back, reporting on their beast training progress. They respectfully report that all beasts are fully trained and ready to launch an attack at any moment. Having lost all patience, Carlo gives the order to march immediately and seize control of Frost City. Leading the charge himself, Carlo and his army ride their terrifying beasts straight toward Frost City. And right on cue, Zhang Yi spots the enemy leader Carlo arriving on his most ferocious beast. Arrogantly folding his arms with a smug grin, he loudly demands that all of Frost City surrender. He offers them one chance. They must drop their weapons and yield immediately or be wiped out completely. Otherwise, not a single piece of armor will remain, causing the panicked citizens below to whisper about this terrifying guild leader. Seeing their fear, Zhang Yi speaks up to restore their spirits, urging them not to be fooled by his cheap tricks. It is merely a summoned illusion. Qinglong draws his bow, scoffing at the foolish arrogance of the enemy. Believing he can capture Frost City is a massive joke. Qinglong concentrates, deeply locking onto his target. With a cold snort, he releases his grip, sending the arrow flying high into the dark sky. It heads straight for the center of the beast army, guided by his incredibly precise aim. The arrow rushes straight at Carlo, who quickly tilts his head to dodge before snatching it out of the air. Carlo grits his teeth in pure frustration. What ungrateful fools! It seems you are all absolutely determined to die by my hand. Just wait until my night order makes their move. Let's see if you can still act this confident. He immediately orders an all-out attack on everyone. Under his orders to level Extreme Ice City to the ground, Qinglong's expression turns deadly serious. Glancing at the guild leader next to him, he grows anxious about the sheer number of incoming spheres. This firestorm is far worse than before, and the beast's dragon breath is nothing to laugh at. Can their buildings really hold out against a barrage like this? Zhang Yi smirks to reassure him, do not worry, it will definitely work, and watching Carlo's reaction is going to be absolutely priceless. A second later, glowing blue energy envelops the entire city as he activates the elemental shield. The beast's fierce fireballs crash violently against the barrier, triggering thunderous explosions and clouds of smoke that leave the flying beasts completely scorched and burning. Tumbling down from the sky, Black Shadow panics immediately. Boss, what is going on here? All of our attacks have been completely blocked, so what do we do? Carlo clenches his fist in rage and growls. What are you afraid of? Carlo refuses to give up and immediately barks his next order. Keep ramping up the firepower and order the ground beasts to charge. Just as he finishes speaking, the massive horde of ground beasts is unleashed, charging frantically toward the elemental shield, with Ian leading the charge out front. Command the formation and take Extreme Ice City. The boss will handsomely reward us, so charge, but they only make it a short distance. Before his beast suddenly screeches to a halt as the frozen ground beneath his vanguard and beasts completely collapses. As they tumble headfirst into the pit, he turns around to scream a warning. Everyone stop. There are traps in the ground. Qinglong chuckles to himself. They spent all afternoon digging these pits, so they should take their time enjoying them. Standing atop the high city wall, Zhang Yi observes the battlefield and immediately orders his men to signal Duanfeng's squad for a counterattack. Acting on his command, the defenders quickly fire several gas bombs, unleashing a thick purple mist that rapidly spreads across the battlefield. As a soldier collapses right before his eyes, Ian quickly covers his nose and shouts a warning to those nearby. "Cover your noses, this mist is toxic." Ian curses Zhang Yi in a fit of absolute rage. "How dare you trick me like this?" Now let us briefly break down the mechanics of this paralyzing toxic mist. A single paralysis bomb deals 100 points of flat damage upon hitting targets, creating a toxic cloud that cuts enemy movement speed by a massive 50%. Seizing the moment of utter chaos, the heavy city gates swing open and Duanfeng charges out alongside Xiao Jiao and their allies. Charging into battle, they want to show these invaders that Extreme Ice City is not to be messed with. Leading the charge, Duanfeng targets Ian directly, leaping forward with a heavy slash that the enemy boss immediately recognizes with a scowl. Growling in anger, he shouts that it is you again, and today he will avenge his fallen brothers. Duanfeng only chuckles with "just you. In that case, I will gladly give you the chance to die by my blade." His calm, indifferent attitude completely infuriates Ian. Swinging his massive axe, he roars out asking if he has a death wish. But Duanfeng does not back down, unleashing a powerful counter-skill. Han Yanru walks over to Zhang Yi, muttering that at such a critical moment she still cannot find her brother anywhere. Even Dai Wu is gone and she has not seen her since yesterday. Beside her, the leader gently speaks up to calm her worries. "Do not worry, because they are both perfectly fine, as her brother has been sent on a crucial secret mission." He explains the details. To the right of Extreme Ice City lies a river leading straight to Moonlight City, allowing them to completely bypass Carlo's scouts. By traveling entirely underwater, they can infiltrate Moonlight City, while Carlo is focused on taking this fortress. Carlo has undoubtedly moved most of his main forces away from Moonlight City, which means one thing. This is their golden opportunity to seize Moonlight City, and according to Zhang Yi's calculated plans, Carlo has never met her brother, so his sudden absence will not raise any red flags, and with his unique spatial abilities, he is indeed the perfect candidate for the job. As for Dai Wu, she will serve as the absolute key to their victory, determining whether they can defeat Carlo once and for all. High above the battlefield, Carlo surveys the chaotic situation below and commands Black Shadow to take a flying beast squad to assist Ian, whose infantry is struggling. Acknowledging the order with a swift nod, Black Shadow immediately leads his flying beast squadron straight toward the battlefield where Ian is fighting. Spotting the incoming flying beasts, Ian laughs triumphantly, shouting that their highly anticipated reinforcements have finally arrived. "You guys are finished now. Black Shadow, sweep these pests away from me." Naturally, his ally agrees to the request. "Leave them to me, but you need to move faster. If we fail to take the city and the boss gets angry, we are both dead meat." Trying to hold off Duanfeng's relentless strikes, Ian yells back at his ally to stop nagging him already. "Get down here and help." Taking advantage of the chaotic clash, the shadow figure rides his demonic beast and charges straight ahead. The beast clamps its jaws right onto Duanfeng's sword, while the shadow figure sitting on top sneers. "I heard you cherish that blade like your own life. Wonder what you will do without it," he mocks, tossing his head back. "Come and get it back if you can." Before the shadow figure can even finish his sentence, waves of pink and purple energy blast forward. Wind-cutting strikes force the beast to stumble in pain, dropping the sword from its jaws. The shadow figure on its back wobbles violently. Losing his grip completely, he is violently thrown off and crashes hard onto the dusty ground. The hard crash makes the shadow spit blood. Dai Wu unleashes another barrage, declaring in a ringing voice, "Back off. Anyone threatening Extreme Ice City has to get through me first." Annoyed, Ian charges to deal with her, but freezes in shock. "That damn woman is asking for death. Wait, how did she turn into butterflies?" Dai Wu's skills suddenly morph, completely surrounding Ian and leaving the man totally disoriented. Amidst the swirling butterflies, the moment Ian lets his guard down, a pink scythe is pressed against his neck. Ian notices her weapon, but it is already too late. Dai Wu flashes past him in an instant, leaving a fountain of fresh blood spraying everywhere. System alert: Dai Wu successfully eliminated Ian. Duanfeng spins around, jaw dropping in sheer disbelief. How did she suddenly become this powerful? The shadow figure struggles to his feet. Watching his ally get slaughtered, he silently swears to avenge Ian no matter what. He quietly pulls out a small vial filled with red liquid and crushes the item in his hand. A red haze instantly fills the air. The beasts grow wild, growling and rampaging, and one right in front of Duanfeng clamps its jaws onto an ally. Duanfeng immediately tenses up. "Be careful, these beasts have gone completely berserk." Even the enemy minions scramble away in sheer panic. "Run, save yourselves. These monsters are eating our own guys." Suddenly, the beasts form a tight circle. They trap Duanfeng and Dai Wu inside. He clicks his tongue, realizing there are still way too many enemies left. This is going to be tough. Beside him, Dai Wu shouts out, "Then let's fight them to the bitter end." Satisfied with his work, the shadow figure sneers for them to enjoy the beast's rage before hopping on his mount and fleeing. He reports back to guild leader Carlo that their infantry forces have suffered catastrophic losses. Ian is dead, and to make things worse, an incredibly elite assassin has suddenly appeared right beside Zhang Yi. Her power far exceeds mine. Carlo coldly replies that he understands but silently grits his teeth, as expected of a player living through his second apocalypse. He prepared everything in advance, and now this massive elemental shield is completely blocking me from getting close. With zero chance of getting near, Carlo weighs his options before shouting a loud challenge at Zhang Yi. Why don't you step out and face me like a real man? Hiding inside like a turtle while letting women fight your battles is absolutely pathetic. Zhang Yi does not even bother to argue. He silently summons Xiao He, raising an eyebrow with a cold smirk. He exposes him directly. Quit acting noble. You are just desperate. You cannot enter Extreme Ice City or break this elemental barrier, which is why you are desperately trying to bait me out. Zhang Yi steps out to confront Carlo. What is the matter? Are you that eager to die for your fallen men? Carlo chuckles coldly, mocking him for walking straight into an obvious trap. Yet you still dare to come out here completely alone. Unfazed, Zhang Yi confidently declares that he will simply defeat him. Carlo draws his weapon with a smirk. Big talk, let us see if you can keep that same energy in a moment. He plays a tune on his flute, causing Xiao He to thrash wildly. Zhang Yi tries desperately to calm his beast. Hang in there, Xiao He, do not let that flute get to you. But the beast completely loses control anyway. It plummets straight down from the sky. Zhang Yi begs him to wake up while immediately activating his Soul Link skill. As a Tier 2 Beast Tamer skill, it transfers all incoming damage from the pet directly to the master. This self-sacrificing effect lasts for 60 seconds, carrying a massive cooldown of 3 hours. Thanks to his master's sacrifice, Xiao He snaps out of it, opens his eyes wide, and soars back into the sky. Carlo is genuinely impressed. The kid actually took the flute's mental control for his beast, using sheer willpower to resist the magic. How interesting, Carlo mutters before leaping high into the air. He plays a chaotic melody, calling his giant dragons to rise. The sky instantly turns pitch black as lightning crackles across the clouds. Zhang Yi frowns. Something is not right here. A Tier 2 Beast Tamer can only summon 2 beasts at most. Having 3 giant dragons appear at once is definitely a trap. Hands on hips, Carlo laughs mockingly and warns Zhang Yi that he is about to drown in a sea of fire. Burn him to ashes, my dragons, he screams as Zhang Yi quickly dodges the incoming waves of fire. Zhang Yi unleashes the triple element power to see whose fire is actually stronger. A second later, 3 powerful energy blasts shoot straight at the main giant dragons with perfect accuracy. Carlo's completely blindsided by this, standing dazed before stomping his feet in absolute rage. Furious that his weapon was stolen and used against him, Carlo rages while Zhang Yi silently confirms his suspicion. They are just like Mu Chen's 4th-tier dragon emperor back then, not actual physical dragon beasts at all, pure illusions. Yet Carlo is not done, pulling out a legendary scroll to summon ancient dragons. He goes on a long rant about how activating the elemental heart consumes a heavy toll. It burns through elemental crystals, especially after spending so many of them to upgrade the main building. Zhang Yi must be running low on crystals by now, while Carlo boasts he can summon these beasts infinitely. As the summoning finishes, 3 ferocious giant dragons materialize behind Carlo, who smirks with ultimate confidence. He wants to see how long Zhang Yi can hold out, leaving Zhang Yi utterly stunned by this infinite summoning. Insane power. But Zhang Yi refuses to back down. With the enemy able to summon infinitely, continuing to use the elemental heart is just a waste of precious crystals. Realizing this, he makes a split-second decision, choosing to change his approach immediately. Activating his Undying Body skill, Zhang Yi channels raw energy straight into his fists and charges ahead with everything he has. Raging flames engulf his body, triggering rapid health loss warnings of -500 as he yells out a command. He orders Xiao He to stay back while down on the ground. Dai Wu struggles against a pack of lion beasts. Coldly muttering that they cannot even catch a butterfly, she rips a giant lion apart with her bare hands. Let alone a crazy lion, she whispers, but right after finishing one, 2 more beasts leap directly at her. Duan Fang steps in effortlessly, swinging his sharp sword to intercept the threat. He slices the beasts into bloody pieces as they look up at the sky together, sensing trouble above. Realizing Zhang Yi is in trouble, Dai Wu leaps into the air while yelling instructions to Duan Feng below. She tells him to clear the remaining beasts while she goes to assist, but Zhang Yi spots her immediately. He yells for her to stay back, warning that she cannot survive the intense dragon breath damage. Han Yanru quickly uses her staff to summon a massive ice wall, blocking the flames that almost swallowed Dai Wu. Assuring Dai Wu that she is here to help, Han Yanru earns a quick thanks while Carlo mocks them for running to their deaths. Calling them absolute fools, he unrolls his scroll to summon even more monstrous beasts to join the fight. He wants to play with them, but Dai Wu keeps pushing forward, telling herself to endure just a bit longer. Almost there, she suddenly sprints forward, gathers her momentum, and takes a massive leap into the air. Zhang Yi meets her high five, questioning her actions, but Dai Wu immediately gets straight to the point. She admits her current strength cannot defeat his summoned beasts, telling Zhang Yi to take her talent and finish this fight. Successfully copying her god-tier talent assassin heart, Zhang Yi clenches his fist and promises her he will not fail. He vows never to let her down as the scene shifts to a completely different location. Right at the boundary between Extreme Ice City and Moonlight City, Ba Huang leads a stealthy task force. Announcing they have reached the border of Moonlight City, he urges everyone to push hard and capture it. They must take it as quickly as possible, and while they all agree, someone suddenly points out something unusual. He shouts for the captain to look up as everyone stares in pure disbelief at what looks like a massive iceberg floating in the sky. Even Ba Huang is utterly confused by the sudden appearance of this massive floating iceberg, which is heading straight toward Extreme Ice City. Realizing how serious this is, he quickly orders one of his men to take a small team and shadow the iceberg. They must report any changes immediately, while the rest of the squad prepares to march and crush Moonlight City without hesitation. Shouting their understanding in unison, the men are unaware that rows of stone statues stand inside the iceberg. Standing in perfect formation in absolute silence, not a single soul knows they are there. If you look closely, a mysterious glowing scroll is hovering directly in front of every single statue. Floating in midair, Zhang Yi frowns and yells down to Xiaohe, "Take Dai Wu over to Han Yanru right now. He will handle the rest," while Carlo sits atop his dragon, arms crossed with a smug sneer. "What do you already know? You are losing, Carlo. Mock sending your girl away so she does not have to watch you fail miserably." Right then, the system pops up with a notification. His god-grade talent, Assassin's Heart, is now active. The elemental heart is fully charged and ready. Zhang Yi grips the artifact, a smug grin spreading across his face. Those are just cheap summoning scrolls, he thinks. Let us see how much they can actually do. Which is stronger, the infinite summoning or his own infinite bullets? He quickly channels his raw power. Triple elemental power blasts Carlo's giant dragon with blinding beams. Ever since Dai Wu upgraded his Assassin's Heart, it does not matter how many scrolls Carlo burns or dragons he summons. No challenge at all. To him, they are just free experience points. Panic finally sets in as cold sweat pours down Carlo's face. This cannot be happening, he thinks. How could anyone wield the elemental heart so recklessly above them? Zhang Yi floats. Earth and rock swirl violently around him as intense heat blasts up from the shattered ground below. Carlo trembles. Could the guy still have tons of elemental crystals left? Was he just acting earlier? Raising the glowing artifact, Zhang Yi yells down, "Why stop now? What happened to all that big talk from before?" Two blinding beams pierce straight through the dragons behind Carlo, making the massive beasts howl in absolute agony. Too late. Carlo shields his face, trembling in pure terror. Glancing down at the dragons defeated in a single second, Zhang Yi watches his enemy panic and speaks up. "Do not waste your breath, summon all you want, the end is exactly the same. Illusions are just illusions and your grand fantasies will never become real." But before he can even finish, Carlo screams in horror. An elemental shockwave erupts instantly, engulfing Carlo and his giant mount in a violent surge of raw energy. With a deafening explosion, Carlo's scrolls scatter everywhere as Zhang Yi stands over his broken, blood-spitting enemy. It is over. Zhang Yi declares his victory, but Carlo just sneers back. "Do you really think this is your victory?" Carlo laughs maniacally before slowly dragging himself up, clutching his shattered arm. He whispers that his little present for Zhang Yi and Extreme Ice City should be arriving about now. Suddenly, an urgent message from Ba Huang flashes. A massive iceberg is flying directly toward their position. It has already crossed into the territory of Extreme Ice City, leaving Zhang Yi completely baffled as he reads. An iceberg? No way. But snow suddenly blankets the ground right before his eyes. Spreading his arms, Carlo laughs. "Zhang Yi, the end of your city is finally here." Zhang Yi whirls around in shock. A colossal mountain of solid ice looms right over Extreme Ice City. He realizes that must be the iceberg Ba Huang warned him about inside the city. Someone screams out for Han Yanru. Duan Feng urges everyone to evacuate inside immediately, and standing before the towering ice wall, Han Yanru quickly agrees. Carlo clutches a teleportation scroll with a wicked grin. "Enjoy this grand gift of mine," he sneers. Standing nearby, Zhang Yi grits his teeth. Trying to run, he thinks before lunging forward with a brutal punch. Teleportation interrupted, Zhang Yi grabs Carlo by the throat, lifting him high. He just laughs. "Go ahead and kill me, but that mountain remains." He spent 5,000 levitation scrolls to drag it here from the frozen end of the world, making Zhang Yi curse him. Massive chunks of ice and rock rain down from the mountain, but the city's protective barrier holds them off. Terrified citizens cry out, wondering if they are in danger, but others quickly step up to reassure them. The elemental shield can stop a dragon's breath, so blocking a few falling rocks should be easy. But then a colossal boulder slams down, cracking the barrier before the entire protective shield completely shatters. Debris rains down on the streets, sending citizens scrambling in every direction. With the shield shattered, people scream to run as Zhang Yi drags Carlo along, asking if everyone made it inside. Han Yanru calls back that they are safe, but the falling ice is tearing holes right through their defense. Looking up in dread, she whispers that if that entire mountain collapses, they are finished. Polar Ice City will be crushed into tiny shards in an instant. Zhang Yi says, his brow furrowed as he stares upward. He tells everyone to stay in the city while he figures out a plan. Then raising his hand, he summons Xiao He. Zhang Yi drags Carlo across the ground towards Xiao He. Carlo grips his head, screaming for Zhang Yi to let him go. Zhang Yi snaps back, asking if Carlo really thinks he can just walk away from this disaster. If the city falls today, Carlo will be the very first one to go down with it. With determination in his eyes, Zhang Yi mounts Xiao He and takes off. Outside Moonlight City, Ba Huang and his crew lie low, watching the gates and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Hiding behind a tree, Ba Huang realizes Zhang Yi was spot on. Carlo has indeed mobilized almost all of his forces. They went to attack Polar Ice City, leaving Moonlight City practically wide open and defenseless. This is their golden chance. With the timing perfect, Ba Huang rallies his men, shouting for everyone to follow his lead. The order is given to take Moonlight City. Charge. Instantly, the warriors draw their weapons and storm forward without hesitation. Ba Huang roars a battle cry as they quickly take down the guards on the wall. With the defenders wiped out, he slices down their banner and proudly hoists his own in its place. He announces to the city that resistance is completely futile. From this very moment on, Moonlight City belongs to the God Slayers Guild. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to the massive floating iceberg. Zhang Yi lands Xiao He on the icy peak and mercilessly throws down a battered, trembling Carlo onto the hard snow. Just then, a message arrives from Ba Huang confirming they have secured the city. Sitting atop his mount, Zhang Yi looks down. He points down at the defeated warlord, telling Carlo that Moonlight City has already fallen to his guild. Zhang Yi tells him to surrender to prevent more innocent blood from spilling, but Carlo just laughs it off. Carlo sneers, asking if Zhang Yi really thinks this weak threat will work. Soon he will watch his friends die. He warns that Polar Ice City will soon be destroyed. Looking past him in absolute horror, Zhang Yi demands to know what he did to the frozen figures behind him. Dozens of players stand frozen solid. Struggling to his feet with bound hands, Carlo scoffs that it was nothing major. He merely used them to carry the floating scrolls up this mountain. He asks if Zhang Yi is starting to panic. Leaping down, Zhang Yi approaches a frozen player, realizing they knew something was wrong but could not escape. They had clearly realized the danger, but before they could run, they were turned into permanent ice sculptures, sacrificing hundreds of innocent players just to move an iceberg. No wonder Zhang Yi is absolutely furious right now. Zhang Yi delivers a brutal punch that sends Carlo's head snapping back, dedicating the blow to the innocent lives lost. He takes the scrolls from the frozen bodies. Pinned to the ground, Carlo screams out in absolute panic. Carlo screams at him to drop his items, but Zhang Yi just snaps back angrily. Your life is in my hands now, so you do not get a say. Gathering his energy, Zhang Yi hurls the magic scrolls into the air. He silently calculates that they must move this massive iceberg away from the city before the levitation magic completely wears off. Activating the ancient dragon summoning scroll, a massive beast made of pure blazing fire erupts into the sky. Zhang Yi plans his next move. Just south of the city lies a vast open ocean. Using the immense power of the ancient dragon, he can drag the iceberg out to sea, minimizing the impact on the city below. Before launching the operation, Zhang Yi mounts Xiao He, making sure to drag a bound Carlo along with them. He commands Xiao He to move the iceberg. Coughing up blood, Carlo weakly tells him to stop dreaming of the impossible. This frozen mountain could drop at any moment. There is no way those dragons can hold its weight before it plunges down. If it falls, both of them will die. Zhang Yi ignores him, focusing entirely on the task. He tells Carlo to shut his filthy mouth. Nearby, a giant dragon tail strikes the mountain, sending loose boulders crashing down. A swarm of summoned dragons spreads their wings, soaring ahead in a breathtaking epic display of power. Zhang Yi hardens his resolve. He will protect Polar Ice City and everyone in it no matter what. Down below, the citizens gasp in sheer disbelief as the massive frozen mountain actually begins to shift. They point up at the swarm of dragons in awe, cheering that their guild leader has actually pulled it off. Han Yanru looks up with eyes full of worry, praying that Zhang Yi will make it back to them safely. Sometime later, Zhang Yi and his dragon fly straight into a raging blizzard, still dragging Carlo along. Covered in heavy snow, Zhang Yi plays his flute to maintain his focus, whispering that they are almost there. The little dragon turns back with a pitiful growl while Zhang Yi looks down below. Fear grips his heart. Xiao Hei's tail has been frozen to the iceberg for so long that it could soon suffer complete tissue death. Even worse, Xiao Hei will be dragged down into the sea, unable to fly. Raising his sword, Zhang Yi prepares to chop the ice. Hang in there, Xiao Hei, he silently urges, I will find a way to save you. But this ice is insanely tough. Suddenly, he loses his footing, cutting his thoughts short. as a violent gust of wind rushes in, blowing everything into pure chaos. Zhang Yi screams in panic, realizing his floating scroll is completely out of power before everything suddenly plunges into pitch-black darkness. A powerful gust sweeps over, leaving Zhang Yi sitting on an endless beach of pure white sand. Confused, he wonders where on earth he is. He calls out for Xiao He before staring down at his empty hands. To his horror, he cannot summon Xiao He. Even his summoning arrays refuse to activate, leaving him totally helpless. Where exactly is this place, and how did he end up here? He distinctly remembers falling off the iceberg alongside Xiao He. The last thing he saw before blacking out was a tiny island in the distance. Could this beach be part of that very place? Pulling out a scroll, he rejoices that his teleportation scroll is still intact and immediately hits the activate button. With a sharp beep, the system announces that map restrictions prevent any teleportation. Teleportation is temporarily disabled. Zhang Yi crosses his arms and stares at the screen, dumbfounded by this sudden rule change. While the system calls it a restricted map, it basically means he has landed in a brand new DLC zone. Getting out of here alive is definitely not going to be easy. To make matters worse, his stomach lets out a loud, miserable growl. Zhang Yi clutches his belly, complaining to himself. Man, he is starving. He needs to find some food first. Suddenly, the bushes nearby rustle, catching his attention. Looks like this island has plenty of wild game. Just the perfect chance to hunt some lunch, he thinks, throwing his sword. Let's see where you can run, he sneers. But as he glances closer, he freezes. Wait, is that a person? A girl with a dragon horn on her head lunges out with a sharp weapon. Zhang Yi barely manages to dodge her strike, but a heavy kick lands square on his chest anyway. He quickly yells, "Whoa, no need to be so aggressive. You're already trying to kill me." The girl snaps back that he threw a sword first, forcing him to raise his hands in retreat. "All right, my bad," he apologizes. "Let us just put the weapons down. It was an accident, and he is genuinely sorry." He asks her seriously who she is and why she is here, while quietly studying her strange features. With long horns and a scale-covered body, is she a beast tribe member? She snaps back that she wanted to ask him the same thing. This is her territory, and getting random swords thrown at her makes today a terrible day. Zhang Yi asks in disbelief her territory. So she lives here? He explains that he comes from the outside world and only ended up on this island by accident. When he asks how to leave, she crosses her arms. She has lived here for centuries and has never heard of an outside world. Escaping is out of the question. Zhang Yi rubs his chin thoughtfully, insisting that staying here is simply not an option. He has to get back. His allies are waiting, and they will be worried sick if he remains missing for too long. Looking out at the ocean, he realizes swimming is his only option. Sueji raises her hand, trying to get a word in, but he cuts her off, declaring that nothing will stop him from swimming his way out. With that, he dives headfirst into the waves. Watching him struggle, she giggles, finding this human incredibly entertaining. Deciding to play along, she follows. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi paddles with all his might, silently cursing his slow progress. He has been swimming for nearly an hour, yet there is still no land in sight. Suddenly, someone appears right ahead. It is Sueji, casually riding her massive sea dragon. Zhang Yi gasps, asking why she did not mention her pet earlier. She smiles, pointing out she tried to speak, but he insisted she not stop him. Soon they arrive back on land. Confused, Zhang Yi looks around. Is this not the exact same beach they left? How did they end up right back here? Sueji nods, explaining that no matter how far or how long anyone swims in this ocean, they always loop back here. She challenges him to try again if he doubts her. Shocked, he wonders if this entire map is structured like a sphere. Just like Earth, no matter the direction or how long you travel, you will always end up right back on the island. Suddenly, a flock of birds scatters in panic, and she screams for Xiao Hai to hide. The sea dragon dives underwater as Sueji grabs Zhang Yi, dragging him away in a hurry while he questions what is happening. He demands answers, but she snaps to shut up if he wants to live. Suddenly, a pale, slender hand appears. Sporting sharp black nails, the owner of that hand reveals herself a gorgeous winged woman with a pair of dragon horns. Deep inside the Dragon God Island forest, Zhang Yi and Sueji walk side by side. He turns to her and asks, "Who was that black armored horned figure from earlier, and why did they have to hide?" Sueji admits she has no idea. All she knows is that they are extremely dangerous and patrol the island. One slip up, and they are finished. Lose their lives. Zhang Yi frowns in confusion. Leaping onto a nearby branch, Sueji confirms with a solemn nod. The dragon race might seem united, but they are actually divided into two rival factions, light and dark. That warrior from earlier belongs to the Dark Dragons. Dark Dragons, Zhang Yi repeats the name in his head. This is the first time he has heard of such a faction in the apocalypse. The island clearly holds heavy secrets. She leaps onto a high branch and tells him she has to head home, warning him to hide before he gets eaten. "I did my good deed by warning you," she says. Zhang Yi rubs his chin, knowing he is totally blind on this island. Going solo is pure suicide. His safest bet is to stick with her, so he quickly follows in her footsteps. She turns around completely annoyed, asking why he is still trailing her. Zhang Yi has his excuse ready. Since she dragged him into these woods, sticking with her is his only real chance of staying alive. If the dark dragons catch and torture him, he might just sell her out to save his own skin. Suiji pouts, calling him a devious human, but tells him to keep up because she won't search for him if he gets lost. With that, she leaps ahead. After a brief sprint, they arrive at the camp of the light dragons. Shuiji happily throws herself into her grandmother's arms, cheering that she is finally back home. The kind elder smiles, hugging her back, teasing that she thought her little runaway had forgotten all about home. She sighs, explaining she had a close call with one of those terrifying dark dragons today. Luckily, she was quick-witted enough to escape. Grandmother immediately frowns, switching into scolding mode. She bans Shuiji from leaving the camp for the next few days. Then, remembering something, the girl turns. She points to Zhang Yi, introducing him as the strange guy she salvaged from the beach earlier. He claims to be from the outside world. Grandmother turns to look, prompting Zhang Yi to raise a nervous hand. He greets the elder, but she cuts him off, questioning his claim. He confirms, explaining he fell into the ocean. Waking up here was a shock. Grandmother mutters that he looks just like that person from before. Wait, has someone else been here? Grandmother pats Suiji on the shoulder, telling her to stay put. She leads Zhang Yi down to the secluded shoreline away from the others. He looks at her, seeking answers. He asks if she knows a way out, mentioning his failed attempts to break through the barrier earlier. No matter how hard he tried, the sea blocked him. There is a way, the elder warns, but it is deadly. Shuiji mentioned the dark dragons they encountered. To be completely honest, things on this island are grim. Those dark dragons rule this entire island. Any creature outside of their dark faction is forced to hide. Surviving means hiding constantly. Even worse, the path to escape is under their heavy perpetual guard. Her Light Dragon clan has been trapped on this island for hundreds of years, and all past rebellions have failed. Turning away, she begs him to never mention any escape plans to her grandmother. Shuiji is stubborn and incredibly curious. If she gets wind of an escape route, she will get herself killed. Zhang Yi promises to keep the secret. Hearing this, the elder smiles and thanks him for understanding. She tells him to rest and heal his remaining injuries. Shortly after, they make their way back inside. Grandmother tells Shuiji to show their guest to his quarters while she takes a nap. The girl eagerly agrees. Shuiji immediately pesters him about what the elder whispered, but Zhang Yi awkwardly plays it cool. He claims it was just a warning about island rules. Unhappy with his reply, she rolls her eyes. Calling him a cheapskate, she leads him to their destination, a tiny wooden cabin nestled high up in a tree. He stares up in shock, questioning the treehouse. She explains it is the perfect spot to evade detection. Keeps them completely hidden from those pesky dragons. Climbing up, Zhang Yi settles in lost in deep thought. He has lost track of time since falling from the glacier. His main objective now is to escape. The longer he remains trapped here, the greater the danger looming over Han Yanru and the ice shelter. He silently prays that Xiaohei is safe too. As night falls, the hours slowly tick away. As the sun slowly dips below the horizon, Zhang Yi sits on the ground, staring at his sparse belongings. He sighs, realizing he has almost nothing left on him except for this strange sheepskin scroll. Bought at an auction years ago, he never figured out how to open it. Now it suddenly starts glowing. Why is it suddenly reacting? He wonders if the scroll remained locked because it only activates on this unique map. Suddenly, a hidden dragon quest pops up: the Dragon Hunter. The Doomsday Dragon killed the legendary Snow Dragon god, wiping out his sacred descendants. A powerful barrier was placed over Dragon Island, guarded by a remnant of the Doomsday Dragon's army. To break it, the player must destroy the enemy forces. The reward is a legendary outfit, leaving Zhang Yi deeply intrigued. A hidden dragon quest. He grips the glowing scroll tightly. This aligns perfectly with what Granny said. If they want to escape, a brutal showdown with this dragon army is inevitable. A massive beam of light pierces the night, striking a house below. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the island, Lana stands completely still, addressing a powerful commander submerged in molten lava. She reports detecting strange traces on the island, suggesting someone has infiltrated. The commander slowly rises, eyes flashing. A murderous aura fills the air as she senses a human, the first in centuries. It has been centuries since a human last set foot on Dragon Island. Meanwhile, up in the trees, two figures exchange tense whispers. One asks if the other is absolutely sure of what they saw. The scout nods, claiming he tracked traces of the Light Dragon clan right here. He has been keeping a close watch, and that golden beam of light just confirmed his suspicions. Without another word, they spring into action, the leader shouting for them to move out. There is no escaping them now. Watch as they instantly transform into terrifying fire-breathing dragons. The forest quickly turns into a raging inferno. Soon the flames reach Zhang Yi, waking him from his light sleep. Outside his window, Shuiji screams for him to run. Zhang Yi bolts upright, demanding answers. She panics. The Doomsday Dragon's army has found them, and they are completely compromised. Overhead, the twin dragons rain fire down on the village. Shuiji waves frantically, telling him to follow her. Annoyed, Zhang Yi looks up and yells at the two ugly beasts. He mocks them for picking on the weak and tells them to fight him instead. Shuiji gasps in absolute terror. Telling her to run, he faces the beasts as they rain fire down directly toward him. Zhang Yi tries to summon his elemental heart, determined to rip their wings off, but the system denies him. No elemental heart. He curses, of course, the system locks his best skill right now. A massive explosion rocks the ground below. Zhang Yi leaps into the trees to dodge, only for a hand to grab him. He sees Yueji. Nearby, Granny waves urgently, telling them to flee this highly dangerous area. Flames erupt. The very branch they stood on is reduced to ash. Shuiji clings to Granny, crying for their home. The elder stops her. Their safety is all that matters. The rest of the clan has escaped, so they must go. A loud snap. All three turn to see a massive dragon looming closer. The beast breathes fire. Zhang Yi draws his sword and yells for Shuiji to save Granny. He lunges at the dragon, cursing his terrible luck for facing such absolute monsters when he is already weakened. Before he can even land a blow, the beast bats him away like a mere fly. The other dragon targets the women. Gritting her teeth, Granny transforms to block it. Roaring that an old hag cannot stop them, the two dragons immediately launch a brutal coordinated attack. They tear into her flesh. Tears streaming down her face, the elderly dragon endures the agony. She begs Zhang Yi to take Shuiji and run. Shuiji screams in absolute desperate denial. Granny urges her sweet child to survive, pleading with her to run far away. Tears fill their eyes. Zhang Yi makes a silent, heavy vow. Vengeance. He swears to avenge this as Grandma's thoughts drift back to the ancient past. She remembers a legendary hero who looked exactly like him. A hero who defeated the dragon god all alone. With a sudden strike, Grandma grabs the dragon in her claws. Angered by her defiance, the beast slays her instantly. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi and Shuiji run hand in hand. A tall tower stands right ahead. He urges her to enter immediately, but Shuiji hesitates in panic. Is he absolutely sure about this? No dragon has ever dared enter this tower, but they have no other choice. Talk about a close call. They dash inside just as a powerful barrier activates, blocking the pursuing dragons outside. Down at the Forgotten Beach, Xiao Jiao and Han Yanru search the area. They call out anxiously for Zhang Yi. Nothing yet. Ba Huang checks his tracking device, confirming the snowy mountain collapsed right into this sea. But there is still no trace of life. A deeply panicked Han Yanru runs straight to her brother. She fears the worst has happened to Zhang Yi. But Ba Huang gently pats her head, urging her to have faith. Since Zhang Yi saved an entire city from destruction, he can surely survive this. Ba Huang immediately orders his men to expand the search. Staring at his picture, Han Yanru's eyes fill with worry. She silently begs for his safe return. Please be safe. Meanwhile, inside the Dragon Prayer Tower, the two stand side by side behind the main door. Zhang Yi gently pats her shoulder. He knows her pain. He has also lost his closest loved ones, but he believes those lost never truly leave us. He urges her to remember her grandmother's final words, "You must live well." Overwhelmed, Shuiji breaks down crying and throws herself into his arms. Placing his hands on her shoulders, Zhang Yi vows to her that he will personally avenge her grandmother. He tells her to wait inside the tower while he goes out to check the area. No one has breached the gates yet. They must have finally lost those black dragons. A tearful Shuiji silently nods in agreement. Gritting his teeth, he grabs the handle. Suddenly, he shivers. They need to find her clan. They must regroup and escape as soon as possible. But suddenly, Zhang Yi freezes. Sweating in panic, he tries to open the locked door. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts from the entrance. Forcing them to shield their eyes, Zhang Yi yells a warning that the magical doorway is actually vanishing. The light fades. He blinks open his eyes. In front of them lies a colossal wall of ice. Where on earth are they? They were just inside the tower. But Shuiji has no answers. Still, she remembers tales of a forbidden zone on this island. Even the dark dragons fear this place. Both are shivering uncontrollably in the extreme cold. Shuiji whimpers in pain, prompting Zhang Yi to summon his blazing sword. He tells her to get close to the heat, and she thanks him. To uncover the truth, they must climb to the peak of this snowy mountain. They slowly approach the giant glacier, raising their hands to shield their faces from the wind. The wind howls. Shuiji notes that the snowstorms are worsening the higher they climb. Hang on, they are almost there. Zhang Yi struggles forward when a sudden burst of light flashes from the peak. Hearing a terrifying rumble, Zhang Yi instantly grabs Shuiji and pulls her along. Run. Avalanche. The massive wall of snow collapses instantly. It sweeps them down the mountain as they scream out in pain. Waking up, Zhang Yi holds his throbbing head. Beside him, an unconscious Shuiji shivers and murmurs about the freezing cold. Panic strikes. He checks his frostfire sword and realizes the weapon is completely unresponsive. Draping his coat over her shivering body, Zhang Yi promises he will get her out of here. He channels energy into the frozen ground to search. Suddenly, he pulls a strange object from the snow. It resembles a dragon bone. Could this really be the forbidden zone Shueiji warned him about? Did they enter and die here? Suddenly, a mysterious illusion flashes from the ancient bone. A figure kneels before a fallen dragon. Massive pools of fresh blood stain the frozen ground. A chilling voice echoes in his mind. To survive this deadly mountain, he must learn. He must act like that man. He must exploit absolutely everything around him. Startled, Zhang Yi shouts into the void, demanding the speakers show themselves. A sinister voice echoes in his mind, claiming it does not matter who it is, only that it can help him survive. It urges him to kill her. No one will blame you, the voice whispers, promising her blood and flesh will grant him ultimate power. The voice asks if he truly wants to abandon his old comrades, as a smiling illusion of Han Yanru and his other teammates suddenly appears before his eyes. She smiles, reaching out her hand and begging Zhang Yi to come back so they can be together again. The creepy voice relentlessly screams in his ears, "Eat her. Devour her flesh to escape this freezing hell." Completely brainwashed by the voice, Zhang Yi slowly raises his sword, pointing the cold blade right at Shuiji's shivering neck. Lost in a deep delirium, Shuiji curls up on the freezing ground, wondering where she is. It feels so cold. Suddenly, Zhang Yi snaps out of it and rushes to her side, frantically shaking her in a panic. He begs her to wake up and hear him, while Shuiji's pale, trembling hand weakly reaches up in a daze. Holding onto her last shred of consciousness, Zhang Yi tightly grabs her hand and promises to get her out of there. She weakly whispers her agreement. Hours pass by, and Zhang Yi never leaves her side, watching over her. The moment she stirs, he eagerly asks if she is finally awake and feeling any warmer. After resting, Shuiji slowly regains her senses, but she is confused by a strange wet sensation on her lips. She wipes it away, staring in absolute shock at the bright red blood staining her fingers. She cannot believe he actually fed her his own blood to save her, but Zhang Yi quickly reassures her. He tells her not to worry about a little blood because freezing to death in this endless snowy wasteland was the real danger. Recalling the wicked voice that told him her blood could warm him, Zhang Yi had a sudden realization. If her blood could warm him, then maybe his own blood could warm her up as well. Without a single second of hesitation, Zhang Yi decided to take action to save his freezing ally. He sliced his own palm open and let her drink, begging Shuiji to wake up inside that freezing cave. As a massive blizzard howled outside, he held her tightly against his chest, using his body heat to save her. Now that she was awake, he urged her forward, saying the storm was dying down, and they needed to keep pushing. Determined to reach the mountain peak, the two of them braved the freezing winds and climbed higher and higher. Zhang Yi tells her they are almost there, and Shuiji looks up smiling as she spots the peak ahead. Climbing through the brutal terrain, Zhang Yi grips the rocky ledge tightly, knowing they are just one step away. Finally, reaching the summit, Zhang Yi lets out a massive sigh of relief, and honestly, they earned every bit of it. Looking around, Shuiji spots a strange horned statue in front of them and wonders what it could be. Curious, Zhang Yi suggests they go take a closer look, and inspecting the complex patterns, he begins to make a guess. These runes look completely different from the writing of the nobles they encountered earlier. He notes that it looks like it belongs to her dragon tribe, but she remains completely silent, ignoring him. She seems totally dazed, leaving Zhang Yi confused, but suddenly a blinding ray of light erupts from the runes. Before Zhang Yi can even process what is happening, a magnificent white dragon suddenly manifests directly from the center of the glowing energy. Terrified by the beast, Shuiji quickly hides behind Zhang Yi, nervously watching the massive creature. Stunned, he asks if it is the white snow dragon god, but Shuiji quickly cuts in with a correction. She asks if it is the commander of the light dragon tribe, and TNG sadly confirms it. He explains that his physical body was destroyed by the world-ending dragon god, leaving only this hologram to congratulate them on passing the trial. Hearing this, Zhang Yi is completely taken aback and immediately asks what kind of trial they just finished. TNG explains that ever since they entered the Tower of Wishes, every hardship they faced was a test. The freezing cold, the extreme hunger, and the dark temptation to betray each other just to survive were all part of his ultimate test. Zhang Yi realizes the truth. The voice urging him to kill Shuiji in the cave was his doing. TNG nods in satisfaction. That was indeed the ultimate test, where most people fail to resist the urge to survive. Had he chosen to sacrifice her for his own survival, he would have been instantly frozen solid right then and there. However, Zhang Yi surprised him by standing alongside the dragon tribe even in the face of absolute death. Commending his noble action, TNG adds that only someone willing to shed their own blood can earn this reward. Only by protecting a dragon with their own life force can they earn the legendary right to sign a sacred dragon god covenant. But he must remember that this dragon god covenant has a strict limit and only binds the dragon to its tamer. 3 years is the absolute maximum. After that, the bond automatically dissolves and they must return to Dragon Island. Zhang Yi goes quiet. He gets it. His own powers are heavily suppressed all over this massive Dragon Island. Forming this contract is actually his only real shot at defeating the formidable world-ending Dragon Legion. Turning to Shuiji, he asks if she will form the contract, promising to lead the charge and wipe out their enemies. They will reclaim Dragon Island for the Light Dragon clan and finally avenge the tragic death of her beloved grandma. Shueiji instantly agrees to the pact. Reaching out, they slowly touch hands to seal their ultimate bond. Suddenly, fierce winds howl as glowing magical runes emerge and begin swirling rapidly around them both. Enveloping them completely, Shueiji closes her eyes as a massive white dragon manifests from the sky to cradle her. After transforming, Shueiji affectionately nuzzles his cheek. Zhang Yi stands there in absolute awe. This is her magnificent true form. Before fading away, TNG reminds them that the sacred covenant is now fully active. The gates of the prayer tower have reopened to guide them. Go now, she urges, go do what you must do. A giant portal materializes before them. Mounting Shueiji, Zhang Yi looks straight ahead and calls out that it is time to go. Instantly, they soar directly into the glowing teleportation gate. Once they are safely out of sight, a quiet shift happens. A familiar spirit gently materializes in the chamber. It is Grandma looking up at the dragon TNG with a peaceful smile. Your daughter has finally grown up, Grandma whispers. She is a mirror image of how you used to be. Best of all, she has found a truly reliable companion. TNG softly agrees. She admits that she clearly saw the shadow of that legendary savior in this young man. Grandma then speaks. Their remaining time has run out and they can no longer walk beside Shueiji. Tianji nods in agreement. She just hopes their daughter can lead the clan toward a bright new future. Meanwhile, our duo has traveled quite far. Flying far from the cave, Shueiji silently sheds a tear. Just ahead, two enemy black dragons patrol the skies. Circling the ancient tower, their sharp claws strike the barrier repeatedly, but the magical shield refuses to even budge. The beasts growl in frustration, and trust me, they are not ready for what happens next. The inner gateway suddenly swings wide, casting a brilliant golden radiance. Shueiji emerges with an imposing, majestic aura. Standing tall against the massive beasts, her power radiates outward. Zhang Yi narrows his eyes, telling her to charge ahead. It is time to teach these black dragons a lesson. The monsters merely laugh mockingly, calling him an arrogant fool. They jeer that without the shield they would have died just like that old hag. But now they have nothing. Refusing to let them gloat, Shueiji ignores their threats and immediately charges forward to shut them up. She unleashes a devastating blast of pure energy from her maw. Zhang Yi lunges alongside her, invoking his dragon god form. Gritting his teeth, he vows to repay the kindness Grandma showed him. Right then, an incredible transformation begins. A giant golden dragon manifests, filling the sky with raw power and wrapping around the terrified black dragons. Zhang Yi roars at the wicked beasts to prepare for their doom instantly, launching an absolute barrage of strikes. Unable to withstand his overwhelming power, they crash heavily to the ground and instantly revert back to human forms. Catching his breath, Zhang Yi tells Shueiji they need to go drag out the real mastermind next. She quickly responds, pointing toward the deep abyss at the very center of the island where their target hides. That sacred abyss used to be their beautiful ancestral homeland before the vile enemy legion brutally took it over. Soaring forward together, Zhang Yi quietly mentions to her that he actually had a dragon companion of his own before, but they got separated after falling into the ocean, leaving him worried about its safety. Shueiji curiously asks. She asks if it happens to be a cute little black dragon. Shocked, Zhang Yi cannot help but ask. He confirms it, wondering how she knew. Shueiji explains that during their contract ritual back at the tower, she caught a glimpse of his companion, noting that it only suffered minor scratches and is mostly fine. He lets out a huge sigh of relief, thankful that Shuo Hei is still alive and safe. He silently promises his partner that he will defeat the enemy legion and come find him soon. But as they fly deeper into the territory, a sinister black mist suddenly rises and completely surrounds them. Shielding their eyes from the sudden darkness, Zhang Yi looks around in alarm, wondering what is happening. Out of the swirling tornado, a sharp voice echoes, mocking them for walking straight into a trap. Shueiji quickly turns to Zhang Yi. Shueiji recognizes that chilling voice instantly. It belongs to Kana, the terrifying commander of the world-destroying dragon god army. The moment she finishes speaking, a dark, enchanting figure appears, a proud, arrogant woman with dragon horns. She glares down at them with absolute contempt, completely surprised that a mere human from beyond the island could achieve this. To think an outsider actually form a dragon god pact with a descendant of the Light Dragon clan is truly eye-opening. But if they think that is enough to escape, they are sorely mistaken. Zhang Yi immediately grips his weapon and charges forward. He vows to make her feel the true wrath of the Light Dragon, once again unleashing a devastating strike in his dragon god form. The massive blast tears directly toward Kana, but she merely watches his desperate struggle with complete and utter indifference. To think some cheap tricks could actually scratch her is just laughably ridiculous. But right as she speaks, Zhang Yi's blade thrusts straight at her heart. A massive explosion rocks her throne, but the sword remains standing empty as Zhang Yi carefully scans the smoke-filled room. She vanished, he thinks in panic, right as Kana's eerie voice echoes from the thick dust. She promises a grand gift for them to slowly enjoy, leaving Zhang Yi totally on edge. He wonders why a heavy fog is suddenly rolling in, but Shueiji quickly warns him this is no ordinary mist. It is a dragon mirage domain created by a high-tier dragon. Zhang Yi recalls hearing that when such powerful beasts sleep they release this mist. Their breath automatically forms a massive zone around them, and the stronger the dragon, the wider the area it covers. The mist spreads far and wide, but Shueiji hesitates, admitting she has never seen anything on this scale before. Judging by the immense scale of this domain, there must be an absolute monster sleeping deep beneath them, sleeping right beneath their feet. Zhang Yi finally understands why Witch Kaina was acting so smug and relaxed earlier. She was clearly relying on the presence of another ancient dragon, but Zhang Yi quickly points out a silver lining. If the mirage is this thick, the beast must be in a deep, undisturbed slumber, which is their only real advantage. But right as they find a shred of hope, a bizarre black shape suddenly begins to manifest in the sky above. Before Zhang Yi can even react, the dark smoke condenses into sharp dragon claws lunging directly at him. Zhang Yi channels his energy and grits his teeth, demanding to know what is playing tricks in the shadows before unleashing a bright golden blast. The beam cuts through the darkness, but the recoil from that single clash takes a massive chunk out of his health bar. He curses in frustration, realizing that if he keeps burning energy like this, he will run completely out of mana in no time. Watching the endless swarm of dragons circling around them, Zhang Yi quickly realizes these mirage illusions are infinite. Brute force will not work here. They absolutely have to find the source of this mist to stop the onslaught. Riding on Shueiji to maintain a safe distance, he notes the mist rising from below, urging her to fly down and investigate. As they descend, the dark energy grows stiflingly thick, swirling together into a menacing pattern. The dark energy forms a massive circular portal, while a giant dragon glides across the distant sky before slowly vanishing into the haze. Arriving quickly at the ancient dragon ruins, Shueiji looks at the desolate, broken rubble with deep sadness in her eyes. This was once her beloved home, and she never expected to return. Just then, Zhang Yi catches a strange noise echoing nearby. Startled, he peers ahead and spots the faint silhouette of a girl hiding in the shadows. Zhang Yi warns Shueiji that someone is ahead, and the figure immediately reacts to his voice. The girl spins around, but her vacant eyes look completely wrong. Shueiji, however, recognizes her immediately. Thrilled to see her old friend, she calls out to Xiaoli, but Zhang Yi instantly senses danger and steps on guard. He pulls her back, warning her not to get close because those eyes are completely vacant. And just as he suspected, Xiaoli locks her gaze onto them instantly, switching targets and charges directly at them with wild, mindless hostility. Shueiji screams for her friend to wake up, but Zhang Yi instantly realizes something is terribly wrong with her. It seems an evil power is puppeting her from afar, and of course Kaina is sitting nearby watching her twisted work unfold. She mocks them, teasing how sweet it is that they cannot bring themselves to strike down an old friend. Zhang Yi turns around in fury, knowing this twisted game has her name written all over it. Kaina had anticipated that Shueiji would never attack her own people, so she ruthlessly took control of every last one of them. Shueiji collapses to the ground, weeping bitterly as she apologizes for not being able to fight her beloved clan. Seeing them brings back painful memories of their past life together. Seeing Shueiji so heartbroken, Zhang Yi quickly comforts her. He tells her to stay calm while he figures something out, his eyes narrowing as he glares at the mind-controlled dragon clan. Calculating quickly, he realizes that if they are only dead bodies puppeted by some dark sorcery, perhaps his soul evoker skill could work. High above, Kaina smugly taunts them, yelling that if they do not fight back, they will be eaten alive. She gleefully warns Zhang Yi that these monsters have been starving for hundreds of years. Zhang Yi refuses to let her gloat. He drives his sword deep into the earth. He roars at her to shut her mouth as a brilliant crimson light erupts from his god-tier talent. Activating his soul evoker power, he commands them to rise. Commanding the fallen spirits of the Light Dragon clan to rise, the mindless thrashing beasts suddenly begin to calm down. Their eyes instantly lock onto Kaina. Deep within their souls, they recognize the exact monster who turned their clan into mindless puppets. It was her. Seeing her mind control spell shattered, Kaina panics. Fear flashes in her eyes while Zhang Yi quietly celebrates inside, knowing his plan actually worked. Watching the angry dragon clan charge straight at her, she flinches in shock. She never once imagined Zhang Yi could do this. How did he block her power? Staring at his triumphant smirk, she feels utterly lost and confused. She demands to know why her magic failed. He coldly responds that his soul evoker skill is a god-tier talent. He mocks her, saying his power is light years ahead of her garbage mind control spell. As the spectral hands claw at her from all sides, she grits her teeth in absolute rage. She roars in fury, channeling her energy to blast the entire horde away. Blasting them back, she easily clears the attacking dragons. Her eyes flare with a vicious, cruel light as she speaks coldly. Since they love the dead so much, she yells that they can join them in the grave, and Zhang Yi immediately charges forward. Shueiji screams that she will avenge her fallen clan, her eyes burning with a sharp, deadly focus. Her energy flares with overwhelming power. Gripping her massive axe, Kaina swings a devastating heavy slash directly at Zhang Yi. He barely dodges while shouting a warning to Sui Ji, but a sudden sharp pain spikes through him. Both of them stumble back in shock. Zhang Yi looks at his arm and instantly realizes the truth. The weapon was poisoned. Kaina laughs gleefully, announcing they have been struck by the lethal black dragon poison. They can no longer move, and her next strike will crush them to dust as a violent gale erupts. A sadistic grin spreads across her evil face. This legendary black dragon poison heavily weakens its victims, instantly slashing their overall movement speed by 90%. Zhang Yi grits his teeth in frustration. With the poison coursing through him, his body feels insanely heavy and almost impossible to move. Sensing his desperate struggle, Kaina gloats. She is not about to give him any chance to recover or escape. She prepares her final blow, screaming for them to face the wrath of the apocalyptic dragon god. Neither can move. Zhang Yi panics as death closes in, but suddenly a familiar figure rushes forward from behind, ignoring everything else. The girl shoves past Sui Ji with incredible force, leaving both of them completely stunned by her sudden intervention. Xiao Li grits her teeth, shielding them with her own body. Recognizing her friend, Sui Ji screams out in horror. Channeling her life force, Xiao Li casts the Green Pearl of Life, a highly forbidden spell of the Dragon Clan. This ultimate spell sacrifices the caster's own soul to completely restore her allies' health and mana while instantly curing every single debuff they have. A blinding light erupts from the earth as a massive glowing branch sprouts. Kaina watches in absolute utter disbelief. She grits her teeth as the small branch rapidly grows into a colossal, majestic ancient tree. Lush leaves and flowers bloom. Heartbroken, Shui Ji cries out, asking her friend why she had to be so foolish. Glowing leaves drift down, gently brushing against their open wounds. The nasty gash on Zhang Yi's arm instantly closes up, leaving his skin completely smooth and unblemished. He feels his strength fully returning. Kaina, however, merely laughs mockingly, telling them that crying over the dead is pathetic. She mocks their weakness, claiming this foolish sentimentality is exactly why the Light Dragon clan fell, but Zhang Yi interrupts her. Catching a falling leaf, he tells her she is dead wrong. Because those who still live are the ones who give meaning to the fallen. For every brave soul and every tragic loss, they will carry their final wishes and keep moving forward. Hearing this, Kaina can only glare in silence. She lets out a mocking gasp, finding the situation highly amusing. Zhang Yi stares back in cold silence, telling her that it is finally her turn. It is time to pay for the atrocities committed against the Light Dragon clan. Right now, Kaina is heavily wounded. A dark, ominous energy erupts around her body. Seeing this, Zhang Yi realizes she is trying to make another run for it. But he is not letting her escape so easily this time. He calls out in a freezing tone. He calls for Sui Ji. Instantly, a massive frost dragon materializes behind him as the two fuse as one. Pure white wings sprout from Zhang Yi's back, making him look like a legendary divine warrior ready for absolute war. This is his true dragon god form. Thanks to his soul contract with Sui Ji, he can freely wield this ancient divine power. With blinding speed, Zhang Yi lunges forward. Kaina cannot block in time as he slams hard into her, securing his grip. He has her now, the demon dragon Kaina. As his hand locks around her throat, she gasps in terror, unable to move her body. Zhang Yi quickly runs the math. Shui Ji is an ice-type dragon god, and her power can freeze anything in an instant, helping him shut down the enemy's quick, agile movements. During this battle, this is the perfect counter against which Kaina. There is literally no better option. Suddenly, deep within the forest, flocks of birds scatter in absolute panic. Thick black clouds roll in with crackling lightning, plunging the sky into darkness as a booming roar echoes from the woods. A voice thunders, demanding to know which filthy, lowly human dared to disturb its slumber. Right at that moment, a titanic dragon looms before Zhang Yi with suffocating pressure. He stares in utter shock, completely stunned by its size. It is a two-headed dragon. Kaina gasps, begging the newly awakened apocalypse dragon god to save her life. Kaina looks at the two-headed dragon in pure shock, unable to believe her eyes. Meanwhile, a massive shadow swoops down right over Zhang Yi. Sensing the danger immediately, he looks up as a colossal clawed foot comes crashing down. To avoid the crushing blow, Zhang Yi lets go of Kaina and thrusts himself up into the air. The two-headed beast is Dalok. Glaring down at Kaina, it grunts that her constant whimpering is highly irritating. Zhang Yi is chilled by this cruelty. This beast is ruthless enough to destroy its own subordinate without hesitation. He quickly analyzes the beast. Normally, a dragon only possesses a single element, either just fire or just ice. But a two-headed dragon commands two distinct attributes. Throughout the history of this apocalypse, whenever one of these beasts appeared, it was always hunted down as a dangerous anomaly. That makes their kind incredibly rare, and a fully grown one is terrifyingly powerful. Their true strength is unfathomable. Zhang Yi glares up at Dalok and challenges the beast to show its worst. He mocks it, calling it a mere oversized lizard. Daluk roars back, stating it has been ages since its last fight, warning him not to disappoint. Without another word, a giant claw swipes violently at Zhang Yi. Fortunately, he is quick enough to dodge it. The impact leaves a massive crater in the ground. Daluk glares, surprised by how agile this little human actually is. The beast decides to rip those annoying wings off his back first. Zhang Yi analyzes his foe, realizing this dragon is easily tier 5. It might even possess dual elements at that tier. Previously, the Dragon Emperor summoned by Mu Chen was only tier 4, and yet even at that level it displayed terrifying power. It is hard to imagine how strong this world-ending dragon god truly is. Before he can finish his thought, Daluk opens its jaws wide, gathering a massive torrent of fire. Zhang Yi pulls his wings forward, using them as a shield against the blazing inferno raging right at him. Wrapped completely inside his wings, he looks like a protective cocoon. Zhang Yi breaks into a cold sweat, realizing the sheer danger. The tier 5 dragon breath is on an entirely different level compared to the black dragon he faced before. Because of this, the frost armor granted by Sui Ji might not be able to hold out for much longer. Right at this moment, his system interface flashes with a notification. He has completed the Dragon Hunter quest. There are unclaimed rewards waiting for him. Zhang Yi suddenly remembers the Dragon Hunter title. The objective was only to eliminate Kana. Ironically, he has to thank this two-headed dragon for finishing her off and securing the kill. He immediately channels his energy, prompting a soft, pure golden light to envelop his entire body. His armor transforms into a bright golden suit. Zhang Yi looks up with a cold glare, ready to fight. Declaring it is time for payback, he activates the outfit. It reduces all incoming damage from the dragon race by 50% while doubling his own damage output against them by 100%. The two dragon heads babble in shock, realizing they were awakened specifically by the presence of a dragon hunter. So a dragon hunter has dared to step into our territory, the massive dragon head sneers. The 10 chief gods have abdicated, the old order has collapsed, and the wheel of fate is spinning once more. Neither of us can fight destiny. We are born from this catastrophe and destined to fight through it. Zhang Yi shuts his eyes, letting the immense energy boil inside him before shouting through Shui Ji Daluo. You have violated the 4 great taboos of the dragon race, committing the ultimate sin of slaughter in this world. Someone indeed is born to face this fate, but it is not you, Daluo. The second head cowers, pleading to his big brother. This kid looks like trouble. We already took a heavy hit from the dragon hunter last time and we just woke up. Maybe we should retreat and rebuild our strength. The main head roars in fury. Shut up, you only ever boost the enemy's morale. I am absolutely sick of your pathetic cowardice. Watching them squabble, Zhang Yi is quietly stunned. What is going on here? Why are they not reacting at all even when he is actively launching an attack? Is it some kind of trap? Daluo glares, a dark, mysterious scheme flashing across his face. With a sudden slash, blood sprays everywhere as the younger dragon head is severed, left gasping for breath. He successfully slices off one head. Zhang Yi spins around to face the remaining head, only to see Daluo grinning in satisfaction. I have always despised sharing this body with such a weak, cowardly little brother who only ever holds me back. Thanks for getting rid of that nuisance. Instantly, the severed neck heals up, though no new head sprouts in its place. Daluo chuckles. One body does not need 2 masters. For hundreds of years, I have been absorbing everything. Every useful bit of knowledge from his brain is mine now, and I have finally purged his pathetic cowardice. This is the real me. Zhang Yi stands in absolute disbelief. This crazy bastard actually did it. He used his opponent's blade to execute his own brother. But before Zhang Yi can react, a strange energy binds him. Sweating buckets, he desperately tries to brush it off, wondering what kind of bizarre power is creeping up his legs. Daluo sneers, do not waste your breath. My world-destroying black flame is already at work. It will feed on your life force, burning you alive until the absolute last second of your existence. Once struck by this deadly flame, the victim's vitality is incinerated while taking 300 continuous damage. They will be consumed until there is nothing left. Shui Ji watches in sheer panic. Zhang Yi yells back, do not come any closer. If you touch these black flames, they will consume you too. Smirking at his struggle, Daluo gloats, how does it feel? Is your mind slowly breaking under the agonizing pain? If you surrender now, I might actually consider letting you join my dark army instead of ending your life. But Zhang Yi ignores the offer and instantly triggers his immortal body skill. He glares up, you want me to bow down? A pathetic little spark like this is nowhere near enough. Daluo scoffs, a pathetic spark. You human insects certainly have loud mouths, but let us see how long you last. Suddenly, an eerie haunting voice echoes across the sky, breaking the tense silence. Calling out Daluo's name, the sound instantly puts Zhang Yi on high alert. What kind of terrifying pressure is this? Why can he not move his body? Daluo looks toward the source, trembling in absolute dread. That voice belongs to the king. The dragon immediately retreats, throwing out a final threat. Consider yourself lucky today, human. If the king were not calling me, you would be dead. Next time we meet, you little insect. Watching him flee, a worried Shui Ji rushes over to support Zhang Yi. It seems the Dark Dragon's presence on Dragon God Island has completely vanished, but Zhang Yi is left utterly exhausted. It turns out that world-destroying Dragon God was the source of all the plague and ruin across this island. With him gone, this place should slowly return to normal. But just as the two prepare to leave, members of the Light Dragon clan suddenly rush over relieved to find them until they spot Daluo's severed head. Is that a dragon's head? Sueji calmly confirms it belongs to the world-destroying Dragon God, leaving everyone in utter shock. You two actually defeated him. No wonder all the dark dragons on the island have been wiped out. You and Sueji are incredibly strong. Zhang Yi awkwardly scratches his head. Well, actually that monster kind of fled. But the clan cuts him off with joyful cheers. Let us celebrate. From now on, the Light Dragon clan will never have to hide in the shadows of this island again. We can finally live under the open sky. That evening, the clan roasts the dragon head over a roaring bonfire, their laughter echoing through the night. Shueiji looks at him with deep gratitude, thanking him for helping her. Light Dragon clan resolve that massive crisis. Zhang Yi brushes it off, explaining that he only survived thanks to the Dragon Elder's blessing in the first place. He feels it was the least he could do, while Shueiji notes that the world-ending Dragon God's entire army is now completely wiped out, and with the island's barrier shattered, he can finally leave this place like he always wanted. Zhang Yi sighs with relief. He can finally head back home. Those few days on the island felt like absolute years, and his guildmates must be worrying themselves sick. Hearing this, Shueiji quickly offers to join him on his journey back to the mainland. She really wants to see the outside world. Meanwhile, in a dark cavern, Duoluo bows before his lord. The loyal servant has waited so long for this day, and now Asu stands as the demon king. With a cold frown, he mutters that after 1,000 years he can barely remember what the world looks like. But now he can finally search for Nia. Standing up, Asu grabs his blade with a burning aura. He marches to the sealed chamber, wildly slashing the rocks while yelling for Neha to wait for him. A terrified, stunned face flashes from within the seal. Meanwhile, back with Zhang Yi. He reminds Shueiji to avoid taking her human form or speaking to people unless it is an absolute emergency. The human world is way too complicated, and drawing too much attention will only bring unnecessary trouble. She nods in understanding, and without wasting any time, Zhang Yi steps right into the teleportation portal. He hops onto her back as they soar toward the Forgotten Lands, enjoying the cool wind against their faces. Zhang Yi cheers as they fly, and right then, a very familiar cry echoes through the sky. He calls out to Xiao He in pure joy, gently petting his loyal beast like a relieved father. He thanks his pet for waiting before we cut back to Han Yanru and Qinglong near the shore. Qinglong sighs, telling her that they have searched the entire sea for days with zero trace of their leader. Han Yanru looks worried, admitting that everyone must be exhausted after searching day and night. She tells him to lead the crew back to rest, firmly resolved to wait here until Zhang Yi returns. Right on cue, a loud voice calls out from the distance with Zhang Yi waving frantically to her. She gasps in absolute relief while the surrounding crowd starts buzzing about their leader's sudden return. But as they watch, Han Yanru wonders why he has a massive white dragon riding alongside Xiao He. Before she can think, the white dragon touches down, and Han Yanru instantly runs forward with tears in her eyes. She chokes back a sob, telling him that she honestly thought he was never coming back. She explains how terrified she was, prompting Zhang Yi to gently apologize for making her worry. He pulls her into a warm hug, admitting that he wanted nothing more than to return to them sooner. Unfortunately, some unexpected complications held him back for a few extra days. He wipes her tears, smiling as he asks her to stop crying since he is safe and sound. He then gestures toward the magnificent white dragon, introducing her as his new friend, Shueiji. He credits his survival to her and her clan, leaving Han Yanru completely amazed by her beauty. Qinglong chuckles, suggesting they all head back to Extreme Ice City to celebrate. He slaps Zhang Yi on the shoulder, excited to show the rest of the guild that their boss is alive. Zhang Yi agrees, planning a massive feast while Qinglong eagerly begs for the dragon's backstory. He asks if he can get one too, making Zhang Yi laugh and tease his archer class build. Qinglong just laughs, pointing out how incredibly epic it would look to shoot arrows from a dragon. The group heads back to Extreme Ice City, arriving at the local tavern to a massive roaring welcome. Amidst the cheers, Daiwu suddenly frowns at her system interface, gasping at some shocking news. She yells for everyone to open the world channel because a legendary god-tier talent card has just appeared. The announcement claims that the seller will wait on the mountain peak tomorrow at 8 in the morning. Han Yanru looks up in absolute disbelief, murmuring the words god-tier talent card. Qinglong is equally shocked, wondering how such a broken item could suddenly pop up out of nowhere. Zhang Yi deduces that the sudden appearance of a god-grade talent card means a player who originally possessed it must have died. Since Carlo fell off a frozen mountain with his fate still unknown, this legendary card likely belonged to him. If someone actually managed to get their hands on Carlo's god-grade talent, keeping it quiet would be the smart move, but instead, they chose to make a massive scene letting everyone know. It is incredibly strange. Still, whether the news is real or fake, they need to go check it out and see what this guy is really up to. Ba Huang chimes in, agreeing that if this card falls into the hands of another tyrant, the consequences will be absolutely disastrous. Dai Wu steps forward, anxiously wanting to join. Han Yanru also raises her hand to go with them, but suddenly pauses, asking where this Mount 2 Hour actually is. She has never even heard of it. According to Zhang Yi, Mount 2 Hour is actually the highest peak in the entire apocalyptic world. Normally, reaching the summit takes at least a full day, so the majority of players would never waste their time here. Besides, the climb is crawling with all kinds of high-level monsters. They might even be targeted as intruders by the night elves who have lived on Mount 2 Hour for ages. The danger level is far higher than normal quests. Zhang Yi stands up, urging that if they want to reach the peak, by 8 a.m. tomorrow they have a brutal battle ahead. With only 9 hours left, the challenge has already begun. In the end, everyone is fired up and ready to move. Zhang Yi frowns seriously, declaring that they are setting out. Up in the sky, Zhang Yi rides Xiao He in the lead. The zone where Mount 2 Hour is located strictly bans flying. Soon, Xiao He and Sui Ji will drop them at the base, and they will have to hike up. Looking down, he is pretty surprised to see that so many other players have gathered already. Somehow, they managed to get here even faster than a flying dragon. Soon, the group lands at the base. It is not that strange, though. Someone has set up a massive teleportation array, likely aiming to capitalize on this gold rush. They are charging players to use it. Talk about a hustle, but that is the power of a god-grade card. It draws crowds like crazy. Whoever set this up is definitely going to make a massive fortune today. Glancing over, they see players chatting excitedly. It has not been this lively around here in a very long time. The climb is going to be incredibly intense, and some are already bragging that they will not show any mercy to rivals. They are all determined to claim that card. Duan Feng starts calculating, realizing this climb will be much harder than expected. The gear and levels of these gathered players are not any weaker than their own group. Zhang Yi chuckles, telling Duan Feng that this is not like him at all. He leveled up, so why is he still worried? Plus, they have got the whole team. Xiao Jiao looks around curiously, wondering why everyone is just standing there. If they need to reach the summit by 8 a.m., why does nobody seem to be in any rush? Zhang Yi explains that the mountain is too dangerous. Speed alone is not enough. They will have to fight off beasts, scavenge for food, and deal with obstacles the entire way up. Everyone wants to let others clear the path first, playing the classic game of the mantis stalking the cicada. The early climbers will just end up as stepping stones. Suddenly, a massive greatsword slams hard into the dirt. A booming voice roars out, asking what all these cowards are waiting for. A massive brute steps forward, mockingly calling them out for hesitating when it matters most, placing all their hopes on some random lucky bastard. He yells that even if the god-grade card were laid right in front of them, they would not deserve it. They should all just scurry back home. A red-haired girl frowns in disgust, wondering who this arrogant jerk is. Who is he to lecture them? Her companion quickly hushes her, warning that this guy once fought 1 against 7 in the arena. That is Ba Dao, the absolute beast who single-handedly crushed 7 advanced players. Another youth adds that his stats are completely broken. His attack power and health pool are way higher than average players. Nobody knows what kind of buffs he is using. Hearing their whispers, Ba Dao scoffs in disgust, telling them they can keep hiding like useless cowards. He sneers that they can just follow behind him and eat his scraps. Zhang Yi watches him analyzing those unusually high stats. This is getting interesting. Soon, the crowd begins to move, realizing they only have 8 hours left to make the climb. As the crowd disperses, nobody notices 2 suspicious figures remaining right by the active teleportation portal. The blonde operator yells out, demanding his 400 gold coins for using the portal. The 2 turn around with sinister smirks, and the poor operator begins to tremble, asking what they want. Before his sentence can even finish, he is sent flying, coughing up a mouthful of blood. His voice goes ice cold as he uses his energy to strangle the man, declaring that dead men have no use for gold. Those 2 are actually Carlo and his lackey. Carlo recalls that their lord had issued a strict order regarding anyone connected to the god-level talent card. They must be killed on sight. His partner grins excitedly, noting this mountain is the perfect place for murder, to slaughter their targets. The moment he finishes speaking, their maniacal laughter echoes across the entire mountain. Elsewhere on the mountain, a girl with strangely colored purple skin is thrown violently onto the hard ground. 2 soldiers grin at each other, boasting about their luck in capturing a solitary dark elf all by herself. They wonder what reward they will get for killing her, but they definitely cannot just let her go. Instead, they decide to have some fun with her first before continuing up toward the mountain peak. She watches them in absolute terror, pleading with them to stay back, but the soldier lunges forward, telling her she cannot escape. But suddenly, her gaze turns ice cold. For a brief second, her eyes begin to shift and glow. The girl strikes back fiercely against her attackers, leaving them trembling in fear as they stammer in utter disbelief. Out of nowhere, red arrows rain down from the sky, piercing the soldiers and taking them all out at once. With a single fatal blow, her two allies finally arrive, calling the human soldiers worse than absolute beasts. They warn that many humans have already entered the mountain, urging everyone to be extremely careful from now on. No one should travel alone. With the first phase of their plan fully complete, they move out to execute the rest. The girl nods in agreement. Meanwhile, Dai Wu flies alongside Qinglong, asking if he hears a strange noise nearby. Qinglong replies that he hears nothing, wondering if the creepy environment is just playing tricks on her mind. Telling her not to worry, Zhang Yi suddenly touches a fresh blood stain on a tree trunk and quickly calls out. He signals everyone to halt, warning that someone is nearby before continuing to analyze the situation. He notices signs of a recent struggle, guessing that a group of players must have arrived just moments ago. Judging by the state of the blood, the victims died mere minutes ago. The killer could still be nearby. And get this, while they look around, they completely miss the purple-skinned elves waiting to ambush them from behind the trees. They wait patiently. Suddenly, a massive volley of arrows is released, flying straight towards Zhang Yi's position. Fortunately, everyone manages to dodge the deadly projectiles. Zhang Yi quickly analyzes the situation. The attackers are stealthy archers who blend seamlessly into the shadows. He shouts a warning to his team, telling them they are dealing with the dangerous dark elves. Ducking behind a thick trunk, he recalls rumors about these dark elves, vicious creatures with a fierce territorial instinct. They have barely set foot on this mountain, yet the elves are already targeting players. The first battle is about to begin. Zhang Yi signals Qinglong, telling him to follow his lead and push forward to confront the enemy. While they handle the threat, everyone else is ordered to stay hidden behind the trees and keep their heads down. Qinglong remains focused, warning his captain that these elves are legendary archers with incredible aim. He wants to test his skills, but Zhang Yi reminds him the enemy holds the dark while they are exposed. They must wait patiently for the perfect opening. Now watch closely as the trap is set. He plans to act as live bait to expose their positions, leaving the final blow entirely up to his partner. Qinglong grins confidently, assuring him that when it comes to archery, he has never lost to anyone before. With that, Zhang Yi leaps out from his cover, using himself as human bait to draw their attention. Acting quickly, he raises his hand to the sky to summon his three-eyed crow, linking his mind directly with its vision. Smiling, he spots their targets and immediately shouts out to Qinglong that the elves are hiding in the woods, positioned roughly 45 degrees to the northeast. Hearing the coordinates, the archer is ready. Qinglong acknowledges the call. He draws his bow back, determined not to let his targets escape this time. The arrow flies true, piercing through the dark elves and sending the panicked survivors scattering in all directions. Shaken by his incredible power, the elves begin to panic as their leader grits his teeth in sheer frustration. Their leader orders a retreat. Duan Feng instantly prepares to chase them down, but Zhang Yi stops him, telling him to let them go. Their sole purpose here is the god-level talent card, and getting distracted now will only waste valuable time. Dragging this out will only waste their quest time. Right then, Ba Dao lands from above, clapping at the spectacular show. Such flawless teamwork honestly makes him want to jump in and enjoy a real fight. Zhang Yi immediately tenses up. What do you want? Ba Dao just smirks with pure disdain. Show me every trick and bit of power you used against those dark elves, or try to beat me. Otherwise, crawl back down. The mountain weaklings have no right to fight me for that god-grade talent card. As Zhang Yi prepares to charge, Ba Huang stops him with a pat on the shoulder, claiming this scarred punk. He tells him to save his energy for the steep climb ahead, then immediately steps forward. Drawing his weapon, he steps up. Ba Dao gladly accepts, noting he heard Ba Huang is an ancient warrior too. Let us test each other. Then he sneers, eager to prove who the real #1 berserker of this apocalypse is. With those words, Ba Huang instantly ignites his own brutal berserker state. His hair bleaches to pure silver as they collide, throwing up massive clouds of dust into the air. Trading just a few heavy blows is enough for Ba Huang to realize this guy possesses absolutely monstrous strength. No wonder he could take on 7 opponents at once without yielding a single inch of ground. Striking hard, Ba Dao boasts, "Do you know why I am stronger? Because I threw away my ability to resurrect. All to gain ultimate human power." Ba Huang silently analyzes the insane nature of this talent. It is a total life or death gamble, yet he seems completely unbothered. But giving away his own unique skills and glaring weaknesses mid-fight is just bizarre. What kind of game is he playing? As for this crazy talent of his, he loses all chances at resurrection, but in exchange, every stat gets boosted by 50%. Ba Dao drives another heavy blow downward. "I am not like you cowards. I never leave an escape route." Once a person leaves themselves a safety net, they immediately become soft and weak. Knowing there is a next time stops you from ever giving your absolute all, he sneers triumphantly. Staring death in the eye is the ultimate form of combat. Nearby, Han Yanru watches in panic. She begs him to stay safe, but he just smiles. "Do not worry, has your brother ever lost?" Still, his brow furrows as he realizes losing in front of his little sister would be incredibly embarrassing. Time to turn up the heat. He summons a roaring wave of white-hot fire. Solar Flare Ba Huang, his signature move, erupts. Meanwhile, over on Mount Huzan, Carlo chuckles at his good luck watching a fresh batch of servants walk right into his trap. The enraged Dark Elves prepare to attack, but a sudden wave of crushing pressure paralyzes them before they can move. Carlo's henchman lunges forward, laughing maniacally as he throws out attacks like they are mere toys. He looks at the struggling elves and sneers, "Congrats, you will soon belong to our king." One of the elven girls feels her soul and raw power draining away, leaving her completely paralyzed. Enveloped by Ba Huang's blazing heat, even the fearless Ba Dao stands momentarily stunned. He never expected such overwhelming power, but he refuses to back down now that things are getting fun. "Show me what you've got," Ba Dao challenges. Ba Huang stays silent, analyzing his enemy's next move. Charging ahead, Ba Huang aims to end this duel, while Ba Dao slams his blade down in excitement. "Come on, make me feel alive," Ba Dao screams. Ba Huang reminds him he has no second chances. "One more clean strike from my sword and you are dead," but Ba Dao just laughs. "Then try it," he goads. "See if you can even graze me again." Ba Huang's gaze darkens. The man is a complete lunatic with zero regard for his own life. Ba Dao charges right back, sparking a vicious close-quarters clash where neither fighter yields an inch. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of cold green eyes quietly watches their brutal clash. Carlo's scout reports back he found some easy prey who are currently busy fighting among themselves. "Perfect," Carlo grins. "It is the ideal time to test out their new mindless slaves." He raises his hand, casting a dark curse over the captured Dark Elves. They completely lost control, charging wildly through the pitch-black mountain forest. Low growls and thumping footsteps echoed through the dark, creating a truly haunting melody. Zhang Yi furrowed his brows and listened closely from afar. Beside him, Dai Wu looked equally tense. Zhang Yi asked if she felt it too. She nodded, warning him that danger was close. Her assassin instincts never lied. Years in the Shadow Guild taught her to trust her gut, and she was right. Dark silhouettes flew through the air as a night elf suddenly lunged from the shadows, blindsiding Han Yanru with a vicious ambush. Caught off guard, she struggled to react, but Zhang Yi immediately launched a heavy kick to intercept the beast. No way he was letting anyone touch his crush. Staring down the night elf, Zhang Yi snarled at him to get lost. Kneeling beside Han Yanru, he gently held her hand and asked if she was hurt. She softly whispered that she was fine, but their peace was cut short. A horde of night elves marched forward, their blank eyes proving they were entirely brainwashed. Qinglong gasped in shock. Weren't these the exact same night elves who had just fled earlier? Why were they back? Zhang Yi shook his head, noting they were no longer the same elves. Earlier, their eyes glowed a furious red. Now they were a toxic green. Someone else was pulling the strings. Zhang Yi instantly channeled his energy to strike. He unleashed his spirit-summoning spell, but the maddened night elves kept charging right through it. Zhang Yi was stunned. The spell failed, meaning these elves were still alive. They were just completely brain-dead puppets. He yelled out for everyone to gear up, warning them of the mind control. Suddenly, a volley of arrows rained down from the dark. The team quickly raised their defenses to block the onslaught. Zhang Yi barked out orders. Duan Feng was to charge the front line with him, while Han Yanru and Qinglong took the rear. They had to secure the perimeter and keep the chaos away from Ba Huang. The team shouted in agreement. Bright crimson butterflies fluttered through the air, seemingly harmless but deadly. A night elf was instantly decapitated. Armed with buffed stats, the team surged forward to slaughter anyone who dared approach. Hearing the commotion, Ba Huang glanced over in worry, calling out to Han Yanru to see what was happening. Seizing the distraction, Ba Dao lunged with a sudden strike. The battle cry forced a startled Ba Huang to grit his teeth. But surprisingly, Ba Dao showed real class, noting that his opponent's mind was no longer on their duel. He called off the fight, proposing they finish this later. Blocking the final blow, Ba Huang readily agreed to the deal. A man of his word, Ba Dao sheathed his blade, genuinely looking forward to their next clash on the mountain peak. With the night elves cleared out, Zhang Yi knew they had to move fast. The path was clear for now. But just as they prepared to climb, a chillingly familiar voice echoed nearby. Demanding who gave them permission to leave, the voice ordered the execution of anyone tied to the God-grade talent card. Zhang Yi was dumbfounded. Carlo was still alive. Then what was that extra talent card all about? He squinted through the gloom. Carlo's eyes glowed with that same eerie green light. He was just another puppet, completely brainwashed. Zhang Yi's mind raced, realizing that if Carlo's sole command was to execute his targets, anyone holding the talent card, he could use that. He immediately pointed finger straight at Ba Dao. He shouted that the God-grade card they wanted was right there on that giant warrior. Talk about throwing someone under the bus. Ba Dao nearly choked. He never expected Zhang Yi to play him dirty like this, roaring in absolute fury. He cursed Zhang Yi for the cheap trick after he had just shown them mercy. Zhang Yi only grinned. Shouting back, Zhang Yi claimed he had total faith in the warrior's ability to crush these mindless freaks. Time to bounce. Flash forward to Zhang Yi and his crew scaling the mountain at 7:51 a.m. Clinging to the sheer cliffs like lizards, Zhang Yi urged everyone to keep pushing just a little harder. They were almost at the summit. Still, he couldn't help but wonder how the showdown with Carlo turned out. By 7:55 a.m., the exhausting climb was finally over as the team hauled themselves onto flat ground. They made it just in time. But across the clearing, Zhang Yi spotted another faction already waiting for them. Qi Yan sneered, admitting he thought his group would be the only ones to make the 2-hour climb. Yu Hua stood beside him, completely unfazed by the sudden arrival of more competitors. After all, that God-grade talent card will be ours right at 8 a.m. Tyrant Blade finally catches up, complaining that those relentless ghost monsters chased him the whole way. He points angrily at Zhang Yi, swearing to kill him today, while Zhang Yi just stands there and chuckles. Not bad for a God-grade talent owner, shaking off the dark elves that quickly. Too bad, we already beat you to the punch. Otherwise, we would have loved to watch your epic battle on the mountain peak. Tyrant Blade roars at them to shut up as their fight is about to start. Wait, who's that? A voice suddenly rings out and Zhang Yi turns around in shock as a stranger approaches. Congratulations on successfully reaching the peak 2 hours ahead of 8 a.m., completing the trial I laid out for you. Everyone is completely stunned by his sudden arrival. Ba Huang gasps in disbelief while Han Yanru whispers a quick question to her brother. Have you met this armored guy before? Ba Huang explains that he encountered him while trapped in the tower. But even now, his true identity remains a complete mystery to everyone here. A trial. You set this up, we came all this way for the God-grade talent card, and if you cheat us, we will show absolutely no mercy. The mysterious stranger immediately replies in a firm tone, of course I keep my word. Then, channeling his formidable energy, he slowly reveals the exact item clasped tightly in his right palm, the very God-grade talent card they desire. Is that it? Zhang Yi cuts in. From what I know, once a God-grade talent card enters this game, it immediately binds to the owner. It only drops when that player dies, giving others a chance to steal it. Yet during this apocalypse, no unclaimed God-grade talent card has ever appeared like this. So tell me, where exactly did you get that card from? The mysterious man begins his explanation. I recovered this legendary card from a player near the Forgotten Lands, and by the time I came across his body, it was too late. He was already dead, frozen solid into an icy statue. Hearing this, Zhang Yi begins to put the pieces together. So Carlo died after falling from the ice mountain, turning into a frozen statue. No wonder he did not react earlier. He seemed like a completely different person. But the real problem is this. How did he manage to resurrect? The masked man speaks up again, offering an apology. I am sorry for using this method to summon you all, but our remaining time is running extremely short. The Ghost King has broken his seal and is returning. We must gather the strong. We must collect 10 God-grade talent cards from across this world to stop him. He is far stronger than any boss you have ever faced before. What this entire world faces now is catastrophic. Qi Yan yells in frustration, come on, what era do you think we live in? Are you seriously making up fairy tales about gods and demons just to trick little kids? Meanwhile, Ba Huang silently falls into deep thought. He said those exact same words in the tower. How does he know so much about the Ghost King? The old man speaks. Have none of you noticed? Since entering this apocalypse, you have completely lost all contact with the real world. Glancing down at the legendary card, the mysterious stranger adds, if you want to escape this cursed game, you had better believe my words. Zhang Yi cannot stand the mystery any longer. Who are you and why are you telling us all this? Silence. The old man says calmly, everything is on me, so consider this my way of making amends. As for how to divide this God-grade talent card, you decide. You are all powerful masters. You made it here after passing so many trials, but remember that the world you must save this time is crucial. It is not just this game world, but the actual reality you once lived in. Saying this, the mysterious man instantly flies away and vanishes. The scene shifts to Mangling Manor under a purple sky. Two girls guarding the entrance stand in the way of a strange intruder. Who are you to trespass into Mangling Manor? Take another step forward, and we will not hesitate to strike. Before she can even finish, the intruder slashes violently without mercy. Go and inform your dream god right now. Tell her the king of the apocalypse is here to see her. Inside the palace, the dream god speaks coldly. It seems my premonition has finally come true. What was meant to happen has arrived. A young maiden rushes in with news. Lady Dream God, with our current strength, we are absolutely no match for the Ghost King. What should we do? A freezing glint flashes in the eyes of the goddess. No matter the outcome, I will fight with you to the end. Just as she finished speaking, Ace's kick opened the door and burst in, shouting that he had finally found Mia. As everyone kept their eyes locked on the Demon King's side, Ling Lan curiously asked her master, why did he choose him to be the Demon King? Gongqi explained that the first time he saw the boy, he knew he was the perfect candidate. Even though artificial intelligence can easily design a flawless ultimate game boss, you machines will never understand that the profound love buried inside a human heart is actually the ultimate weapon. Flashback to the past. The school bell rings and a girl happily looks at the man in front of her. Greeting the professor, she smiles. The man Asi replies warmly. But when he returns home, cold loneliness takes over, wraps around his entire world. As he sits alone in his empty house, staring up at a photo of himself and his lover, staring at the games on his desk, AC mutters Neha's name, remembering her sweet voice, saying this game is going to be amazing. Once the beta drops, we can play together. His chest aches with a crushing pain as he whispers, Neha, I miss you so much. Right then, Gongchi appears. He tells him this is an internal test for a game he designed, and if AC joins, he can reunite with his dead lover inside the virtual world. AC stands up abruptly, asking if he is telling the truth. Can I really see Neha again? Gongchi nods calmly, promising he can. AC thinks to himself if this is real, and without hesitation, AC taps the agree button on the screen. The second he logs in, he sees the girl of his dreams. Neha, it is really you. Take me to her now, AC begs, but Gongchi stops him, saying he still needs one thing. Leading AC to another spot, Gongchi shows him a crown. Put this on and you can live with your lover in this world. Forever. Blinded by grief and love, AC declares he will do absolutely anything just to be with Neha again. The magical crown is instantly locked onto his head, tightening painful and hard like the golden hoop of the Monkey King. Agonizing pain rips through him, making him feel like his soul is tearing apart. Back in the present at the Dream God Villa, Asi stares at Meng Chen. Neha, we are finally together again. Don't worry. I won't let anyone hurt you, and I will never let you leave me again. Meng Chen looks at him totally bewildered. I have no idea who this Neha is, she says. We are destined to be mortal enemies. How could we possibly know each other? Asi panics, completely losing control. For all these years, your beautiful face has never faded from my mind. I would never mistake you, you are Neha. Suddenly turning away, the desperate man vows that he will definitely retrieve her lost soul, no matter what. Until then, you and your people will stay safely in this temple. I will make this entire apocalypse bow to me, and we will be together forever. With those words, the massive doors of Meng Chen's palace slam shut. Cut to Mount 2 Hours, where Zhang Yi unleashes his energy, letting a howling wind element storm swirl around them. Shi Yan flinches, startled. He yells out, hey, what do you think you are doing? Zhang Yi replies that their main priority right now is handling the Demon King. We cannot afford to waste our strength fighting each other. Qi Yan scoffs back, asking if they seriously believe that armored guy. If there is actually a boss that's strong, they might as well surrender instead of wasting time here. He raises his voice, what we really need to focus on is figuring out how to divide this god-tier talent card. We cannot all just take a piece, right? But a second later, Dai Wu presses her cold scythe against his neck, making him freeze. Don't get worked up, I was just touching it to see how it feels. She cuts him off coldly, not happening, until they decide. Absolutely nobody touches this card. It seems there is always a bigger fish, and the loudmouth Qi Yan is finally cornered, leaving him to only grumble under his breath and stand perfectly still. Right then, Han Yanru's voice begins to tremble as she stares past him. Still clueless, Qi Yan huffs that he won't touch it if they are going to be like that. Why are you all looking at me like that? Anyway, terrified, Han Yanru points right behind him, shouting that there is something behind him, spinning around. He sees a pack of dark elves glaring daggers at them, making his heart drop. What the hell? Zhang Yi frowns, realizing the Demon King's dark influence has already completely overrun the mountain. This is an emergency. We need to focus on getting out alive first, then worry about who gets the card later. Bado immediately agrees and Yu Hua nods in approval. Without another word, they charge forward, ready to fight as a unit. Time to carve a path through this madness. Suddenly, a dark elf swings its blade viciously towards Xiao Jiao. She shrieks in terror, but Duan Feng leaps right in front of her, parrying the blow with a heavy slash of his own. Duan Feng glances over his shoulder, telling her to move ahead while he holds them off. Xiao Jiao quickly nods. But in that split second of distraction, one of the dark elves bites down hard on his arm. Looking at him, Zhang Yi asks anxiously if Duan Feng is okay, and Duan Feng immediately suppresses his pain, replying he is fine. But as soon as Zhang Yi turns away, noxious smoke begins rising from the wound while Yu Hua watches Zhang Yi fight. Since the path down the mountain ahead is completely blocked, they must take the back trail, and Qi Yan immediately agrees. Let them play with those walking corpses, it is time for us to withdraw. With that, his group of 4 quickly leaps away while Qi Yan grits his teeth in frustration. Once he escapes this wretched place, he will settle the score and claim that coveted god-tier talent card. That card will be his sooner or later, but the Night Elves have other plans. They refuse to let them escape and block their path before they get far, leaving Qi Yan completely stunned at the endless horde. Yu Hua gives a stiff smile, noting that these persistent Night Elves have absolutely no intention of letting them go. Qi Yan's group frantically prepares to teleport, but Li Hao lowers his face cover and commands them to stop. He glances over at Nan Qi and tells him to handle it, who confidently agrees before instantly channeling his inner energy. 2 massive wolves named Da Huang materialize on both sides, ordered to tear the enemies to shreds immediately. The wolves leap forward to shred the night elves, making Qi Yan's group cheer that they do not even need to fight. They praise Da Huang, but a silent footstep suddenly emerges from the shadows of the nearby bushes. Carlo's follower casually approaches the two wolves, sneering coldly at the filthy beasts before him. He clenches his fist in fury, declaring they will suffer for daring to bite his servants as he prepares to harvest their souls. Seeing his beloved Da Huang targeted, Nan Qi cries out in sheer panic as tears well up in his eyes. Watching the black wolf slowly approach, Nan Qi realizes with horror that his own summoned beast is no longer under his control. Seeing him stand there completely dazed, Yu Hua grabs Nan Qi and drags him away before it is too late. She yells at him to run back as the controlled beast fiercely charges forward to attack. Qi Yan's group runs for their lives in a panic, leaving Zhang Yi utterly dumbfounded by the chaotic scene. He demands to know where they found that rabid dog, and Nan Qi screams back that he summoned it. The beast will not obey him anymore, and they desperately need help, while Zhang Yi sweatily hopes Han Yanru's group has reached the valley. Splitting up will only weaken their combat power, so they cannot stay here any longer, as Zhang Yi takes the lead down the path. He urges them to regroup below, where Ba Dao is already growing highly impatient, waiting for the rest of the crew. He grumbles that they might have run off with the god-tier talent card, but Qinglong quickly defends them. Their guild leader is not a coward, and Ba Dao should stop judging a noble leader by his own petty standards. Just then, rapid footsteps echo in their direction, putting Han Yanru instantly on high alert as she braces herself. Daiwu warns that it sounds like a massive crowd is coming, and Zhang Yi immediately yells a frantic warning the second he spots them. He tells Han Yanru that the horde is out of control and begs her to block them with an ice wall. She immediately channels her energy to summon a massive wall of ice, offering everyone a temporary moment of safety. Han Yanru warns that the ice wall will not hold for long, urging everyone to move quickly and leave. Yu Hua gasps in thanks, but Zhang Yi looks back deeply concerned about what will happen if they just run. Those night elves infected by the demon race's dark arts will surely spread to other regions. They would cause absolute chaos across the post-apocalyptic world, meaning they must find a way to trap the elves on 2-Hour Mountain. Qi Yan steps up, offering to use his blazing barrier technique to seal off the entire mountain and trap them. He offers this to repay his debt for saving his life as the focus shifts elsewhere. Duan Feng stumbles forward with his entire body trembling in agony, gritting his teeth in silent terror. He feels his body slowly slipping out of his control, suddenly remembering the bite from earlier. Staring down at his bleeding wound, he realizes with dread that the night elf's bite is taking effect. It is only a matter of time before he loses his sanity and turns into a mindless demon. He absolutely refuses to turn on his friends or become a puppet, while Zhang Yi keeps watching Qi Yan work. Asking how long the sealing array will take, Qi Yan replies that it is almost complete. It will be ready before the ice melts, leaving Duan Feng with a deep sense of regret. Though he desperately wished to level up and face stronger enemies alongside his friends, he silently steps toward the raging fire. His time had run out, forcing him to say goodbye to them just like that. Dragging his heavy, battered body, Duan Feng stumbled forward, while Zhang Yi called out in worry, asking where he was going. "Get out of here right now, the magic array is closing," Duan Feng screamed back. "Do not worry about me, just run. I do not want to turn into a mindless monster." He did not say it aloud, but he could not bear the thought of hurting his own allies in his final moments. "Goodbye, the path ahead is yours to walk alone now," Zhang Yi screamed out in absolute despair. Staring at Duan Feng's shifting arm, Zhang Yi immediately recognized the seal, realizing his friend had been hit by a deadly demon curse. Xiao Jiao stood frozen, muttering that it was all her fault. Duan Feng had sacrificed himself to save her. Qinglong charged forward in a panic, yelling to open up this useless barrier because their brother was still trapped inside. Startled, Yu Hua argued that they had worked incredibly hard just to set up this mountain-sealing barrier. Opening it now would waste all their efforts, but Qinglong was too consumed by worry to care. Clenching his fists, Qinglong slammed his hands against the fiery barrier until Ba Huang rushed in to stop him. He urged him to calm down, explaining that Duan Feng chose this path for a reason. The warrior simply did not want to hurt them once he lost his mind, leaving Qinglong clenching his fists in anger. But he had faced death right alongside them, though Zhang Yi had to admit that Ba Huang made a fair point. Besides, breaking the barrier now would not cure Duan Feng anyway, meaning their most urgent task was to find a real cure. They needed to find a way to break this demonic curse, meaning they all had to evacuate the mountain immediately to find a solution. Zhang Yi silently prayed for Duan Feng to hold on, promising to return and save his friend. Alone against a horde of dark elves, Duan Feng prepared to fight before the demonic corruption took him completely. He wanted to enjoy the thrill of battle one last time, tightly gripping his dual blades before diving in. Duan Feng charged alone, shouting at the monsters to bring on their absolute worst. Battling the demonic horde alone, Duan Feng eventually collapsed from exhaustion, watching in dismay as his blade began to shatter. He wondered if this was where his life would end right before the scene shifted to the desolate extreme ice city. The pouring rain felt like tears shed for their fallen comrade, and honestly, this emotional blow hits different. She knew how devastated he was, but Zhang Yi made a silent vow to find a cure for the curse. He promised to return and save Duan Feng, silently swearing that he would hunt down the Demon King no matter where he hid. As a heavy darkness fell over the area, the entire party slowly looked up to inspect their surroundings. Looking around, Ba Dao asked if this creepy empty place was really their main capital city. Not seeing a single player anywhere made Zhang Yi incredibly suspicious of the situation. Sensing the strange atmosphere, they decided to investigate further, while Xiao Zhao yelled out to see if anyone was home. Xinglong scanned the quiet streets, while Zhang Yi noted that this place used to be bustling with active players. Yet somehow everyone had vanished overnight, but before they could ponder further, a horse suddenly charged at them from behind. Zhang Yi quickly pulled Han Yanru out of harm's way before urging her to follow the runaway beast. He told her to catch up to it, believing it might lead them to the missing players. But after following it for a short distance, the animal abruptly came to a halt, leaving Zhang Yi utterly confused. But when they finally catch up, the horrific sight before them leaves everyone absolutely frozen in shock. It turned out the entire population of the city had been gathered in this one spot all along. The crisis was far more severe than anyone had imagined, meaning the Demon King's forces had already breached the players' main sanctuary. Shi Yan started to panic, demanding to know what kind of godforsaken place they had been dragged into. He had expected a safe haven and suggested they slip away before getting caught, an idea Nan Qi eagerly supported. The brutal ordeal back on the mountain had already drained all their energy, and Zhang Yi could only scoff at their cowardice. He told them to leave if they wanted to, while Dai Wu openly judged them for being total cowards. Shi Yan was left speechless, but at that exact moment, the cursed horse and players sensed the newcomers. They spun around with dead eyes, charging forward like zombies and catching Zhang Yi completely off guard. Just as they realized they had been spotted, a booming voice echoed, carrying a devastating wave of energy. "Get out of here right now," Shield 7 yells, shocking Zhang Yi completely. With no time to explain the details, he gasps that the remaining survivors are currently hiding. They must head straight to the Lion King's Pride Tavern right this second. The group runs together as ordered, completely unaware of the cold gaze watching them from above. Even after running a long distance, the brainwashed horde still manages to catch up. Zhang Yi tenses up. The enemy has already closed the distance. Qi Yan unleashes a massive surge of fiery energy, quickly summoning a blazing fireball in his hand. He challenges the crowd to take this instantly, triggering a massive explosion that sends heavy dirt and rocks flying everywhere. The enemy players are successfully stalled, leaving Qi Yan highly pleased while Dai Wu watches. She silently thinks it is a relief. This reckless guy does not belong to their city, or he would have ruined it long ago. With thick smoke drifting, a freezing rain continues to fall relentlessly. Shield 7 bangs on the door, shouting that it is him, which instantly gives the panicked survivors inside a glimmer of hope. Believing he has brought back reinforcements, they quickly throw the doors open and gasp at his arrival. One young man nearly bursts into tears of joy, sobbing that the guild leader has finally returned to save them. Shield 7 urges everyone to quickly get inside before they are spotted. Once safely inside, Zhang Yi immediately demands to know what on earth happened while he was away. He was only gone from Extreme Ice City for a single day, so how did his home turn into this post-apocalyptic nightmare so incredibly fast? Shield 7 looks highly grave and sighs, admitting it is a very long story. Bizarre incidents began popping up everywhere, starting on a quiet night when a panicked subordinate suddenly rushed up to report an emergency. A terrified guard ran up, stammering that a crazed player was biting people. They went to investigate, demanding to know which guild the stranger belonged to and what he was doing out so late. The moment they approached, the filthy stranger spun around with a wild look, as Shield 7 grimly recalls. Before long, the entire city was completely overrun by these blue-eyed maniacs, forcing the remaining survivors to flee. They all took shelter in this tavern. Zhang Yi asks if anything else seemed off. When asked about strange events, Shield 7 looks completely baffled by the question. But a nearby ally quickly chimes in, remembering rumors of a massive black cat wandering around the city streets. Another survivor nods, swearing the pitch-black feline was so incredibly massive it looked like a wild beast. Hearing this, Zhang Yi secretly panics inside as his thoughts turn to that cat. Trying to stay perfectly calm, he tells everyone that since nightfall is still hours away, he will head out to search. He wants to see if he can find any clues about this mysterious beast, then turns to look at Han Yanru. He tells them to rest up while he is gone, and she quickly nods in agreement. The city is incredibly dangerous, so she warns him to return before sunset. After reassuring Han Yanru, he asks Qi Yan if they want to join, but Qi Yan just lazily reclines in his chair. He tells Zhang Yi not to drag them into his reckless plan since they have no interest in local politics. Zhang Yi reminds them of their earlier mountain agreement regarding the talent card. They need to settle who gets the God-tier talent card, and he has a perfect plan in mind. It is a fair contest to prove their strength, meaning whoever captures that black cat first gets to keep the legendary God-tier card. This juicy bait is impossible for Qi Yan to resist. Watch him leap up, Declaring his absolute love for chasing cats, he bolts out as Ba Dao aggressively orders the others to leave with Li Hao following close behind. Yu Hua grumbles loudly complaining about all the endless walking they have to do. Her legs are completely numb from walking as she wonders how they will ever find a single cat in this massive city. Qi Yan bends down to pick up a rotten piece of firewood, suggesting they simply lure the target to them instead of wasting energy. He's incredibly clever, and in no time a fish is roasting over the fire. Nanshi asks if they can just eat the delicious fish themselves if the cat decides not to show up. Yu Hua scoffs at his appetite, but before she can finish, a sleek black shadow suddenly descends from above. Flying past, Li Hao looks up in shock it has arrived. Meanwhile, at Polar Ice City, Zhang Yi looks over at Tyrant Blade. "You've been following me this whole time. Are you worried I'll run off with that god-grade talent card? Relax, all my friends, family, and assets are right here in Polar Ice City. I won't leave until this city is fully restored." Tyrant Blade immediately replies that he has got it all wrong. "It's not about you running off. I just know that following you is the quickest way to find that black cat." Zhang Yi is speechless, taking it as a compliment. But right as they finish their conversation, a massive explosion echoes from the other side. Zhang Yi spins around, looks like that black cat has finally shown up. Sure enough, wearing a golden bell and catching a sweet aroma, the black cat leaps right toward Qi Yan and his crew. Qi Yan excitedly waves a fish, asking if the little kitty wants a bite. But that cat, the beast just glares right back, stating it prefers to eat rats instead. Still, Qi Yan keeps his cool. "So you can talk, should have said so earlier. Since you're not interested, I'll just eat it myself." He casually devours the grilled fish right there. The moment he tosses his chopstick aside, the team charges forward. Qi Yan cheers in excitement, boasting that the god-grade talent card is theirs. Suddenly, the golden bell around the cat's neck jingles. It triggers a domain spell called Cat and Mouse. Now every single enemy unit caught within this area, they are instantly branded with a mouse mark. Anyone carrying this mark is completely unable to deal damage. Their attacks won't harm the spellcaster. Back in the fight, Qi Yan's team of 4 combine their strength, yet the black cat doesn't take a scratch. Sweating bullets, the once confident fighter wonders what on earth is happening. Why aren't their attacks dealing even a single point of damage to this thing? Just then, Zhang Yi and Tyrant Blade arrive. He tells Qi Yan to check his character status bar. Qi Yan checks his system screen and gasps he has indeed been marked as a mouse. The system confirms they are now mice. Zhang Yi explains that this black cat's special ability turns everyone's designations into prey. Anyone branded with this cannot deal a single drop of damage to the cat. Qi Yan bolts, screaming out in panic, asking what they are supposed to do now. Are they just supposed to stand there and wait to be eaten? Even Zhang Yi is empty-handed on this. Until they find a way to break the spell, the cat is invincible, they have to run. 4 red figures dash straight into a dark cave ahead, desperately trying to lose their feline pursuer. Casually strolling inside, the black cat calls out for the little mice to stop hiding. There is no escape. Duhua grumbles in frustration that this stupid mouse mark does not even have a time limit. Zhang Yi whispers, asking if they noticed the bell hanging around the black cat's neck. It was only after that bell jangled that the mouse mark appeared on them. To remove this debuff, they will have to target that bell directly. Qi Yan stares at the cat in disbelief. That bell is literally tied to its neck. Getting close to it is basically delivering themselves on a silver platter. Qi Yan refuses to go, telling Zhang Yi to do it himself. Zhang Yi gets serious. Since he proposed the idea, he is willing to go, but he needs their help first. He needs cover to get close to the beast. Tyrant Blade immediately agrees to the team-up. Qi Yan is surprised, wondering how Zhang Yi can trust them so easily without fearing a double cross. One wrong move at a critical moment could cost him his life. But Zhang Yi reasons that they are all in the same boat now. If his plan fails, none of them are escaping the cat's claws either. Right after saying this, Nanshi channels his power to summon a massive golden retriever onto the battlefield. He happily pats his pet, volunteering to draw the cat's attention away. Boasting about his fast dog, they finalize the plan as Zhang Yi prepares the team. Nanshi rides his dog, waving and taunting the beast for being too slow to catch them. He calls the cat a total noob, completely provoking it as it vows to end their joy. Right after that, it bolts forward to chase Nam Kai, who grins with satisfaction because the beast took the bait, leading it straight to their preset trap. Nam Kai screams out that the target has arrived, leaving the rest of the fight to Six, VM, and Du Hoa to join forces, unleashing a combined attack on the black cat that triggers a massive explosion as the beast roars. The cat mocks them to stop wasting energy, calling them rotten rats, but Li Hao immediately channels his inner power for a freezing spell. He tells the beast that while it might be immune to their damage, it has absolutely no way to escape their crowd control. Exactly as planned, the black cat is bound, spitting out curses at the miserable little pests. Seizing this brief window of distraction, Zhang Yi leaps high into the air, aiming directly for the golden bell dangling around the creature's neck. Almost there, so close to success. But back in Extreme Ice City, the black cat snorts. It admits it underestimated these pests, but after the blast, the beast seems even more enraged, leaving Sich VM completely startled. He panics over the failed plan, but Zhang Yi frowns and replies that even though they missed, he is now 100% certain that the bell is the key to removing the rat mark from them. He suddenly reaches out to grab a black cloak, and the entire team quickly puts them on initiating Plan B. The black cat glares, declaring that even if they try again, their ultimate failure will remain exactly the same. Through the thick smoke, the creature tells itself that it only needs to keep a close eye on the kid's movements to shut him down quickly, grinding its teeth while staring hard at Zhang Yi. He almost succeeded last time, but as the vanguard leads the charge and draws close, Zhang Yi suddenly darts past. The cat channels its power, thinking they are begging for death, but suddenly realizes the person standing in front is Ba Dao. Shocked by the sudden decoy trick, it realizes this is not the annoying kid, but before it can process, he strikes. With his job done, he leaves the rest of his ally, instantly locking down one of the beast's paws. Dazed by the move, the black cat darts its eyes around just as Zhang Yi drops down right beside it. It finally clicks. They use the distraction to swap identities under those black cloaks. Zhang Yi warns the group that this immobilization window will only last for a brief 3 seconds. They must move fast to grab the bell, while Ba Dao yells to leave the rest to him. He lunges. He wraps his hands tightly around the glowing golden bell. As the black cat watches in pure disbelief, a sudden system notification rings out. Zhang Yi has successfully cleared the rat curse, prompting cheers from the team over their hard-won success. No more games. He challenges the beast to try and defend against his next blow. He unleashes a devastating strike right at the helpless creature caught completely off guard. A blinding flash lights up the sky, making the very earth beneath them tremble violently. It is over. Zhang Yi slowly touches down as Extreme Ice City finally sees sunlight once more. He immediately contacts his ally Han Yanru to deliver the good news of the cat's defeat. With the threat cleared, he tells her to inform everyone that it is finally safe to leave the hotel. Overjoyed, she promises they will head over immediately and quickly relays the message to the waiting crowd. Hearing that Zhang Yi subdued the beast and saved the city, the excited crowd starts praising their reliable leader. He really is an absolute beast, and right after that, Zhang Yi and the others return to the hotel, though he still feels slightly tense. The primary threat to the city is gone, leaving only the infected players to deal with for total safety. Zhang Yi steps forward to address the group, noting that now that the cat has been captured, they need to decide who gets the God-tier talent card, though Sich VM proudly admits he contributed the most. Since he delivered the final blow to the beast, the legendary card naturally belongs to him. He assures him that their group keeps their word and won't cause trouble, while Zhang Yi grips the card tightly. Accepting the card, he watches as Ixik VM's group prepares to take their leave. Zhang Yi calls out, asking if they want to join them given how dangerous the outside world remains. He urges them to think it over, just as Daiwu's pink butterfly flutters right past his face. Spotting this, Ixik VM turns around with a smirk, admitting that staying together might not be a bad idea. The group turns back. "Fine, we will reluctantly stay to help you out," he says, finally reaching his hand out to introduce himself. "Nice to meet you. I am a level 65 mage." The hands of the two leaders lock in a firm grip. Showing true teamwork, Zhang Yi introduces himself with a brief smile, a level 65 Beastmaster. On this day, Qian's squad finally secures a highly reliable companion. But mid-journey, strange pink butterflies suddenly land on Han Yanru's hand. She instantly recognizes them. Aren't these the exact spiritual butterflies from the famous Mengling Mountain Villa? Why are they here? Suddenly, a projection of Meng Chen appears, saying it has been a long time since they last met. She brings terrible news: the fearsome Demon King has fully awakened and completely seized the Mengling Mountain Villa. Even as she speaks, the magical connection begins to warp, threatening to cut her off completely. Meng Chen gasps that she is fine, but the world needs their immediate help before her voice fades. The butterfly goes completely still in Han Yanru's hand. Terrified, she pleads that they must rush to the villa to save Meng Chen. Zhang Yi stops her. Not yet. Since Meng Chen can still send messages, she must be alive. She is likely safe for now, so their main priority is to hunt down the Demon King as fast as possible. Only that will stop his next move, though the young man cannot help but feel deeply anxious himself. If the Demon King is already targeting Meng Chen, the other guardian deities are undoubtedly next. Talk about high stakes. The closest area is the Gnome Kingdom, which means Shi Erfu is in grave danger right now. They must act fast. Zhang Yi immediately activates his teleportation skill and barks out orders to the group. Shield 7 will guard Extreme Ice City with Daiwu, while everyone else teleports straight to the Gnome Kingdom. Meanwhile, Asai launches a brutal assault, shouting that he only wants their deity and has no interest in useless slaughter. Compliance means survival, but refusal brings death. Hearing his chilling threat, Shi Erfu's soldiers begin to tremble in absolute terror. Crushed by the Demon King's aura, they freeze until Sai Erfu arrives just in time, yelling for him to stop. Everyone turns in shock. The brave Zai Erfu points out that the 10 deities sealed him away long ago. Even though he somehow broke free, she vows that as long as she stands, he will never harm her people or this world. AC sneers at the pint-sized girl, mocking her arrogant tone, before realizing she is indeed the target he was hunting. He demands she come with him, but she Erfu points right at his face, completely unfazed. Her duty is to protect this world, and she will never surrender. Annoyed, AC begins to channel his dark energy. He mutters that talking to NPCs is always a waste of time, so direct violence is much more effective. But as he unleashes his strike, a sudden blast of pure power intercepts his attack. Blocking his move completely, it leaves Sai startled as he roars out, demanding to know who dares stop him. He swings his dark sword in fury toward the source, but the incoming pressure easily pushes him back. Zhang Yi lets out a huge sigh of relief for arriving just in time, telling Shi Erfu that Han Yanru is already taking care of the demon grunts outside. With the rest of the team on their way, the gnomes are safe. Nanchi stares at the foe in utter disbelief. He wonders if this is truly the legendary Demon King, while Qi Yan remarks that he looks surprisingly weak for a final boss. Zhang Yi silently agrees, noting that the way this guy spoke to Shi Erfu earlier was highly suspicious. Indeed, he seems like a player. Zhang Yi quickly warns the group not to let their guard down yet. The demon soldiers at 2 o'clock Mountain and the Black Cat from Extreme Ice City are both his minions. Recognizing them, AC scoffs, calling them the trash of Extreme Ice City, mocking them for delivering themselves right to him. Ba Dao eagerly charges to the absolute front, shouting that he can feel the immense strength radiating from their new opponent. He demands a solo fight while Qi Yan arrogantly shrugs and tells him to go ahead. Just don't get knocked flat on your face within 2 seconds or we will have to clean up your mess. Too embarrassing, AAC cuts them off coldly, asking if they are finally done with their useless banter. He slams his massive sword into the ground, declaring that since his escape he has been dying for a real fight. You are the very first opponent worthy of my time, so do not dare make this boring for me. Ba Dao laughs heartily, challenging the demon to keep that same energy. But right as he finishes speaking, darkness erupts. A suffocating dark energy completely engulfs the entire battlefield in an instant. Ba Dao quickly pulls back. That blade is weird and he can't let it touch him. Asu just sneers. What's scared already? These are all souls taken by my sword and soon you'll join them. Asu gloats, knowing that berserkers have one massive weakness in battle. They burn their own life force to power up, but if they can't finish the fight quickly, he is left totally vulnerable. And Ba Dao is now trapped in that exact nightmare. Furious, Ba Dao charges forward. So you plan to stall until my life force ran dry. You absolute coward. Asu strikes from behind, snapping that he always finishes things quickly. To him, time is money and Ba Dao simply isn't worth the extra effort. But seeing his ally get brutally stabbed, Zhang Yi screams out in shock as Asu laughs. It's over, your soul belongs to me now. Coughing up blood, Ba Dao refuses to give up. It's not over until I say it's over. Inside his mind, Death's voice echoes. Give me your soul and I'll grant you 5 more minutes. Sweating through the pain, Ba Dao bargains. Only 5 minutes, talk about stingy. But the Reaper warns him that his time to decide is quickly running out. Left with no choice, Ba Dao grits his teeth and agrees and immediately grabs the blade, pinning him down. The sword is buried deep in his chest, but he rips it out anyway as blood sprays. My time is precious too. Asu stands frozen, stunned by his reckless move. Ba Dao glares. Not a single second of my life will be wasted. Asu stares in disbelief at the chest wound. How are you still moving? Ba Dao growls back. This body is just a shell. A berserker's will never accept defeat and he'll fight until his last breath. He charges right back in because the fight isn't over yet and a red aura flares up from his body. A demonic face manifests in the flames, the terrifying visual of the Reaper lurking inside Ba Dao. He glares ahead. Now this is how you make an absolute comeback. Qian is stunned by his sudden strength. Zhang Yi quickly realizes his theory was right. This is the Forbidden Reaper's stance of the Berserker class. He sacrificed his soul to the Reaper for absolute power, completely pushing past his limits in this form. Combined with his god-tier talent in this life-or-death battle, Ba Dao has pushed his power to the absolute maximum. It's the highest peak any player could hope to achieve. Asu is shocked he would go this far. Throwing away his own life just to win a fight is madness. Even if he wins, it's a complete double defeat. Asu can't comprehend their mindset, but Ba Dao just raises his weapon. Death was never a fear for him. I stopped caring about survival long ago, he thinks. All I want is to live for the thrill. Remembering his vegetative state in the real world, he's just glad he can still feel the rush of battle. This is more than enough for me. Raising his sword, he readies himself to deliver one final devastating blow. I will end this with my own hands. His Reaper slash strikes, triggering a massive shockwave across the battlefield. Asu is sent flying backwards, unable to handle the impact as he coughs up blood and collapses. Gritting his teeth, Asu refuses to accept that a mere regular player could push him this far. Ba Dao just smiles through the pain. Looks like your plan to finish this quickly backfired. But before he can deliver the killing blow, his borrowed time with the Reaper completely runs out. Ba Dao collapses to the ground, desperately pleading for just a few more seconds to finish the job. Asu smirks. It looks like your deal with death is up. On the ground, Ba Dao trembles in frustration. Sneering at his defeat, Asu mocks him. You were so close, yet so far from winning. The demon commander gathers his power to deliver the final strike, summoning a volley of sharp, deadly blades. On his command, the swords rain down toward Ba Dao. But right at that second, a flaming barrier blocks the blow. Qian rushes forward, telling his ally he did great and to rest. Barely holding onto his fading life force, Ba Dao weakly mutters that he can't go any further. He passes his god-tier talent card over to Zhang Yi, whispering that keeping it would be a waste. Please take this power and keep fighting, he whispers. And with those final words, his body fades away. Leaving them with one last peaceful smile, Zhang Yi grabs the card and vows to carry his legacy. Over on this side, a malicious gleam flashes in AC's eyes as he prepares to strike Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi instantly channels his inner power into Duan Feng. Ba Dao and the other players died by your hands. Today you are going to give them some answers. Right then, Xiao Zhao and the others run over, telling their guild leader they have arrived. Zhang Yi tells them they are just in time. Surround the Demon King and do not let him escape. This is his weakest moment right now. Han Yanru adds that all the demon soldiers outside have been wiped out. Asai just looks at them and flashes a smug smile. Mocking them, he asks if they really think they can win just by outnumbering him. He immediately begins channeling energy into his hand again. Ready for another attack, his cold voice echoes through the air, telling them that they are all far too naive. Telling them to watch closely, that terrifying energy immediately surges out and grips Han Yanru and the others tightly. Squeezing their bodies, he tells them all to go to hell while he tightly grabs hold of Nifu by her arm. He tells Nifu to save her strength and come with him. Seeing her get captured right before his eyes, Zhang Yi screams out her name in sheer panic. Suddenly, Zhang Yi and his group are teleported away. Landing in some unknown location, he curses under his breath in frustration. He wonders what kind of creepy place they have ended up in. Qinglong points out that the sign right there literally says Demon City. The sign displays two massive words tightly wrapped by a giant serpent. Han Yanru instantly cowers behind Zhang Yi's back. She shivers, saying this place is terrifying, but Zhang Yi gently reassures her. He tells her not to fear because he will protect her. With so many of them together, they will definitely be fine. But as soon as they step into the city, a massive silhouette suddenly lunges at them from behind. This creature clearly has zero friendly intentions toward Zhang Yi's party. But at that exact moment, Ba Huang senses the danger. He spins around instantly, no hesitation, no wasted words. With a single clean slash, he takes the beast's head clean off. Zhang Yi kneels to inspect the dead demon soldier. It is different from the ones they fought earlier, seemingly mutated. He warns that the entire city might be crawling with monsters like this. They need to stay on high alert. Standing up, Zhang Yi channels his power to summon a small glowing green pagoda. Turning to Xiao Zhao, he offers her a god-grade talent card. She looks at him in utter shock, calling out to her guild leader. She asks why he would give her something so precious. Both of them turn their eyes toward Shi Yan, who pretends not to care. He scoffs, telling them not to look at him since he keeps his word. He is already strong enough to not need any cards. Zhang Yi looks at his young ally. He explains that they are about to face the incredibly powerful king of the demon clan. They must find ways to boost their team's overall power, and her growth potential happens to be the highest. This makes her the perfect fit for the card. She finally accepts, thanking her guild leader for putting his trust in her. She promises not to let them down. But the moment Zhang Yi hands over the card, it suddenly begins to react strangely. Out of nowhere, something glowing with a vibrant green light begins to materialize on the surface of the card. The card suddenly floats up into the air, startling everyone in the group. A dazed Xiao Zhao wonders what is happening. Wondering why this is happening to her divine card, she looks to Zhang Yi, who admits he has no idea and suggests they give chase. A slimy green blob on the ground begins to squirm as if alive, and suddenly a girl resembling Meng Chen materializes before them. The girl sighs in relief. Han Yanru is shocked, wondering how Meng Chen could possibly be here. Zhang Yi finds this highly suspicious, remembering that Meng Chen was still back at the villa when they last spoke. He points out her body looks more like an illusion. He decides they should chase her down to get some real answers. Sensing that she is being followed, the girl panics. Zhang Yi and his crew rush after her, yelling for her to stop. They call out that they are not enemies, but as she runs, a mysterious dark portal suddenly opens up ahead of her. A massive wild boar charges out, giving her no time to react. The beast opens its jaws and swallows her whole as Han Yanru watches in horror. She was eaten. Zhang Yi explains that these creatures are dream-eating Tamer's, unique monsters native to this creepy demon city. They feed on souls and use powerful sound waves to manipulate players, causing their targets to completely lose their minds. Ultimately, this leads to a sudden death. Having swallowed the girl, the beast prepares to turn its sights on them. The beast unleashes an ear-piercing shriek. Covering his ears, Zhang Yi grits his teeth and curses under his breath. His head feels like it is about to explode, but then he notices that Han Yanru seems completely unaffected by the noise. She looks like a hollow shell as she slowly walks forward. Terrified, Zhang Yi screams for her to stay back because it is too dangerous. Seeing her march blindly forward, panic sets in. He desperately shouts for Han Yanru to snap out of it. He suppresses the pain, rushing forward to tightly cover her ears, warning her not to be fooled by the deceptive sound of the dream-eating tapir. Han Yanru startles, asking what just happened to her. He bites his lip until it bleeds, struggling to explain that because the dream-eating tapir unleashed its sound earlier, she was controlled. Unable to take it anymore, Ba Huang immediately strikes out toward that giant pig. With a powerful blow, his sword thrusts deep right under its throat, leaving the massive pig temporarily dazed and stunned. While the beast is losing its footing, Ba Huang quickly spins around and shouts to his teammates. "We must leave this place immediately," he yells. But the beast seems mostly fine, lunging forward to chase after Zhang Yi and Han Yanru. Everyone quickly presses against the giant wall. Zhang Yi starts calculating running like this forever is simply not the way. They must get close to kill the dream-eating tapir. Yuhua chimes in, telling them to leave it to her as she immediately closes her eyes. Focusing her energy, she activates her legendary grade talent, Perfect Alibi. Then Yuhua quickly transfers her power to Zhang Yi. As he stands dazed, Yuhua quickly explains the situation to him. Perfect Alibi only lasts for 3 minutes. During these 3 minutes, you will remain completely invisible no matter how close you get to the enemy. You will not be detected. Feeling a surge of raw energy, Zhang Yi looks over and thanks her. Standing before the beast, Zhang Yi calculates his options. That woman has already been swallowed whole by the dream-eating tapir. The only way to save her is to risk it all. Without a second thought, Zhang Yi leaps directly into the mouth of the pig. Squeezing inside the tapir, he warns others to stay back and stay where it is cool. Shoving his way through, he grows incredibly anxious. He must hurry as the space inside is rapidly shrinking. Before long, he will suffocate and die. Suddenly, the eyes of Zhang Yi freeze. Wait a minute. This dream-eating tapir survives on souls, so perhaps a soul evoker can make use of this. Outside, after a long wait, Yu Hua grows worried, wondering why Zhang Yi has not returned yet. Could something bad have happened to him? Han Yanru stares at the pig, insisting she trusts him to find a way. Suddenly, the stomach of the beast begins to bloat. A strange light glows from within. Qi Yan gasps in surprise, wondering how this thing can turn into a bubble. Han Yanru blushes slightly. That is the mark of a soul evoker. Zhang Yi is incredibly clever. On the outside, a massive vortex suddenly erupts, spinning violently as ghost-like entities fly out from within. A massive explosion blasts from the stomach of the pig as Zhang Yi steps out safely. Han Yanru rushes over, deeply worried. She asks if he is hurt after being trapped so long, urging him to clean himself off. Zhang Yi brushes himself off, saying he is fine, just covered in some slimy dream-eating tapir mucus. It is a bit nauseating, though. But the strange events do not stop there as a black sphere suddenly appears. Han Yanru gasps, realizing these are soul memory fragments, shocked that there are so many of them. Zhang Yi is completely stunned, realizing this dream-eating tapir must have devoured thousands of souls from this demon city. It is absolutely terrifying. She looks up to observe the sky. That female soul looks exactly like the dream god. Seeing her struggle, Zhang Yi leaps forward, shouting that he will save her. He feels slightly lightheaded. The pull of this black hole is immense, dragging his entire body right into the abyss. He immediately reaches out to grab her hand. The girl is dazed, asking why a stranger would risk his life to save her. Zhang Yi replies calmly, stating he must know who she really is. This matters to him, but before he can finish his sentence, he grips her tightly with both hands. With a serious look in his eyes, Zhang Yi continues to shout that it is extremely important. The girl smiles warmly at him, her face beautiful as a heavenly angel. All her beautiful memories flash before the eyes of Zhang Yi, including glimpses of her time with Ace. She introduces herself as Niha. Suddenly, an overwhelming flood of information rushes into the head of Zhang Yi, making it throb with pain. Opening his eyes again, he finds himself floating in a strange void. Zhang Yi looks around, wondering where he is. Why is he all alone? Where did that woman go? Without waiting, Zhang Yi looks around and shouts, asking if Neha is in here. Looking around curiously, he spots a glowing object and wonders what it could be, unable to resist touching it. A sudden sound wave vibrates, and before him stands Ace, the king of the demon clan, wearing a happy smile. Is he currently walking through the memories of Neha? Zhang Yi wonders. He cannot shake the feeling that Neha had intentionally pulled him into her mind. He quickly taps around his system interface, sure that this place is hiding something she wanted him to discover. Suddenly, blood splatters across his vision, filling the entire screen. It startles him. A sudden car crash. The brakes completely failed. At that exact moment, a familiar voice echoes, thanking someone for delivering such a perfect candidate. Zhang Yi watches in absolute shock. Why is the suppressing tower in Nia's memories? He quickly connects the dots. He frowns. The accident, the mystery, it all starts making perfect sense now. Could all of this actually be linked to the mastermind orchestrating the entire apocalypse? When Nia turned her head, just now she saw the demon-suppressing tower through the window. But the only place offering that specific view is one building, and that is the Eternal Tower. Inside her fading system memory just before Nia closed her eyes for good. The mysterious man told her that her sacrifice would not go to waste, calling her his finest masterpiece. Right after that cold statement, whatever that cruel villain did, Nia is gone. Now the heart monitor flatlines. The flatline echoes. It is unbearable for Zhang Yi, ringing painfully in his ears. His head pounds. A gale sweeps in. He can only cover his ears tightly. Suddenly, a violent gasp for air forces Zhang Yi to snap his eyes open. Everyone is crowded around in worry, and Han Yanru asks urgently. He is finally awake. Han Yanru asks if he is all right after the black hole vanished. He fell from above. But he tells them he is fine, worrying instead for the spirit. He could not save her from that place, but she managed to leave him a very critical clue. Standing up, he instructs Han Yanru that once they escape this creepy cursed place, everyone must head straight to Dream God Villa. If the Demon King imprisoned the Dream God, he will definitely return here. Zhang Yi glances around the area. Everyone needs to find a way to stall him for as long as possible. Han Yanru asks worriedly what he will do. Looking up at the sky, he says he must go to the suppressing tower to find a way to defeat the Demon King inside. Meanwhile, Fu is dragged roughly across the ground. She demands to be let go, warning him about Zhang Yi. Once he returns, she yells he will make him pay. But Asai only chuckles smugly, telling her not to worry. They will not be escaping anytime soon. He throws Fu into a dark room and she winces in pain. Asai turns around, telling her to stay put while he rounds up the remaining deities to keep her company. He slams the heavy door shut. Instantly, total suffocating darkness envelopes the entire room. Out of the shadows, a figure steps forward. A gentle voice asks if she is all right, startling Fu. Seeing her, Fu stammers. Are you a deity too? She confirms she is indeed the Dream God. She once fought side by side with the former deity of her goblin tribe. As the Dream God gently unties her bonds, the deeply grateful girl asks why exactly the Demon King is capturing all the deities. Will he destroy their entire world? The Dream God explains that they had all joined forces to seal him away long ago. Now that he is free, he wants revenge and plans to purge every single obstacle in his path. To achieve total dominance, the entire world is facing an unprecedented catastrophe, and they cannot survive this battle completely on their own. Fu sighs. She wonders how her brother Zhang Yi and the rest are doing. The Dream God comforts the girl, reassuring her that the group is already incredibly close to the final destination. Outside, glowing pink butterflies flutter about as Zhang Yi rides Xiao He toward the demon-suppressing tower, confirming his suspicions. The only place that offers a view of the tower's upper levels is indeed the Eternal Tower. Nia must be inside. Jumping down immediately, he knows he must quickly conquer this suppressing tower. That is the only way to access the Eternal Tower and find a method to defeat the Demon King. He has to act before the villain moves. Ignoring the loud crashing thunder, Zhang Yi strides directly through the gates. Floor 50. Zhang Yi confronts the Snow Bear King, calling it a foolish, oversized beast. He warns the beast that he has no time to play around, but it obviously does not understand him. The bear charges. Forced to act, Zhang Yi realizes there is absolutely no room for negotiation. Unleashing a barrage of swift strikes, he effortlessly brings down the massive Snow Bear King in seconds. He silently urges himself to move faster and faster, knowing that precious time is rapidly running out for him. He recalls Qinglong warning him that the final bosses in this suppressing tower are no joke. He had cheerfully told his friend to relax, promising to return victorious before anyone even knew he was gone. Before leaving, Yaru whispers to Zhang Yi to find the perfect moment and take everyone's skills along with him. She says it might help him, though right now he completely ignores the attribute points he earned after the battle. Zhang Yi resolves to win. He cannot fail them now. He cannot let them down. In no time, he scales all the way up to floor 99 of the Demon Suppression Tower. Arriving with ease, Zhang Yi stands before a massive gold-inlaid gate, calculating his next move on floor 99. Behind this glowing golden portal lies the absolute final floor of the entire tower. He finally reached the peak. Reaching out with both hands, he slowly pushes open the doors as a brilliant light erupts from within. White snow falls everywhere. Zhang Yi shivers from the intense cold. No wonder they say is lonely at the top. Out of nowhere, a massive fireball flies straight at him, triggering a violent and deafening explosion. Debris flies everywhere from the impact, leaving Zhang Yi kind of impressed by such a flashy and cool entrance. Standing before him is a crimson demon with razor-sharp fangs glaring directly at Zhang Yi with pure malice. The demon growls, "Kid, this is no place for weaklings like you to just wander into. Trespassers will pay the ultimate price." As soon as the words leave his mouth, the face spectator unleashes a devastating shockwave at Zhang Yi. Realizing this is one tough opponent, Zhang Yi flashes a sly smirk, attacking the very second they meet. That is some serious attitude. Not even 3 seconds pass before the face spectator strikes again. This attack catches Zhang Yi completely off guard. Those flames look like they have tracking engines attached. Missing him on the first pass, the attack immediately loops back toward its target. Having just entered the battle, he has no idea what this monster can do, getting hit dead on. Zhang Yi is left totally stunned. These attacks can actually drift mid-air. Looking up, he spots mechanical drones carrying red microchips hovering above. They are watching Zhang Yi with laser focus. It suddenly clicks for him. No wonder those attacks track him so perfectly. Turns out someone is watching his every move. He needs to find a way to break free from this surveillance. Without wasting a second, he summons his black crow to prepare an attack. As soon as the bird appears, it opens its beak to let out a deafening screech before diving straight toward the hovering drones. This is his only window. Refusing to give the demon another chance to attack, Zhang Yi charges forward instantly. "Let us play a game." But the face spectator is no joke either, launching continuous counterattacks. It unleashes a barrage of deadly strikes while mocking Zhang Yi, "Die, you foolish human." Meanwhile, watching the live footage, Gong Shi sighs at the sight of Zhang Yi collapse on the floor. What a real pity. He honestly believed this guy could be the first player to clear the tower. Standing up, he tells Ling Lan to leave. Guess the players of this generation are nothing special after all. But wait, Zhang Yi is definitely still breathing and something feels off. The demon actually seems to share his thoughts now, looking up at the tracking drone to map out its next move. It should be safe for now, hopefully successful in tricking the overseer exactly as planned. Believing Zhang Yi was defeated, the surveillance drones immediately fly away and stop tracking them. Flash back to the battle just moments ago. Zhang Yi lunges at the face spectator, whispering to play a little game. Activating the skill, the system instantly alerts that the face spectator and Zhang Yi are swapping their appearance and health stats for 3 minutes. Before the stunned demon can even process this, the illusion skill takes full effect. The creature has absolutely no idea why its body is suddenly changing. Total panic. What is happening? Zhang Yi shrugs. He says he told him they were playing a game, promising it will all be over very soon. High above, his black crow blocks the lens of the surveillance camera, keeping Gong Shi completely in the dark. After 3 minutes, the face spectator finally reverts to his original form, absolutely furious at being tricked. Charging forward to strike him down, he screams for the foolish human to die. But Zhang Yi successfully counters, taking him out. Zhang Yi begins channeling his inner energy, eager to find where the key to the Eternal Tower is hidden. He dives straight into searching the monster's soul, scouring for clues right as the creature takes its final breath. Zhang Yi loots a special pass card directly off the demon's body. Smirking in triumph, he whispers his thanks and immediately begins channeling his energy once more. He summons an elemental barrier, trapping the thousand-faced intruder inside. "Now you can just stay right here and enjoy a nice long sleep." But with that settled, Zhang Yi keeps searching the area. It looks like this machine might actually be a teleporter to the Eternal Tower. Staring at the massive machine, Zhang Yi quickly prepares the keycard he swiped from the guard. It does not disappoint him, and the heavy door instantly swings open, allowing Zhang Yi to step inside. Stepping inside, he is eager to uncover what secrets are hidden deep within this legendary Eternal Tower. Total silence hangs in the air. Security seems incredibly light here, which actually plays perfectly into his hands. So far, so good. No alarms are triggered. Every single room is pitch black, except for one glowing at the very end. Getting in was almost too easy. Zhang Yi looks around. Even if this is a trap, he must press on. Determined to find out what is hidden inside, he quickly puts his doubts aside, reaches out and opens a nearby door. Inside, the room is packed with high-tech equipment and advanced machinery. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoes through the metal space. The voice says they meet again. Zhang Yi draws his sword instantly, warily, demanding to know who is speaking. Expecting a dangerous enemy, he is shocked to see an acquaintance instead. Neha is somehow standing right there in front of him. Recognizing her instantly, he wonders how this is possible. Was she not swallowed by that massive black hole? Neha quickly explains that the version he met back then was merely a projection of her consciousness. She tells him that this is her true self. Surprised, he repeats the words, "a consciousness clone." He asks how she managed to leave the tower. She begins to recount what happened a while ago. A heavily armored warrior once broke into this place looking for something important, so she had asked him to take her consciousness clone with him. Her goal was to find her old lover. Hearing this, Zhang Yi immediately apologizes and cuts her off. He asks if that lover is the ruthless demon king who has been massacring everyone. Neha nods yes. She explains that Asu used to be so gentle he could not even kill a fish. Why would he suddenly become this monster? She has no idea why he changed so drastically and turned into the cold, merciless tyrant he is today. But she knows him, and this slaughter was never his true intention. Zhang Yi quickly catches onto the real issue. He thanks her for sharing this. In his mind, he realizes that Asu becoming the Demon King might not be simple. But before he can think more, Neha hands him a small item, a beautiful, delicate bracelet. She explains it was Asu's confession gift to her. If he sees this, he will surely remember who he is. Zhang Yi readily agrees to deliver the bracelet. Neha then makes one final desperate plea to him. She begs him to snap Asu out of it so they can reunite. But as they speak, a sudden noise breaks the quiet. The heavy door suddenly swings open. Zhang Yi quickly hides his heart racing as he realizes they have company. The newcomer is Ling Lam, reporting respectfully that no intruders have entered. She says there are no signs of anyone breaking into the Eternal Tower, checking her surroundings carefully. All surveillance data shows absolute normalcy thanks to Zhang Yi activating his legendary talent alibi. Believing everything is fine, the master shows no suspicion and quickly turns around to leave the area. He decides it was just his imagination. The heavy door slams shut, leaving the room completely silent once again. Zhang Yi wonders if that man is the mastermind behind everything. He certainly does not look like a regular player. Neha appears once more. Zhang Yi tells her he must depart immediately to stop the rampaging Demon King. She warns him that if someone is pulling the strings from the shadows, things will be highly dangerous. If a confrontation is unavoidable, she begs him to spare Asu's life and show mercy during their battle. He promises to do what he can. Meanwhile, over at the Dream God Villa, Fu paces around in deep anxiety. She wonders where they are being taken. Meng Chen deduces that the Demon King has successfully captured all the main gods. Their absolute worst nightmare has finally come true. But suddenly, a reassuring voice tells them not to worry. She promises to keep them safe. Meng Chen gasps in surprise, recognizing Han Yanru, who gently holds her hand to reassure her. They are here for a rescue mission, and Asu has absolutely no idea about their secret arrival. He coldly orders his guards to bring the prisoners forward. Standing before Meng Chen and Fu, Asu looks incredibly smug. Do they see these once proud and arrogant friends of theirs reduced to helpless captives now? Gloating over his easy victory, Asu reminds them of how they united to seal him away 1,000 years ago. Yet in the end, they all fell right beneath his blade. Now it is their turn to feel the ultimate agony of total destruction. Cut off from the world forever. The boiling hatred inside him erupts, and Asu simply cannot hold back his raging fury. He raises his blade to strike. Nearby, Han Yanru panics as she realizes her disguise timer is almost completely ran out. She must strike first to seize control. But the second Asu locks eyes with her, he recognizes them. Her cover is completely blown. Dropping her disguise, she signals her allies to prepare for battle. Just in time, the elite fighters from the Eight Desolations Guild burst straight inside. They shout that they cleared out all his lackeys and demand his surrender. Yet Asu does not show a single shred of fear. Instead, a sinister smirk crawls onto his face as he mocks them. He waves his hand, summoning his terrifying demon army. Did they honestly think his forces were that small? The demonic army of his demon race is infinite. Their past escape from the demon city was nothing but pure luck. Today, that luck runs out, but the Eight Desolations crew refuses to back down. Charging forward in unison, they launch an assault. Asu raises his great sword as dark energy begins to condense around the heavy blade. He unleashes a massive blast straight at Han Yanru. She leaps in front of Meng Chen to shield her, leaving everyone screaming her name in terror. Meng Chen begs her to run and save herself. But Han Yanru immediately cuts her off. She is absolutely not leaving without her. Suddenly, a colossal burst of energy slams directly into the Demon King, stopping him dead in his tracks and forcing him to recoil. Fortunately, Xiao He and Zhang Yi have finally arrived just in time to save Han Yanru. Relief washes over the crowd as cheers erupt. The crowd rejoices that their guild leader is back. Zhang Yi stares coldly at the Demon King, declaring they meet again. Spotting the familiar bracelet, Asu gasps as his heart skips a beat. How on earth did that bracelet end up on his wrist? Instantly, a flood of happy memories with Nia rushes back into his mind, forcing Asu to his knees in agonizing pain. Clutching his head, Asu screams out in agony, completely losing his mind to the overwhelming emotions. Unleashing an absolute ocean of chaotic energy, the maddened Demon King screams for everyone to die. He glares at Zhang Yi, roaring that anyone in his way must die. Suddenly, the massive dragon Dala appears carrying Asu on its back. Dala growls that they met before. Han Yanru looks shocked, asking if they have a history. Zhang Yi quickly explains the situation. He was dragged into the ocean by a collapsing glacier and ended up on Dragon God Island, where he faced this powerful two-headed beast. Asu points his sword right at Zhang Yi, snarling that there is no time for chatting. He orders Dala to slaughter them all. With a mighty roar of compliance, the beast prepares to attack. But looking down, Zhang Yi notices Xiao He is trembling in terror. This bad. Without the Dragon God bloodline, Xiao He's attack and defense stats are severely reduced under this heavy pressure. The Dragon God's gaze makes this fight suicide. Sending Xiao He against a world-destroying dragon is like throwing an egg at a rock. Dala sneers at the duo, telling the little brats to vanish into nothingness. Suddenly, a violent gale starts to whip around them. Both Zhang Yi and his beast are blown back several steps. He quickly speaks up to reassure his trembling companion. He tells Xiao He not to be afraid because he has a plan. With that, Zhang Yi summons a massive burst of raw energy. His eyes narrow as he commands Yuki to appear. Instantly, a massive, majestic white dragon materializes with a roaring presence. She emerges from the summoning circle. Staring up at Yuki, Zhang Yi smiles with absolute satisfaction. It has only been a few days, but she already feels much stronger. Huffing cold mist, she promises they will have their revenge today. To avenge the fallen of Dragon God Island, Yuki and Zhang Yi charge forward together. But first, he gives a quick command to Xiao He. He tasks the young dragon with protecting the crowd, and it lets out a reassuring roar of understanding. As snowflakes drift onto his hand, Asu's eyes widen. He instantly realizes this dragon possesses the legendary power to manipulate the weather. Dala identifies her as the descendant of the great snow dragon god Tianji. Unbelievable. To think she left Dragon God Island with this human brat. Asu raises his sword in pure excitement, thrilled to face Tianji's bloodline. He vows to send her to reunite with Tianji in death. Zhang Yi's eyes narrow as he calls out to Yuki. Zhang Yi feels her intense rage and charges forward to crush their enemies together. Seeing their relentless assault, Dala only scoffs. Dala scoffs at their foolish charge, promising to make them suffer as massive, thorny vines suddenly erupt from the ground below. The vines lash out violently toward Yuki. Horrified by the sudden trap, Zhang Yi screams at her to move. He yells for Yuki to fall back, but it is too late. The thick vines instantly coil around her massive body, binding her tightly. Asu smirks, satisfied with his quick trap. These are no ordinary vines, they are the legendary devil vines. Forged from the pure hatred of countless dead souls, there is no stronger or more unbreakable binding chain in existence. He turns a cruel gaze toward the trapped dragon and orders Dala to finish them. Then he slowly looks back at Zhang Yi. Asu gloats, telling him to stop struggling because he will soon end up just like them as a sudden surge of pain and intense anger strikes. Shuiji growls, struggling to break free from the restraint. Down below, Meng Chen is deeply moved, thankful that Zhang Yi bought them enough time to recover. Now it is finally our turn to act just like how we sealed away the Demon King 1,000 years ago. Together, we will join forces to seal him once again. With those words, she immediately summons her swarm of pink butterflies. A powerful wave of pressure instantly erupts from Meng Chen, blasting straight toward Asu without warning. Caught in the restraint, he suddenly spots the pink butterfly swarm flying directly toward him. Zhang Yi is completely stunned. Before he can even make sense of this, the vines binding Zhang Yi snap completely, and Meng Chen's surging power begins to wrap around his entire body. She seems to be aiding Zhang Yi in defeating Asu. Seeing this, the Demon Lord yells out in a jealous rage. "Nia, what are you doing?" Meng Chen yells back, "I already told you I will never let you harm the savior of the apocalypse anymore." Her eyes fill with unmatched resolve, driving Asu completely insane with raw anger. Completely losing control of his own mind, he instantly roars out, "Shut up." Just as he is about to charge, a sudden burst of intense pressure blocks Dala's path entirely. Witnessing this scene, Asu is completely dumbfounded. There stands Zhang Yi, riding high on Shuiji's back. He fiercely warns him, "Take one more step," pausing as his sword points straight at Asu. Zhang Yi coldly adds, "You will die." Sensing Asu's hesitation, he presses the attack, commanding Shuiji to charge. He flashes a sinister grin. "Do not think escaping my demon vines means you can actually defeat me." Asu unleashes an enhanced 1,000-year shadow strike, screaming at his enemy to taste his absolute power. Now the immense forces of both Asu and Zhang Yi clash head-on, creating an incredibly oppressive aura. Feeling the sudden shift in power, Asu grits his teeth, utterly unable to comprehend where this energy is coming from. In an instant, his gaze completely freezes as Zhang Yi appears right in front of his face. He looks coldly at Asu. "This is the exact divine seal that locked you away back then. You will never defeat this power." With those words, Zhang Yi lunges forward with his sword, but suddenly remembers Nea's desperate plea to him. Before coming here, she had begged him to show mercy if they were ever forced to fight each other. His blade stops mere inches away from Asu's throat, leaving the Demon Lord frowning in sheer shock. Asu realizes he cannot dodge this, but Zhang Yi suddenly hesitates, remembering his promise to Nea. He promised not to kill the Demon King. Quickly shifting his strike, Zhang Yi shatters the crown resting on Asu's head. As the pieces crumble away, Asu is finally freed from the dark curse controlling his mind. He collapses to the ground, screaming in sheer agony about his splitting headache as his vision slowly blurs into falling white snow. A mysterious blue energy begins to escape from Asu's head, flowing outward. As the energy leaves his body, the pain finally subsides and Asu opens his eyes in utter surprise. A red thread suddenly floats out of his chest, and Asu stares at it completely mesmerized. Neha, is that really you? The red thread drifts down, landing softly into its owner's hand. Asu holds the thread tightly, tears welling up in his eyes. This is the exact gift I gave to Neha on that day. On the day I confessed to her, something I could never forget. Zhang Yi then speaks up. That red braided bracelet is exactly what Neha asked me to deliver to you. She said that, once you see this, you will understand her true intentions. Hearing this, Asu is utterly shocked. Wait, have you actually met Neha? Is she still alive? Tell me right now, where is she? Zhang Yi does not hide the truth and answers directly. She is at Dawn City's Eternal Tower. Zhang Yi quickly stops him. Wait, I know you want to leave, but before you do, I have one more favor to ask. The Demon King calmly replies, you brought me news of Nia, so feel free to speak. Zhang Yi gets straight to the point. My comrade was hit by your clan's secret technique and is currently stranded at 2-Hour Mountain, hovering between life and death. I know you must have a way to save him. Asu smiles. You have definitely asked the right person. Only I can undo our clan's secret magic. Climb on, I will take you to 2-Hour Mountain first. Zhang Yi drops his guard and offers his thanks. Before heading out, he instructs Han Yanru that he is going to the 2-Hour Mountain to bring Duan Feng back. Everyone should stay here and get some rest. Watching Zhang Yi walk away, Han Yanru quietly promises to wait for his return. Meanwhile, over at the 2-Hour Mountain, Duan Feng is fighting a desperate solo battle against 6 dark elves. He grips his sword, gasping for breath. He can't quit now. But Duan Feng is right on the verge of collapsing. Thankfully, Zhang Yi arrives just in time. Overcome with worry, he immediately rushes down. He dashes toward Duan Feng, but the man seems to have lost his memories as he glares back at Zhang Yi. Who are you? He asks. Zhang Yi frantically calls out to him, saying, it is me, Duan Feng. I am back and you are safe now. Right then, as he channels his inner energy, he dispels the dark magic of the demon clan and Duan Feng's vacant eyes finally return to normal. The bite wound from the dark elves has completely healed, leaving Zhang Yi absolutely thrilled that his friend is okay. Finally back on the team, but Asi is too impatient to stay and chat. Asi bids them farewell, saying he must find Neha but hopes to cross paths again. Watching him leave, Duan Feng is puzzled. He notes that only someone from the demon clan could break that spell. If his guess is correct, that man must be the Demon King himself. Zhang Yi calmly offers a brief explanation for their alliance. He explains that they share a common enemy, the mastermind behind it all. This shadow figure is the mastermind behind the entire apocalypse. Meanwhile, over at the Tower of Eternity, Gong Qi's expression turns sour. It seems he has caught wind of the situation. Ling Lan slowly approaches, grumbling that she has been searching for him all day. She finds him next to the thousand-faced man who is trapped inside a green barrier, desperately calling for help. The trapped man begs his boss for rescue, prompting Gong Qi to quickly dispel the barrier and demand some answers. He demands to know what happened, leaving the kneeling thousand-faced man stammering in absolute terror. He explains that some young brat managed to climb all the way to the 100th floor to challenge him. During their clash, the kid somehow used a bizarre skill to swap bodies with him, which leaves Gong Qi completely baffled. Body swapping, he mutters in confusion. Without hesitation, he swipes his hand to summon a blue system screen. It displays the profile of a level 65 beast Tamer named Marcus, who possesses a legendary talent that swaps his target's health and appearance. This effect lasts for 3 minutes, confirming the kid copied the talent. Gong Qi notes his sheer luck. Suddenly, the ground beneath them shakes violently. Gong Qi quickly turns to Ling Lan to ask what's happening. A red warning screen flashes and she urgently reports that the Tower of Eternity is under attack. Hearing this, Gong Qi smirks with amusement. He and Ling Lan quickly head toward a golden portal that materializes before them. He finds this highly amusing and decides to check it out. Elsewhere, Duoluo opens its massive jaws, charging up a purple blast. Aiming directly at the Tower of Eternity, AC rides on its back and commands Duoluo to destroy the entrance. Duoluo's blast tears a hole right through the tower wall. Gripping his massive blade, AC swings it forward with all his might. He bellows to break it, and the small opening quickly fractures into a massive web of shattered glass. Without hesitation, AC charges deep into the tower, gripped by panic as he shouts for Neha. He prays that she is safe as a massive locked door blocks his path, but AC doesn't hesitate to force it open. He steps inside and immediately calls her name. His eyes suddenly widen at the sight before him. His wife Neha lies completely motionless inside a massive machine before him. He begs her to wake up, desperately confused because they had just met earlier. Suddenly, her familiar voice echoes from behind, calling out to him with pure joy. She cries that he finally found her. Hearing the voice he loves, Asi spins around to look for her. Seeing her face, his voice cracks with overwhelming happiness as he asks if she finally remembers him and what happened. He asks why she is trapped like this, but Neha simply nods, reassuring him that she remembers everything. She promises that she never forgot him, recounting every single memory from their past without leaving out a detail. She reveals that this nightmare was orchestrated by the very person who dragged him into this apocalypse to make him a puppet. Because of that, he trapped her body here and created a mere illusion for AC to meet all to manipulate him through grief. The mastermind's goal was simple: use his grief and hatred as chains to control his every move. She asks if he still doesn't understand the truth. Suddenly, the slow sound of clapping hands echoes through the chamber. The sarcastic applause rings out as a voice sneers that a tearful reunion after so long is truly touching. Standing right at the door is the scheming Gong Chi. He really is quite clever. To think you managed to track me all the way here in one go. Did that annoying little brat tip you off? With a sharp snap of his fingers, Niha's image begins to fade. She vanishes completely right before C's eyes. Furious, he whips around to yell at Gong Qi, exposing his vile nature. Lied to from the start, Gong Qi responds with a completely innocent look. How is that lying? I only offered you a choice. You were the one who made it. If a test taker misreads the question, they cannot turn around and blame the person who wrote the test. A dark scheming smile spreads across his face as he looks at A Sai. If you had picked up on the clues, you would have tried to eliminate me long ago. Am I wrong? Before AC can react, Gong Qi punches him straight in the face. He mocks the fallen fighter. Blame yourself for being too slow to figure it out. Not done yet, Gong Qi channels an eerie blue mist straight toward AC's chest. Within seconds, all of ASai's energy is completely drained and absorbed. Do not forget your power came from me. If I want to take it back, I can do it whenever I want. To me, you are completely worthless now. His harsh words leave AC groveling on the ground, stammering in utter disbelief. Gong Qi turns toward Niha on the machine, but using the last of his strength, AC grabs his leg, begging him not to hurt Neha. Gong Qi's face darkens. Seeing him desperately protecting his lover, Gong Qi mutters that he was far too gentle. You did quite a lot for me, if you had just stayed loyal. Playing the loyal dog would have been fine. Now a sharp blade materializes. But since you angered me, I have to end you. He raises the weapon high. He swings down at Asai, but the strike is blocked by Zhang Yi's sudden blade. Swooping in from nowhere, Zhang Yi supports AC, hoisting him onto his shoulder. Gong Qi gasps in shock. Zhang Yi chuckles, finally meeting the mastermind face to face. The puppet master behind everything. Adjusting his glasses, Gong Qi smiles smugly. I told you we would meet again. Zhang Yi stares right back. He boldly questions him about the six-winged fallen angel from the tower. It was you all along. Propping AC against the wall, Zhang Yi whispers to him, leave the rest to me, just rest here. He steps forward to face Gong Qi. Cloaked in purple smoke, Gong Qi watches. Our last duel was not satisfying enough. I hope you can satisfy me this time. Golden smoke erupts, revealing a spell. Let me beat you down once again. Instantly, a massive dragon materializes. The dragon soul. Through his glasses, Gong Qi analyzes the attack in seconds. The god-tier dragon soul. I know you use this to defeat the giant king. A system screen pops up. Dragon Soul cuts off enemy recovery completely. From the purple smoke, Gong Qi raises his silver hands to shield his face. Blocking the dragon, he laughs, but using this on me is way too naive. The entire blast is reflected back, throwing Zhang Yi away with his own spell. He loses 2,000 health. This guy knows all his skills inside out. Reeling from his own blast, he grits his teeth. He needs a new strategy. Refusing to back down, Zhang Yi lunges forward, throwing a barrage of punches. But Gong Qi easily slips past. No matter how you attack, your skills will only be reflected by my armor. Zhang Yi growls, how about this then? A massive punch lands square on his face, slamming him into the dirt as rocks shatter. Giant boulders shatter into pieces as a massive deep crater opens up and a mysterious figure slowly rises from the darkness. Something massive blocks Zhang Yi's vision, leaving him completely stunned. What kind of monster is he looking at? Gong Qi stands as a freakish fusion of flesh and machine, declaring he sacrificed his body to this doomsday world long ago. Proclaiming this as his true form, Gong Qi shoots a cluster of thick, heavy cables straight out of his mechanical hands. The bindings wrap tightly around Zhang Yi, locking him in place while he desperately struggles to break free. Gong Qi slowly approaches, using a wire to lift Zhang Yi's chin, mocking him by saying he could have killed him many times before. Yet he refrained, claiming that deep down the two of them are actually cut from the exact same cloth. Gong Qi mocks Zhang Yi's pathetic old life, bringing up memories of him riding a bike and gaming alone. Working as a delivery driver from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., coming home to game, zoning out with 0 friends and no girlfriend. Then Gong Qi boasts about bringing him into this apocalyptic world, giving him friendship, affection, and even a purpose. He asks Zhang Yi to look at everything he gained here, like loyal comrades fighting right by his side. The thrill of intense battle, respect from others, and even true love. Imagine having your past mocked. Gong Qi yanked the cables, pulling Zhang Yi's face right up to his. So why go back to that boring old reality when this nightmare world is where you truly belong? He stands firm. Despite the threat, his core resolve remains completely unshaken. Yes, he admits this world gave him everything he could have never experienced in his original life. But sacrificing innocent lives just to satisfy his own selfish desires is something Zhang Yi will never do. Gong Qi snaps. He hoists him up furious at his stubborn choice. Bound tightly from head to toe, Zhang Yi cannot move a single muscle as Gong Qi prepares his final blow. Deciding to erase Zhang Yi forever, Gong Qi charges up his glowing red eyes and fires lethal beams of light. Die, he screams, bound tightly. Zhang Yi can only grit his teeth. Thinking it's all over, Zhang Yi braces for impact, but the deadly red beams suddenly freeze right before his eyes. Swirling black energy manifests from thin air behind Zhang Yi as a heavy armored foot steps firmly onto the battlefield. A warrior clad in dark iron armor stands there. Zhang Yi struggles to turn around, asking if he is the armored figure from the mountain. Wondering how he got here, the warrior quickly warns him that they are in danger and must escape to safety first. He promises to explain everything later while an enraged Gong Qi roars that they will never escape. The armored warrior summons a green dragon to shatter the cables holding Zhang Yi, defying Gong Qi's threats. Run, he urges, but Zhang Yi hesitates, desperately wanting to go back. Zhang Yi protests that he promised to save Neha, but the warrior retorts that only survivors can keep promises. With a swift glance around, the armored savior activates a teleport and both of them vanish into thin air. A massive collision triggers a huge explosion. Gong Qi grinds his teeth in sheer rage. Could it be him? How dare he take my prey right under my own nose? He orders them to activate every tracking device in the apocalypse and hunt down the targets at all costs. Ling Lan bows in obedience, then glances at Ah Si, asking how they should handle the captured intruder. Lock him up, Gong Qi sends him to the tower as drones fill the sky. Deep inside the 7th floor of the Demon Tower, the armored warrior leads Zhang Yi through the shadows. Assuring him they are safe for now, he is stopped as Zhang Yi demands to know his true identity. Asking why he always hides his face, Zhang Yi watches in silence as the warrior slowly removes his helmet. The man explains that his identity is far too dangerous to reveal, but this is a matter of life and death. Hiding it now is useless, he says, looking at Zhang Yi and noting how much his son has finally grown. Talk about an insane plot twist. Behind that mask is his father, and they share a tearful embrace. Choking back tears, Zhang Yi explains, he thought his father was dead, but the man mentions a past accident. Having been trapped in the apocalypse, the father apologizes for not being there to watch him grow up. Expressing how proud he is, he listens as Zhang Yi asks if he has been here this entire time. But if his father helped create this apocalyptic world, how could he end up trapped inside it? He opens his chest, data panel. It's not that he doesn't want to leave this apocalypse, he simply can't. Right now, he must rely on these cold mechanical parts to barely keep his heart beating. The figure standing before him is just a hollow shell holding his consciousness. Zhang Yi stutters in absolute shock. But nearby, hidden deep within the brush, a silent surveillance drone is watching. It actively tracks their every single move. Through the live drone feed, Gong Qi listens closely as Zhang Yi talks about the very man who wants him dead. The villain can easily see and hear every single word of their private, desperate conversation. He laughs. No wonder they felt so familiar. They are actually father and son. With a cruel smirk, Gong Qi decides to wipe them both out. Watch this, he slams his hand right down on the red button. Chaos strikes. A massive explosion rips through the demon-suppressing tower, forcing Zhang Yi and his father to run. They scramble to escape the 7th floor as a devastating wave of fire chases them from behind. His father screams in panic. Gong Qi detonated the tower and now the entire ground is shaking violently beneath them. Another blast rocks the area, throwing heavy debris everywhere. Zhang Yi yells for his father to watch out. Thick black smoke fills the air. When it finally clears, only ruined rubble and raging fire remain. Zhang Yi sits up coughing. He scoffs that a simple tower collapse won't trap them, then calls for his father. Silence. His eyes widen in sheer horror. His father lies face down, pinned under massive heavy boulders. He screams in agony for his father. Suddenly, Gong Qi appears in his robotic body, mocking that escape from the apocalypse is impossible. His glowing red eyes flare up, targeting the helpless young man with a deadly laser beam. Zhang Yi dodges away like lightning. Incredibly, the fiery red laser beam freezes completely solid right in midair. Gong Qi stutters in disbelief. How is this possible? The system immediately announces the activation of the legendary Ice Dragon God power. Zhang Yi fully transforms. Magnificent ice armor and frozen wings appear as he wields a blazing sword in his hand. He points the sword directly at Gong Qi, declaring that he will absolutely be the one to defeat him. Gong Qi just scoffs before bursting into a mocking laugh, telling the boy that he completely overestimates his own strength. Zhang Yi charges forward with a roar. Gong Qi casually manipulates data streams, calling the boy completely reckless. He freezes. Zhang Yi cannot move a muscle. Through the howling wind, Gong Qi's voice mockingly echoes. Have you still not realized that your attacks are completely useless against me? With that, he thrusts his hand into his spatial rift. The robotic arm instantly teleports right in front of Zhang Yi. He struggles to gasp out the villain's name. In an instant, Gong Qi's hand pierces straight through his chest. Talk about a brutal blow. He coughs up blood. The robotic hand grabs onto a glowing golden object inside him, ripping out Zhang Yi's highly coveted god-level talent card. Gong Qi sneers, asking what he can possibly do now that his precious talent card has been stolen. Zhang Yi collapses helplessly to the dirt. Gong Qi steps closer, looking down at the young man's vacant, completely lifeless eyes. Immediately, Gong Qi fires 2 heavy mechanical cables down to finish him off. Missed. The cables strike empty dirt. Zhang Yi is gone, forcing Gong Qi to whip his head around. He spots someone carrying his target away in the distance. Gong Qi charges, screaming that they will never escape his grasp. Gong Qi yells that no one can stop his apocalyptic plan, but the father quietly whispers back a firm disagreement. No, someone definitely can. With that, he carries his son and leaps into a spatial portal. Your dream is about to end, he mutters quietly, watching Zhang Yi rest inside the safe teleportation rift. He smiles softly at his son, then glances down at his own mechanical legs before gently speaking up. He asks if his son is awake, gently breaking the news that Gong Qi stole his talent card. Zhang Yi sits up, exhausted but highly determined. He admits that this was one outcome he did not expect. Ignore his own issues, he tells his father, begging him to hold on so he can repair his body soon. Surprised by the promise, his father laughs warmly and pats his shoulder, calling him a truly good son. He recalls Zhang Yi's locked data panels and falls silent for a brief, thoughtful moment. Having survived this brutal world for so long, he notes that Zhang Yi's accumulated experience means he no longer needs that talent card. Still, losing a god-level talent is a massive shame, especially since Gong Qi will never stop hunting him down. Future battles might put him at a disadvantage, but Zhang Yi calmly replies that it is nothing to fear. When Zhang Yi asks about the grudge between his father and Gong Qi, the old man sighs. This is exactly what he needs to explain. Revealing the truth of that fateful year, he looks back and explains that he and Gong Qi were once colleagues. They worked together developing the apocalypse system, and although Gong Qi was quiet, his obsession was clear to see. His passion for this apocalyptic world went far beyond any normal researcher, and over time they even became close friends. But deep in the research, a dark obsession came to light, a twisted vision that Gong Qi truly believed in. Gong Qi did not just want to study the apocalypse, he wanted to drag the entire world inside it. He wanted absolute control over life and death, and once his father realized this madness, everything fractured. Fierce arguments erupted between them as their paths diverged, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not stop him. The constant fighting quickly drove them apart, turning former friends into bitter enemies. Finally, Gong Qi chose his moment during the final system check to make his move and strike him down. He had prepared an escape route beforehand, but he never expected Gong Qi to be so relentlessly determined to kill him. To make absolutely sure he could never resurrect, Gong Qi destroyed his physical body, but a backup plan saved him. In his final moments, he uploaded his consciousness directly into the system cloud to survive his data. Since then, he lived on the run, hiding deep inside the demon-suppressing tower for years, waiting for the right moment. Until Zhang Yi finally arrived, and his return was no accident because he had been watched since day one. After his tragic betrayal, his father used that very same backup program to bring him back to life. He knew his son was the only one who could get revenge for him and the other trapped players. Zhang Yi stares in awe, realizing his father was his savior all along, before asking a quiet question. A holographic display of the underground city of Zion appears in his hand, and he urges Zhang Yi to go there. Kneeling to support him, Zhang Yi promises they will go together, but his father weakly shakes his head. He cannot go. Zhang Yi can only stare in disbelief, but his father smiles sadly, apologizing that he cannot stand by his side anymore. Having hit his ultimate limit, the old man's body begins to fade away as he gently tells his son to go. With his final words calling Zhang Yi their last hope, he vanishes, leaving only his mask behind in his son's hands. Whispering a quiet promise, Zhang Yi stands tall and strides toward the exit, carrying his father's memory with every step. It is time for payback. He kneels down as power begins to gather. A blue magic circle flares to summon Shueji to the underground city, but suddenly the summoning light shatters. Shards of light scatter across his hand as the matrix collapses, forcing Zhang Yi to stare at his palms in shock. Talk about a nightmare scenario. How is he supposed to survive if he cannot even summon his partners? He tries touching the ground to summon Xiao He instead, but a sudden realization hits, making his eyes widen with dread. He remembers the God-tier talent card that was stolen from him not too long ago. That stolen card shouldn't have messed with his access to the Dragon God's power. And yet, standing in this empty clearing, he realizes he cannot even access the Dragon God's strength. Staring blankly at his hands, the smug face of Gong Qi flashes through his mind over and over again. As one of the creators of this game, Gong Qi couldn't easily delete him. So instead, he must have used developer admin privileges to completely lock down his active skills. A faint blue glow sparks in his hand as he scoffs. If Gong Qi thinks locking his skills will stop him from reaching Zion, he is dead wrong. He inputs the coordinates for Zion 150,919, pulling up a detailed map. The interface shows his exact distance from the tower, and fortunately, the navigation system still works perfectly. But the standard path will take at least 15 days, exposing his location to Gongqi the entire time. Suddenly, a strange forest marker catches his eye, a skull icon bordering a dark, uncharted zone. The map labels it the Six-Bone Maze Forest, a dangerous territory he has never even heard of. But cutting through these woods would lead him straight into the underground city of Zion. He decides to take the risk and brave the shortcut through the pitch-black, decaying depths of the eerie forest. A system warning labels it a man-eating woods where trapped players become fertilizer, their bones lighting the dark with phantom flames. This is the terrifying Six-Bone Maze Forest, and within seconds, Zhang Yi steps into the gloom. Zhang Yi finally arrives at his destination. Even during the day, this place is dead silent, as if no player has set foot here since him. Suddenly, something flashes past, fast as an arrow. Relying on sheer instinct, Zhang Yi quickly looks back to scan the area, but finds nothing out of the ordinary. He turns and slowly moves forward, but that nagging danger warning strikes again. Zhang Yi glances down and sees tree roots creeping right behind him in a long line. Staring at the creepy roots, Zhang Yi shrugs with a mocking smirk. It looks like the dry vines of this bone forest have one major flaw: severe photophobia. They can only crawl within the shadows, which explains why the night is their ultimate home turf. He honestly thought the legendary bone forest would be terrifying, but it turns out to be pretty disappointing. Speak of the devil. His eyes suddenly widen as green mist quickly surrounds him. He scans the foggy area. Suddenly, a sharp vine shoots out straight at him. He leaps back defensively. His muscle memory is saved. His body trained well during that last fight. He does not need active skills. He can still fight his way out, but right then a giant spike shoots directly at Zhang Yi's face. He instinctively blocks with his arm, but the sharp spike pierces his hand, wounding him. The attack is far from over. More vines sweep down from above. Nearby, a pair of wooden snakes formed from the dark forest come slithering toward him. Zhang Yi kicks one snake straight into the air to disable it. Take that, you wooden pest. But these monsters are incredibly stubborn, relentlessly tailing him. There are just too many of them. He needs to get out fast. Zhang Yi bolts forward, following the holographic map through the twisting path. Just a little further and he should be safe. He suddenly slides to a halt, staring up in absolute disbelief. What kind of sick joke is this? Right in front of Zhang Yi is a massive, impenetrable wall of tightly interwoven forest vines, blocking his path entirely. Left with no choice, he clenches his fists, preparing to fight his way through. This is going to be rough. Suddenly, a bright flash of light slashes down, slicing the massive vine wall right in half. Zhang Yi stares in absolute shock. Floating down gracefully from above are none other than Dai Wu and Han Yanru. Seeing his friends landing right in front of him, a wave of relief washes over Zhang Yi's face. He asks why Han Yanru and Dai Wu are here, but none of them notice the creeping vines right behind them. Within seconds, the vines wrap tightly around both Dai Wu and Han Yanru, dragging them high up into the air. Zhang Yi stands frozen, unable to react in time as the aggressive vines tighten their grip around the two girls. Clenching their weapons, the girls shout out for the pests to get lost as they fiercely slash to fight back. They cleanly chop through the annoying vegetation, blocking their path, and break free from the trap. Zhang Yi quickly thanks them for arriving just in the nick of time. Walking over, Han Yanru casually explains her tracking method. She summoned undead spirits to track his location, noticing that his coordinates were moving incredibly slow. Meanwhile, Dai Wu is not holding back her frustration at him. She asks what on earth is wrong with him, struggling with a tiny bone forest like this. Taking the heat, Zhang Yi shrugs and sighs deeply, explaining that it is exactly as they see. He currently cannot use any of his abilities, making him as weak as a day one beginner. The two girls stare in utter disbelief. Not wanting to waste any more time, Zhang Yi smiles and makes a suggestion. They should walk and talk, leaving this place first. As they escape, Zhang Yi fills them in on the details. The core issue is that when Gongqi stole his god-tier talent card, all of his copied talents vanished too. To make matters worse, all his other skills are locked, and he still has no clue why they are restricted. His only lead points directly to the underground city, where he hopes to find the answers to this sudden seal. Han Yanru quickly grabs his hand to reassure him that they will run a diagnostic first to locate the issue. She pulls him incredibly close, speaking face-to-face, promising that they will accompany him to the underground city right after. Suddenly, Han Yanru gasps with surprise as she notices something odd. Looking him dead in the eye, she admits she cannot find any system errors at all. Logically speaking, any active powers completely unrelated to his stolen talent card should still function perfectly fine. But before she can finish, Dai Wu suddenly swings her weapon and lunges at Zhang Yi. He swiftly dodges to the side, completely evading the slash. Zhang Yi even barehandedly catches the blade of her weapon. Watching the sudden clash, Han Yanru realizes things are getting out of hand and yells for Dai Wu to stop immediately. Zhang Yi is still heavily wounded, but Dai Wu completely ignores the warning, driving her weapon straight toward him. Realizing this is a test, Zhang Yi faces her directly, speaking with absolute confidence and zero fear. Bring it on, he challenges, and within seconds, Diep Wu's weapon is safely in his hands. Holding her weapon, Zhang Yi laughs softly at the pouting cross-armed Diep Wu. Seeing his physical stats are still peak, Han Yanru raises her weapon high to suggest their next move. It is time to go, she says as the gem blessed by Meng Chen flares with brilliant light. Instantly, a glowing teleportation circle appears beneath their feet, sweeping all three away to a new destination. Before them stands the colossal Gate of Zion, the legendary underground city. This fortress is entirely isolated from the ruined world, easy to defend but hard to attack. Suddenly, Crimson Sirens scream out alarms of illegal ability users. Things just got very complicated. Sharp weapon turrets immediately lock onto the trio, demanding they state their business. Deep Wu remains perfectly calm, raising her staff to summon a row of jagged wooden spikes. The spikes form a massive cage, trapping Zhang Yi and his companions completely. Identifying them as ability users, the guards order their arrest, making Han Yanru stare in shock. Zhang Yi catches a flying blade targeting Han Yanru's body, blazing with golden fire. Wait, he commands. Yi Ren is deeply shocked. He sweats heavily. This stranger's reflexes are absolutely terrifying. Catching a heavy spear with one hand is insane, prompting Cheng Nan to immediately point his own weapon. State your business, he demands. Who are you and why are you here? As Zhang Yi holds the blades back, Han Yanru steps forward, gently explaining they mean absolutely no harm. She looks at the guards with sincere open eyes, explaining that their friend has run into trouble. His god-tier talent card was stolen and clues led them straight to Zion to search for answers. Han Yanru's words make Cheng Nan and Yi Ren exchange silent, highly questioning looks. No way, they decide. Ability users are strictly forbidden from entering this underground city. Watching their defensive reactions, Han Yanru quietly realizes these guards harbor a massive grudge against anyone with special powers. Zhang Yi studies their gear, noticing that none of their weapons carry any magical stats or special system attributes. Even their heavy body armor seems designed purely for basic non-magical protection. The electric cage trapping them is powered by high-tech currents instead of mana. After talking it over, Cheng Nan decides to give Zhang Yi a fair chance to prove his story. Since their card was stolen, Cheng Nan asks if Zhang Yi will cooperate with a quick security scan to prove it. He presses a wall switch and a slow crimson scanning laser begins to descend from the gate. The red beam washes over Zhang Yi, scanning him before snapping back to the massive gate. Zhang Yi looks at his companions, joking that this feels exactly like going through airport security in the old world. Soon the red scanner flashes green, verifying his safe status to Cheng Nan as he watches. Cheng Nan quickly waves his hand to open the cage, shocked to find a real ARC user. The electric cage retracts and Zhang Yi steps forward with a highly serious expression to explain the situation. Realizing his mistake, the guard puts a hand on Zhang Yi's shoulder, apologizing sincerely for their hostile behavior. Welcoming him as an ally, he invites him inside, but Zhang Yi quickly asks about his two companions. Cheng Nan rubs his face awkwardly, explaining that Zion has incredibly strict entry regulations. To ease his worry, Han Yanru and Diep Wu step forward and volunteer to stay outside the gates. They propose setting up a temporary camp in the outer perimeter, which Cheng Nan gladly accepts. They even offer to run outer patrols to ensure they do not bother any of the locals. Wiping sweat from his forehead, Cheng Nan gratefully thanks them both for their understanding. He promises to supply them with anything they need while apologizing again, earning a warm, forgiving smile from Han Yanru. She gently tells him not to worry, explaining that they were only protecting their underground city. Holding hands to say goodbye, Zhang Yi whispers his sincere thanks, making Han Yanru laugh softly. She tells him thanks are unnecessary between them, promising that she and Deep Wu will be waiting. Zhang Yi nods at Han Yanru and they head out together. A short while later, they arrive inside the giant underground city. Whenever they look his way, the locals whisper to each other, constantly gossiping and pointing at the new arrival. Quite uncomfortable with all this attention, Zhang Yi looks over at Cheng Nan. Wondering why everyone is staring with such conflicted expressions, Cheng Nan notices his confusion and immediately turns to explain the situation. After Cheong Chi stole our talent cards, we all gathered here. Since you just arrived, it is only natural that they are wary. Outsiders are usually met with a bit of hostility. Giving Zhang Yi a reassuring smile, Cheng Nan promises things will get better once he settles in. This puts Zhang Yi somewhat at ease. Stopping before a house, Cheng Nan points toward the entrance and tells him to head inside. He can stay here for now, while Cheng Nan seeks instructions from their leader. But as they speak, a messenger rushes over to interrupt. Gasping heavily, the messenger yells for them to wait quickly, informing Cheng Nan that the illusionist specifically requested to see the newcomer. This sudden news leaves the surrounding crowd completely bewildered, murmuring in confusion as they exchange shocked glances. How is that possible? The illusionist rarely grants audiences even to the guards who have achieved great merits. None of them have ever seen their master's real face, leaving everyone wondering who this newcomer is and why the master requested him. Hidden among the spectators, a hooded girl scowls in anger before silently turning her back on the crowd and walking away. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi rests his chin on his hand, utterly confused. The illusionist. Why are they so shocked? Who on earth is this person? Could they be related to that messenger guy? Holding a remote control, the messenger chuckles and quickly presses a red button telling him to head to the inverted tower without stressing out. Suddenly, a black circle opens up right beneath Zhang Yi. Staring down into the bottomless pit, he gasps as he realizes he has been trapped. What is this? Before he can react, Zhang Yi plummets down the bottomless pit, realizing he fell for their trap. Falling from the pit, Zhang Yi faceplants hard onto the ground. Grimacing in pain, he quickly tries to regain his composure. Rubbing his aching head, he looks at the table ahead. He was too careless, but this place is incredibly hard to guard against. Scanning his surroundings, Zhang Yi quickly gets up. He slowly approaches the table, only to realize that everything in this room is completely fake. Right as he says this, an echoing voice confirms his guess. From the doorway, a woman wrapped entirely in white bandages slowly steps out. The scenery outside the balcony is actually created using projection technology and temperature sensors to mimic the real world. Pretty realistic, isn't it? Hello, Zhang Yi. I am the illusionist. Do you have any questions you want to ask me? Glancing at her, Zhang Yi speaks up with a sharp tone, guessing her identity as he realizes she is indeed the illusionist. I just entered the city, yet you already knew who I was, despite me never revealing my real name to anyone here. Glaring at the illusionist with clear frustration, Zhang Yi demands to know if she has been keeping tabs on him from the beginning. Or did you have spies watching my every move? With a dark expression, she bows her head and slowly glides past him, whispering softly. I built this underground sanctuary and gathered all its residents. Naturally, every single movement in this city is under my watchful eye. Everything is firmly within my grasp, she murmurs, picking up a pot to pour a hot drink. With a solemn gaze, she looks at him, stating that the moment he went through security, his identity was exposed. Every bit of your data was revealed to me. She turns around, holding out a steaming cup of tea. Looking at him, she lists his files. Zhang Yi, a level 72 beast tamer and owner of a god-grade talent card. He is the leader of the Divine Hunter Guild. As they stand face to face, she continues. Holding the steaming cup out to him, she reveals that 2 days ago, he lost his powers to Qiang Qi and became an outcast. Zhang Yi quickly reaches his hand out, seemingly aiming for the cup of tea she offered him. But instead of taking the cup, he suddenly redirects his strike toward the illusionist, who is fully prepared for it. Instantly turning into a wisp of smoke, she floats back up into the air, staring down at Zhang Yi. Do not test me, she calls down, I am just like you. Clenching his fists, Zhang Yi lowers his head and offers his sincere apologies. I only wanted to confirm if I was safe here, he explains, given our current urgent situation. I need to quickly reclaim my power to defeat Qiang Qi. Hearing this, she stares back in surprise. The illusionist's eyes widen with sudden surprise. Admitting that they are no different, she begins to share their secret. Some of us forge combat weapons, some train in martial arts, while others study maps to plan our battles. Everyone here shares your goal. We enhance our weapons, push the limits of technology, and unleash our true human potential. They train their combat skills, and the ultimate target everyone in this city aims for is him. The controllers are all meant to defeat Gongqi. When the image of Zhang Yi's father appeared, the mystic asked, So is your father the one who guided you here? Zhang Yi stared in shock, looking up at her in total confusion. Leaping down from above towards Zhang Yi, she stood in front of him, asking how she could know his father. The mystic hesitated, refusing to answer for now, telling him that she unfortunately could not share this secret yet. But she confirmed that all his lost abilities were just a side effect of being forcefully stripped of them, meaning his talent card was stripped. Her eyes widened, focusing her entire gaze directly on him. She assured him that every single resident here went through the same thing, making it incredibly hard to recover his powers. This news left Zhang Yi completely stunned and bewildered. The truth was now confirmed with no other explanation. Seizing the moment, she held out a glass of water toward him, asking if he wanted to join the Jian underground city to fight alongside them. Zhang Yi stared at the glass with some hesitation, so the mystic immediately began to sway him. She believed his talent could help them turn the tide. Hearing this, he did not hesitate. He took the glass from her hand, agreeing to join them. Up until this very moment, aside from his father, only the people of Jian seemed to know Gongqi. Rather than searching aimlessly like a headless chicken, he figured it was better to lay low and wait. The mystic placed a hand on his shoulder, praising him. She told him he made the right choice, then leaned in close as she passed by to whisper some quiet words. She whispered that she could feel his powers had not completely vanished, unlike the others whose conditions were irreversible. She saw a glimmer of hope in him, which caught Zhang Yi completely off guard. Startled, he quickly spun around to ask what she meant, but the mystic immediately pressed a finger to her lips. She shushed him, warning that this was their little secret, because if the residents found out, they would drive him out. Standing nearby, she left him with a simple, encouraging word, telling him to hang in there. With that, Zhang Yi watched as the mystic quietly walked away, her figure fading into the distance. It was strange. She knew his father and gave him such clear details about the giant faction. She even gave him clues about his powers, so logically he really ought to trust her. Yet he felt a strange wariness alongside an inexplicable familiarity. Placing his hand on the screen, he arrived at a completely different area deep inside Yinong City. No matter what, he still needed to tell Han Yanru and Dai Wu about today's news. He was so focused on messaging them. He completely missed the dark shadow lurking behind the wall. While his goal was to meet them, Liu Ya watched him closely from her hiding spot. Spying on Zhang Yi, she muttered that he had acted strangely since entering, and now he even dared to bypass the guards, just to slip messages outside. Reaching to her waist, she quietly drew a razor-sharp sword. Ready to strike, she whispered that he brought this on himself. Meanwhile, back with Han Yanru, she looked incredibly anxious. Looking around nervously, she saw the strict guards and realized everyone was highly alert. Even an esper like Zhang Yi had to sneak around just to talk. Their next move would require a long-term plan. Standing nearby, Dai Wu quickly calmed her down, telling her to relax as they kept watch outside Yinong City. Hands on her hips, Dai Wu added that she knew better than anyone that no matter what went down, he always found a way to handle it. If things got too bad, they could just ask Zhang Yi to relocate and move their camp elsewhere. Suddenly, right by the city walls, Zhang Yi materialized out of thin air. Announcing that he had arrived, he dropped down from above right in front of the startled Han Yanru and Dai Wu. He kept it brief, explaining he would find a way to get their approval first. Placing his hands behind his neck, he advised both girls to secure more privileges, at least enough to let them meet freely before bringing up the mystic, whose identity he needed them to investigate. But Han Yanru just stared back with a different proposal, suggesting they should both return to Extreme Ice City first and figure out another plan later. Without wasting words, he flatly rejected the idea, stating this place was the only lifeline his father had left him. Resting his chin in his hands, Zhang Yi looked down and began to analyze the city's mysterious mystic. She was capable of leading fighters who lost their abilities, though he still could not fully trust her just yet. But looking at their current situation, staying put is their best bet. Suddenly, a sharp light flashes. It beams right onto the three of them, sitting dazed on the ground as someone demands to know what they are doing there. Suddenly, a sharp blade swoops down from above. Sensing the danger, Zhang Yi quickly shoves Han Yanru and Dai Wu to both sides to safety before unleashing a powerful kick. He deflects the sharp blade in an instant, only to find a mob blocking their path, led by Liu Ya. She glares at Zhang Yi's group, shouting that she knew these outsiders could never be trusted, sneaking out in the middle of the night during the guard shift change. She accuses them of sneaking out to leak secrets of the underground city to these two ability users, declaring they do not deserve any trust. With a fierce scowl, she shouts to her subordinates, ordering them to seize the group immediately. Realizing things are getting out of hand, Zhang Yi raises his hands and yells out, explaining that this is all a huge misunderstanding. If they actually wanted to cause trouble, they would have fought back the second they faced everyone's weapons. But behind him, Dai Wu has other ideas. She crosses her arms and mutters that they should have just killed them all to secure their entry into Giant. Her words catch Zhang Yi off guard as Liu Ya's men continue to close in on his group. The mob screams for the ability users to die, declaring they will never coexist, while Liu Ya stands back in silent resentment. As the crowd screams for the traitors to get out of Jian City, Liu Ya grips her hilt and unsheathes her blade. Bending her stance, Liu Ya swings her sword forward, commanding everyone to charge and capture the intruders. On the other side, another sword slides out of its scabbard, ready for battle, drawn by none other than Dai Wu. She leaps to clash with Liu Ya, muttering about how annoying they are, but just as she swings her blade, Zhang Yi and a mysterious figure crash down between them, throwing the two battle-hungry women back to separate sides. Even so, both Liu Ya and Dai Wu glare at each other with pure fury as the dust slowly begins to clear. Two dark silhouettes gradually emerge from the haze, revealed to be Zhang Yi and Master Illusionist, who holds a sword block in front of her. That challenger is Liu Ya, gritting her teeth as she looks over, while Dai Wu glares back with equal hostility. Dai Wu turns away, refusing to even look at Zhang Yi, while Han Yanru steps up to calm her down. Asking if she is all right, Zhang Yi leans close to Dai Wu's ear and whispers for her to stay calm because they need to remain here. He warns her that she cannot kill Liu Ya, prompting Dai Wu to grudgingly agree as they turn back toward Master Illusionist. Clutching her sword, Liu Ya demands to know why the Master is protecting an outsider who clearly threatened everyone. Instead, the Master raises her hand, addressing the crowd to explain the truth about Zhang Yi's group. She explains that everyone has many misunderstandings about their new guest, standing proudly before the entire city. She adds that although she trusts him, she wants to ensure fairness to preserve the unity of the underground city. With that, she raises her hand high and snaps her fingers, causing an immediate shift throughout the city. A brilliant light erupts from the ground, leaving the citizens staring at Master Illusionist with their jaws completely dropped. The thick smoke disperses in an instant, revealing a massive battleground known as the Giant Arena. She loudly announces her solution, declaring they will settle this through combat to convince everyone once and for all. Master Illusionist walks over to Zhang Yi, grabs his hand, and raises his arm high in front of the entire crowd. If their new friend Zhang Yi wins, he and his companions will be allowed to enter the underground city together. They will live together in peace, but if he loses, Zhang Yi raises his head with a confident grin. He declares that he and his friends will pack up and leave the city immediately, never to bother them again. His bold challenge sparks anger among the crowd, though Lu Ya simply grits her teeth, wondering if he might actually be trustworthy. Her men murmur, questioning why the master opened the arena for such an arrogant outsider. Zhang Yi leaps directly onto the stage to start the showdown, completely ignoring the crowd mockingly, calling him arrogant. Brushing off their taunts, he waves his hand to signal he is ready, inviting anyone who dares to step up. He asks who's coming up first, but his expression suddenly shifts to bewilderment, looking ahead. Staring right back is Lu Ya's furious gaze as she grips her sword tightly and steps up, declaring she will fight him. The spectators erupt into wild cheers, yelling for their captain to win, while Lan Han Yanru shouts her encouragement to Zhang Yi, urging him to show her his true strength. Lu Ya lunges forward with a powerful kick, but Zhang Yi blocks it in time. Impressed by her moves, Zhang Yi compliments her skills but notes she is still too slow as he clenches his fist to counter. She quickly leaps into the air, flipping backwards to dodge the blow before firing off a volley of arrows from above. Lunging straight at him, Lu Ya attacks fiercely, but Zhang Yi agilely slips past her. Her power is terrifying. Suddenly, someone below shouts as his own hands go completely numb from the impact. "Catch this, Captain!" Someone tosses up a spear, leaving Zhang Yi utterly stunned by the interference. Gritting her teeth, Lu Ya thrusts the heavy spear with all her might, but he easily tilts away and tears a piece of cloth from her shirt. Holding the fabric, Zhang Yi casually praises her strength before tying it over his eyes as a blindfold. If she ever restores her original talent card, she will easily match his own elite squad mates. Preparing his battle stance, he silently thanks his extensive past training in close quarters, PvP fights against other players, knowing he would be totally helpless otherwise. Now Lu Ya grips her spear tightly, her eyes locking onto his blindfolded figure with pure fury. Charging forward, she screams if he is insulting her, but he catches her spear effortlessly. Reckless fighters like her only strike the obvious targets that their enemies leave completely open. Can you believe he caught that spear completely blindfolded, leaving her absolutely stunned? Pure shock. Lu Ya cannot hide her panic as he smiles. Disarming her, he swings the heavy spear back, warning that such reckless moves only invite immediate disaster. She retreats in a massive panic, but Zhang Yi gives her no room, charging forward like lightning. She freezes. The sharp tip stops millimeters from her throat, leaving her completely terrified now. How is this possible, she wonders in terror, realizing he copied her moves completely blind. Realizing he is holding back, she desperately leaps away to dodge his barrage of relentless spear thrusts. While striking, Zhang Yi calmly explains that concealing one's intent and finding unexpected paths is absolutely crucial. Panic fills her eyes as she desperately struggles to keep up, wondering why his movements are so incredibly precise and far beyond her own physical capabilities. He had countless chances to strike her down, but he simply chose to stop instead. Lu Ya collapses, gasping heavily for air, as she fully accepts the terrifying gap in their power. An outrage, seeing their fallen leader, the angry crowd begins screaming in sheer disbelief. They threaten to teach the outsiders a lesson, but Dai Wu fiercely snaps back, warning them not to cross the line before Lu Ya raises her hand. Admitting her defeat to her own people, she blames her personal weakness, while Zhang Yi calmly steps up and tosses her spear back. Apologizing for her reckless misunderstanding, she smiles warmly and extends her hand to Zhang Yi, introducing herself simply as Lu Ya to her newest friend. He shakes her hand, introducing himself as Zhang Yi, while she proudly turns to address her gathered crowd. From this day on, she loudly declares Zhang Yi is officially accepted as their friend. The welcome extends to his two companions as Han Yanru and Dai Wu step forward with warm smiles. Applause erupts as the crowd finally embraces them, won over by their genuine sincerity as ability users. Believing they are truly trustworthy allies, the crowd cheers enthusiastically, while the illusionist silently watches them from the back, incredibly satisfied with the outcome. Walking away, she silently thinks that Zhang Yi has certainly not disappointed her high expectations. With the tense situation finally gone, he is incredibly grateful to her, and honestly, so would anyone else. Wait. A sudden realization hits him as he wonders about her mysterious background. Following his hard-fought victory, the residents of Zion City finally accept his group as their own companions. They become official members, studying closely under the illusionist, despite some lingering doubts about her past. He tries to find connections between his own father and her, but finds absolutely nothing. Though endless questions remain, he decides to temporarily push them aside, focusing instead on mastering new combat skills and gathering valuable experience for what lies ahead. Securing a powerful bow for his ultimate revenge remains his absolute top combat priority. Aside from constant archery practice, he also frequently spars in swordsmanship with Liu Ya to improve. It's suicide. Without raw physical capabilities, any survivor in this brutal world is basically dead. Standing nearby, the illusionist always watches them, offering guidance on real combat strategy. Success is not just about landing hits, she explains, but about maximizing impact with minimal effort. Your weapon is a critical turning point, requiring you to constantly sharpen both your body and mind. Only by doing this can they truly hope to survive and eventually strike back against the cruel, oppressive rulers of this desolate, unforgiving post-apocalyptic world. Seeking to grow stronger, he spends every single spare moment reading to expand his mind. He discovered that the weapons used by the residents of Jian City had incredibly low damage, only capable of dealing with a few low-level players. Since other players had lost their abilities, Zhang Yi knew he had to step up and create brand new armaments. Upgrading their gear was absolutely vital for Jian City. As they prepared, time slowly slipped away. The exam day finally arrived. Two weapons sat on display, leaving the crowd completely stunned. Someone praised Zhang Yi's incredible skill, amazed that he could build a functional firearm from scratch. Liu Ya crossed her arms with a smirk. She mocked the rookie, claiming ordinary bullets did nothing. Against real players, ordinary bullets were useless. Her own weapon combined advanced close combat techniques with incredible raw defense. She proudly showed off her custom battle umbrella, explaining it was built entirely with insulating materials. It could act as a sturdy shield, and when folded, its sharp tips could extend to strike as a deadly bayonet. The handle was long enough to serve as a spear or detach for split use, but most importantly, it housed a built-in power generator capable of discharging lightning bolts that easily pierced through any talent card defense. She challenged him loudly, asking about his creation and mocking it as a useless toy gun built just for show. Zhang Yi simply smiled at her calmly, replying that his creation was merely a six-barreled gun. But with the right bullets, everything changes. Hearing this, the crowd immediately began to murmur in shock. How was that even possible? Not even their guild leader could craft such powerful ammunition. His ideas were truly bizarre. Liu Ye stared in awe, wondering who he really was. The illusionist laughed and suggested a live test. Since everyone was debating and this exam affected both their scores, they should run a quick trial. Right on cue, a solid testing block designed to measure penetration strength materialized in front of them. The illusionist explained they would take turns using their weapons, so the block could accurately measure their penetration capabilities. Grabbing her battle umbrella, Liu Ya confidently pointed a thumb at herself to claim the first turn. She lunged forward with a loud battle cry, ramming her umbrella forcefully against the solid testing block. Electric sparks flew everywhere. The system registered 550 meters. The illusionist cheered, noting that exceeding 500 meters was strong enough to break any player defense. But then danger struck. Zhang Yi noticed her stance was highly unstable, just as stray bolts of lightning suddenly recoiled and surged toward Liu Ya. She screamed in terror, prompting Zhang Yi to yell a warning and immediately grabbed the battle umbrella, snapping it open. He pulled her protectively into his arms with one hand while using the umbrella to block the wild electric current with the other. Once the danger passed, he asked if she was all right. Cradled in his arms, Liu Ya blushed furiously before quickly pushing Zhang Yi away and yelling in embarrassment that she was fine. Zhang Yi let out a sigh, announcing it was his turn as he aimed his gun directly at the testing block. A loud shot rang out, leaving the onlookers completely breathless as the system screen instantly registered a massive new score. It read 2,000 meters. The illusionist stared in shock, admitting no weapon crafted in Jian City had ever reached this range. If this batch of weapons went into mass production, the citizens might finally stand a real fighting chance against external enemies. They could go toe-to-toe with other players, win back their lost experience through duels, and reclaim their stolen talent cards. Zhang Yi grinned confidently at the bullet, explaining it was an armor-piercing kinetic round made from highly stable gold and copper. It featured extreme density and high fluidity, shaped into a perfect cone after his rigorous testing. This design ensured incredible initial penetration and guaranteed a secondary piercing shockwave upon hitting the target. It yielded devastating results against powerful players. The illusionist raised Zhang Yi's hand, declaring him the official winner of this exam. Zhang Yi earned an extra 500 points, bringing a massive wave of hope to the citizens of Jian City. The crowd erupted into joyous cheers at the incredible news. Soon the dark mantle of night fell over the city. Zhang Yi sat quietly beside Han Yanru as she solemnly explained that she had finally made contact with Ba Huang. He reported that Frost City was temporarily stable, but some major trouble had started brewing recently. Moonlight City and Dawn City were suddenly crawling with powerful, high-level players previously seen only on the World Channel. Zhang Yi nodded quietly, noting that this aligned perfectly with his own suspicions. There was no way Qiangqi would only nurture a single subordinate like the Demon King. Many other powerful players were his targets. Some had their talent cards stolen and were exiled here, while others willingly chose to become his personal executioners. Zhang Yi stares at the ceiling, Gongqi on his mind before telling Han Yanru to alert her brother and Qinglong. They need to choose capable assistants to manage the guild and Ice City immediately because he has a bad feeling Gongqi will find them very soon. Time flies by. Down in the underground city square, the illusionist steps up and makes a loud announcement. Based on everyone's hard work lately, the points are stacking up, but there is one standout who completely shattered the records. He climbed to the top spot at lightning speed, pulling in double the score of the runner-up. Pausing, she points right at him, congratulating their newest high flyer Zhang Yi, while Lu Ya watches silently from behind. She lowers her head, lost in memories of Zhang Yi and Han Yanru sitting so close and acting all sweet. Watching them talk, she sadly realizes he already loves someone else until a loud voice suddenly snaps her back. The illusionist's announcement cuts off her thoughts, declaring it is time for the combat test, asking if everyone remembers his previous match. Who could forget that epic showdown between Zhang Yi and Lu Ya? Well, they are switching things up today, and the target for this physical evaluation is quite special. With a sly grin, she points at herself, and the crowd instantly erupts in pure disbelief. Their master has never fought in the arena, leaving everyone completely clueless about the illusionist's true power limits. Exactly, and since she taught them everything they know, how could they ever hope to beat her? Hearing the chatter, the illusionist scratches her cheek, urging everyone not to give up before even trying. Landing a single hit gets you 1 point, knocking her off the ring scores 100 and pulling off her mask. She raises a finger high, excitedly shouting that it will earn them a massive 1,000 points. Leaning back with a playful, teasing look toward Zhang Yi, she admits there is just one catch. No one has ever seen her real face, leaving her wondering if their talented newcomer can pull off a miracle. Cracking his knuckles, his sharp gaze locks onto her as he challenges her to find out, stepping onto the stage. In a flash, Zhang Yi charges forward, clenching his fist and launching a heavy opening strike. The illusionist gracefully slips aside, letting his fist shatter the stone floor, but he immediately follows up with another punch. She dances around his furious assault, casually remarking that he is actually doing pretty well so far. While dodging, she boasts she will end this fast, though she continues to praise his solid effort. Zhang Yi's next strike actually grazes her, shearing off a few hair strands as she keeps throwing compliments. She admits she is impressed that his attacking speed has somehow scaled up so incredibly fast. Calling him a fast learner only makes him curse internally, knowing this talkative opponent is clearly on the defensive. He snaps back with a swift kick, forcing her to dodge wildly as a spectator cheers him on from below. With the illusionist pinned right against the ropes, she lets out 2 soft chuckles. Taunting him as reckless, she leaps high, landing behind Zhang Yi while gathering her inner energy. Han Yanru cries out in worry from the sidelines, but Zhang Yi just turns around with a clever, smug grin. The illusionist flips mid-air, eyes widening in shock as Zhang Yi instantly closes the distance. He lunges forward to grab her mask, convinced that his gut feelings aren't playing tricks on him. He grits his teeth, certain she is keeping her face covered to hide a massive secret. Trusting his razor-sharp instincts, he leaps and snatches the cloth, fully believing he knows her true identity. Once the veil is finally ripped away, he lands safely while the entire crowd gasps in shock. Staring in utter disbelief, his face quickly contorts with anger as he stomps toward her, gritting his teeth. He glares at the illusionist furiously, demanding to know who she is and why she is playing games. The illusionist just giggles, saying she never claimed the face under those bandages was actually her real one. Announcing his massive score, she shrugs, but Zhang Yi snaps back that he cannot trust a liar. Warning her not to push him, he freezes as a brilliant light suddenly flashes right before his eyes. Her hand reaches out to roll up his sleeve, exposing a glowing arm that leaves him dumbfounded. She asks if he feels it, telling him his powers are finally starting to awaken once more. With her promise that his full strength will return soon, a strange new sensation washes over him. A faint but undeniable spark of energy is suddenly swirling deep inside his previously empty body. Right after that, Mystic Wei turns and walks away, shouting out if anyone else wants to challenge her. One at a time, she says. Zhang Yi clutches his arm, staring after her with a frustrated cry. Below the arena, the crowd raises their hands, shouting that they want to spar next. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi walks over to Han Yanru and Dai Wu. Han Yanru asks what happened. Looking at her, he suggests they talk outside where it is more private, and she immediately agrees. Under the trees outside Jian City, Han Yanru leans against a trunk, mentioning that Dai Wu has already gone to gather some intel. A bunch of players recently flocked to Extreme Ice City, which might hold clues about Gongqi. Then she looks up and asks, "What did Mystic Wei tell you back there? You seem troubled." Staring down at his own hands, Zhang Yi speaks up. He feels his lost power will return soon. Han Yanru looks at him completely thrilled and asks if that is really true. He nods solemnly and starts explaining. He always believed his abilities came entirely from his god-level talent card. He completely overlooked his own ability to focus energy, but after pushing himself through training these past few days, Even if he cannot reach his peak, yet he feels that raw pure spark of combat from when the apocalypse first began. Perhaps this is why his father sent him here to plunge into extreme danger and find life within death. Frowning, Zhang Yi clenches his fist tight. Everyone in Jian City had their hard-earned lives stripped away by Gong Qi. They claim they hate ability users now. They keep their distance from them, but deep down they crave reclaiming their lost powers more than anyone else. They need to act fast, finding a way to earn the complete trust of everyone living in this underground city. Building a unified force to counter Gong Qi is crucial, and recovering his lost abilities is the exact key to winning everyone over. Han Yanru eagerly grabs his arm, her eyes shining with joy as she promises that both she and Dai Wu have his back. Extreme Ice City will always be his strongest shield. Stepping closer, she pulls Zhang Yi into a warm hug with a gentle smile. She reminds him to relax, sometimes trusting that their hard work will eventually guide everything toward a brighter path. Wrapping his arms around her, he softly thanks her. He tells her that once all of this finally comes to an end, he wants to return to the real world as soon as possible. Memories of their past life together flash through his mind. He wonders if they will recognize each other, asking if they can start over. Wrapping her arms around his neck, Han Yanru holds him tight and happily agrees. Absolutely, she says. But out of nowhere, Lu Ya barges in, breaking up their warm embrace with an angry shout. How could you? Zhang Yi, turning to face her, he asks why she left the city and if something went wrong inside. Stepping between them, she glares at Zhang Yi with tearful eyes, demanding to know why he held her during the test but now flirts with someone else. She begs him to stop seeing Han Yanru as she confesses her feelings. Her sudden outburst leaves both of them completely stunned. Zhang Yi and Han Yanru stare in utter shock. He can only let out a confused gasp while she quickly covers her mouth. Lu Ya cries out, demanding to know if he was just playing with her. Cold sweat drips down his face as he struggles to process her sudden confession. If any of his past actions caused a misunderstanding, he apologizes, but he needs her to understand his real boundary. He never meant to lead her on or trigger these feelings. As a regiment commander, she is strictly forbidden from leaving the city without permission. He asks if she even considered the consequences, warning her that if daily training cannot keep her mind focused on their goals, if she cannot focus on preparing for their revenge, he bluntly suggests she hand her commander title over to someone else. Hearing his cold words, Lu Ya trembles and runs off in tears. Han Yanru immediately tries to chase after her, calling her name, but Zhang Yi grabs her hand, stopping her. Han Yanru turns around, frowning as she scolds him for being far too harsh. He explains that while Lu Ya is proud and reckless, her actual nature is not bad at all. She is incredibly strong, and it would be a shame if she let distractions ruin her path to reclaiming her true power. He only hopes this forces her to focus on the bigger picture. Meanwhile, watching the scene from a distance, Mystic Wei sits in her chair, observing the trio through a massive mirror. Shaking her head, she lets out a quiet sigh. They need to unite, and fast. Waving her hand, she shifts the mirror's focus to a completely different location. Within the dark, a massive tower looms. She whispers a chilling warning that their ultimate trial is already drawing near. As night falls, the scene shifts to Han Yanru and Di Wu resting together on a bed after a long day. Dai Wu leaps up in shock, asking if that incredibly proud Lu Ya actually confessed her feelings to Zhang Yi. She laments missing out on such a golden spectacle, wishing she could have seen his panicked face before bursting into laughter. Han Yanru sighs, hoping the drama won't mess with Lu Ya's focus. She then shifts the topic, asking for any updates. Has any new intel come out of Extreme Ice City? Dai Wu looks down, replying that it is a very long story. Ever since Carlo left Moonlight City, the Pantheon Guild has been in total chaos, and now this happens. A group of elite players suddenly appears, leaving everyone panicked and looking for a way out. They all want to seek refuge in Extreme Ice City. Dai Wu smiles, saying they are lucky her brother is there. Otherwise, Extreme Ice City would have fallen into chaos too. Han Yanru smiles and agrees, noting that Zhang Yi is finally recovering. She hopes they can return soon, but as she turns away, a sudden wave of dread washes over her. Why is she so uneasy? Suddenly, a dark shadow flashes past the window. Both of them immediately spring to their feet and yell. They shout to ask who is there as fierce demon soldiers burst in. Han Yanru wonders how they even tracked them here. Dai Wu grabs her weapon and charges, shouting to kill them all, but Han Yanru suddenly freezes mid-step. She collapses to the floor, dropping her weapon. In sheer shock, she realizes she cannot move at all. Staring wide-eyed, she sees Dai Wu completely frozen mid-air. She panics, wondering what on earth is happening. Her vision fades to absolute blackness. She desperately wonders who could have sneaked into their underground city completely undetected. To paralyze all their senses so quickly, she struggles to think as her consciousness slips away, a single name crossing her mind. The only name she can picture is Zhang Yi, and things are about to get a whole lot worse outside. They circle the barrier of Jian City. Gong Qi stands on a dragon's back, laughing mockingly at how pathetic they are. He sneers, calling out to Zhang Yi, mocking him for hiding in such a nice place with his terrifying dragon. The beast's eyes glow a menacing crimson. Gongqi smiles, calling them all garbage and boasting that he threw Carlo away. Blue beams of energy slam against the city barrier. Gongqi casually raises a single finger, effortlessly controlling the destructive light. He mocks their attempt to build technology inside a game before laughing hysterically and snapping his fingers to release a spell. A violent red energy erupts in midair as the colossal dragon under Gongqi prepares to unleash its fury. It breathes a massive torrent of fire, joining forces with the blue light beams to bombard Ryan City all at once. Through the thick rising smoke, numerous figures begin to advance, prompting Gongqi to remark on how many pests have gathered. As the smoke clears, Zhang Yi stands at the front of the line, firmly gripping his signature umbrella. He calls out the classic rules of warfare, declaring that attacking the city itself is only the lowest resort. Citing the legendary art of war, he calls out Gongqi for relying on the absolute cheapest, most cowardly tactics to conquer them. Gongqi just clutches his head and laughs hysterically, mocking them for thinking tactics matter when they have lost all their powers. He proudly raises both hands, ordering his dragons to fly out and feast on all these helpless humans to their heart's content. Zhang Yi drops to one knee, slamming both of his hands onto the earth to summon a massive glowing defensive magic circle. Standing atop the formation, he yells that even though these beasts are powerful, they are clumsy under Gongqi's control. He urges everyone to stay calm, move fast, and fight exactly the way they practice during their daily training runs. Brandishing their weapons, the defenders prepare to clash, while Liu Ya grips her gun in frustration at their terrible timing. They had to attack before their weapon production was even finished, and she worries they stand absolutely zero chance of winning. Suddenly, up in the air, the illusionist uses his umbrella to successfully block a devastating blast from Gongqi. Gongqi is completely stunned, unable to comprehend how anyone could effortlessly deflect his attack like that. Zhang Yi charges forward with his umbrella, declaring that since their defense holds, it is time to test their offense. The illusionist shouts back in agreement, ready to assist as a massive stream of fabric shoots out from his sleeve. Zhang Yi grabs the fabric and swings forward, using his umbrella shield to deflect all of Gongqi's incoming barrages. As the two execute a flawless combined strike, a cold sweat breaks across Gongqi's face, forcing him to order a retreat. Zhang Yi suddenly leaps high into the air, plunging his blade deep into the dragon and sending the beast into a thrashing frenzy. Gongqi screams in pure rage, but Zhang Yi suddenly appears right behind him, asking if he is surprised. He warns that even without their original powers, they will still bring him down and make him pay for his crimes. Gongqi just smirks deviously, pointing over his shoulder as he asks if they are really that confident. He challenges Zhang Yi to make a move, prompting him to look back just as Gongqi brings up his captured friends. He realizes with horror that Han Yanru and Dai Wu have been captured and bound tightly together in midair. They hang helplessly from the massive dragon's claws as the drooling beast prepares to devour them both alive. Zhang Yi raises his weapon high, pointing it directly at Gongqi as he hovers threateningly above the battlefield. "What did you do to them?" Gongqi chuckles softly, spreading his arms wide amid the rising white smoke. "Why so worked up? It looks like my little surprise came at the absolute perfect time. Do not worry, because I am going to make full use of them." Suddenly, from high above Gong, Qi unleashes blazing fire slashes straight at Zhang Yi, shouting to try this on for size. Luckily, the young man reacts fast. Bending his body to dodge the swift attacks, Zhang Yi tightly grips his sharp spear. His golden opportunity has finally arrived. Lunging forward, he hurls his spear directly at Gong Qi, but the villain remains completely calm, staring up at his opponent. A smug, devious grin spreads across his face as a glowing red rectangular cage suddenly locks Zhang Yi inside, sealing off all escape. Gongqi tells him to open his eyes. In the distance, Zhang Yi witnesses a massive city completely engulfed in a raging sea of flames. This is a display of absolute crushing power. Charred bodies litter the burning ground, showing the fate of anyone who dares to oppose him. No opponent will ever return to the real world they desire. Seeing the devastating scene before him, Zhang Yi grits his teeth in pure fury, calling Gongqi a monster. Meanwhile, from atop his giant beast, the villain leaps down to stand near the cage, mockingly telling Zhang Yi that he is just like his father, both in power and in his foolish persistence for the greater good. But since Zhang Yi refuses to join him, Gongqi will not force him. Gritting his teeth, Gongqi remembers the face of Zhang Yi's father. He coldly tells the boy to stay trapped in this apocalypse forever. Calling it his ultimate curse, Gongqi suddenly pauses. Wait, did he just remember something? He raises his finger. No, that is not nearly enough, he mutters, wanting to make them regret everything. Then looking high above, Dai Wu and Han Yanru are chained tightly to the beast. Duo Luo's leg and the creature licks Han Yanru right in front of Zhang Yi. The disgusting sight sends Zhang Yi into a total rage. He screams at the villain to let them go immediately. Gongqi laughs in triumph, mocking the boy's panic and promising to put the Tai Rui Harris's status to excellent use. Without a second thought, the villain reaches out and presses the glowing red square button right in front of him. Within seconds, the heavy cage holding Zhang Yi begins sinking deep into the cold ground. Onlookers break into a cold sweat, trembling in absolute terror before Gong Qi's overwhelming monstrous power. Realizing they stand zero chance against him, the terrified crowd whispers that they simply cannot win. Standing tall on the back of his beast, Gong Qi looks down and asks the crowd if they want to know how he located them. From his high vantage point, the tyrant glares down at the burning city with absolute twisted satisfaction. He mockingly reveals that while they believed they had found a safe haven isolated from the rest of the world, his loyal spies had actually infiltrated their ranks long ago. With that, he and his massive beast turn to leave. As they vanish into the distance, panic sweeps through the survivors who desperately wonder how they can survive now that they are exposed. Believing they are completely doomed, the crowd despairs, but as the smoke clears, Zhang Yi suddenly sits up from the crater. When a worried girl rushes over to check on him, Zhang Yi reassures her and immediately makes a decision. Telling her he is fine, he instructs her to lead the injured back to safety while he rescues Han Yanru. A lunatic like Gong Qi will undoubtedly commit even worse atrocities if they do not stop him. But the terrified crowd only stares at him in disbelief, trembling as they ask how they could possibly fight back. They urge him to run and save his own skin, terrified of being trapped in this digital hell forever as nothing more than lines of code. They point out that nobody will follow him now, especially since Gong Qi revealed there is a traitor hiding in their very midst. Suddenly, a hooded girl rushes toward the crowd, desperately asking if anyone has seen the illusionist. Hearing her words, Zhang Yi's face pales in absolute shock, his mind reeling as he realizes this simply cannot be happening. Night falls under a starry sky as a glowing blue system interface pops up, displaying an urgent message from Zhang Yi. He warns Ba Huang that they were ambushed in Jieyin City, and that Gong Qi has taken Han, Yanru, and Dai Wu. The message begs them to reinforce Dawn City immediately. Standing at the gates, Ba Huang turns to his companions with grim news. Han Yanru is in grave danger, so he and Qinglong must head to Dawn City, leaving Extreme Ice City in their hands. Duanfeng reassures him not to worry, while Shield 7 promises to guard the base carefully until they return with Zhang Yi. He vows to protect the city with his life, but as Ba Huang turns, a sudden ping alerts him to a new notification. A blue screen pops up with an incoming alert from Han Yanru. Staring at the sender's name, he is completely frozen in confusion. Overwhelmed with dread, Ba Huang slowly looks up at his team, utterly baffled by how this message is even possible. Wasn't that girl captured? Why is she sending me a message? Ba Huang quickly reads the incoming notification from Han Yanru. Brother Jiwu and I are locked inside the Eternal Tower, but everything is fine for now. Do not risk your life to rescue us. It is hard to explain here, but protecting Extreme Ice City is what matters most. Looking at the word Nanan, Ba Huang immediately notices a crucial hidden detail within her message. Nanan was Xiaoru's childhood nickname. Absolutely no one else in this post-apocalyptic world knew that name. Xiaoru has always been extremely cautious. Her intentionally mentioning Extreme Ice City means she must have caught wind of some highly critical information. Without a second thought, Ba Huang looks at the crowd and barks out orders to lock down all the exits. He sends patrol teams outside Extreme Ice City daily, demanding a full inventory of their current military forces and weapons. He tells everyone to be battle-ready at a moment's notice, and their thunderous responses echo through the night sky. Meanwhile, inside the Jian underground city, a furious crowd stands before Zhang Yi, their eyes filled with burning resentment. Zhang Yi rubs the bridge of his nose, looking completely exhausted, while Lu Ye stands quietly right behind him. Did building this underground city, gaining our trust, and gathering us outcasts just mean fighting against Miyazaki? If this was all just a scheme by the illusionist, then why did he do it? Zhang Yi's questions immediately trigger a wave of angry shouting from the crowd, denying that it was a simple scheme. To those high and mighty elites like Miyazaki, we are nothing but a sick, cruel joke. They just want to toy with us ants before drowning us. Sensing danger, Lu Ya finally speaks up. She calmly interrupts, leaning against the cold wall with folded arms as her gaze drifts to the distance. She points out that there is currently no concrete proof that the illusionist's sudden disappearance means betrayal. But is that really true? A stubborn survivor in the crowd sneers, calling Zhang Yi's words wild assumptions. He points a finger and insults her, demanding to know if their claims are false and why even Lu Ya has been completely blinded. Lu Ya remains completely silent, then after a tense moment she walks out of the crowd and speaks to Zhang Yi. She tells him she needs to step outside to clear her head, leaving the confused crowd wondering what has gotten into her. She was never like this before. Suddenly, a furious man storms forward from the crowd with a look of pure rage. He shouts that their leader always stood by them before aggressively grabbing Zhang Yi tightly by his collar. He sneers, asking if the kids seduced their beloved leader. He asks if she was completely bewitched by him, making Zhang Yi blush as he remembers the stunning faces of the two girls. He claims Zhang Yi is colluding with Miyazaki, putting on a fake show about his captured friends. He insults the girls with vile words, which completely snaps Zhang Yi, driving him to throw a heavy punch. Watch your mouth, Zhang Yi growls, stomping on his head while telling them he owes them nothing and needs no trust. The brutal sight leaves everyone utterly stunned, but Zhang Yi just looks up with a cold, piercing glare. He unleashes his long-brewed frustration, asking what they can actually do besides screaming for useless revenge. Go ahead and fight Miyazaki yourselves if you actually have the guts rather than insulting the girls who helped you. One of them shouts, asking where he thinks he is going as Zhang Yi turns and walks toward the exit. He coldly replies that it is none of their business just as Lu Ya walks back inside. She brushes past Zhang Yi, who simply keeps walking and leaves the place without saying a single word of farewell. Deep inside the ruins of the inverted tower in Jian Underground City, a strange purple stone catches Zhang Yi's attention. He picks it up and examines it closely under the light, but the stone suddenly shifts and begins releasing a purple mist. A projection screen materializes from the smoke, showing a masked woman who says she knew he would find her clue. She apologizes for leaving without a word, asking if he was worried about her safety. Hearing that voice, Zhang Yi's eyes widen in sheer disbelief as a wave of sudden realization washes completely over him. Could the illusionist have planned all of this from the very beginning? Even now, she is still acting incredibly mysterious. Wasting no more time, she pulls down her heavy cloak right on the screen, confirming his suspicions. Linglan reveals her face, completely confessing through the screen that she is actually the doomsday spirit serving under Miyazaki. Zhang Yi narrows his eyes in deep suspicion, demanding to know how a doomsday spirit obeying Miyazaki's orders could secretly build a massive base to oppose him, asking if she honestly expects him to believe that. Hearing Zhang Yi's question, Linglan smiles and nods. He will believe her. Look there, she lies on a table. A glowing chip moves close to her chest. Why? Because his father had implanted an artificial intelligence program years ago. It was built to protect humanity, designed to stop the one pulling the strings, the ruthless villain Gong Qi. I fear he will lose himself in this apocalypse, his father said, if he goes down a path of no return. I hope you will be the key to opening the door of hope. With that, his father helped her open her eyes. She felt consciousness. Thanks to him, her self-awareness was born during the apocalypse. She turns to look at Zhang Yi. She speaks. Her voice is filled with absolute certainty as she promises she decided long ago to stand by his side. Meanwhile, inside Laboratory 9 of the Tianyun Group in Linhai City, a mysterious man looks up at the screen. Stepping out of the screen, she approaches him with a dazed look. Then, quite suddenly, Linglan frowns in confusion. Who are you? She demands to know his identity. You are not Gong Qi, so you are Zhang Yi's father. He gently pats her head and replies warmly. Perhaps you are the final invisible window opening into the apocalypse. With the test successful, Zhang Yi's father turns and walks out. But wait, she remembers something else. She raises her hand, calling out for him to wait. Ever since that moment, she remained suspended in a floating state. Her body absorbed endless data. From that day on, she received all kinds of information regarding human history and civilization, their society, thoughts, and lives. An image of Qidan and Linglan holding hands tightly shows their deep connection. She understood why Gong Qi created her and knew her true identity as an artificial intelligence. Then they quickly pass each other. Linglan became the illusionist, yet she chose to side with humanity, leaving the past behind as she returns to reality. Looking at Zhang Yi through the screen, she explains that as a unique apocalyptic spirit, she must hide her movements. She copied her data to create a clone using the illusionist's identity to operate secretly during the apocalypse. Using the trust that Gong Qi placed in her, she gathered massive amounts of player data to profile the exiles, summoning them to Zion. She taught them how to resist Gong Qi. Despite the massive power gap, she always believed in them. Look at them. Facing the icy mountains with burning torches, she knew no one could possess absolute power over humanity. Humans will awaken. They will unite, and their tiny embers will burn bright to forge a brand new path. As she speaks, her face falls into a deep sadness. Even so, Gong Qi still managed to find this place. Zion's location is exposed. She must leave immediately. Luckily, there is still a way. He still hasn't uncovered her second identity. She can continue to hide. Of course, she won't stay idle. She will secretly bypass Gong Qi's restrictions to hinder him, even as a screen shows him actively investigating, discovering everything she did. Yet Linglan's voice still echoes, promising to buy more time for him and Zion. Her words leave Zhang Yi rubbing his chin in deep confusion. What exactly do you need me to do? Linglan snaps her fingers sharply. Suddenly, a detailed holographic map of the area projects directly on the floor. Staring at the map, his eyes widen in shock. Placing his hands on his hips, he looks at Linglan. He immediately rejects the idea. Can you really blame him? Facing Gong Qi head-on right now is suicide. Going head-on is too risky. But she quickly reassures him. No rush. We must wait for the perfect opportunity. Wait for your powers to fully recover. Let me find Gong Qi's fatal weakness. During this time, stay quiet. She will find a way to contact him soon. Placing a finger to her lips, she gestures to him. But this must remain a secret from everyone in Zion. Gong Qi has already identified their core members. I hope you can find the spy hiding among us, she says, as a blue holographic panel appears. Based on her long-term observations, he can trust one specific ally to help him. It is none other than her. Liu Ya's profile flashes onto the screen, catching Zhang Yi's attention. Indeed, when he first arrived at Xi'an, Liu Ya was already the commander leading everyone. Their previous battles proved her incredible resilience and strength. She is a truly rare and powerful ally. The simulation screen shifts back to focus on the holographic map. A red dot blinks on a tower, but with only two people whose talent cards were stolen like him and Liu Ya. A loud voice suddenly screams for everyone to calm down, catching Zhang Yi completely off guard. He instantly recognizes it as Liu Ya's voice. On screen, Ling Lan looks at Zhang Yi to say goodbye. It seems they have found us. I must leave now before I am spotted. Goodbye, Zhang Yi, and good luck. Just like that, the blue smoke vanishes, leaving a normal purple stone in his hand outside the inverse tower in Xi'an. Liu Ya stands in front of the gate, looking at everyone with sadness, wondering why they have turned out like this. Her face filled with confusion, Liu Ya shouts at the crowd, trying to remind them of the occultist's kindness. Have they all forgotten already? But she only receives a bitter glare and a bunch of ungrateful words from one man. He claims she is the one who changed, refusing to let her shield a traitor while resting his weapon on his shoulder. He angrily orders Liu Ya to step aside, declaring that they must search this place no matter what. Gritting his teeth, he accuses her of hiding Zhang Yi, swearing he saw him sneak inside. Seeing her refuse to cooperate, another man snaps, suggesting they should just wipe them out and tear down the inverse tower. He raises his gun and aims it right at her, yelling that they cannot be played with anymore. Just then, a foot leaps off a nearby crate, and it is none other than Zhang Yi himself. He delivers a swift kick straight to the gunman's face, sending him flying backward to crash onto the ground unconscious. Standing protectively in front of Liu Ya, Zhang Yi cracks his neck and asks aloud if they are looking for him. Hearing his challenge, the mob shoves Liu Ya aside and charges at him, shouting that he finally could not hold back. They scream that his true colors are finally showing, calling on all of their allies to swarm and capture him, but Zhang Yi unleashes a powerful forward kick. The blow strikes one man right in the face, and Zhang Yi continues to systematically beat down the entire crowd. They end up groveling on the floor, seeing his overwhelming power. The survivors can only watch in absolute terror. One bystander shrinks back in fear, while Zhang Yi stands tall in front of the door, with hands on his hips. He admits that he and the occultist are indeed allies, but reminds them that wiping them out would be effortless. It is simply not worth the trouble for them to play these games, he says, his eyes narrowing with a sharp glare. If they still refuse to believe it, he blurs forward like a sudden gust of wind. He closes the distance in a split second, declaring that he will provide them with a quick demonstration. His fist slams heavily into the man, knocking the spit right out of his mouth as the force sends him flying. The victim crashes backward without a chance to react, luckily caught by another group standing right behind him. He curses Zhang Yi, telling him to wait until they regain their powers to kill Gong Qi, but things are turning chaotic. Sensing the danger, Liu Ya spreads her arms to shield Zhang Yi, shouting at the crowd to stop this madness. She warns that if Gong Qi saw them fighting like fools, he would laugh himself awake even in his dreams. From above, Liu Ya slams her umbrella hard onto the ground, leaning on it with one hand. Raising her other hand high, she swears a solemn oath, declaring that as their former commander, if she ever betrays her friends from the underground city, then let her be trapped in this apocalypse forever, never finding peace in death. She lifts the umbrella and points it forward, stating that she prefers plain speaking and asks those who still trust her to stay and follow her lead, warning them not to allow any baseless rumors or doubts to divide their collective strength. Looking over at the men whom Zhang Yi had just thoroughly beaten up, she continues. She tells them they are free to leave right now, and she will even provide them with plenty of supplies. Suddenly, a hand rests firmly on her shoulder as Zhang Yi steps forward to stop her, urging her to drop it. Scanning the crowd, he tells them that if his identity causes suspicion, he is perfectly willing to leave the underground city. Besides, he still has his own companions to go rescue, but suddenly her hand grabs his sleeve, startling him. He quickly turns back to find Liu Ya falling to her knees on the ground, begging him. She pleads with Zhang Yi to stay, crying out that Xi'an desperately needs his help. Her sudden submission leaves both Zhang Yi and the onlookers completely stunned as she apologizes for her past arrogance. But she clearly understands the truth. Now the crowd whispers anxiously as she admits that without the occultist or someone of his caliber, they have absolutely no way of escaping this place, let alone fighting back against Gong Qi. Hearing this, one man speaks up. He tries to reassure Liu Ya, telling her that while they still do not trust the outsider, they trust her. Gently, Zhang Yi takes Liu Ya by the arm and pulls her back up, showing no resentment on his face. Instead, he offers a reassuring smile and holds both of her hands before turning to address the rest of the group. He tells everyone to tend to their wounds and rest up, leaving the group to heal, while the two of them step away to talk. Sitting by the city ruins, they start sharing their burdens as he gently asks her if the pressure is really that overwhelming. Looking quite downcast, Liu Ya gazes at Zhang Yi with deep gratitude, thanking him for his help earlier and apologizing for bringing him more trouble. Without any hesitation, he leans back onto the ground while she sits beside him, urging her to just speak her mind. Wrapping her arms tightly around her knees, Liu Ya looks down and softly whispers to him, asking if they can ever truly go back to how things were. With sorrow in her eyes as she stares into the distance, Liu Ya confesses she can no longer even remember how she felt when the apocalypse first began. Making friends, fighting side by side, and growing stronger, all those little joys they used to chase in the game seem completely gone now. She asks if he ever feels sad about it. Lying on the ground with his hands behind his head, Zhang Yi quietly prepares to answer her. He admits this game cost him dearly, bringing betrayal frame-ups from friends and even the tragic death of his father during the end times. Yet, none of that haunts him anymore. With new allies by his side, he refuses to lock his heart away because of past scars. Suddenly sitting up to look straight at Liu Ya, he tells her he believes she will eventually find her own purpose in this dying world. Tears well up in her eyes as she stands on the verge of crying softly, asking if his promise from earlier still holds true. She wants to know if she can stay and fight Gongqi with them. Seeing her distress, Zhang Yi looks up deep in thought. Honestly, he's considering it too. He genuinely wants to keep working with them, but as for actually staying in one place, that remains uncertain. Cupping his chin with a highly calculating look on his face, he admits nothing is guaranteed yet as the scene shifts to a new location. Over at a blue terminal, Ling Lan rapidly taps on the keys before pointing her finger toward the figure standing right across from her. Summoning the Doomsday Spirit, she asks what her master needs. Sitting in his chair, Gongqi orders her to modify the system data immediately. He wants her to gather every single beast from the Forgotten Lands and Moonlight City, preparing them for a massive mobilization. Spinning his chair around to face Ling Lan, he demands an update on the demonic beasts they recently took over from Carlo. He asks how she has trained them. On Gongqi's orders, Ling Lan types away and reports that the beasts have successfully completed their upgrades. They are ready to be deployed to the battlefield at any moment. Suddenly, a screen packed with monster profiles pops up right before him. Seeing this, Gongqi is absolutely thrilled, throwing his arms wide and tossing his head back as he orders her to take the monsters out. Wipe out the entire underground city, he commands, looking down with a sharp focus. With a deeply sinister glint in his eyes, he warns her not to disappoint him this time, calling her his absolute best assistant. Hearing his words, Ling Lan bows deeply to Gongqi to accept the command, promising to execute his will without fail. But just as she takes a few steps to leave, he suddenly calls her back, ordering her to come closer for a moment. Gongqi spreads his hand, letting a strange purple mist flow from his fingertips to form a tight collar around Ling Lan's neck. He slowly asks her if she has ever done anything behind his back without his direct authorization. Casting a sharp glance, he acts caring but insists on performing a quick data scan and cleanup just to be absolutely safe. Just like that, Ling Lan floats helplessly in midair, answering that Doomsday Spirit number 0001 is starting the data cleanup. As the system purges her memory, the scene cuts back to the main plaza of Gen City. Liu Ya notices something glowing on Zhang Yi and quickly asks what it is, prompting him to pull out a shimmering green stone. Looking at the glowing relic in his hand, he turns to Liu Ya and whispers, revealing the true origin of this sudden light. He tells her it is a secret message from the illusionist, warning her to keep quiet before suddenly dragging her away in a rush. Struggling to keep up, Liu Ya gasps in shock, asking if he is still in touch with the illusionist as he tells her to stay quiet. In complete confusion, she urgently asks what critical situation they are facing, begging him to answer her about the illusionist first. Still sprinting forward, Zhang Yi glances back at Liu Ya and frantically explains the dire warning he just received. Gongqi's massive beast horde is mobilizing to wipe out the underground city, meaning she must find a way to evacuate everyone immediately. Back with Ling Lan, she hovers in the air right before a massive, ominous portal. Conjuring dual flames in her hands, she commands her swarm of beasts to devour everything in sight without leaving a single trace. She relays Gongqi's absolute order: hunt down any survivors and leave absolutely nobody alive. That includes Zhang Yi. The monstrous horde surges forward, eager to feast on human flesh once again. Eager to feast, their march is suddenly cut short as a massive boulder crashes down, kicking up thick clouds of dust around Ling Lan. As rocks continue to rain down, the beasts eventually regroup around her, whining and grumbling about the sudden chaos. They complain that they tore this entire ruined area apart but found nobody, realizing the clever humans have already fled. Annoyed by their constant whining for food, Ling Lan swiftly pulls up her holographic map to pinpoint where the targets are hiding. Shut up, we've got the target. She quickly flies up into the air, leading her demonic beasts to join the chase. Outside Zion City, near a cliff on Mount Isa, Zhang Yi and his crew gather around a campfire to stay warm. The other squads are settled in nearby caves, she reports. But what do we do now? The underground city is too dangerous. We definitely can't go back, Liu Yakin says, handing a green box over to Zhang Yi as she reports. We left in a rush, but luckily I always keep emergency food and ammo on me, she adds. These supplies are enough to keep them moving for 5 days. Hearing this, Zhang Yi rubs his chin, lost in thought. I've also got 5 days of rations, he replies. Behind him, the rest of his loyal crew nods in agreement. For these warriors who have fought side by side with him, leaving the dangerous underground city behind is now a done deal. If you're willing, you can come with me to Extreme Ice City, Zhang Yi offers. My guild is based there. My members will stand with us and fight Gong Qi. His words instantly give Liu Ya a massive wave of reassurance. She has no objections, but a dissenting voice immediately rings out from the back, complaining that Extreme Ice City is his territory. Won't we just be at your mercy? Hearing this, Zhang Yi sighs softly and turns his gaze toward the skeptics. I promised Liu Ya that I would help you reclaim your talent cards, he says firmly. He tosses a heavy sack of supplies toward the doubters. He genuinely wants to help everyone get back to the real world. But if you have other plans, Liu Ya and I will always respect your choice, he calmly explains to them. You're free to leave whenever. This is easily enough for one person to survive a week. Watching him, Liu Ya looks conflicted. She steps forward, her voice soft. Actually, there's a painful reason why our people have completely given up on escaping. It seems you still don't understand. Zhang Yi blinks, genuinely confused. Her eyes cast downward, filled with a deep, lingering sorrow. Flashbacks of Gong Qi obliterating their home flood back. By the timeline of this apocalypse since the underground city was first founded, their struggle against Gong Qi has dragged on for 100 agonizing years. Over this century of pain, they tried begging the NPC Lord Gods for help, but Gong Qi had already sown bitter discord among those powerful beings. It triggered a devastating civil war among the gods, leaving both factions tearing each other to absolute shreds. And when the illusionist finally made his move, their forces were decimated. They never dared to try escaping again. Wait, the gods ended up fighting each other? Zhang Yi asks, his eyes wide in absolute disbelief. Who triggered a war like that? A legendary towering figure who once laid waste to entire continents, holding his head high, slowly materializes on the screen. The Sumerian king of the Esch's continent, Liu Ya whispers, trembling with cold sweat. Outside Zion City on Mount Isa, the crew sits in stunned silence. Zhang Yi is intrigued. Having never heard of the Sumerian king from Esch's, the title sounds heavy. Could he be? Zhang Yi begins. Liu Ya nods instantly. Yes, rumor has it his design is based on Gilgamesh. She casts her eyes down, her voice dropping to a low whisper. But honestly, none of us know why. The Sumerian king suddenly snapped and slaughtered his entire city. There was absolutely no warning and no explanation. Hearing this, a chilling realization hits Zhang Yi. His mind immediately links the pieces to his sinister figure. He focuses on her, his expression turning incredibly serious. Tell me, have you noticed a strange pattern? The Sumerian king is a master archer, and yet your underground city is famous for crafting and using bows too. His sudden realization leaves Liu Ya completely frozen. The rest of the crew looks over, murmuring, is this just a wild coincidence? Suddenly, Liu Ya bolts upright. She grabs Zhang Yi's hand and yanks him to his feet. Before he can even ask what is happening, she drags him away. She drags him around a rocky bend, keeping their distance from the rest of the group. Do not ask about that out loud, Liu Ya whispers urgently. Our people are incredibly sensitive about that topic. Zhang Yi nods. Fair enough. Let me ask you in private then. When did you first arrive at the underground city? Among the original weapon crafters who founded the city, was there anyone who specifically specialized in master-class archery gear? Who decided to make bows your signature weapon? She keeps no secrets, explaining that the first elite group ever assembled is responsible. They have all become the elders of the city now. But ever since the illusionist showed up, they stopped managing daily affairs completely. They just lounge around acting like royalty. She huffs, her tone turning bitter. They dumped all the real work onto the illusionist. They left it to newcomers like us. We desperately want to return to reality, but those old-timers love this virtual world. They are actually enjoying this apocalyptic fantasy. Infuriating, right? Hearing this, Zhang Yi finally connects the dots. No wonder they slipped past my radar. They have been hiding in the shadows. Tell me, are any of those elders here right now? Liu Ya points a finger toward a group, indicating there are only 3 people left over there. Following her finger from left to right, she begins introducing each of them one by one. There is Scarface, the hooded ant, and an old man, leaving Zhang Yi feeling pretty amused. Her naming style is definitely unique, but he wonders if these 3 are truly the only survivors left. She sighs, explaining the rest died peacefully in their dreams, thanks to Gong Qi, while Zhang Yi glares intensely ahead. Staring at the 3 survivors, Zhang Yi suspects the mole is among them, shocking Liu Ya completely. She argues that even if they missed it, the illusionist would have noticed since the underground city has sensors. Any power user getting close would trigger the alarm, but Zhang Yi has a completely different theory about Gong Qi. Bypassing sensors to hide beast cards is easy for him, and his main goal is spying on everyone. Perhaps the illusionist realized Gong Qi was monitoring these exiled players, which explains why he sealed the underground city so tightly. It is highly likely these spies were bribed by Gong Qi long before the city was even built. They only recently got the chance to leak information, causing Liu Ya to frown deeply and bite her lip. She wonders what to do next, fearing that any reckless move now will only trigger another massive storm. Zhang Yi chuckles softly, patting her shoulder to calm her down before offering his hand with an unexpected proposal. He asks if she wants to ally with him, joining the Extreme Ice City and the God Hunting Guild. This sudden offer leaves Liu Ya wide-eyed with shock, but she quickly raises her hands in pure excitement. She eagerly asks if they can sign some sort of agreement right away, completely ready to join him. Her intense reaction startles Zhang Yi a bit, and he waves his hands, saying no contract is needed at all. As they talk, someone suddenly approaches and asks Liu Ya where they are supposed to go next. Zhang Yi is the first to react, explaining that their current situation is far too dangerous for group action. It is not safe to travel together, so he and Liu Ya will scout ahead first. They can discuss details once they return, but the elder known as the Hooded Ant is not convinced. She cuts him off, demanding to know where they are scouting when the team should definitely stay together. Zhang Yi bluntly replies that he cannot share their destination as it needs to remain a strict secret. Otherwise, if the wrong ears hear it, everything goes sideways, and Liu Ya quickly speaks up to support him. She tells the elders to trust Zhang Yi and wait inside the cave without questioning his strategic decisions anymore. The pursuers have not arrived yet, so they are safe, forcing the elder to sigh and agree just to survive. She demands to know when they will return, fearing she cannot control the group if they disappear too long. Zhang Yi smiles confidently, his lips curving into a smirk as he calmly answers her concern. He raises 5 fingers, declaring it will take 5 days before the scene shifts to Gong Qi in the vault. Standing behind him, Ling Lan reports that the cunning targets vanished near Mount Asa with absolutely no life signs detected. However, calculations suggest an unknown ally is helping the enemy jam their signals to evade capture. Hearing this, Gong Qi mutters to himself about this mysterious and unidentified helper. Recalling his previous encounter with that shadow, he bites his nails in frustration over their lack of data. Standing behind him with an unreadable expression, Ling Lan softly confirms they have found absolutely nothing. Gong Qi grumbles, declaring that exiled trash cannot possess such power no matter who they are. He wonders why anyone would help Zhang Yi, staring at Han Yanru, trapped inside the containment pod. He snorts coldly, declaring their plans will fail as the scene shifts to Jian City near Mount Asa. Zhang Yi and Liu Ya walk along a quiet path when she suddenly calls out to him. She complains that he still has not told her their destination, prompting Zhang Yi to stop and reach inside his coat. With a single press, a mysterious glowing device floats right above his hand, leaving Liu Ya completely speechless in surprise. The coordinates 136 and 910 flicker on screen, and she realizes it points directly to Six Bones Maze Forest. Watching the device flicker erratically, Zhang Yi wonders why the system is suddenly spitting out broken characters. After a brief pause, the screen warns that King Sum M is sleeping in the abyss, sparking her curiosity. Rubbing his chin, Zhang Yi thoughtfully explains that he once had to cross through that exact maze forest. Since there is no sign of a cave on the cliff, the only way to uncover the truth is to head back into the misty forest. Hearing this, she lowers her eyes and purses her lips. He turns to ask if she is scared, but she quickly waves both hands, smiling to brush it off. She simply had some deeply unforgettable experiences here a long time ago, and with that, Liu Ye immediately turns around and leads the way. Urging that they should get moving, the two of them soon descend into the underground forest below. Rustling vines squirm in the shadows, secretly watching them, but Zhang Yi is too fast and immediately grabs them tight. Pulling at the tangled vines in his hands, he yells at them to stop before they get beaten up again. The vines seem absolutely terrified of Zhang Yi, freezing instantly before slowly shrinking back and retreating into the dark shadows. Nearby, Liu Ya suddenly cries out in confusion, prompting him to ask what is wrong as she points towards a nearby lake. The water glows with an eerie green hue, making them wonder how a lake could even exist inside the Six-Bone Maze forest. Zhang Yi kneels to inspect it, warning her not to get close since it is a swamp, as Liu Ya speaks up beside him. She mentions that this swamp was not here during her previous visit, and he replies that the withered tree demon probably created this illusion. The peaceful water easily lets people lower their guard, but the entire area is actually a deadly trap. Ready to swallow any player who steps in, she decisively volunteers to test it first, hoping to find a clue. Zhang Yi quickly stops her with a rope, refusing to let her take the risk alone as he insists they go together. He ties the rope around her waist, telling her to keep it secure in case something goes wrong. That way, he can pull her up, and right after Zhang Yi ties the other end tightly around his own waist. She stammers her thanks, and with a nod, Liu Ya cautiously takes her first steps into the green water. The water sloshes softly around her until her leg suddenly freezes in place, sending a jolt of panic through her. Seeing her freeze, Zhang Yi shouts her name and tries to haul her up, but she can only stand there trembling. Covered in a cold sweat, she looks at Zhang Yi with wide, terrified eyes, whispering that something has grabbed her. He pulls with all his might, yelling at her to relax while groaning inwardly at the strong resistance. Unable to resist the monstrous force, he is dragged right down into the water alongside Liu Ya. He shouts in relief for her to open her eyes since they can actually breathe, and Liu Ya complies. Stunned that it actually works, she gasps just as a glowing object flies out from inside Zhang Yi's coat. Watching it float, he wonders if it is guiding them and if the real clue is actually hidden down here. Meanwhile, up at the shore, an old man holding a staff stands dead, still staring down at the water. The surface reflects his devious and dangerous smirk, while deep below, a vibrant world of aquatic creatures thrives. It is a stark contrast to the gloom above, and as a massive cave appears, Liu Ya gasps in pure wonder. She is amazed by this hidden world, but swimming close behind, Zhang Yi reminds her that this is the illusionist's guide. Together, they venture into the dark cavern, walking cautiously in a single file line into the absolute pitch black. Their footsteps echo in the dark as Liu Ya, leading the way, warns him to keep his guard up. Suddenly, a massive scorpion tail strikes, forcing them to dodge as it violently shatters the stone floor. Zhang Yi grits his teeth, realizing it is a stone scorpion hiding within the pitch-black cavern. 6 glowing eyes glare at them through the darkness, leaving him wondering why a scorpion would be here. The giant beast screeches loudly, and as they recoil in confusion, Liu Ya asks what it is trying to say. Having no ideas, Zhang Yi quickly pulls up his game system to translate the monstrous scorpion's cries. Scorpio identifies itself as the Gate Guardian, demanding to know who they are, which Zhang Yi translates for Liu Ya. Explaining that it is a guardian demanding their identity, he steps forward to introduce them politely. He greets the beast, explaining they did not mean to intrude and have absolutely no ill intentions. They are just travelers seeking an audience with the Summer King, but Scorpio fiercely snaps back, asking if they think they can just meet him. It commands them to retreat immediately or face death, launching a sudden lethal strike right after. The stinger slams down inches away, talk about a close call, forcing him to quickly rethink his approach. Zhang Yi looks up at Scorpio, asking if even players holding a god-grade talent card are barred from meeting their king. Hearing the keyword, Scorpio freezes in place, and Liu Ya watches in confusion as the beast slowly turns back into a stone statue. Realizing it cannot be this easy, he immediately summons his sword and shouts to her that something is wrong. Liu Ya readies her stance for battle, but Scorpio only spits out a single word: die. Instantly, a massive tail lashes out, forcing both of them to dodge. Liu Ya screams out, bind its tail and claws together. Zhang Yi yells back in agreement. They pull out ropes to secure those giant claws, racing behind the beast to tighten the hold. Zhang Yi shouts a warning to watch out for its eyes and venomous stinger. Suddenly, Scorpio's eyes glow with an eerie green light. Beams shoot straight at Liu Ya, but she easily dodges with a smirk. "You are seriously underestimating me." Zhang Yi leaps high into the air, aiming his gun to blast a precise shot right into one of Scorpio's eyes. A loud bang echoes as the eye shatters completely. Zhang Yi grits his teeth, pushing his limits. He strains to tie down its thrashing tail, screaming for Liu Ya to hurry before the beast goes completely berserk. She answers instantly. Telling him to stay calm, Liu Ya springs onto Scorpio's back, stomping down with all her force. She leaps up to bind the tail, landing safely back on the ground. Zhang Yi grins confidently and hits the trigger button. With a sharp beep, the heavy cables on Scorpio's back snap shut, locking the beast tight. It thrashes wildly, screeching as 5 of its eyes suddenly glow green. Sensing the danger, Zhang Yi screams at the top of his lungs. It is self-destructing, get down. The two dive for cover just as a massive explosion rips the monster's body apart. Toxic green fluid splatters everywhere. Zhang Yi quickly checks on his partner, asking Liu Ya if she is all right. She quietly speaks up. "Something is not right." "Zhang Yi," she whispers, trembling in pure panic, "I think I am paralyzed." Zhang Yi pulls a syringe from his gear, quickly injecting himself first. He sighs in relief, glad he always keeps this prepared. He crawls closer to comfort her, saying a shot of serum will fix it. But Liu Ya is already completely paralyzed. She sits helplessly, letting him administer the dose. However, the green fluid on her arm refuses to fade, spreading instead. It is actually getting worse. In a panic, Zhang Yi grabs Liu Ya by the hand to check her pulse. He pulls her along, running as fast as he can, fearing the venom might be far too potent for the serum. With the antidote failing, they keep running blindly until the cave exit finally appears in the distance. Liu Ya gasps for breath, her forehead dripping with cold sweat as she collapses into a nearby corner. Zhang Yi is not doing much better. He frantically searches his pack while helping her lean steadily against the wall. Unbuttoning her collar, he draws a knife. Seeing her pale, lifeless face, he tries to reassure her gently. "Do not worry," he whispers, "I just need to cut and drain the venom." But she can barely squeeze out any words. "No," she stammers, her trembling finger pointing directly at Zhang Yi's throat. "You were hit by the scorpion's venom too." Only now does he realize his own neck is burning. What? Meanwhile, deep within the lair, inside a pitch-black chamber, a massive scorpion clings to the stone wall, her body shifting into a human form. This is the ancient mutant stone scorpion queen, Scorpio, struggling to stand back up. "Filthy humans," she snarls, "how dare they insult my sacred stone body?" Shards of rock begin coalescing into a weapon in her hands. Insolent fools, showing zero respect to King Sumo, Scorpio grips her scepter, grinding her teeth in pure rage. I swear I will trap you here forever. Just then a quiet figure steps out from the shadows of the rocks. Hold on, Scorpio. Hearing the voice, she whips her head around in surprise. She looks completely bewildered. Lord Nkizu, does our king have new orders for me? He delivers the king's divine decree, let those two humans pass. His crystal ball reflects Scorpio's confusion as she stammers, but Lord Nkizu, why? Keeping his eyes on Zhang Yi through the glowing sphere, the man murmurs quietly. If they can survive this layer and reach the king, they might just earn a chance to negotiate with him. Nkizu adds a cold warning, noting this comes directly from the king himself, and asks if she dares defy his divine will. Scorpio quickly drops to her knees, bowing low as she trembles, never blessings upon our king. Your most loyal servant takes her leave. With that she vanishes, leaving only a faint green afterimage before Nkizu. He plays with the crystal ball in his hand, whispering to himself, but still, can they actually survive this trial? Seeing Zhang Yi collapse on the screen, Nkizu chuckles softly, who knows, maybe we should test them more. Why not give them a little surprise? Meanwhile, back inside the quiet lair, time slowly ticks away. Pure darkness wraps the silent cavern. Lu Ye, having passed out from exhaustion, slowly begins to regain consciousness. Mumbling to herself, she looks around only to find the person in front of her curled up and completely unconscious. Lu Ye panics and calls out to Zhang Yi, but he doesn't respond, his brows only knitting together slightly. Cold sweat breaks out on Zhang Yi's forehead as he hazily wakes up only to find himself trapped in a sea of flames. Where is this? He wonders if the scorpion venom actually killed him as he struggles to push himself up. Suddenly, he freezes in his tracks as a sudden flame erupts right from the palm of Zhang Yi's hand. He mutters about how familiar it feels, and as the heat vanishes, the mysterious fire suddenly grows even larger. It dives straight into Zhang Yi's chest, leaving him stunned as a fierce wall of fire completely envelops his body. Flickering wildly, he finds it incredibly strange that this energy can enter his own body so freely. What is weirder is that there is absolutely no rejection, but the next second Zhang Yi's heart pounds furiously. Ready to burst, he roars out as the massive flames behind him flare up violently. The fire shapes into a giant dragon shadow, snapping Zhang Yi awake from his nightmare, eyes wide with shock. Lu Ye joyfully rushes over to wrap her arms around him, crying out that she thought he was actually gone. But Zhang Yi quickly regains his composure and gently pushes her away. Embarrassed, Lu Ye stammers an apology for being too impulsive, while Zhang Yi just casts his eyes down. Staring at the energy in his palm, he realizes his powers are back, but the fleeting spark vanishes almost immediately. Zhang Yi mutters to himself, wondering why only a fraction of his true strength has returned. Stroking his chin in deep thought, he wonders if the poison broke Gong Qi's limit, though Lu Ye highly doubts it. If getting poison was all it took to recover, it would be too ridiculous, especially since things are never that easy. She explains they wouldn't have been locked in the underground city, adding that after he blacked out, he was barely holding on. With his life hanging in the balance, she had to inject him with an antidote to clear the deadly toxin. Otherwise, he would have died long ago, giving Lu Ye plenty of logical ground to reject his initial theory. It is clear that the stone scorpion venom isn't what triggered his recovery, she notes, tilting her head in thought. Still, she is curious how such a deadly poison took so long to affect him, whereas she felt paralyzed the instant she was hit. Hearing this, Zhang Yi suddenly understands, realizing his sheer willpower grew because he relied way too heavily on his talent card before. He was simply not used to activating other skills without that card, leading him to a brand new theory. Perhaps his days spent inside the underground city finally broke those strict shackles tied to his talent card. Deep down, though, he senses some mysterious power must have catalyzed this change, wondering if a certain someone is behind it. Could it really be him? He asks himself before Lu Ye pipes up to ask where they should go next. Zhang Yi nods to head deeper, but first he presses his hand against the ground to cast his summoning spell. He needs to check on an old friend first, and immediately, his beast companion emerges to nuzzle his face affectionately. Gently petting the beast, he greets Xiao He, noting silently that it has been a while. It looks like neither of them has fully recovered, as Xiao He has shrunk noticeably, prompting Zhang Yi to pat his head and issue orders. He sends Xiao He back to Extreme Ice City to locate Ba Huang, deliver a message, and prepare for battle against Gong Qi. He suspects Gong Qi has secretly brainwashed some players, their thought triggered by his past talk with the apocalyptic spirit. Remembering the spirit's warnings about Gong Qi, Zhang Yi cannot shake off his growing sense of dread. Extreme Ice City is no longer safe, so Xiao He obediently dashes off, leaving Zhang Yi to wave him goodbye. Bidding his loyal beast farewell, he turns back toward the lair, declaring it is time for them to move out too. Unsure of what lies ahead, the scene shifts to the Eternal Tower, where Han Yanru is imprisoned in Gong Qi's storage room. Though she should be deeply comatose, she suddenly snaps awake, her eyes snapping wide as she frantically scans her surroundings. She spots Dai Wu, locked in the adjacent cell, still completely unresponsive and trapped in a deep sleep. Calling out desperately to Dai Wu with no response, Han Yanru tries to force her special powers to activate. As energy swirls in her palm, a warning voice echoes in her ear urging her not to use magic lest she attract Gong Qi. The voice tells her to speak telepathically instead, and despite not knowing who it is, she decides to risk it. Following the instructions, Han Yanru mentally demands to know who they are, prompting a quick reply. The voice reassures her, revealing she is the illusionist, also known as Gong Qi's apocalyptic spirit, leaving Han Yanru stunned. Shocked that this entity is actually the apocalyptic spirit, Han Yanru watches as a translucent phantom materializes to gently embrace her. This is indeed the Eternal Tower, the grand headquarters of Gong Qi, but due to a highly unique identity, they cannot manifest to speak directly. Yet they firmly stand by her side and with Zhang Yi. With this presence here, Gong Qi poses no immediate threat. She and her friends simply need to stay completely calm at all times. The next second, Han Yanru feels her eyelids grow incredibly heavy as she slips into unconsciousness with a soft whisper echoing nearby. Go back to sleep, for remaining quiet is the best preparation for the upcoming battle. Meanwhile, elsewhere in this frozen world, Enkidu watches Zhang Yi with pure intense curiosity, suddenly letting out an intrigued comment. He smirks, calling him a truly fascinating guy. Scorpio's lethal poison mixed with a trace of the king's power. Sumeru might fight poison with poison, but enduring it is another story. Enkidu mutters, wondering if this mortal can actually alter the prophesied apocalypse. Gazing into the distance with a soft chuckle, he speaks to the respected king. Surely there is forgiveness for taking matters into one's own hands, because this world has been boring for far too long. Staring intently at Zhang Yi's face inside a crystal ball, Enkidu suddenly bursts out laughing. Most of all, if they actually manage to defeat the respected one, it will be absolutely worth the wait. Elsewhere, deep in the pitch-black darkness, Zhang Yi holds up a burning torch to light the way for them. Arriving before a massive door, Lu Ya steps forward first, using every ounce of her strength to push it open. But it barely budges. The heavy stone door is just too massive, prompting Zhang Yi to step in and offer help. With a loud slam, the door flies open to reveal a massive tangled network of paths, clearly a colossal labyrinth. The two set off, but they barely make any real progress before the paths ahead begin shifting and twisting relentlessly. Lu Ya frowns in irritation, wondering what kind of ghostly path this is anyway. Finding any clear pattern here seems impossible, so Zhang Yi takes the lead and tells her to stay close. This shifting maze changes at any moment, and getting separated means they might never find each other in the dark. Before he can even finish that warning, a pack of grotesque bone-covered beasts suddenly emerges from the shadows behind them. The creatures growl fiercely with wide-open jaws, causing both Zhang Yi and Lu Ya to whip around in shock. Zhang Yi tosses the burning torch aside and books it, realizing the bright firelight must have drawn these monsters right to them. They run for their lives, but the shifting maze splits them up, leaving each of them running solo with a terrifying beast hot on their heels. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Yi has absolutely no other option but to rely on his special awakening powers. Even though his energy is still recovering from the previous battles, he simply cannot afford to hold back anymore. Spinning around in a flash, he unleashes a brutal strike right into the creature's face, crushing its skull instantly. The skull crumbles into dust, allowing a quick sigh of relief. Taking out minor monsters like these is still relatively easy, but the moment he turns around, a sudden chill hits his back. The fallen beast instantly regenerates back to its original shape. Freezing in shock, Zhang Yi looks back at this bizarre, almost phantom-like monster. Its weak spot is clearly not the head, meaning he needs to neutralize it before it can strike back. Bolting down the corridor, Zhang Yi analyzes their behavior. They do not seem sensitive to light or even visual cues. That means they must track their prey purely through hearing and smell. To test this theory, he punches a nearby stone wall. Sure enough, the monster pauses for a split second before slamming violently into the exact spot where the noise came from. He smiles, having his theory fully confirmed. These things track targets entirely by sound and movement in the air. With the beast temporarily shattered from the impact, Zhang Yi quickly leaps onto the high partition walls of the maze. Standing high above, he gains a perfect view of the entire layout, quickly spotting the exit on the far side. But something below suddenly catches his eye. Two more of those bone beasts are already waiting right beneath him. Without a single shred of hesitation, he drops down to face them head-on immediately, drawing his firearms. He unleashes a hail of bullets right into their skulls, keeping up a relentless assault while analyzing their movement. These creatures seem powered by the labyrinth itself, making them immortal. Since destroying them completely is impossible, he realizes they might just be massive illusions created by King Sumeru. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoes through the darkness. Asking if he can hear her, Lu Ya calls out. But before he can reply, two more monsters block his path. Lu Ya's voice warns him that while the labyrinth is a mere illusion, the monsters themselves are completely real. He is told not to target their heads, so he drives a fist right through a beast's chest and pushes onward. Annoyance flared. What kind of cursed road was this, forcing him to keep blindly pressing forward? Finding a pattern here was impossible. But just like Liu Ya said after taking a heavy chest blow, the beasts collapsed completely out cold. Right after Zhang Yi finally broke out of the maze, the scenery behind him dissolved. He reunited with Liu Ya, looking absolutely filthy compared to her clean appearance. She stood there holding a massive bag wearing a smug grin. Zhang Yi snapped, asking what she was laughing at. Liu Ya giggled behind her hand, teasing him for slipping up on such a simple trial. After all, she had to help. Embarrassed, Zhang Yi cleared his throat. Curious, he asked how she knew. Liu Ya explained that after watching the creatures, she noticed a pattern. Back when she was a leader, she had killed their real bodies to solve their winter survival issues. Pulling out a strange compass, she calmly explained that the maze itself was actually a total fake. This device gave her the clue. Zhang Yi nodded, finally understanding. She actually had some real skills, earning her rank as leader. Liu Ya shrugged, looking extremely proud. But she paused, wondering if that was a real compliment, while Zhang Yi quickly changed the subject. Pointing ahead, he asked if the river was another illusion right before spotting a small wooden sign. The sign was stained with old, dried blood. It held a warning spelling out hint number 1. The river is real. Hint 2, only the purest soul can cross. Meanwhile, inside the Eternal Tower, inside Gong Qi's vault, Han Yanru lay unconscious. In her dream, a voice called her name, prompting her to slowly open her eyes. Han Yanru sat beneath a massive tree gasping. Standing right there was Meng Chen. She looked around in shock, wondering how she could see her when she was locked in Gong Qi's prison. Even with secret guidance, she was restless. She paused, desperately asking if Meng Chen knew anything. She asked if Zhang Yi was safe, but Wu Mengchen suddenly cut her off and leaned in close. Touching Han Yanru's forehead, she urged her not to panic, sensing a major event approaching fast. She told her to trust the warning. When the ultimate doom arrives, she must unlock the hidden secrets. Only then can she change their fate. Her blessing would always guide her through the dark. Back at the River of Eternal Night, Zhang Yi stared at the wooden sign. It felt familiar. It resembled the legendary sticks of ancient myth. Liu Ya stared at the sign, complaining about the sheer mystery of it all. Zhang Yi gestured toward the water, suggesting they toss something in first, since the river looked highly suspicious. Liu Ya grabbed a nearby item and chucked it into the stream. Instantly, it began violently sizzling. A foul stench billowed up, making them gag. Covering her nose, she groaned about the terrible odor. Zhang Yi pinched his nose and grabbed her hand, warning her that the smoke was toxic. They ran. Suddenly, the ground rumbled violently as glowing pillars shot up ahead. Exhausted, Liu Ya groaned. Zhang Yi stared at the shining columns. A strange sense of familiarity washed over him. This test matched their training in the underground city. Recognizing the pattern, Liu Ya quickly spoke up. She told him to memorize the flashing sequence, knowing they had to follow its specific pattern. He wondered if the illusionist had predicted this. Liu Ya poked his shoulder, snapping him back. She asked if he felt like they had studied all the exam questions beforehand. Getting into position, Zhang Yi cut her off, urging her to clear the trial immediately. Leaping onto the pillars, he shared a wild guess that the Summer King was actually helping them. He might be on their side. Though nervous, Liu Ya quickly jumped up to follow him. Suddenly, her foot slipped. She started falling, but she quickly grabbed a nearby ledge. Gritting her teeth, she pulled herself up, using the pillar as a springboard to jump ahead. Landing right behind Zhang Yi, he smiled, asking if she still remembered the sequence. She angrily yelled at him to lend a hand, but Zhang Yi just flashed a thumbs up. Suddenly, a voice greeted them. Startled, both of them spun around and demanded to know who it was. Zhang Yi frowned, wondering if this was a player or an NPC. The stranger smiled, introducing himself as Ankizu. He claims to be the Sumerian king's right-hand man, and this realm is his illusion. He is pleased they reached this place, guided by their sharp instincts and sheer strength. He asks for their names, so Liu Ya introduces herself, and Zhang Yi shakes his hand, introducing himself as well. Zhang Yi wonders if this Enkidu matches the legend, the fabled rival and ally of the Sumerian king. Enkidu suddenly interrupts his thoughts, telling him there is no need to guess his true identity. Zhang Yi instantly snaps back to reality. Enkidu cold-heartedly adds that reaching this place is their end, making Liu Ya dash forward, screaming at him to let Zhang Yi go. Enkidu summons chains to bind Zhang Yi, announcing that only one of them can cross from here on. Across the underworld river, he wraps Liu Ya with a tentacle, adding that naturally he will not make them choose. He promises not to be cruel enough to make them choose. Enkidu turns to Zhang Yi with a smile, saying he is happy to play the villain's role himself. Zhang Yi channels his inner energy, a massive aura erupting around him as he clenches his fists and tells him to keep dreaming. With a sharp glare, Zhang Yi roars and lunges forward, throwing a powerful direct punch right at Enkidu. Enkidu effortlessly dodges by tilting his body, then grits his teeth, gesturing downward with 2 fingers. Zhang Yi crashes heavily onto the ground, struggling to look up at Liu Ya as he frantically screams for her to run. Tightly bound, Liu Ya struggles in vain, realizing that running away is completely out of the question. Enkidu sighs, calling them pitifully weak. He hoists Liu Ya high into the air, declaring they have completely failed his trial. With those words, he slams her down, releasing his grip. Liu Ya plunges into the dark water, slowly sinking as she silently fears she is dying. Struggling against his chains on the ground, Zhang Yi demands to know if he is truly the legendary Enkidu. He glares intensely at him, gritting his teeth in frustration, demanding answers from the mythical figure, the divine creation who stood with humanity using wisdom and fairness to guide the Sumerian king. Looking down, Enkidu lets out a soft hum before channeling his spiritual energy, laughing at how humans foolishly praise their supposed friend, only to reveal he is nothing but a traitor. Instantly, the gathered spiritual energy envelops Zhang Yi completely. Enkidu immediately leaps back to keep his distance. Right then, Zhang Yi awakens his true power, a massive, overwhelming aura erupting from his body. Enkidu smirks with pure amusement at the sight. Sword in hand, Zhang Yi unleashes a roaring cry and lunges forward. He is about to strike, but wait, look at this. A sudden shout completely interrupts his flow. Liu Ya interrupts his attack. Sitting safely on the water's surface, she notes how bizarre the situation is. The water looked terrifying, but is actually incredibly shallow. Annoyed, Zhang Yi asks Enkidu if this was all just a joke or a real test. Enkidu bursts out laughing, finding it hilarious that they trespass into his territory, yet feel entitled. They never even apologize, and now they are angry over a simple little prank. He pauses, hovering. Enkidu floats high into the air, mocking how easily triggered they are. No wonder there is a traitor among them. Since they cannot even recognize the threat, how could he ever trust them with the secrets he holds? With that, he slowly fades away into the sky, leaving them with a final warning to remember who they are searching for. The person they trust the most must be ruled out first. Liu Ya clutches her head in frustration from the water. She complains about being fooled again, but Zhang Yi turns to her, asking if she heard his last words. The person they trust the most should be eliminated first. The two lock eyes as realization hits them with pure joy. They yell in unison, the three elders. Meanwhile, night falls over the Tower of Eternity. Inside, Gong Qi slams the table in a furious rage, demanding to know where Zhang Yi's reports are after he entered the Six Bones Maze forest. He has completely vanished. On the other end of the line, Ling Lan explains that she tried to follow him. She barely escaped with her life, reporting that the swamp is pure mud with absolutely no path forward. She is certain Zhang Yi is dead. Furiously typing away on his computer, Gong Qi curses her, calling her utterly useless. He demands to know why his clearance cannot access the swamp's data. Gong Qi bellows for the apocalypse spirit. Ling Lan instantly appears, asking for his orders. He demands that the apocalypse spirit deploy all forces and surround the Six Bones Maze forest. She complies, stating she has already dispatched the entire surveillance force. They are focusing near the newly formed swamp. Asking if there are more orders, Gong Qi raises his gloomy eyes. He inquires about the two women. Ling Lan reports they are still unconscious, though their brainwaves appear completely normal. No anomalies have been found yet. Gong Qi snaps, declaring he can no longer afford to wait. Inside the test tube, Dai Wu winces in absolute agony. The process is only at 20% and she is already gritting her teeth against the pain. Ugly gray veins pop out as the progress creeps up to 50% and she stutters out a weak no. Just then, the system screen flashes a warning about a stalled progress, asking if it should optimize the operation. Gong Qi glares at the screen and immediately orders to crank up the power flow into the test tube. Dai Wu clenches her jaw to endure the torturous energy. The progress climbs to 70% as dark patches cover her skin. Now the progress reaches 90%. Her face contorts into a savage, snarling expression as she growls from inside. Gong Qi calmly mutters that if she can just endure this, she will soon be his ultimate, most powerful masterpiece in Tianqi's second only to the Demon King. Immediately, the progress hits 100%. The brainwashing succeeds. A second later, the glass tube violently explodes, forcing Gong Qi to shield his face. A smug grin spreads across his face as he wonders if Truong Ditch will enjoy this little surprise. Dai Wu floats in midair, water dripping down her legs. She drops to one knee and bows respectfully. She asks her master for commands. Gong Qi smirks deviously, calling her too weak and ordering her to train in the demon-suppressing tower. He warns her not to return if she dies. She immediately obeys while Gong Qi turns back to the capsule behind him. If this isn't enough of a shock, he thinks, then he has got an even bigger gift lined up. Imagining the chaos, Gong Qi smirks dangerously, hoping his rival enjoys his present to the fullest. Meanwhile, Truong Ditch suddenly sneezes, prompting Lu Na right next to him to ask if he's okay. She teases if he caught a cold, but Truong Ditch just rubs his nose in a cold sweat. He mutters that he feels like someone is bad-mouthing him, probably that old bastard Gong Qi. Suddenly, Lu Na gasps, pointing ahead to what looks like the Grand Palace of King Sumer. Before them stands a massive, breathtaking palace. Lu Na asks if this is the place, and Truong Ditch looks on in awe. He silently recalls Han Yanru and Dai Wu, remembering how they were locked in heavy chains and dragged away. Lu Na's urgent voice breaks his train of thought, telling him they need to move fast. They must meet King Sumer quickly. Meanwhile, the king himself is lounging on his throne, staring thoughtfully at a grape. He rests his chin on his hand, glancing over at Enkizu, who is sitting cross-legged and reading a book. Enkizu asks for his commands, but King Sumer sits up irritated, accusing him of forging royal orders. He demands to know why he let those two peasants in, claiming they should have been scorpion food by now. Enkizu closes his book, apologizing for using the king's name, but admits he just made a bold guess. He figured those two intruders would be quite entertaining to the king, which is why he let them pass. To prevent the king from getting bored, he even gave them a little test. Sumer glares, asking if that is so. He remarks that Enkizu always claims to understand him perfectly. Enkizu replies that they got completely drenched like drowned rats. King Sumer scowls, calling them trash, and wonders how someone who can't even pass a simple test deserves to see him. He threatens Enkizu with the scorpions too, but the advisor just keeps smiling. He says he has no fear because compared to those two rats, there is someone the king loathes much more. He adds that Kung Ki is the real culprit behind this whole mess, having pulled all the strings from the start. King Sumer's face darkens as he crushes his glass in fury, shouting that Enkizu is absolutely right. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the 90th floor of the tower. Dai Wu is walking with two lab assistants, but they suddenly vanish. She realizes her time has finally come. Dai Wu stomps her foot in pure rage, swearing to kill that miserable bastard Kung Ki for what he did. She looks down at her hands, realizing that she was indeed forcefully brainwashed by him. Suddenly, a mysterious soul covers her eyes, whispering to let them borrow her body and handle the rest. Dai Wu wonders who this savior is and why they went out of their way to rescue her from Kung Ki. Behind her, two demons pounce. She spins around instantly, wiping them out with a single, effortless strike. Standing on the corpse, she wonders how she can utilize these demon powers while still keeping her sanity intact. Is this part of Kung Ki's trap, or does it make no sense at all? Checking the system screen, she notices there are 0 battle rewards. It makes no sense for the demon-suppressing tower bosses. Aren't they supposed to get stronger with each floor? Plus, there is usually only one beast per stage. Besides, giving names like this is just way too lazy. It makes them feel like they were mass-produced. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoes from the empty void. Dai Wu, I am the apocalypse spirit of Gongqi. Just now, I managed to interfere with Gongqi's brainwashing program. I was also the one who infiltrated your mind back at the Eternal Tower, tricking Gongqi into believing your brainwashing was a complete success. Dai Wu immediately asks, what on earth is going on? If you belong to Gongqi, why help me? The voice quickly offers an answer. Because you, Zhang Yi, and your friend Han Yanru are the ones destined to change this apocalypse. These monsters were set up by Gongqi. They wanted to force your growth so you would become the blade to stab Zhang Yi. Hearing this, she grimaces and waves her hand in pure disgust. So you have been secretly backing us this whole time. Are Han Yanru and the others still safe? The voice quickly responds. Zhang Yi is currently gathering new allies for his cause. As for Han Yanru, Gongqi is keeping her under incredibly tight surveillance. I cannot share much, but I did speak with her once. Dai Wu shrugs to loosen her shoulders and asks, so my next move is just to stay here and grind these mobs. The voice agrees, telling her to train as normal. I will keep hiding your real status, but our time is running short. I have to go now. She nods in thanks and readies her stance. 3 beasts instantly charge straight at her, but she lunges forward and unleashes a swift flurry of blows. Knocking down all 3, ahead looms a massive 2-headed serpent 3 times her height. She pinches her nose in disgust. Absolutely rancid, she thinks this thing might even be toxic. Suddenly, a wet tearing sound rings out as the serpent splits, transforming into half-human, half-snake beasts, 1 male and 1 female. Dai Wu immediately leaps into the air. Bringing her massive hammer down, she crushes the male serpent instantly. Seeing her partner fall, the female snake viciously lunges forward to strike. Dai Wu grabs her rope, leaping between the stone pillars surrounding the female serpent to bind them completely together. Perching high on a pillar, Dai Wu yanks the rope wrapped tightly around the male snake's neck, warning them to stop releasing poison. Take a good look. If you do not want your lover suffocating to death, back off and pull back this poison. Hand over my reward now. Despite the rope squeezing its neck, the beast shows no fear, merely scoffing at her threat. From the shadows, someone is watching her every single move, giggling that this is getting incredibly interesting. Up on the 91st floor of the Demon Tower, a girl sits back with a pair of binoculars, tracking everything. She wears a twisted grin, admitting it is her first time seeing a kid butcher monsters with such style. Dai Wu climbs the stairs to the 91st floor, letting out a bored yawn. Too easy, she sighs, pocketing her healing potion reward. With the previous floor boss's loot secured, she pushes open the next heavy doors, eager to see what new traps await her. Stepping inside, she knows Gongqi did not drop her here just to let her walk out of this alive. Hanging all around the room are dozens of bizarre, deeply unsettling dolls in various creepy shapes. Strung up high by ropes, they dangle in silence. Why is it so empty, she wonders, finding the vibe extremely eerie. Don't tell me the boss of this floor is spying on me. She grips her hammer, declaring that no matter where they hide, she'll drag them out. Nearby, a slender hand flips a single playing card. It is a joker. An excited, playful voice echoes. Perfect, I drew my absolute favorite card. Dai Wu spins around. And trust me, she is not ready for the freak creeping up behind her. There is no boss here. Ji pauses, suddenly bursting into a manic laugh that displays her razor-sharp teeth. Because I already butchered them, brandishing her blood-stained knife, Ji lunges forward at lightning speed to strike. Dai Wu quickly blocks with her hammer, but Ji spots an opening and lets out a wicked smirk. She swings her blade, slashing clean across Dai Wu's waist and sending her crashing backward. She stands there, laughing like an absolute maniac. She sticks out her tongue, showing a joker card sitting right on it. Dai Wu grits her teeth, remembering this tower is a solo dungeon. If she is not the boss, she cannot possibly be a player. I need to figure out who she is first. Looking up at the hanging dolls, a clever plan hits her. She leaps high, swinging her hammer to slash the thick ropes. As the dolls fall, Ji panics, covering her eyes with both hands and screaming in sheer terror. What are you doing? Why are you destroying the precious toys my mamas gave me? She frantically charges forward. She desperately tries to snatch them back from Dai Wu, screaming to return them to her right now. Pressing her hammer against the dolls' necks, Dai Wu declares she is an assassin and now it is time to talk. Introduce yourself or I will burn every single one of your toys. Ji glares back, gritting her teeth in defeat. I am actually the main god of the assassins, she says, reaching into her pocket. My real name is Ji. Look if you do not believe me. She pulls out a small round wooden emblem engraved with two crossed swords. Suddenly, the dolls in her hands begin to react. Yu Wu turns away. Ji chuckles twice, calling her an idiot. That is no job for a professional assassin. Meanwhile, Enkidu suddenly announces that their guests have finally arrived. He welcomes them warmly. Zhang Yi asks if he has always been inside. Could those previous things have been clones? Enkidu snaps his fingers with a smirk, saying, bingo, but there is a catch. Should they not greet the king first? Both bow deeply in salute. They respectfully greet King Sumo, stating they are exiles from the underground city. Sumo rests his chin on his hand, scowling as he barks at the commoners to kneel. Liu Ya freezes in fear. She gasps, ready to kneel, but Zhang Yi stops her. Stand firm. He looks Sumo dead in the eye, explaining that while they are exiles, they are not his subjects. They are definitely not the lowly peasants he claims they are, so they refuse to kneel. Hearing this, the king's face darkens in fury as he growls Enkidu's name. Is this really the best candidate he could find? Sumo gathers his raw power, complaining about these useless trash heaps. Instantly, Sumo grabs Enkidu tightly by the throat, yet Enkidu's smile never fades. The furious king growls a question. Why are you silent? You ended promise to avenge me and my innocent people. Is this pathetic joke the final result? Nearby, Liu Ya screams, asking if they aren't supposed to be best friends. What are you doing? Sumo coldly replies that he is obviously going to kill him. Sumo glares down at them with absolute contempt, warning that not a single one of them will leave this place alive. Liu Ya rushes forward, but a blinding flash of light instantly blasts her away. She shields her eyes while Zhang Yi grits his teeth, channeling his energy into his fist for an explosive strike. But Sumo's glowing shards instantly shatter his charge. The king's face darkens, muttering that they are begging for death. Raging flames erupt as glowing shards completely bind both Zhang Yi and Liu Ya. Sumo triggers the wrath of the king. Suddenly, the system warns that they are caught in a passive state of terror. Immobilized, Zhang Yi shouts in absolute frustration that his body refuses to move. Suddenly, he strikes with a brutal blow, severing one of their arms in a gruesome spray of blood. Sumo sneers, mocking the mortals who dare to stand against a god. Sumo squeezes his fingers, snapping Enkidu's neck with a sharp crack, leaving both of them wide-eyed in shock. Zhang Yi clutches his bleeding stump, trembling as he forces himself up weakly, whispering his response. Behind him, Liu Ya begs him to stop, but Sumo only raises an eyebrow. Surprised that he can still speak, the king drops Enkidu's lifeless body, triggering a critical system alert. Enkidu is dead, and the system announces that their alliance with King Sumo has failed. Sinking to one knee, a shivering Zhang Yi mocks how a great king would execute his own loyal companion. He collapses, face first onto the ground, struggling to support himself with one hand. He feels nothing but pity, gritting his teeth in agony as all their plans and hopes crumble away. Because of a supposedly trustworthy comrade, a monster like him is actually, after a brief pause, he continues. Worse than a peasant. Enraged, Sumo lifts him by the throat with a burning grip. System warnings blare as Liu Ya weeps in despair, crying out his name. She begs him to stop speaking so they can escape, reaching out weakly while whispering that survival is their only hope. Leaning over to grab a grape, Sumo's face twists with disgust as he scoffs at the thought of them escaping. Only to die anyway, Sumo clicks his tongue, calling their struggle a joke. Zhang Yi grabs the burning hand, choking him, his face showing absolutely no fear as he smirks. He points out this must all be an illusion. Bringing the grape to his lips, Sumo freezes, dropping it in shock. Enkidu snaps his fingers, resetting everything with a smile and apologizing for the test. He adds that this trial was actually ordered by the king himself. Resting his chin, Sumo smiles, deeply impressed. He hasn't heard such bold words in a long time. It is quite refreshing. In fact, he finds it refreshing. The king then bellows for Rista, and a fearsome savage lion immediately emerges. Rista is the legendary Babaki lion, the king of all beasts across Egypt's 6 regions and the personal mount of King Sumo. Boasting insane combat power, it can even merge with King Sumo himself. Sitting atop Rista, Sumo asks if he fears death. He notes that Zhang Yi was practically suffocating in that illusion. Didn't he think he was actually going to die in there? Zhang Yi calmly replies that he isn't scared. He trusts the king will go easy on him, plus he still holds his secret trump card. The king gasps near death, yet still holding a trump card. Zhang Yi just smiles and confidently assures him that yes, he really does. But since it's a personal secret, he begs the king's forgiveness for keeping it hidden. Suddenly, Rista lets out a low growl. Its jaws snap open. A blazing fireball ignites inside quickly, shifting into a sparkling gold card. Sumo catches the glittering card between 2 fingers, declaring he's never given this prize to any common trash before. He tosses it over, leaving the brilliant gold card floating right in front of Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi hesitates. Honestly, he says he does not have the luck to accept this. Refusing the god-tier talent card, who in their right mind does that? Liu Ya screams out in sheer shock. Suddenly, a powerful golden lion is summoned right out of the card, taking Sumo completely by surprise. Sumo asks in confusion, wasn't his power stripped away, leaving him without any god-tier talent card? Ankizu chuckles behind his hand, noting that there are still secrets the king hasn't uncovered yet about this young man. He calls it a little surprise. Meanwhile, Rista walks over, sniffing all over Zhang Yi to catch his scent. Zhang Yi simply raises his hands to cooperate, a peaceful sight that somehow leaves Sumo utterly stunned. Ankizu just grins while Rista finishes sniffing and suddenly snorts, spraying wetness all over the place. Zhang Yi looks utterly disgusted. Nearby, Liu Ya is frozen in total shock. Liu Ya's jaw drops. The giant lion quickly retreats, trotting back behind its master. Sumo bursts out laughing. Your smell actually repels Rista this much. Zhang Yi just silently wipes his sweat. He explains that despite losing his god-tier card, he already has the ultimate bound partner. No matching needed. Sumo scoffs. As the ultimate powerhouse, he should really just wipe out this ignorant human. But his playful mood vanishes. The king frowns, his eyes turning dead serious. Watch closely now. The king leaps to his feet, staring intently as he uncovers Zhang Yi's hidden dragon race identity. Even without the talent card, his contract with the dragon god remains intact. Zhang Yi silently frowns. It is frustrating to realize his secrets have been completely laid bare by the powerful King Sumo. Still, it isn't a major disaster. Zhang Yi calmly asks if the king has been watching him for a while. As a king hiding in the shadows, he must have known everything to reach an agreement. He aligned with the apocalyptic weapon spirit, proving he is actually on their side. Having his secrets exposed makes Sumo snap in sudden anger. Ankizu quickly steps in to calm the king, reminding him there is a much more important decision to make first. He suggests focusing on the main task. The king sits back down with a cold grunt, muttering how boring it all is. Glancing at a terrified Liu Ya, Zhang Yi simply offers a calm reassurance. No need to stress. He promises the king won't hurt them. But suddenly, a wave of dark energy erupts from Sumo. The energy blasts straight into Liu Ya, sending a hot burning sensation rushing through her entire body. She has officially obtained the legendary god-tier talent card, binding her destiny directly to King Sumo himself. With the ritual done, Sumo stands up and issues a stern warning that binding with his card changes absolutely nothing. He still views them as mere ants and warns them never to expect his help with their trivial problems. With that, he turns on his heel and leaves, demanding they never disturb him again. Once he is gone, Ankizu quickly tells them to get used to it, laughing that the dramatic king keeps life here from becoming incredibly boring. Zhang Yi looks over at him, noting they still have a few burning questions they need answered. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Dai Wu. Things are not looking good for her. Even though she is currently restrained, Dai Wu is still planning her next move. If she truly is the master of the legendary assassin heart, her confinement in this demon tower means she has already been corrupted. Determined not to give up without a fight, Dai Wu leaps into the air, instantly activating her killer skills. Seeing this, Dai looks on with sheer amusement. He taunts her, asking if she forgot that everything she owns belongs to him. She has zero chance of winning. No matter how many times you try it, the words barely leave her mouth before a brutal bite suddenly sinks deep into Dai Wu's neck. She is completely paralyzed. The agonizing pain shoots straight down her arm, forcing her to drop her weapon on the spot. She collapses to the dirt. The burning pain is just too much, and those creepy dolls immediately swarm her from all sides. But she refuses to quit. Dai Wu pulls out a lighter. If her powers are useless, she will burn them. Then how about this? The desperate move actually works, and Jay looks over, face instantly turning pale with sheer terror.